As a result of the economic crisis, there is a broad consensus in favor of large-scale public investment in infrastructure in the U.S., both as part of a temporary stimulus program and to promote long-term modernization of America's transportation, energy, telecom, and water utility grids. But this momentary consensus masks the continuing disagreement on whether the U.S. government can legitimately promote American industries, and, if so, which industries. This is a problem for infrastructure policy, because different national infrastructures correspond to different national economic strategies. Consider the antebellum U.S. in Henry Clay's American system: federal infrastructure investment in canals and later railroads, internal improvements, was part of a package that included import substitution tariffs to protect infant U.S. industries from British competition. For Clay and his Whig allies and followers, including future Republicans such as Abraham Lincoln, internal improvements and tariffs were not ends in themselves. They were instruments to be used in the pursuit of the Whig Republican vision of a decentralized, mixed industrial and agricultural economy where business owners, mostly small, and free workers, mostly prosperous, could realize the utopia of Clay's self-made man. From Thomas Jefferson to Jefferson Davis, the Southern planters who opposed such ambitious schemes had no objection to infrastructure as such. They favored infrastructure tailored to suit the needs of their semi-colonial slave plantation economy, based on exports of cotton and other commodities to British and Western European factories. Local wharves and harbors that facilitated the shipment of crops to industrial Britain were acceptable to the planters. They opposed infrastructure that would encourage industrialization in the South or the U.S. as a whole, out of fear that urbanization and industrialization would threaten their local dominance over both black slaves and poor white yeoman farmers. They also feared they would be marginalized in national politics, as they indeed were, by industrialists, merchants, and financiers. Today, the rivalry is not between the champions of an industrial America and an agrarian America. Rather, it is a rivalry between the champions of a neo-industrial America, which includes world-class industrial agriculture, and a post-industrial America, in which most if not all manufacturing and even agriculture will be outsourced. In this formulation, post-industrial America emerges as a consumerist paradise populated by investors, executives of multinational companies, rentiers, realtors, government and non-profit bureaucrats, and a supporting cast of service sector proletarians including nursing aides, nannies, gardeners, security guards, and restaurant and hotel workers. Just as there was one logical infrastructure for the industrializing North and one for the anti-industrial plantation South in the 19th century, so in the 21st century a different infrastructure would be appropriate, depending on whether the goal is a post-industrial America or a neo-industrial America. A post-industrial infrastructure can be simple, local, and substantially foreign. The post-industrial infrastructure can be simple since it involves little more than the roads and harbors needed to bring in high-value-added imports from abroad and ship out low-value-added American commodities. Adequate harbors are necessary, as are adequate highways to help ship U.S. soybeans and timber to industrial Asia while bringing Chinese, Japanese, and Korean goods to Walmarts for distribution. The post-industrial infrastructure can also be local. Just as the Southern planters were indifferent or hostile to regional or national infrastructure projects, so the elites of the service sector are interested chiefly in the infrastructure needs of the half-dozen or so coastal megalopolitan areas where they live. Many favor high-speed rail to connect nearby big cities on the coasts, while denouncing federal investment in non-metropolitan areas as boondoggles. The finance, insurance, real estate, economy of post-industrial America could function reasonably well as long as a handful of colossal city-states, Boswash, Northern California, Greater LA, the Texas Triangle, had state-of-the-art local telecom and transportation and energy grids. So what if the rest of the continent decayed? Finally, the post-industrial infrastructure can be largely foreign. Most of the urban service sector elite favors both outsourcing American industry and importing a new metropolitan immigrant proletariat willing to work for lower wages and fewer benefits than native Americans. To be sure, someone must build the components of the metro infrastructure and put them in place. But steel can be shipped in from Asia and assembled in New York, San Francisco, Atlanta, Chicago, and Houston by immigrants, legal or illegal. Better yet, the metro-supportive infrastructure can be leased or permanently sold to foreign consortiums and even foreign sovereign wealth funds, in order to avoid the need to raise taxes to pay for upfront costs or repay bonds over the long term. The leakage of federal stimulus spending to benefit Chinese factories, law-breaking Latin American illegal immigrants and petrostate sovereign wealth funds will not bother elites who are not only post-industrial but to a large extent too sophisticated to worry about narrow patriotism. If the infrastructure of a post-industrial America would be simple, local, and largely foreign, the infrastructure of a neo-industrial America should be complex, national, and predominantly American. A neo-industrial infrastructure necessarily must be complex, because the purpose of a neo-industrial infrastructure would be onshoring, arresting, and in some cases reversing the transfer of high value-added manufacturing and services to other countries. This requires something more than freight rail bringing Chinese imports to Walmart and airports, helping to deliver Amazon.com boxes to urban apartments. It requires an infrastructure tailored to the needs of an entire complex ecosystem of factories, design offices, and their suppliers and contractors. And that infrastructure not only must be rebuilt in existing industrial areas like Detroit, but also built from scratch in areas such as the Great Plains. It would aim to put many of tomorrow's factories and research parks in today's depopulating rural areas and derelict inner cities. A neo-industrial infrastructure must be national and inclusive in scope. Its goal resonates with the aspiration of Henry Clay Whigs, Lincoln Republicans, and William Jennings Bryan populists. A decentralized, prosperous middle-class society of small and medium-sized towns as opposed to a country where 500 million people are crammed into a few plutocratic megacities and forced to live in dense apartment blocks. Such decentralization, contrary to the claims of some urbanists and Greens, need not mean excessive sprawl. This is still a very large country with lots of land, as anyone who spends time away from the coasts recognizes. But more important, there can only be an independent middle-class majority in the United States with 400 or 500 million people in 2050 if most Americans live and work in relatively low-density areas where homes are affordable and small business rents are not crippling. That means building new towns and new industrial centers away from the existing ones, to spread out the population and accommodate tens of millions of new immigrants with desirable skills. The rich, who will remain concentrated in a few metro areas, where they can socialize, compete, and conspire with one another, must be taxed by the federal government to subsidize the infrastructure of the entire continental US, not just their own cities, metro areas, and states. Last but not least, a neo-industrial infrastructure must be predominantly national with respect to its components and its workforce. It would be self-defeating to design an infrastructure friendly to American industries and workers and then hire foreign industries and foreign workers to build it. Most or all federal infrastructure spending should be reserved for corporations and suppliers whose high value-added production takes place on American soil. And all jobs directly or indirectly related to infrastructure construction should be reserved for citizens or legal immigrants. Law-abiding American citizens should not be taxed to subsidize law-breaking illegal immigrant workers and the unpatriotic, criminal contractors who employ them. This is not nativism. The right kind of legal immigration would be an important part of any neo-industrial strategy, as would taking advantage of foreign direct investment by foreign companies and sovereign wealth funds in mutually beneficial ways. The debate about infrastructure, then, is also a debate about the future industrial profile of America. Will America in the 21st century be neo-industrial or post-industrial? This debate, in turn, may well determine whether the US will become a decentralized, continental middle-class society or a collection of plutocratic, hierarchical city-states. The stakes could not be higher. California today provides a model for America as a whole. Peter Lydon, CEO of reInvent, declared in a TED Talk in 2018. In the early 2000s, California faced a similar situation to the one America faces today. Its state politics were severely polarized, and state government was largely paralyzed. The solution for the people of California was to reconfigure the political landscape and shift a supermajority of citizens, and by extension their elected officials, under the Democratic Party's big tent. The natural continuum of more progressive to more moderate solutions then got worked out within the context of the only remaining functioning party. This model of politics and government is by no means perfect, but it is far ahead of the nation in coming to terms with the inexorable digital, global, sustainable transformation of our era. It is a thriving work in progress that gives hope that America can pull out of the political mess we're in. California today provides a playbook for America's new way forward. End quote. How's that California-inspired, national one-party, democratic monopoly rule thing working out, Peter? With massive funding from Silicon Valley and Wall Street, helped by censorship of conservative media, ads, and memes by social media monopolies, the Democrats won back the White House from the unpopular Donald Trump in the middle of a pandemic, with the Californian, Kamala Harris, becoming vice president. But while the Democrats won over some upscale, white, never-Trump Republicans, the Republicans picked up votes among African Americans, Hispanics, and Asian Americans, leaving Republicans with a good chance of winning back the House in the 2022 midterms and perhaps the White House in 2024. Meanwhile, in 2020, California's population growth slowed to a rate of 0.05%, the slowest since 1900. Tech giants that got their start in the Bay Area like Oracle, Hewlett-Packard, Apple, Google, and Palantir have either moved their headquarters or are building campuses in Austin, Houston, or other Texas cities.
Elon Musk is now an Austinite.
While Bay Area diasporas are finding refuge across the lower 48 states, what some are calling the Texodus from California is largely a Texodus. My hometown of Austin leads the list of the cities to which people are moving in the United States, with Dallas at number 7. Meanwhile, San Francisco has achieved the grim honor of being number 3 on the list of cities that people are escaping, following Hartford, Connecticut, and New York City. And yet, despite tweet after tweet from locals confirming these trends, they have received almost no mainstream media coverage. The pull factors of Texas and similar conservative states, the absence of a state income tax, a pro-business and anti-labor political climate, are real enough. But these factors are not new, and if they were the real causes of the flight from California of industry and population, that flight would have occurred long ago, in the 1970s or 1980s. What has made California so repulsive that many of its star companies and most talented individuals are making like East Germans trying to scramble over the Berlin Wall? We can begin with the squalor of San Francisco, with its streets littered with needles and human feces and its public parks turned into homeless encampments. Though the crisis of public order is usually blamed on low-density zoning restrictions, the homeless tend to be drug addicts or the deinstitutionalized mentally ill, not working-class people and professionals priced out of local home ownership. Meanwhile, a wave of woke education policy aimed at the ritual leveling of Bay Area's few actual meritocratic institutions, like San Francisco's sole merit-based STEM high school, augurs poorly for the prospects of the children of tech workers whose parents can't afford private schools. Until now, many tech employers have relied on the H-1B visa program to provide them with a steady stream of college-educated indentured servants and allow California industry to be decoupled from public education in California and the country as a whole. In the event of a new travel freezing pandemic, or immigration restrictions more stringent than those the Trump administration managed to impose, the tech oligarchs might find themselves reliant on an innumerate and semi-literate workforce emerging from public schools and universities which have lowered standards in the name of radical left conceptions of social justice. The original Silicon Valley tech milieu arose from the cross-fertilization of Cold War nerd engineering culture and the bohemian counterculture of San Francisco, capital of the Beats and then the hippies. The national anthem of first-wave Silicon Valley was a 1965 poem by Richard Brautigan, all watched over by machines of loving grace.
I like to think it has to be of a cybernetic ecology, where we are free of our labors, and joined back to nature, returned to our mammal brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of loving grace.
In 1995, the British scholars Richard Barbrook and Andy Cameron dubbed the resulting dot-com neoliberalism as the Californian ideology. The California ideology is a mix of cybernetics, free market economics, and counterculture libertarianism and is promulgated by magazines such as Wired and Mondo 2000 and preached in the books of Stuart Brand, Kevin Kelly, and others. The new faith P has been embraced by computer nerds, slacker students, 30-something capitalists, hip academics, futurist bureaucrats, and even the President of the USA himself, Bill Clinton. On a superficial reading, the writings of the Californian ideologists are an amusing cocktail of Bay Area cultural wackiness and in-depth analysis of the latest developments in the high-tech arts, entertainment, and media industries. Their politics appear to be impeccably libertarian. They want information technologies to be used to create a new Jeffersonian democracy in cyberspace in its certainties. The Californian ideology offers a fatalistic vision of the natural and inevitable triumph of the high-tech free market. The California synthesis of free market fundamentalism and left-wing social attitudes transformed American politics beginning in the 1990s, as cash began to flow to both Democrats and Republicans from California's IPO billionaires and newly colossal companies like Microsoft, Google, and Apple. In alliance with the Techno-Libertarian Progress and Freedom Foundation, Newt Gingrich tried to rebrand the Republican Party as the party of high tech. The Democratic Party did the same, with the help of groups like the New Democrats, the Progressive Policy Institute, and Third Way. Not since the generation between the Civil War and the 1880s, when railroad companies were the only giant firms in the United States, had a single industry so completely dominated the politicians and policies of both national parties. From the 1990s until recently, Democrats and Republicans competed to give Silicon Valley whatever it wanted.
No taxes on e-commerce? Sure. Amazon.
More non-immigrant visa contract workers from abroad, 3/4 male and mostly aged 25 to 34, to be bound as indentured servants to single companies like Microsoft or Apple by the H-1B program.
Whatever you say, sir.
Laws exempting social media companies from legal penalties for spreading libels or child pornography.
Bipartisan support.
Government approval of the offshoring of much of American manufacturing and tech R&D to the unfree workforce of Leninist China, America's greatest economic and military rival?
No problem.
Who needs stinky manufacturing and lowbrow Neanderthal union bosses anyway? The future was the non-zero-sum win-win immaterial knowledge economy of Palo Alto. I watched this infatuation with Silicon Valley on the part of the New York DC establishment, from the late 1990s until the 2016 election. Full disclosure. The think tank I co-founded, New America, had Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Google, as its chair for a number of years. In my experience, successful leaders in the tech industry tend to be exceptionally smart and accomplished in their areas of expertise. Their political views, however, tend to be either standard centrist neoliberalism or market fundamentalist libertarianism. Tech money didn't corrupt Washington. Washington corrupted itself, in the hope of wheedling campaign contributions or donations out of the big firms and billionaires who had emerged as the winners in Silicon Valley after the turn of the century. It would take the talents of the late Tom Wolfe to do justice to the deformation of the culture of academic, non-profit, and media institutions that the mere gravitational influence of tech donors produced, as otherwise perfectly ordinary politicians, professors, think tank experts and journalists tried to ingratiate themselves with the new tech titans by sycophantically imitating their speech and style to make familiar things seem tech-y and futuristic.
Hack.
Translation, tip or trick or shortcut, as in 5 hacks for making that perfect pumpkin pie this Thanksgiving.
Lab translation, anything that is not a real laboratory. Disruption.
Translation, doing or saying the same thing all other corporate, academic, or non-profit types are doing and saying.
Non-profit startup.
Translation, a non-profit that just got started. The trick, or hack, to success in tech speak was to string borrowed technical terms into an impressive-sounding word salad. We're disruptive entrepreneurs whose innovative new non-profit startup is based on applying the dynamic principles of venture capital to social impact investing. Translation, it's an ordinary charity staffed by upper-middle-class administrators with liberal arts degrees and funded by rich people who get a tax break. Many organizations, run and staffed by folks who might struggle to program a microwave, went for the startup in an old industrial loft look, with exposed brick walls carefully streaked with paint to make it seem that until recently cattle had been butchered and hung on hooks in the auditorium. Ceiling panels would be removed, so that a mass of pipes and ducts and wires dangled overhead like the undercarriage of an automobile, giving staffers in cubicles and conference rooms something like the view that a doomed armadillo must have when it looks up beneath a passing 5-axle semi-truck trailer in the moments before it becomes roadkill. After nearly 2 decades of flirtation with both suitors, Silicon Valley finally spurned Newt Gingrich's cheap labor, anti-regulation, Libertarian Republican Party, and shacked up with the Clintonian cheap labor, anti-regulation, neoliberal Democratic Party. The Obama administration was Silicon Valley in power, and Silicon Valley after the defeat of Hillary Clinton in 2016 has to some degree been the Obama administration in exile, with White House alums Ubering and lifting their way to cushy positions at Uber, Lyft, and other tech companies. I put scare quotes around tech when referring to Uber and Lyft for a reason. While the original inventors and entrepreneurs of the Bay Area from the 1960s to the 1990s, often funded by the Defense Department, made actual machinery, like desktops and laptops and iPhones, or the basic software needed to run them, since the early 2000s tech had been redefined to mean any ordinary business that uses modern information technology. Companies like Uber and Lyft are nothing more than unregulated gypsy cab companies that you call with an iPhone. Their business model is based on cheap labor, extracted from desperate workers who are obviously taxi company employees but are misclassified by their employers as independent contractors. Calling Uber and Lyft tech companies is like calling Yellow Cab a telephone company because you call for a yellow cab on the phone. When a friend of mine who edited a magazine quit about a decade ago, I was impressed to learn that he had joined a tech startup. That was pretty cool, I thought, going from journalism into science and technology. Alas, the tech startup turned out to be a website that permitted people to upload videos of their pets, a business model that illustrates the unproductive, labor-exploiting parasitism of much tech in the expanded definition. As Jaron Lanney has argued, much of the tech industry depends not only on underpaid labor, Chinese workers, American Uber and Lyft contractors, but also on free labor volunteered by consumers. A self-styled tech entrepreneur can allow grandmothers to upload videos of their cute kittens for free, and then sell the advertising rights to the videos and pocket the cash. The grandmothers get no share of the ad revenues, and neither do the kittens. Far from being innovative, this business model of getting people to volunteer to work for free goes back a long way in the United States. It was first described by Mark Twain in 1876 in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, in which Tom persuades the neighborhood kids that his chore of repainting the fence is fun and generously allows them to do it. After about 30 years of domination by the railroad industry, Americans in both parties finally turned against the railroad robber barons with their palaces in Newport and their strike-breaking Pinkerton detective goons around 1900. In the past 4 years, hostility toward tech companies has erupted on both the left and the right. The identification of the tech industry with the Democratic Party, and the regular and repeated censorship of Republicans and conservatives by Twitter and Facebook, has made the rising populist right within the GOP into bitter enemies of the Valley. Meanwhile, what remains of the Labour left justifiably wants to classify tech contractors as full-time workers with greater rights, perhaps even unionize them. The woke cultural left is even more hostile than the old Labour left is to Silicon Valley. The California legislature has interfered with entrepreneurial autonomy by passing a law mandating quotas for female board members, and new legislation would mandate non-white board members and members who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. The California legislature is now debating a wealth tax which would also be an exit tax, applying retroactively for the previous 10 years. Envision executives and investors fleeing to other states as part of the tech exodus and being stopped at the California border, searched, and forced to turn over their cash, their jewelry, their weed, their escort addresses, and their Burning Man costumes before being allowed to flee in their Teslas to Austin. Will the refugees from the West Coast Californicate the rest of the country? Austin, once the laid-back home of outlaw country music and slackerdom, now reminds me of San Francisco circa 2010, with food snobs, arrogant bikers, and a city government at war against plastic bags and cars. In the scenic hill country west of Austin, old Texas ranching families are selling out to rich Californians and others who carve up the properties into Sonoma-style vanity wineries and new-age spa resorts. The good news for the nation and the world is that the era in which the highest aspiration of tech entrepreneurs was to get rich with the IPOs of their new pet video businesses appears to be ending. Whatever you think of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they are building and testing rockets in rural Texas. Musk is building cars in Fremont, California, and Travis County, Texas, and batteries in Reno, Nevada. Boston Dynamics, home of spooky dancing robots, is in Waltham, Massachusetts. I suspect that in the next industrial era, the focus will be on tangible industries making self-driving automobiles, robots, drones, rockets, and maybe even flying cars. The factories and suppliers will be scattered around the country in areas where commercial real estate and housing costs are reasonable. The concentration of a single industry in one metro area, and the domination of both political parties by the politics and fashions of that single industry, is not likely to recur, if we are lucky. Between the New Deal era of the 1930s and the late 1970s, it was the formal policy of the federal government to care about and try to reduce regional economic disparities. But as neoclassical economics steeped with market fundamentalist ideology started to gain ascendancy in the 1970s, the federal government gradually abandoned efforts to help lagging regions. The result has been a disaster. Many regions are economically hollowed out and their populations and incomes falling, leading to deep frustration and political discord. It's time to recognize that this policy experiment has failed and to resurrect place-based thinking in national economic policy. In 1938, FDR declared that the South presents right now the nation's #1 economic problem. For the next 40 years, the federal government worked to reduce the regional economic disparities he identified. FDR established the Tennessee Valley Authority, which built dams to generate electricity, helped attract energy-intensive industries to the region, supported farmers to boost production, and worked to electrify homes. JFK supported the establishment of the Area Redevelopment Administration, ARA, which LBJ transformed into the Economic Development Administration, EDA, to provide grants to lagging communities, largely for key infrastructure, including industrial parks to help attract industry. He also supported the creation of the Appalachian Regional Commission and 6 other regional commissions, including the Mississippi Delta Regional Authority and the Great Plains Regional Authority. These commissions were focused on struggling regions, helping support economic development strategies and fund industrial development, workforce development, and other initiatives. The Nixon administration also supported regionally focused policy, with Domestic Affairs Advisor John Ehrlichman preparing a report recommending a strong federal role in pushing for balanced regional growth. At its peak in 1979, EDA funding accounted for 0.25% of GDP. This federal role was one reason why wages in poorer metropolitan areas grew 1.4% faster than those in higher wage metros between 1940 and 1980. But starting in the late 1970s, the idea of helping specific places was branded inefficient by neoclassical economists and the policymakers who blindly followed their advice. They advised a hands-off approach of simply letting markets work. If a region is declining, that must be the efficient result of inviolate market forces, so they counseled that the last thing government should do is to get in the way of places shrinking. Instead, they should lubricate labor markets by providing free bus tickets for auto workers in Flint to move to Silicon Valley, where they could be given subsidies for retraining as software engineers. It was easy for economists and elites to provide this counsel because few, if any, of them actually lived in the communities they grew up in. If they moved around the country for professional advancement, why couldn't an auto worker in Flint do the same? This utter disrespect for who David Goodhart calls somewheres, people who have familial and cultural ties to place and community, is striking. The nowheres, people like me who regularly move around the nation, if not the world, and are tied to professional networks, rather than familial, communal, or local, have taken over policy and fail to even see the somewheres. The result, over the last 40 years, just as income inequality has skyrocketed, so too has regional inequality and a stark divergence in income and prosperity. To understand the scope of the abandonment of place-based policy, consider that if the EDA comprised the share of GDP today as it did in 1979, Congress would need to increase its budget 154-fold, from $335 million to $51.6 billion. This number, more than any other, illustrates the massive loss of the federal role in working to reduce regional inequality and let more people remain committed to place. Imagine where the nation would be today if the federal government had spent the last few decades supporting lagging regions to the tune of $50 billion per year. We may not have reached regional parity, but it would have made a big dent in the divergence and substantially improved the quality of life of tens of millions of Americans. Over the past 4 decades, geographic inequality between regions of the United States has grown dramatically. A handful of metropolitan areas, largely along the coasts, have become some of the richest economic regions, cohesive groups of counties linked by strong economic ties, such as those between a city and its suburbs, in world history. At the same time, large swaths of the country have been trapped in economic decline, struggling with deindustrialization, stagnant incomes, and rising unemployment. These economic challenges have contributed to a host of social and political problems, among them public health crises, declining social mobility, racial inequality, and political polarization. They also reduce national economic growth by reducing investment in local public goods, limiting aggregate demand, and lessening the effectiveness of federal economic policy. Absent an innovative and muscular policy response, the coronavirus pandemic and its accompanying economic collapse are likely to only worsen the outlook for struggling economic regions. After decades in which regional economic challenges were largely considered a problem for state and local civic leaders alone, today, there is an increasing appetite for federal policy action to reduce this form of geographic inequality, distinct from the different challenge of economic inequality within regions. Most recent proposals for reducing interregional inequality have tended to take the form of place-based policies that target government investment or subsidies to economically struggling cities or neighborhoods. This essay argues that to successfully boost wages and employment levels in struggling areas, policymakers must instead adopt a place-conscious approach that treats reducing interregional inequality as a priority throughout federal policymaking rather than something to be remedied after the fact. Recent research shows that the growth in geographic inequality since 1980 stems in large part from changes made to federal policy that seem, at first glance, to be geographically neutral, such as the relaxation of antitrust enforcement, the lowering of trade barriers, and the deregulation of the transportation and communications industries. Although these policies were the same everywhere, they interacted with the existing spatial patterns in the economy in ways that systematically advantaged some places while harming others. Meaningful and sustained reductions to interregional inequality will require structural changes to the U.S. economy made through federal action. Almost every domain of federal policy, from food policy to military spending to public finance, has a spatial footprint. Policies that take the geographic consequences of federal action seriously, that seek to alter the economic structures that create disparities to begin with, are much more likely to succeed than policies that seek to ameliorate geographic income disparities after the fact while leaving the underlying structures that generate them intact. To illustrate how place-conscious federal policies can reduce interregional inequality, I consider 4 examples of such policies. A universal anti-poverty programs, a restored regulation of key sectors, notably transportation and communications, a state and local finance reform, a direct investment to meet national priorities. Each of these policies would have the effect of reducing interregional inequality, without explicitly targeting struggling regions for subsidies or investment. Taken together, they represent a revival of the federal government as a proactive force for uniting disparate regions into one national economy, a role it has repeatedly played throughout U.S. history, from the development of the U.S. Postal Service to the building of the interstate highway system. Over the past 4 decades, regions of the United States have diverged economically from one another. In 1980, most U.S. commuting zones had mean family incomes roughly in line with the national average. While there was certainly inequality within these areas, average incomes were roughly the same across most of the country, with important exceptions in the rural South, the Rio Grande Valley, and other long-identified areas of persistent rural poverty. By 2013, there were far more places with mean incomes that were either much higher or much lower than the nation as a whole. Overall, the income gap between the richest 10% of U.S. commuting zones and the poorest 10% grew by almost 50% during this period. The fraction of the U.S. population living in areas more than 20% richer or poorer than the national mean almost tripled, from 12% to 31%. Growing interregional economic inequality, and the local economic dislocations that contribute to it, are major contributors to many of the most pressing social, economic, and political challenges facing the United States today. Public health crises, from the opioid epidemic to exposure to environmental toxins, are disproportionately concentrated in economically struggling areas. Deindustrialization has contributed to a host of other social problems, from family instability to declining upward mobility. 16 Regional divergence also contributes to political dysfunction, both by altering the material conditions in different places such that their material interests diverge, making compromise more difficult, and by contributing to growing anger, political extremism, and polarization. Regional disparities are both a driver and a consequence of racial inequality. Black Americans in particular disproportionately live in the large, multi-state regions, especially the Midwest and the South, that have higher than average poverty rates and that were hit hardest by the economic shocks of the past several decades. The effects of these economic dislocations were felt earliest and most strongly in communities of color, although they have now spread to many white communities as well. That said, some regional economic challenges can be traced directly to racist policies at all levels of government. Local and state governments in parts of the country with large black populations, historically in the South, but also in northern cities that received large numbers of black migrants during the Great Migration of the 20th century, historically spent less on public goods such as education and infrastructure that contribute to regional prosperity. After the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, state and local governments in the South began making such investments at greater rates in response to electoral pressure from African American voters, which had the effect of boosting the economy of the entire region. At the federal level, early examples of place-conscious policies, such as the Social Security Act of 1935 and the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, were originally designed to exclude African Americans, reducing their impact on regional disparities while entrenching racial inequality. The economic consequences of interregional inequality are not limited to struggling regions, but are felt nationally through slower overall growth and greater macroeconomic volatility. Within regions, local economic multipliers mean that when workers lose their jobs, those job losses build on themselves. Each job lost in an initial shock from, say, a tariff reduction or a factory closing reduces demand for local services, creating further job losses that can persist for decades. These shocks are exacerbated by our current system of fiscal federalism, which precludes deficit spending by state and local governments and thus requires them to implement procyclical fiscal policy, strengthening booms and worsening recessions. During the first few months of the coronavirus recession, for instance, state and local governments collectively laid off or furloughed 1.5 million workers, and layoffs are expected to continue in the absence of new federal fiscal aid. Cutting government spending in the middle of a recession is the definition of macroeconomic malpractice, yet it is consistently done in the United States because of how our cities and states are funded. At the federal level, geographic inequality makes macroeconomic policymaking more challenging because the same set of federal policies must meet the needs of regions with very different economic circumstances. Interest rates have strong regional economic impacts, for example, and the interest rate that best serves high-cost areas such as San Francisco and New York is likely to be very different from that which meets the needs of areas struggling with unemployment. But because our country is a monetary union, we must set just one interest rate for our shared currency. For decades, regional economic challenges were largely considered a problem for local civic leaders alone. But today, there is an increasing appetite for federal policy action to reduce geographic inequality. Initial proposals have largely taken the form of place-based policies that target struggling neighborhoods, cities, or regions for investment or subsidies with the goal of increasing incomes and employment. Recent proposals for place-based policies include geographically targeted tax breaks tied to job creation and direct federal investment in research and development located in struggling regions. Place-based policies have historically been the subject of skepticism on several grounds. First of all, deciding which places deserve to be targeted with extra subsidies is both technically challenging and politically fraught. Secondly, there is no guarantee that residents of a targeted place will be the final beneficiaries of these investments, since newly created jobs are often filled by migrants rather than current residents. Finally, such policies often appear to have the effect of simply moving economic activity from one place to another rather than increasing the total amount. Recent interest in place-based policies is welcome because it indicates support for federal action to reduce interregional inequality. But long-identified weaknesses remain major challenges. On the technical front, effective place-based policies require constantly identifying and judging which places are truly in need and merit federal investment. This is genuinely difficult and can lead to perceptions of corruption or that the government is picking winners. Any missteps cast doubt on the entire project. This concern is prominent in critiques of the Opportunity Zones Tax Credit Program, created in the 2017 tax bill, which has come under fire from both the left and the right for directing federal subsidies to people and areas argued not to need the help. Further, given the sheer magnitude of geographic inequality, the amount of subsidies required to meaningfully reduce interregional income disparities, as opposed to merely offering some relief to struggling regions, is likely to be enormous. Rather than growing together, the nation's regions, metropolitan areas, and towns have been growing apart. That has been a shock, including for an economic and policy mainstream that has long trusted the self-regulating, welfare-enhancing nature of the regional economics market. For much of the 20th century, market forces had tended to reduce wage, investment, and business formation disparities between more and less developed regions. By narrowing the divides, the economy ensured a welcome convergence among communities and regions. However, in the 1980s, that trend began to break down as digital technologies and innovation moved to the center of economic activity. Intense new demands for talent and insights increased the value of agglomeration economies, unleashing self-reinforcing dynamics that increasingly benefited big, coastal core regions, often to the detriment of cities and metro areas in other parts of the nation. Amid these conditions, the convergence trend gave way to divergence, as a top tier of big, tech and innovation-heavy metro areas such as Boston, San Francisco, San Jose, and Seattle began to consistently outperform less tech-based places on measures of innovation-driven prosperity. The result is a crisis of regional imbalance. Among the superstar metro areas, the winner-take-most dynamics of the innovation economy have led to dominance but also livability and competitiveness crises, spiraling real estate costs, traffic gridlock, and increasingly uncompetitive wage and salary costs. Meanwhile, in many of the left-behind places, the struggle to keep up has brought stagnation and frustration. These uneven realities represent a serious productivity, competitiveness, and equity problem. Assuming that nonchalance is no longer tenable, the present essay presumes that the time has come for the nation to offset the pull-away of the innovation superstars with a concerted intervention to support the emergence of new tech stars in new places. Along these lines, the report draws a number of conclusions and recommendations in the process of laying out what a federal innovation-based growth centers program might look like. These takeaways include the following. 1. Regional divergence has reached extreme levels in the U.S. innovation sector. The innovation sector, comprised of 13 of the nation's highest tech, highest R&D advanced industries, contributes inordinately to regional and U.S. prosperity. Its diffusion into new places would greatly benefit the nation's well-being. However, far from diffusing, the sector has been concentrating in a short list of superstar metropolitan areas. Most notably, just 5 top innovation metro areas, Boston, San Francisco, San Jose, Seattle, and San Diego, accounted for more than 90% of the nation's innovation sector growth during the years 2005 to 2017. In this fashion, They have increased their share of the nation's total innovation employment from 17.6% to 22.8% since 2005. In contrast, the bottom 90% of metro areas, 343 of them, lost share. As a result, the U.S. innovation industry has become heavily entrenched in just a few places. Fully one-third of the nation's innovation jobs now reside in just 16 counties, and more than half are concentrated in 41 counties. All of this points to the extent to which innovation sector dynamics compound over time, leaving most places falling further behind. 2. Such high levels of territorial polarization are now a grave national problem. At the economic end of the equation, the costs of excessive tech concentration are creating serious negative externalities. These range from spiraling home prices and traffic gridlock in the superstar hubs to a problematic sorting of workers, with college-educated workers clustering in the star cities and leaving other metros to make do with thinner talent reservoirs. As a result, whole portions of the nation may now be falling into traps of underdevelopment. Of concern here is the stark gap between the productivity of the relatively few metropolitan areas with high shares of innovation industries and the many more with less. These patterns are hurting the country's innovation-based competitiveness, since the skyrocketing costs of the most successful tech hubs mean that tech investment is often made in other places, but not in other parts of America, given the shortage of vibrant lower-cost hubs. The result is that investments flow to places such as Bangalore, Shanghai, Taipei, or Vancouver, rather than Indianapolis, Detroit, or Kansas City. Equally concerning is the fact that the nation's divergence is unfair. So many Americans reside far from the opportunities associated with the nation's innovation centers, undercutting economic inclusion and raising social justice issues. Regional divergence is also clearly driving backlash political dynamics that are exacerbating the nation's policy stalemates. 3. Markets alone won't solve the problem. Place-based interventions will be essential in ameliorating it. When the economy was converging, it was easy to assume that any problems of regional unevenness would naturally resolve themselves. Indeed, until very recently, self-correction remained the expectation of mainstream economists, with their embrace of traditional doctrines of allocative efficiency, equilibrium, and welfare-maximizing spatial results. However, the rise of newer innovation-oriented economic theories has thrown more attention onto the power of local agglomeration effects, by which large benefits accrue to firms when they locate together in urban areas. Substantial evidence now suggests that agglomeration brings with it strong self-reinforcing tendencies that not only do not support the spread of development, but are likely to exacerbate its concentration. Moreover, bottom-up technology-based economic development efforts cannot significantly change these patterns by themselves, in part because the resources states and cities can bring to bear are limited. Accordingly, the U.S. needs not just nation-scaled solutions for its regional imbalances but place-based ones. 4. The nation should counter regional divergence by designating 8 to 10 new regional growth centers across the heartland. The time is right for, among other initiatives, a 21st century comeback and update of growth pole strategy, the 1960s and 1970s emphasis in regional economic planning that called for focusing transformative investment on a limited number of locations to catalyze the takeoff of those regions and the nation. What is needed in this respect will be generous awards of the case 4 growth centers' 8 federal innovation inputs, including support for scientific and engineering research, regulatory benefits, and supports for high-quality placemaking, coupled with a rigorous and competitive selection process to identify the most promising locations for intervention. Along these lines, the federal government should assemble a major package of federal innovation inputs and supports for innovation sector scale-up in metropolitan areas distant from existing tech hubs. Central to this package will be a direct R&D funding surge worth up to $700 million a year in each metro area for 10 years. Beyond that will be significant inputs such as workforce development funding, tax and regulatory benefits, business financing, economic inclusion, and federal land and infrastructure supports. The increasing preference of innovative people and companies for mixed-use downtowns, waterfront areas, and urban innovation districts means that federal contributions to urban placemaking also should be prominent. Overall, a rough estimate of the cost of such a program suggests that a growth center's surge focused on 10 metro areas would cost the federal government on the order of $100 billion over 10 years. That is substantially less than the 10-year cost of U.S. fossil fuel subsidies. Establish a competitive, fair, and rigorous process for selecting the most promising potential growth centers to receive the federal investment. To distribute its supports, the proposed growth center program would select for awards the 8 to 10 metropolitan areas that had best demonstrated their readiness to become a new heartland growth center. The process would employ a rigorous competition characterized by an RFP-driven challenge, goal-driven criteria, and an independent selection process. 5. Numerous metropolitan areas in most regions have the potential to become one of America's next dynamic innovation centers. Skeptics may doubt that 8 to 10 metro areas worthy of growth center investment can be identified and catalyzed for takeoff and self-sustaining growth. However, even a fairly restrictive list of eligibility criteria yields plenty of potential candidates. Based on a demonstration in this report, some 35 potentially transformative metro areas surface as candidates for growth center designation. Candidates are situated in at least 19 states, lie in multiple regions, especially the Great Lakes, Upper South, and Intermountain West, and exist often at far remove from the coastal superstars. Many more promising metro areas exist. There is likely a score of up-and-coming metro areas that hold a solid capacity for countering the nation's regional divides by bringing tech-based development closer to the nation's left-behind places. To be sure, there will be objections. Some will say the present proposal goes way too far, while others will say it doesn't go far enough. To the first point, many conventional economists will argue that any such push to promote regional equity will come at the expense of efficiency. However, because of both the negative externalities from growth in booming tech hubs and the positive externalities of growth in targeted emerging hubs, intervention can help underperforming metro areas turn the corner, escape a cumulative causation trap, and add to the nation's total welfare, including its global competitiveness. Other critics will deny the ability of the federal government to effectively pick regional winners, or reject that the emergence of existing clusters had anything to do with government efforts. But one has only to examine the history of U.S. technology hubs such as Boston, the Bay Area, and North Carolina's Research Triangle to see that the federal government has often played important, if not decisive, roles in helping new tech centers attain critical mass. To the other point, others may say that a growth center's push does not sufficiently change capitalism or address the full crisis of America's smaller cities, towns, and rural areas. And certainly that is true. There is much more that needs doing, especially for the most deeply struggling communities. But the proposed innovation surge would absolutely begin to transform the nation's spatial malaise. Most notably, it would bring new vitality closer to more struggling communities, allowing for smaller towns and counties to benefit through supply chain relationships, commuting, and other interdependencies with the growth centers. In that spirit, then, the present initiative is best viewed as but one component of the full federal agenda needed to ameliorate the nation's unbalanced economic geography. As such, a concerted growth centers surge, while not a total solution of the nation's now acute set of regional imbalances, would represent a major break with past inaction and demonstrate that federal action can not only bring technology-based opportunity to more parts of the nation, but also spur more innovation and increased U.S. economic competitiveness. The key fact about regional economic divergence is that while it appears to be the result of many different local trends, it is fundamentally a national process driven in large part by national economic trends and federal policies. As recent research shows, much of the increase in interregional inequality since the 1970s is attributable to federal policy changes that seem geographically neutral at first glance. These include a lowering of trade barriers, a relaxation of antitrust enforcement, a deregulation of the transportation and communications industries. Though implemented nationally, these policies interacted with existing spatial patterns in the economy in ways that systematically help some places while disadvantaging others. Addressing interregional inequality, then, will be most effectively accomplished at the federal level through what might be termed place-conscious policies. Unlike place-based policies, place-conscious policies are implemented everywhere but are designed in such a way that their benefits disproportionately fall on those places that need the most help. In this, they are the spatial analog of the targeting within universalism that has long been one of the most successful ways to sustain support for programs that benefit disadvantaged individuals. Rather than attempting to identify and compensate regions that are losing the economic competition after the fact, as place-based policies do, place-conscious policies seek to even the economic playing field and lower the stakes of interregional competition to begin with. This will make them easier to administer, less susceptible to critiques for being unfair or corrupt, and ultimately more effective. A place-conscious approach can be applied in almost every area of federal policy, from trade to taxes to military spending. Here, I briefly consider 4 types of place-conscious policy: a universal anti-poverty programs, a re-regulation of key industries, a state and municipal finance reform, a direct investment. Let's look at each of them in turn. The growing economic disparities between regions of the United States are fundamentally intertwined with the growth of economic inequality more generally. In fact, more than 50% of the cross-regional divergence in mean family income since 1980 is strictly attributable to rising overall economic inequality rather than any spatial reallocation in who lives where. Any federal program that benefits lower-income Americans, then, will have the effect, without explicit spatial targeting, of reducing interregional income disparities. This applies to existing contributory social insurance programs such as Social Security, but it would also apply to new or expanded programs such as child allowances or an expanded child tax credit, proposals that have received bipartisan support. The geographic impacts of such universal anti-poverty programs can be substantial. One recent study found that in Brazil, the Bolsa Familiar and Beneficios de Prestação Continuada programs of conditional cash transfers to families in poverty were responsible for a full 24% of the reduction in cross-state inequality from 1995 to 2006. Despite comprising just 1.7% of disposable household income. An earlier study in the Netherlands found that social insurance programs, taken together, reduced regional inequality by 40%. Whenever Congress debates raising the minimum wage, policymakers reflexively turn to economists for advice, and nearly all economists, regardless of their ideological orientation, say with unyielding conviction that a higher minimum wage will produce higher unemployment. The only difference between conservative and liberal economists is that they latter say the increase will be negligible, but at least the remaining low-income workers will earn a bit more. But nearly all economists are wrong. Raising the minimum wage would not increase unemployment, it would increase living standards for low-income workers, and, critically, it would boost overall US productivity growth. Economists typically get this wrong because they are devotees of the sacrosanct theory that prices make the world go around. As John Kenneth Galbraith once wrote, an economist without a price system is like a priest without a divine being. The cardinal sin for any economist is to support policies that would artificially distort prices, in this case the price for labor, because according to the received economic wisdom, it would distort labor markets and lead to less economic welfare, not more. But that assumes labor markets are perfect and there is only one equilibrium price for labor, namely, that which markets generate through supply and demand. That is demonstrably untrue, however. In a noble heresy against established thinking, economist Elvio Axinelli and colleagues have found that labor markets can be in different states of equilibrium, with either a high level of innovation, skills, and wages, or a poverty trap of underinvestment in capital equipment and low skills and wages. Sadly, it is the latter state that best describes the US economy today, with the real minimum wage one-third lower than it was in the late 1960s, and almost half when factoring in the growth of median income. A higher minimum wage thus would be like a defibrillator for an economic heart that is no longer pumping right. The second mistake many economists make in opposing a higher minimum wage is assuming employment rates are set at the micro level, like demand for milk or basketball shoes. They are likely to remind you with haughty exasperation that it is a fundamental law of economics that when the price of anything increases, demand will decrease. But the truth is that demand for labor, unlike demand for consumer products, is set largely at the macro level. If the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, then demand for labor increases until we reach full employment. If fiscal policy is loose, e.g., with increases in government spending or tax cuts, then labor demand goes up. Some economists also succumb to the lump of labor fallacy, believing that if a job is lost, because of automation or a higher minimum wage, then it is gone for good. The Congressional Budget Office fell into that trap earlier this month when it issued an analysis arguing that a higher minimum wage would increase employers' production costs, and employers would consequently produce fewer goods and services, and as a result, they would tend to reduce their employment of workers at all wage levels. But if a company lays off workers because a higher minimum wage forces them to raise prices, then the remaining workers would be making more money, and they wouldn't bury it, they would spend it, which would create jobs. Besides, the real minimum wage has been much higher in the past than it is today, and unemployment was still low. In 1968, it was around $12.25 in today's dollars, almost 70% higher than the current rate of $7.25, yet the unemployment rate was around 3.5%. Critics also claim a higher minimum wage would boost youth unemployment, but there was effectively no correlation at all between youth unemployment rates and the real minimum wage in the 50-plus years from 1968 to 2020. The correlation coefficient was a minuscule 0.03, to be exact. The reality is that a higher minimum wage wouldn't increase unemployment, but it would boost productivity growth, for the simple reason that when the price of labor is high, the return on investments in labor-saving technology is higher. Often referred to as the Webb effect, the most persuasive evidence suggests that a higher wage floor leads to higher levels of capital investment. As one study concluded, if the federal government raises the minimum wage, employers in some sectors may expedite the adoption of automated equipment and new technology to increase labor productivity. But won't that lead to fewer jobs? No. The evidence is abundantly clear that higher productivity is not associated with fewer jobs overall. That's because higher productivity leads to higher wages and lower price increases, which produces more spending. There are legitimate questions as to whether the minimum wage should go to $15 or $12 per hour, or whether it should be adjusted to the regional cost of living. But on the basic issue of whether it should increase, policymakers shouldn't let themselves be distracted by a faulty analysis that rests on the dusty altar of price theory. Governments set the rules and determine the playing field in which markets operate. Through much of U.S. history, the federal government used its power to create a playing field that would disperse economic activity and integrate geographically isolated regions into the national economy. These efforts began with the creation of the U.S. postal system in 1775, and continued through the regulation of railroads with the Interstate Commerce Commission in the late 19th century, rural electrification in the 1930s, and the first 70 years of air travel. Proximity to natural resources, trade routes, and other economic advantages has always mattered for regional economic performance, but these federal efforts had the aim and consequence of making geography less determinative of economic success, reducing the advantages that large urban centers or centrally located towns would otherwise receive due to their location alone. Since the 1970s, deregulation, particularly of the transportation and communications industries, and weakening antitrust enforcement have shifted the economic playing field in favor of large corporations and large, well-connected urban centers. That is, market concentration has contributed to the geographic concentration of prosperity and, conversely, disadvantage. The airline industry offers a useful illustration. Under the old regulatory regime, price and firm entry regulations created a system in which profits from well-traveled routes cross-subsidized service on less profitable routes, consistent with the policy goal of providing similar levels of service to similarly sized cities. Following deregulation in the 1970s, airlines shifted their focus to the cities and routes with the highest traffic, cutting service to small and mid-sized cities. With lax antitrust enforcement, airlines also consolidated, reducing competition and the number of hub airports that offer large numbers of direct flights. This change to transportation geography, driven primarily by changes to federal regulation, triggered a reshuffling of corporate headquarters. Companies have moved from cities that lost service, such as Cincinnati or St. Louis, to cities currently blessed with extensive air connections, such as Charlotte or Atlanta. A place-conscious approach to regulation would return the federal government to its historic goal of binding the disparate parts of the country into one national economy and society. This would primarily involve once again requiring that the key industries that connect people and places, telecommunications and transportation in particular, do so on an equal footing. Reinvigorated antitrust enforcement, meanwhile, would also reduce the stakes of geographic competition. When more firms exist in an industry, small cities have more opportunities to land a headquarters or foster a successful entrant. The current U.S. system of fiscal federalism is inefficient, unequitable, and almost unique among high-income countries. In the United States, states and localities are the primary providers of many standard government services, yet they are denied access to many of the most important tools of governance: running deficits, controlling the entry and exit of capital and labor, and printing money. This harms individuals, economically struggling regions, and the country as a whole. For individuals, it makes access to basic government services contingent on the wealth of one's community, entrenching inequality. It also creates economic distortions by artificially bundling choices about fiscal policy with the decision of where to live. For regions, it advantages already wealthy areas by allowing them to provide more public services at lower tax rates. This, in turn, encourages race-to-the-bottom tax and incentive competitions. For the country as a whole, the current system of fiscal federalism makes recessions worse, because most state and local governments are legally prohibited from deficit spending. This frequently requires that cities and states, which employed about 20 million Americans prior to the coronavirus pandemic, cut spending and lay off workers in the middle of recessions. A highly costly emergency measure that creates further job losses through multiplier effects, worsening economic volatility. There are ways to fix the problems baked into fiscal federalism. As recently as the 1980s, municipal governments in the United States received more than 15% of their revenue from federal grants. Today, that share has fallen to less than 5%. New proposals to increase federal grants to state and local governments, especially ones that disproportionately help lower-income parts of the country, enjoy support across the ideological spectrum and would provide a large and immediate boost to national economic activity, one that is greatly needed to combat the coronavirus recession. A final example of federal policy to reduce interregional economic inequality is straightforward public investment. When the federal government makes investments around the country to meet national policy priorities, it contributes employment and spending to local economies. Unless these investments deliberately target only prosperous areas, the net effect will be to reduce interregional inequality. Historically, the largest such investment has been military spending, which dramatically reshaped the economic geography of the post-war United States and continues to provide the economic base for many communities around the country. Federal infrastructure investments in the 1940s and 1950s were likewise a key driver of regional convergence in that era, particularly the growth of the South. In the future, investments in advanced manufacturing, skills, and research offer a similar opportunity to reboot lagging regional economies while meeting an overriding national goal. More broadly, federal agencies can consider spatial implications whenever they make investment or staffing decisions. Over the past 3 years, the U.S. economy created about 500,000 net new manufacturing jobs. Considering that the last time manufacturing employment expanded for even a single year was in the 1990s, that ought to be cause for celebration. But while this is good news, American manufacturing is hardly out of the woods. The decline in this sector in the intervening decade, the closure of 17 manufacturing establishments per day, the loss of 5.8 million manufacturing jobs, and an 11% decline in manufacturing output, when properly measured, was so severe that the recent recovery barely begins to undo the damage. In fact, the United States needs to take a new approach to manufacturing, one that comes to grips with the rapidly evolving economic landscape of the 21st century. American factories and American workers face stiff international competition across the full spectrum of manufacturing industries, from old to new, low-tech to high-tech. To overcome its challenges, American institutions will have to collaborate in ways that they generally have not in the past, across levels of government, within industries, up and down supply chains, and spanning the boundaries that separate production, research, and training. This kind of collaboration is well established across the rest of the world. As Wayne Johnson, formerly of HP and now Caltech, puts it, we in the United States find ourselves in competition not only with individuals, companies, and private institutions, but also with governments and mixed government-private collaborations. Such collaborations are not unknown in the United States, although they are not the norm. For instance, the U.S. semiconductor industry, faced with a severe threat some 30 years ago, worked with government, academia, suppliers, and others to create a collaborative system that continues to provide value to the industry and other stakeholders. The semiconductor industry is fiercely competitive, yet it has supported for decades a number of collaborative activities that have allowed the industry to sustain a remarkable trend of improvements in manufacturing processes and introduction of new products. Smaller, faster, cheaper, and more powerful and functional integrated circuits enable new products, businesses, and entire new industries. 3 collaborations in particular have been important to this success and to the continuing health of the U.S. semiconductor innovation ecosystem and U.S.-based production activities. According to the U.S. National Science Foundation, the United States exported more than $47 billion in semiconductor goods in 2010 and ran a trade surplus of over $17 billion in the sector. The Semiconductor Research Corporation, SRC, established in 1982, is a consortium of semiconductor companies that supports university research with the objective of discovering new potential technologies and growing the pipeline of talent. SRC sustains a robust research enterprise and has in place processes that provide guidance and feedback to researchers, mentor students, and extract and deliver results and value to members. Semitech is the industry consortium that seeks to address common manufacturing problems. Closer to production than SRC, Semitech expedites transition of new technologies, materials, and processes into manufacturing. Established with help from the federal government in 1987, industry has fully funded Semitech since government funding was terminated in 1996. The International Technology Roadmap for Semiconductors, ITRS, identifies technology needs for the next 15 years. The ITRS collaboration has allowed the various components of the semiconductor industry to keep up with the cadence of technology advances to smaller and smaller dimensions. A central goal of the semiconductor industry's collaborative system is innovation. This goal must now become central to all U.S. manufacturing industries. A national network for manufacturing innovation would include a significant number, 15 or more, large-scale institutes for manufacturing innovation, IMIs, that focus on innovation challenges of interest to a diverse group of firms, often across multiple industries. Strong industry leadership and financial participation in the IMIs, federal and state support, either on a temporary or permanent basis. Collaboration with universities, community colleges, and other institutions in research, education, and training. Commitment to engage with small, medium-sized, and large manufacturers. Mechanisms to ensure that NNMI's work is rapidly absorbed by and benefits production facilities in the United States. NNMI, if properly designed, can transform the shop floors of manufacturers of all sizes, and particularly SMEs, by helping them seize the extraordinary innovation opportunities that the present moment offers. It would be comprised of innovation and technology hubs, not merely basic research facilities with technology transfer arms. Each IMI must be able to undertake the full range of activities that are appropriate to the innovation challenge that it is tackling. The federal government must play a catalytic role in bringing NNMI into existence. In the long run, NNMI promises to help create a new culture of collaboration within the private sector and between the private sector and its partners in education and government. NNMI alone will not cure what ails the U.S. manufacturing sector. A more comprehensive national strategy is needed, but it is a vital step towards such a cure. 5 The case for NNMI rests on several premises. Policymakers must accept that U.S. manufacturing is in bad shape and that something should be done about it. If that premise is adopted, the obvious question is, who should do what? We argue that only the federal government can breathe life into national manufacturing policy, but it should do so in a way that empowers and motivates a diverse array of non-federal actors, particularly industry, academia, and the states, to collaborate towards shared objectives. Innovation should be prominent among these objectives, because it has unique potential to strengthen the competitive advantage of U.S. production facilities. NNMI should be the central instrument for pursuing this objective. This section lays out the following 5 premises. 1. U.S. manufacturing is in bad shape. 2. Manufacturing should remain a vital component of the U.S. economy. 3. The federal government must take an active role in driving solutions to America's manufacturing challenges. 4. National manufacturing policy should emphasize innovation. 5. Collaboration among all key stakeholders is central to a successful, innovation-oriented policy. Something bad happened to the U.S. manufacturing sector about a decade ago. After more than a century as a global productivity and output leader and a prodigious creator of new industries, America's manufacturing competitiveness suddenly eroded. The sector's problems have been masked somewhat by measurement errors and were overshadowed by the economic and political crises of the 2000s. But they are real and serious. U.S. manufacturing remains a powerful economic engine, and it has even recovered a bit of lost ground in the past couple of years. These gains, however, will not be sustained unless the structural challenges facing the sector are tackled. U.S. manufacturing employment peaked in 1979, and it declined at a modest rate of 0.5% per year in the 1980s and 1990s. In the 2000s, though, it fell off a cliff, dropping more than 4% per year during that decade. In all, a third of U.S. manufacturing jobs, just under 6 million, are evaporated. In fact, a larger share of manufacturing jobs disappeared during this lost decade than during the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933. Employment shrank in every major manufacturing industry, and manufacturing employment shrank in every state but one. While roughly 500,000 manufacturing jobs have been regained in the current recovery, that figure is less than a tenth of those that were lost in the prior decade. On an average day in the 2000s, 17 fewer factories were running than the day before. Not surprisingly, total real manufacturing fixed investment shrank during that decade. The establishments that survived did not grow quickly enough to outweigh those that closed their doors. Like the decline in employment, the decline in investment was pervasive, covering virtually every sector of manufacturing. Manufacturing productivity, the value of output produced by each unit of input, did not decline in the 2000s. Indeed, many have argued that rapid productivity growth accounts for the drop in employment in this period if fewer labor inputs were needed to produce the same amount of output. But as the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, has shown in great detail, there is no necessary correlation between these two indicators. Rapid productivity growth should lead to lower prices, which in turn may expand demand and maintain or expand employment. This virtuous cycle characterized much of U.S. economic history. For a number of technical reasons, manufacturing productivity growth has been mismeasured and has not been as rapid as official statistics show. The motor vehicle industry, for instance, actually experienced a productivity decline of about 6% between 2000 and 2010. Although manufacturing remains a bulwark of innovation, the productivity data suggests that the sector is not realizing gains on the shop floor to the degree commonly believed. In fact, when the statistical biases are corrected, ITIF estimates that manufacturing productivity grew by less than half the rate between 2000 and 2010 than was reported in official government statistics. The U.S. share of global manufacturing output declined sharply in the 2000s after rising in the 1990s. The Chinese share rose rapidly through both decades. China's rise is due in part to the tremendous expansion of Chinese domestic demand and in part to the tremendous expansion of Chinese exports. Standard economic theory would predict that labor-intensive, low-skill production in a global market should migrate to places with low labor costs, like China. That trend is reflected in the data. U.S. decline was more rapid in low-tech manufacturing during the 2000s than in medium and high-tech manufacturing. But the latter sectors still lost ground. U.S. trade in advanced technology products, for example, went from a slight surplus in 2000 to a $99 billion deficit in 2011. Not all high-income countries had this experience. Germany and Korea, for example, held their ground overall and strengthened their international profile in medium and high-technology manufacturing. Manufacturing has helped to lead the fitful recovery of the past 3 years. Pent-up demand for durable goods such as cars accounts for some of this growth. Falling labor costs at home, combined with rising labor costs abroad, especially in China, have contributed to some onshoring. The natural gas boom is driving the production of goods used in gas wells and pipelines, and cheap gas is attracting energy-intensive facilities such as petrochemical plants. Of these three factors, only the gas boom is both desirable and durable over the medium term. Cyclical factors will play themselves out if the recovery continues, while declining compensation is a symptom of deeper problems in the U.S. economy. While the nascent manufacturing recovery does signal the sector's ability to again be a core driver of U.S. economic growth, this vision won't be realized without an effective national manufacturing strategy with the NNMI at its core. The bad news about manufacturing bothers most Americans. A poll by the Nonprofit Alliance for American Manufacturing, for example, found that by a sizable margin, voters rate manufacturing as the industry most important to the overall strength of the American economy, but not everyone agrees. Lawrence Summers, President Obama's chief economic advisor from 2009 to 2010, for instance, has contended that America's role is to feed a global economy that's increasingly based on knowledge and services rather than on making stuff. A future in which high value-added, knowledge-based services replaces manufacturing has some attractive features, but it is simply not attainable. While such services are vital to the economy and deserve national attention along with manufacturing, they cannot replace manufacturing. We briefly explore several of the key reasons here. The United States must make and export more manufactured goods if it is to fix its trade deficit. America benefits enormously from international trade. We buy basic commodities like petroleum, unique high-value products like wine, and everything in between on the world market. In fact, Americans like foreign-made products so much that the United States has run trade deficits of more than $500 billion per year over the past decade. Each year's deficit adds to the nation's cumulative foreign debt, which will at some unknown point trigger a crisis if it continues to grow unchecked. Manufacturing is such a dominant component of U.S. trade, accounting for 65% of U.S. exports, that service exports simply cannot grow fast enough to offset the deficit in manufacturing trade. U.S. service exports grew by about 8% per year over the last decade, a pace that was dependent in large part on unsustainable, bubble-driven financial services exports. Yet, as Howard Weil of the University of Illinois has shown, this rate would have to accelerate by about 70% to 13.5% per year over the coming decade for the United States to balance its trade by relying on services alone. Manufacturing creates a lot of additional activity in other parts of the economy. As economists say, it has a big multiplier effect, both in terms of economic output and employment. Every dollar of manufacturing output supports $1.34 in output from other sectors, the largest multiplier of any sector. The average new manufacturing job leads to the creation of from 2 to 5 additional jobs in other sectors. For high-tech manufacturing, the employment multiplier may be even greater. That is substantially higher than the average multiplier effect for jobs created in the service sector. As Gene Sperling, director of the National Economic Council (NEC), explains the impact of manufacturing on driving economic and employment growth, if an auto plant opens up, a Walmart can be expected to follow. But the converse does not necessarily hold, that a Walmart opening does not definitely bring an auto plant with it. Manufacturing jobs pay better than comparable jobs in other sectors. A May 2012 U.S. Department of Commerce report found that the total hourly compensation, which includes employer-provided benefits, for workers in manufacturing jobs was 17% higher than for workers in other kinds of jobs. Likewise, a 2011 Brookings report found that the average weekly earnings in manufacturing are 19.3% higher than the national private sector average, even though manufacturing employs a greater than average share of workers without a college degree. Growing good-paying, medium-skilled jobs in manufacturing is an essential element of any national strategy that seeks to address economic inequality in the United States. Manufacturing is vital to U.S. national security. The U.S. military still relies on planes, tanks, and ships, even as it has increasingly added sophisticated information and communications technologies to its arsenal. Unfortunately, the growing dependence of U.S. defense systems on foreign suppliers for critical products and technologies has contributed to the erosion of the nation's defense industrial capacity. Indeed, the manufacturing base upon which the defense sector rests is in trouble. A recent study by Michael Weber of the University of Texas found that 13 out of 16 manufacturing industries that have a direct bearing on innovation and production of novel mechanical products and systems have shown significant signs of erosion since 2001. Manufacturing firms create a disproportionate share of new products, and the sector punches above its weight with regard to productivity growth. Data from the National Science Foundation show that 22% of manufacturers reported product or process innovations in the previous 3 years compared to only 8% of non-manufacturers. Manufacturing firms pay for and perform approximately 70% of U.S. industrial research and development, even though manufacturing accounts for only about 12% of the economy. Even after adjusting for the measurement errors discussed previously, manufacturing productivity rose more than 50% faster than productivity in the rest of the private economy between 2000 and 2010. These linkages between manufacturing and innovation mean that the success of knowledge-based services like R&D often depends on the success of domestic production activities. As President George W. Bush's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology put it, the proximity of research, development, and manufacturing is very important to leading-edge manufacturers. Manufacturing is not the federal government's job. Nobody believes that federally owned factories should or will play the kind of catalytic role in the future U.S. economy that they did in the 19th century when interchangeable parts were invented at U.S. government armories. But that does not mean that the federal government should sit on the sidelines and hope that the private sector, the technical community, or the states will solve the problems of the U.S. manufacturing sector. While all of these actors should be deeply involved in manufacturing policy, it must be a national policy, not merely a federal policy. Each faces significant limits on what it can do, and there are some things that only the federal government can do. As Ricardo Hausman of Harvard and Cesar A. Hidalgo of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, put it, a laissez-faire disregard of the government-provided requirements for competitive manufacturing, justified under the often repeated prohibition against picking winners, is bound to guarantee that a country will end up losing the march towards prosperity by making public-private cooperation impossible in constructing the productive ecosystem. Markets fail to adequately incentivize manufacturing innovation, particularly process innovation. It is widely acknowledged among economists that successful innovations yield benefits for competitors, suppliers, and consumers as well as the innovating firm. These spillovers are a disincentive for investment. Many studies show that this disincentive leads private investment in both R&D and capital equipment to fall short of the level that would be optimal for the economy. This market failure particularly affects the approximately 250,000 SME manufacturers which comprise the backbone of U.S. manufacturing and which are shouldering an even heavier load as the supply chains of large firms become more complex. This market failure particularly plagues the development of new manufacturing processes. New and improved processes are harder to protect using intellectual property rights than innovative products. In addition, at least one study finds that firms invest more in product R&D when they invest more in process R&D. So reducing process R&D also reduces product R&D. As a result, manufacturers underinvest in solving process challenges, particularly those that would help not only multiple firms in an industry, but also multiple industries. Other market failures limit the scale-up of innovative manufacturing processes, the installation of new capital equipment, and the full integration of manufacturing systems across supply chains. Investments in these kinds of innovation require large upfront capital and training outlays. They often take many years to pay off. MIT's William Bonvillian refers to this problem as the mountain of death, alluding to the better-known valley of death that disrupts the translation of research ideas into marketable products. Even though manufacturing firms play a large role in U.S. innovation, that role would be even larger were it not for these market failures. Decisions about where to locate new plants and whether to revitalize existing ones are influenced by the policies of foreign governments as well as by market forces. Governments increasingly seek to influence investment decisions by offering tax breaks, infrastructure support, and other kinds of incentives to international firms. In addition, they may support locally owned firms with capital subsidies or protected markets. More nefariously, some governments repress labor, condone intellectual property theft, and manipulate their currency values in order to expand their manufacturing footprint. The reality is that nations are increasingly competing with each other to drive high-value job creation and harness the advantages of a globally leading manufacturing innovation ecosystem. As Greg Tassi, senior economist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, argues, competition among governments has become a critical factor in determining global market share among nations. Many state governments have implemented policies to attract manufacturing investment, but these policies face intrinsic limitations. States, along with regional organizations and localities, have a long history of supporting local industry. They are typically more knowledgeable than federal agencies about the unique attributes of their economies, and state leaders face direct pressure from voters to take action. However, all too often, these efforts are merely symbolic, since office holders must show results before the next election, or they result in costly subsidies as states compete in a race to the bottom to woo plants with financial incentives. The scientific and engineering research community has received little support in recent decades to focus on the technical challenges posed by manufacturing. Responsibility within the federal government for funding academic manufacturing research is scattered among many agencies, and it has rarely been a priority for any of them. Research faculty are rewarded more by their institutions for originality and breakthroughs than for engineering advances and practical problem-solving. That bias is also reflected in U.S. engineering programs, where a focus on engineering as a science has increasingly moved university engineering education away from a focus on real problem-solving toward more abstract engineering science. As the report to the President on capturing domestic competitive advantage in advanced manufacturing concluded, the discipline of manufacturing does not fit well into normal boundaries of degree programs, departments, or even schools, and as a result often finds itself marginalized. Manufacturers respond in the end to the bottom line. Although some companies perceive the communities in which they operate to be important stakeholders, managers cannot afford to be too sentimental. Competition will ultimately drive firms that favor unprofitable locations out of business. The location that maximizes profits, all factors taken together, including subsidies and other impacts of government policies, will be the one that gets the work. Americans should not expect the patriotic sentiments of managers of U.S.-headquartered companies to overcome the tidal pull of the bottom line. The U.S. business environment must be attractive if manufacturers are to invest here, and it's the role of the federal government to ensure that the United States offers the best environment in the world for manufacturers to build and operate skill-intensive, high-value-added production facilities here. The federal government must do more effectively what only it can do, and must also foster collaboration among other key players, so that they can overcome the barriers described above. In a series of papers over the past couple of years, ITIF has laid out a comprehensive national strategy for manufacturing that addresses challenges related to technology, talent, tax, trade, regulation, and finance. NNMI focuses on only two of these, technology and talent. This focus should not be taken to imply that the other policy areas are unimportant. If federal policies fail to improve the broader business environment for manufacturing, then the impact of a successful innovation policy will be blunted. However, if manufacturing policy fails to emphasize innovation, tax, trade, and other policies will have too little to act on, risking a race to the bottom that would be bad for everyone. Innovation creates manufacturing jobs that engage workers' brains as well as their brawn, which in turn enhances their compensation. Process innovations improve labor productivity, so that each hour of work creates more value. Innovative products command higher profit margins than products that have been on the market for a while. Both kinds of innovation expand the pie that is shared by employers and workers. Contrary to popular belief, opportunities for manufacturing innovation are not restricted to electronics or other high-tech sectors. Emerging technologies have the potential to infuse innovation into a wide range of older manufacturing industries, like metals, paper, and textiles. The United States does not want to be competing for commodity production processes that depend heavily on unskilled labor. This kind of work should continue to migrate to low-wage locations, offering opportunities for economic development abroad and mutually beneficial international trade. A policy that seeks to protect non-innovative U.S. manufacturing from foreign competition would be costly to consumers and send dangerous signals to the rest of the world. A policy that drives down wages in order to compete on cost would be even worse. The United States needs to be producing things other countries cannot, or producing the same things more efficiently. The only way to achieve these goals is through high levels of innovation. Americans are good at innovation. The United States spends more on R&D than any other country. US-based companies, such as Apple or Google, have been responsible for the signature innovations of the 21st century. America's entrepreneurial culture is the envy of the rest of the world. The US workforce is flexible and well-educated. The nation is home to many of the world's finest research universities, and its 1,600 community colleges provide a responsive mechanism for training and skill development. An innovation-centric policy would build on these national strengths. Place-conscious structural fixes along the lines of what I have described, from reinvigorated antitrust, transportation, and communications regulation to fiscal federalism reform to universal anti-poverty programs, are likely to be both more effective at reducing interregional inequality and more durable than explicitly targeted place-based policies. Because they are implemented everywhere simultaneously, place-conscious policies do not require politically fraught decisions about which places qualify for help. This universality also makes them more agile, able to respond instantly to future changes in economic geography. And because place-conscious policies would produce clear benefits to residents of all parts of the country, they offer the potential for broad-based political coalitions. A common concern about universal programs is that they are too costly. This concern is misguided when it comes to place-conscious policies for regional development. First of all, several of the programs I outline involve changes to regulation, which would entail minimal costs to the federal government. More importantly, though, the ongoing economic and budgetary costs of local economic struggles around the country are enormous. Each person who is unemployed against there will represent tens of thousands of dollars of lost economic output each year. Investments in reviving the economies of struggling areas, then, offer an enormous economic upside for the national economy and the federal budget. The 4 policy areas I explore in this essay are only the beginning of what is possible. A place-conscious approach to policymaking can and should be adopted throughout the federal government. Every policy has a spatial footprint, and while spatial considerations will rarely be the primary or sole consideration in policymaking, they deserve to be articulated and considered. There have been multiple recent proposals to formalize this consideration of spatial equity in federal policymaking. One such proposal would implement an executive order requiring that agencies consider the geographic impact of the regulatory choices they make, much as they are currently required to consider the impact on federalism. Another recent proposal would subject major federal discretionary spending decisions to a place-conscious equity review, building on past efforts to consider geographic equity throughout the federal budget. At the broadest level, addressing interregional inequality requires embracing 2 fundamental truths. First, the United States is one country and will ultimately prosper or perish as a unit. Second, very little in economics is inevitable, and Americans have the collective power, through the federal government, to make the economy serve the needs of all parts of the country. America's states seem increasingly disunited. Divisions over controversies related to COVID, lockdowns, vaccine mandates, school closures, have accentuated existing splits among blue Democratic and red Republican states with respect to partisanship and attitudes toward crime and public policy. Some fear that these trends foretell a new civil war. Others welcome them as evidence of the saving genius of the founding design of a republic based on federalism. But before you choose sides in a new conflict between the states, you need to know that the basic assumption is wrong. There is no actual divide by states, which are merely battlegrounds in a proxy war. The real civil war is between neighborhoods in the same metro areas, backed by asymmetrical allies. Ignore maps that show electoral results by state and look at county maps or maps of U.S. House districts. At this level of granularity, state borders disappear. There are no red states or blue states. Instead, there are blue urban cores floating in a sea of red. Even the exurbs and rural areas in blue states like California and New York tend to be overwhelmingly red and Republican. This is not a difference between city and country. Hardly any Americans live or work on farms or ranches anymore. The big divide is within metro areas, between the blue downtowns and their inner-ring suburbs that are home to the American oligarchy and its children and retainers, and the red exurbs. Outer-ring suburbs tend to be battlegrounds between the Democratic and Republican coalitions. This geographic concentration hurts the Democrats in the Senate and the Electoral College. At the same time, Democratic blue core cities in majority red states can often circumvent state governments by appealing directly to Congress and to the enforcement layers of the federal bureaucracy and judiciary, as well as to the media and corporate elites controlled by the National Party. The Democratic coalition is an hourglass, top-heavy and bottom-heavy with a narrow middle. In addition to hoovering up the votes of college-educated Americans, the Democrats are the party of the big rich, tech billionaires and CEOs, investment banking houses, and the managerial class that spans large corporate enterprises and aligned prestige federal agencies like the Justice Department and the National Security Agencies. This mostly white and Asian American group cannot win elections without the overwhelming support of Black Americans, and smaller majorities of Hispanic and Asian American voters, clustered in the downtowns and inner suburbs. The high cost of living in Democratic hub cities forces out the multiracial middle. The exceptions tend to be civil servants like police and first responders and teachers who can, sometimes, afford to live in or near their downtown jobs. The social base of the Democrats is neither a few liberal billionaires nor the more numerous cohorts of high school-educated minority voters. It is the disproportionately white college-educated professionals and managers. These affluent but not rich overclass households dominate the Democratic Party and largely determine its messaging, not by virtue of campaign contributions or voting numbers, but because they very nearly monopolize the staffing of the institutions that support the party. K-12 schools and universities, city and state and federal bureaucracies, public sector unions, foundations, foundation-funded non-profit organizations, and the mass media. By osmosis, professional and managerial values and material interests and fads and fashions permeate the Democratic Party and shape its agenda. While the liberal big rich cluster in silver apartments and offices in trophy skyscrapers in the inner core of blue cities, the elites of the outer suburbs and exurbs tend to be made up of the lesser rich, millionaire car dealership owners, real estate agents, oil and gas drilling equipment company owners, and hair salon chain owners. This group of proprietors, the petty bourgeoisie, to use Marxist terminology, compared to the Democratic haute bourgeoisie and its professional allies, forms the social base of the Republican Party, despite efforts to rebrand the GOP as a working-class party. Which is not to say that the social differences between the two parties aren't important. There are far more business owners and fewer managers of huge multinational firms or banks in red areas than there are in the class-stratified, hierarchical Democratic urban cores. There are fewer rich and fewer poor. If the social structure of Democratic cores resembles an hourglass, the shape of the Republican exurbs and rural areas looks more like a diamond. The wealthier members of each party also have different kinds of relationships with their neighbors. The lesser rich of the exurbs and small towns are more likely to be natives of their areas than the nomadic careerists of New York, San Francisco, D.C., L.A., Chicago, and Austin. They are less likely to be immigrants, and more likely to share a common regional culture and ethnicity and religion with the local working class. But the fact that the local business owner can discuss hunting and fishing with his employees or may attend the same church does not moderate the ferocious hostility of most of the Red County gentry to anything that would raise the cost of labor for their businesses. A higher minimum wage, unionization, paid vacations, paid parental leave. The intensity of opposition to such measures makes it easy to dismiss the red gentry as retrograde, unfeeling, and greedy, as some are. However, some of their complaints about federal policy are legitimate. Unlike the flagship tech oligopolies like Facebook, Google, and Amazon, whose executives and employees fund and sometimes staff the Democratic Party's political operations, many small business owners struggle to keep up with the jargon and paperwork required to deal with elaborate environmental regulations or proliferating race and gender quotas in federal record-keeping and subsidies. In addition to helping their urban core constituents, Democratic policies, to the extent that they harm Republican businesses and industries, increase the Democratic share of national wealth, which can then be deployed further against the party's Republican rivals. If hourglass Democrats are dominated by urban managers and professionals linked to the national and global economies, and the diamond Republicans by moderately rich local business elites, then who speaks for the 2/3 of Americans who are working class, who lack college diplomas and must work for wages? The answer is nobody. At 6% and falling, Private sector trade union membership in the United States is lower than it was under Herbert Hoover. The only time that the working class majority had any real influence in American politics, as well as in their workplaces, was between the 1940s and the 1980s, when private sector unions were a force that both parties had to reckon with. Private sector unions have been annihilated in the last half-century in the United States because hatred of organized labor is one of only two areas of agreement between socially liberal democratic Silicon Valley tech entrepreneurs, CEOs who donate millions to Black Lives Matter, and small-town Republican sweatshop owners and overseers who think Social Security and Medicare constitute socialism. The other thing that the Democratic big rich and the Republican lesser rich agree on is the need for more indentured servant guest workers from other countries who are bound to the employers that sponsor them, and who are thus more easily manipulated and intimidated than either free American citizen workers or immigrants with green cards who can quit bad employers. The progressive Democrats of Facebook, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft lobby for more H-1B visas, which go overwhelmingly to young male foreign nationals who are often willing to work for less money in worse conditions than comparably educated American citizens and naturalized immigrants. Meanwhile, the Republican small business, franchise, farm, and ranch owners in the Boondocks claim they cannot find Americans willing to work for the crappy wages they pay, which is true, and demand that Congress supply them with higher numbers of captive guest workers who can be treated like serfs. A tight labor market with low immigration of the kind that COVID-caused disruptions have produced in some sectors, in which employers must compete for scarce workers by raising wages and benefits, is the nightmare of American investors and managers, big and small, progressive and conservative alike. But what of the states and the federal government? These two tiers of the U.S. constitutional order are merely the battlegrounds on which the intra-elite feuds of the American metro areas are fought. In states like Texas, in which Republicans control the state government while the big cities are controlled by the Democratic Hourglass Coalition, there is a constant game of cat and mouse between progressive city councils that enact left-wing policies and right-wing legislatures passing legislation to overrule them. The Texas state legislature has used state law to annul ordinances of the far-left Austin City Council ranging from plastic bag bans, to enabling an explosion of homeless encampments in public spaces, to declaring Austin a sanctuary city whose police officers would be ordered to refuse to collaborate with federal immigration authorities. The state usually wins, because under our constitutional system the policies of cities, counties, and local governments under most state constitutions can be overruled in many areas by the state government. In this way, metro area conservatives, having lost city councils to progressive Democrats, can use allies in state government to defeat their enemies downtown. But the downtown Democratic Coalition has allies of its own in the federal government. Beginning in the 1960s, Democrats, by then having become the urban party they are today, discovered that by means of federal grants and aid, they could circumvent state legislatures and go directly to Congress. According to one estimate, in 2018 federal aid to state and local governments, taking the form of grants to specific programs in areas from K-12 education to environmental policy to transportation and infrastructure, amounted to $697 billion, doled out via 1,386 separate programs that bind localities to the federal government. As a result of all of these targeted federal spending programs, about one-third of state spending actually comes from the federal government. This in turn means that a substantial number of state and local government employees are in effect paid by the federal government, either to administer grants or to ensure compliance with the many complicated federal regulations attached to the grants. Many of the culture war issues that divide left and right are provoked by the metro area left's attempt to use federal regulations to impose policies that could not be passed by the city council or the state government. The threat that the federal government would cut off aid to colleges and universities was used to intimidate them into compliance with controversial leftist sexual harassment policies denying due process to the accused under the Obama administration. Also in the Obama years, the federal government used the threat of cutoffs of federal aid and civil rights lawsuits to bully state governments and local school districts into letting biological boys and men compete in female sports teams and use female showers, locker rooms, and restrooms. In the case of the latter controversy, the federal government's pressure on state legislatures and local school districts was reinforced by extortion from woke national and multinational corporations, which fund Democrats. When federal grants in aid and corporate blackmail are understood as weapons of the downtown Democrats, the power of Republican red state legislatures to override blue city ordinances looks less impressive. While targeted grants in aid may benefit only a few state citizens, it is the noisy few who will fill up the phone lines to state legislators if the federal government threatens to cut them off as part of a progressive blackmail campaign. Democratic legislators have also found ways of tying more popular forms of federal aid, for transportation, housing, and schools, to more arcane priorities in cultural areas, forcing localities to choose between embracing democratic ideas of race, gender, and sexual orientation or risk losing federal funding for schools and highways. Even more intimidating is extortion by left-leaning corporations. Particularly in poorer, more working-class Republican states, the state economic development strategy often involves luring major national or multinational corporate investment. The socially, though not economically, progressive Democrats and liberal Republicans who run corporate America can insist that the states competing for their money not only shower them with tax breaks but also write New York and Bay Area social values into state law, or suffer an investment boycott. A Republican Workers' Party would answer, "Go ahead. Make my day." Like the quite different progressive and New Deal Democrats in the South and Midwest in the 1930s, who were led by peripheral elites who sought to industrialize their regions while minimizing the influence of northeastern capitalists and corporations, a populist Republican Party would promote state and local economic development by methods that do not involve kowtowing to liberal CEOs in San Francisco or New York. Methods like source socialism, city or county ownership of utilities, cooperatives, the Tennessee Valley Authority, or state-owned enterprises, like the Bank of North Dakota, established in 1991. But such a strategy of using state and local government for economic self-defense against cultural as well as economic colonization by national and multinational corporations based in coastal cities is unthinkable for the lesser rich who control the Republican Party in red states. The GOP is a majority working-class party whose agenda is set by a minority of moderately rich, small to medium business owners and investors who think that working-class Republican voters are paid too much and have benefits that need to be slashed. Nearly a century after the New Deal, these Republican reactionaries have still not reconciled themselves to the minimum wage or Social Security. Their sole argument against Democrats on these issues is invocation of the threadbare scarecrow of socialism. In the war between the metro area neighborhoods, then, fought out at the state and federal levels, the downtown Democratic coalition has the upper hand. At most, Republican state officials can strike down the occasional city council ban on plastic straws or sanctuary city ordinances, or compel state K-12 schools and state universities to tone down critical race theory and DEI indoctrination, though the laws once passed will be subverted by overwhelmingly left-liberal Democratic teachers and university faculties and staff. The downtown Democrats have more formidable weapons at their disposal. If they control the White House, they can use the Justice Department or federal agencies or both to threaten the cutoff of grant and aid funding to state and local governments and non-profit and business groups, mobilizing the beneficiaries of federal grants in the public, private, and non-profit sectors alike to demand that the state government surrender to the national left. And if direct blackmail by the federal government fails, the upscale local metro area Democrats who fail to pass their favored policies at the state level can bring in their friends in Silicon Valley and Wall Street like mafia goons to make elected state officials an offer they can't refuse. Corporations can threaten to locate new plants or headquarters in another state or city. Twitter can censor Republican politicians and activists. Banks can threaten to demonetize businesses associated with conservatives and Republicans. The titans of corporate America, now firmly allied with the Democratic Party, have shown that they are willing to do everything short of putting severed horses' heads in the beds of Republican policymakers in order to bully state and local governments into obeying the Democratic left on social and cultural, but not economic, issues. So is resistance to the controversial diktats of the blue urban oligarchy a doomed cause? Maybe. But this is a snapshot of the present, not the whole movie reel. It is anybody's guess what the partisan geographic patterns and alignments will be in a decade or a generation. What we can see from here is that educational and class polarization within and between the parties has been increasing with each election. Within the Democratic coalition, there is a growing split between the upscale, college-educated white left and black and Hispanic Democrats, who reject elite progressive dogmas like police and prison abolition, open borders, and avant-garde gender ideology. Ethnic groups like Hispanics and Asians tend to fissure along educational and class lines, with upwardly mobile college-educated members joining the ever more upscale Democrats, and working-class members gravitating toward the increasingly downscale GOP. Because voters who do not complete college outnumber those with college diplomas in every racial and ethnic group, the trade favors the Republicans in the long term. As long as the provincial lesser rich control the Republican Party, however, the Republicans may win a lot of elections while losing the American Civil War. It was inevitable that the wave of destructive rioting and looting that has swept through cities that are almost all governed by progressive Democrats, triggered initially by outrage over the sickening death in police custody of George Floyd, would be compared to the American urban riots of earlier generations. But the parallels miss profound differences in the underlying economic and social dynamics. The Detroit and Newark riots of 1967 and the Los Angeles riot of 1992, for example, took place in cities suffering from the effects of deindustrialization. Los Angeles is not often thought of as a major manufacturing center, but Southern California had a flourishing aerospace industry that went into decline following the Cold War. The children and grandchildren of prosperous industrial workers found themselves stranded in urban regions whose economies shriveled as manufacturing shut down or moved elsewhere. The violent riots that have taken place in cities like New York are quite different. Most of the cities that are being trashed by opportunistic looters, leftist radicals, and criminal gangs lost significant manufacturing long ago. Some of them, like Washington, D.C., were never industrial centers. These post-industrial cities are centers of finance like New York, tech like San Francisco, or government like Washington, not centers of physical production, most of which in the 21st century takes place on cheap land on the outskirts of cities or in rural areas. The economy of America's major hub cities is based not on profits from the sale of manufactured goods, but on economic rents of various kinds. Interest payments flow to financiers on Wall Street. Royalties for the use of intellectual properties flow to Silicon Valley tech firms and individual tech tycoons. Similar royalties flow to the Hollywood-based entertainment industry. Social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter and search engines like Google derive quasi-rents from their near monopolies of online advertisements. These three industries, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Hollywood, provide the donor base for the Democratic Party, a political machine that has virtually unchecked one-party control of most larger cities in the United States. Industries that make physical products and engage in physical services, national manufacturing, oil and gas, agribusiness, logistics, tend to contribute to the Republican Party. The political economy of America's progressive democratic cities is an extreme version of the very trickle-down economics that Democrats like to denounce. Financial rents and intellectual property payments flow from around the US and the world to billionaires and firms in New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and other blue cities. Some of the rents that go to the Democratic rich are then shared as payoffs to constituencies that get out the vote for Democratic machine politicians, of which the most important are the public sector employee and teachers' unions. Urban police unions, whose members are heavily working class and often conservative, sometimes have a tense relationship with left-liberal Democratic machines. Another important constituency of the urban Democratic patronage machine in big cities and college towns consists of the college-educated professionals who work in the non-profit sector, the media, and the universities. These sectors depend on grants from billionaires like George Soros, Michael Bloomberg, and Tom Steyer, as well as new organizations like Soros Open Society Foundations, the Gates Foundation, Bloomberg Philanthropies, the older Ford and Rockefeller Foundations, and major finance firms and tech firms. Smart Democratic politicians know that there are limits to the generosity of the rentiers and firms who fund their special interest payoff machines. There are also limits to the willingness of socially liberal urban professionals to pay taxes. To reassure them, Joe Biden, the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party, has announced that if he is elected president, taxes will not go up on any household that earns less than $400,000 a year. Another concession to their professional class supporters made by Democratic politicians is the state and local tax, SALT, deduction. For decades, this federal tax deduction, which increased with income, provided a federal tax subsidy to offset the living costs of rich and affluent residents of expensive Democratic cities, particularly in New York and California. Noticing this, the Republican Party, which controlled both houses of Congress in 2017, eliminated the SALT deduction. House Majority Leader Nancy Pelosi, net worth $34 to $160 million, according to PolitiFact, has made lifting the Republican-imposed cap on the SALT deduction to benefit the rich and upper middle class a priority of congressional Democrats. As for super-rich Democratic donors, their interests are looked after as well. Senate Democratic Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has long defended the carried interest provision, which allows hedge fund managers to be taxed at capital gains tax rates that are lower than income tax rates. Taxing the capital gains income of rich rentiers at the same rate that the income of wage earners is taxed is not on the table, and will not be, as long as the Democratic Party is funded by donors whose income is derived largely from their investments. The Democratic patronage machine that runs America's post-industrial cities, then, has paid off public sector unions and college-educated professionals in the private, public, and non-profit sectors, while being careful not to bite the hands of the rich rentiers and firms who feed it. But the riots show that urban Democrats neglected to shake down their donors to pay off three groups that make up much of the population in Democratic cities: the black poor, poor immigrants, and recent college graduates. In many Democratic cities, Gentrification has pushed African Americans out to suburbs and replaced them with affluent whites. Post-industrial tech and finance and government meccas like New York, San Francisco, Washington, and Austin have whitened over time. But pockets of black poverty, left over from the era of the Great Migration from the South and the industrial period, remain, sometimes frozen in place by local public housing and public assistance programs. Immigrant diasporas make up another large urban constituency that has not shared the wealth of the rentier elite. In both New York and San Francisco, around 36% of the population is foreign-born. While some immigrants belong to the professional managerial class, immigrants, both legal and illegal, dominate the lowest-paid economic sectors. Many of them provide luxury services to the urban oligarchs through their jobs as restaurant workers, nannies, health aides, and apartment and hotel staff. Finally, a few superstar cities like New York and San Francisco have attracted, in the last generation, growing numbers of young college-educated Americans, disproportionately white and Asian American, from across the country. In the hope of becoming rich startup founders or media stars, they tolerate paying high rents on top of their student loans in their 20s in order to dwell in gentrified bohemian neighborhoods from which working-class residents have been economically cleansed. Many of their hopes for upward mobility were unrealistic, even before the economic collapse caused by the pandemic and lockdown. The historians of the future may debate the exact causes of the Democratic City riots of 2020. Was it genuine distress at the police murder of George Floyd? Frustration at the preceding 2 months of quarantine during the COVID-19 pandemic? Opportunism by criminal gangs? Or the ideological activism of organized leftist radicals and perhaps a few far-right inciters? Sheer devilry in the power vacuums that occurred when progressive Democratic city governments refused to enforce laws against vandalism? Judging from news coverage, the looting and vandalism have mostly been carried out by young members of urban racial minority groups, along with young white college-educated scions of the liberal gentry, groups which tend to vote for Democrats but which, unlike public sector unionists and politically influential professionals, did not share the wealth of the post-industrial rentier cities before the pandemic-induced collapse.
Why not?
Part of the problem involves the limits of democratic identity politics, which treats race and gender categories as internally classless communities, instead of mere abstract demographic categories. Whatever the merits, policies of diversity, equity, and inclusion that promote more representation of members of racial minorities on corporate boards, in university faculties, on student bodies and in congressional districts do little or nothing to improve the incomes or living standards of the majority of urban non-whites and immigrants, most of whom, like most white Americans, are working-class people whose education ends with high school at best. The unprecedented chaos at the U.S. border and in major American cities that has been caused by the Biden administration's immigration policies finally seems to have moved to the center of national political debate and public awareness. Over the past 3 years, the Biden administration has effectively rewritten U.S. immigration law, creating an entirely new stream of quasi-legal immigration under the rubric of parole. The discretion of the federal government to grant parole or legal residence and work permits to a small number of refugees and other foreign nationals has been used by the Biden administration to rip a hole in America's southern border in order to invite millions of foreign nationals, most of them from Latin America and Central America and the Caribbean, to travel to the U.S. border, from which they are dispersed across the country and supported chiefly by state and local governments and government-funded NGOs. As of September 2023, an estimated 3.8 million immigrants entered the U.S. under the Biden administration. Of these, 2.3 million have been given notices to appear, NTAs, before an immigration court, which could allow them to stay in the U.S. in a twilight status for years before a court date. Of the rest, an estimated 1.5 million are illegal immigrants who sneaked across the border or overstayed their visas and remain, with the government having no idea of their whereabouts, and with Democrat-dominated sanctuary cities actively thwarting the ability of federal immigration officials to identify and deport them. Biden's radical immigration policy represents not only a policy revolution but also a political revolution. A generation ago, in the 1980s and 1990s, factions in favor of more or less immigration were found in both parties. Labor unions remained traditionally wary of immigrant competition in the workplace and immigration-driven wage suppression, while Republican business interests wanted the government to turn a blind eye to the employment of illegal immigrants. In 1994, 62% of Democrats and 64% of Republicans told Pew pollsters that immigrants are a burden on our country because they take jobs, housing, and health care. Only 32% of Democrats agreed that immigrants strengthen our country because of their hard work and talents. By 2019, however, only 11% of Democrats agreed that immigrants are a burden, while 83% agreed with the statement that immigrants strengthen the country. What happened to make Democrats change their minds? Between the inauguration of Bill Clinton in 1993 and that of Joe Biden in 2021, the Democratic Party morphed into a new party of elite, college-educated white professionals, Black Americans, and mostly Hispanic immigrants concentrated in a few big cities in a few populous states like California and New York. Many Democrats have called this new, big city political machine the coalition of the ascendant, confident that the growth in the share of non-white voters fed by immigration, combined with increasing social liberalism, will lead to inevitable one-party rule by a hegemonic Democratic Party. In reality, however, the Democratic Party is an alliance of interests threatened with long-term demographic decline, declining industries, declining states, declining cities, declining churches, and non-profits. These civic downtrodden have united around the hope that they can reverse the unpopularity of their offerings among US-born Americans by importing new citizens en masse. A politics founded on this idea, namely, that if not enough American voters like what you are offering, you should compensate by importing supportive voters, may seem like something from Alice in Wonderland. But that's exactly what the leadership of the Democratic Party is doing, by refusing to enforce existing immigration laws and preventing states from securing their borders, while counting on the Democratic bureaucrats and judges to enforce the dubious legality of such moves. The Democratic Party has lost majorities of one domestic electoral constituency after another to the Republicans in the last half-century. First, conservative white Southerners, then the moderate non-Hispanic white working class in general, then white Catholics, all of which formed the base of the New Deal Democrats from FDR to LBJ. Meanwhile, the Republican Party has exchanged the country club for country music. In 1992, white college graduates preferred Republicans by 52% to 41%. By 2016, they preferred Democrats narrowly, 48% to 47%. Among white voters with only a high school education, the Democratic Party led by 50% to 41% in 1992. In 2016, high school-educated whites favored the Republicans, 59% to 33%. This was nearly the mirror image of the 59% to 36% advantage of college graduate Democrats among registered voters in 2016. In 1992, voters with high school degrees or less outnumbered college graduates among Democrats, 55% 21%. In 2016, college graduates outnumbered voters with high school or less among Democrats 37% to 32%. Among white non-Hispanic Catholics, the parties were evenly split 45% to 45% in 1992, but the Republicans won this vote 58% to 37% in 2016. College-educated white Americans have shifted in great numbers from the declining liberal wing of the Republican Party to the Democrats, but their numbers, combined with the static black share of the electorate, would not have been enough to offset the flight of former New Deal voting blocs from the Democratic Party. In the 1980s and 1990s, the New Democrats like Bill Clinton tried to stave off Democratic decline by moving to the center and winning back some of the voters alienated by the Democratic left. The tilt toward the center included a hard line on illegal immigration. According to the Democratic Party platform of 1996, we cannot tolerate illegal immigration and we must stop it. In 1992, our borders might as well have not existed. Illegal immigration was rampant. Criminal immigrants, deported after committing crimes in America, returned the very next day to commit crimes again. We continue to firmly oppose welfare benefits for illegal immigrants. The Commission on Immigration Reform, appointed by Bill Clinton and headed by former U.S. Representative Barbara Jordan, a pioneering black liberal from Texas, proposed cracking down on illegal immigrants and their employers and increasing deportations, reducing family-based chain migration, boosting skilled immigration and eliminating unskilled immigration to protect American workers and raise their wages in tighter labor markets. According to Jordan and her fellow commissioners, credibility in immigration policy can be summed up in one sentence: those who should get in, those who should be kept out, are kept out, and those who should not be here will be required to leave. President Clinton signed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, which increased the number of crimes for which immigrants could be deported. But the Democratic Party abruptly changed its immigration policy when its leaders began to hope that they could import voters from other countries to compensate for the loss of voters that Democratic policies were alienating. In the 19th and 20th centuries, the Democrats generally did better with European immigrants than the Federalist, Whig, and Republican parties, and so it was with the mostly Hispanic and Asian immigration of the 21st century. Among immigrants, 32% say that the Democratic Party best represents their views, compared to only 16% who say the same of the Republican Party. One 2012 study, following a flood of 30 million mostly Latin American immigrants between 1980 and 2012, showed that 62% of naturalized immigrants able to vote identified as Democrats, compared to 25% who were Republicans and 13% independents. A 2016 study, using data from 1994 to 2012, confirmed that immigration to the US has a significant and negative impact on the Republican vote share, consistent with the typical view of political analysts in the US. Latin American immigration flipped former Republican strongholds to the Democratic Party, including California's San Bernardino County, which in 1980 was 7.7% foreign-born and 59.7% Republican, but which by 2014 was 21.4% immigrant and only 46.2% Republican. While the Democratic Party has been importing voters from abroad, the party and most large urban governments have become fused to a degree beyond the wildest dreams of Boss Tweed. In 2000, 4 of the 10 most populous American cities had Republican mayors. Today, Democratic mayors account for 9 out of 10. In these cities, the Democratic Party's urban patronage machines of yesteryear have been replaced by new kinds of patronage machines: unionized public sector bureaucracies whose members are overwhelmingly Democratic and kick back shares of their wages in the form of both money and time to the party. Democrat-dominated non-profits double as contractors, whose salary lines are funded by the taxpayers. They are joined by non-profits and businesses that are defined as non-white under America's arbitrary and increasingly anachronistic racial classification laws, and are therefore eligible for large government contracts that they would presumably not receive under prior merit-based criteria. In addition to benefiting indirectly from immigrant voting for urban Democratic politicians, these urban bureaucracies and special interests benefit directly from increased immigration, which swells their constituencies, which leads in turn to more money, more jobs, and more power. Unionized public school bureaucracies gain more students, progressive nonprofits gain more clients, and more funds flow to supposed representatives of underrepresented communities, representatives who, in general, are far more affluent and educated than the populations they purport to represent on the basis of shared skin color or other identity politics markers. Declining American religions, too, have joined the city-centered Democratic coalition of the declining in the hopes of shoring up their power base and funding. As Americans become more secular, both mainline Protestants and evangelical Protestants have been shrinking as shares of the U.S. population. The Catholic Church, the largest denomination in the U.S., has maintained its numbers only because foreign-born members have replenished U.S.-born Catholics who have left the church. According to the Population Reference Bureau, new immigrants arriving in the United States, many Catholics from Latin America, have helped offset the decline in religious affiliation among the U.S.-born population. In 2021, 78% of the funding for Catholic relief services, which amounts to well over $1 billion, came from government, with federal grants accounting for a third of the total, making it essentially a secular government contractor disguised as a religious charity. The largest nominally religious NGO providing immigrant services in the United States is the Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service, while the only nominally Jewish agency certified to work with the U.S. government in the resettlement of migrants, HS, originally the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, has as its clients immigrants of all backgrounds, not just Jewish refugees or immigrants. More immigration of all kinds means more government grants for nominally religious charities and other services to immigrants, legal and illegal alike. Other groups that make up the immigration-dependent coalition of the declining are desperate to expand immigration because the Democrat-dominated cities and states in which they are clustered are emptying out, as both U.S.-born and immigrant residents flee to other cities and states as living conditions decline. Of California, Marshall Toplansky and Joel Kotkin write, the state is in a demographic free fall, having lost 1.7 million residents between 2016 and 2022 as a result of domestic migration. Noting that domestic migration out of California now includes college graduates, non-college educated people, and households at all levels of income, the Public Policy Institute of California concludes that the state is no longer a significant draw for people from other states of any age, education, or income. To compensate for massive population losses caused by the flight of U.S.-born residents to other states, California is highly dependent on international migration. In 2022, the foreign-born share, 27%, of California's population was higher than that of any other state and twice the share of the U.S. as a whole. The foreign-born make up roughly a third of the population in San Francisco and Los Angeles counties. Nearly half, 46%, of California's children have at least one foreign-born parent. In 2019, 22% of the foreign-born residents in California were illegal immigrants, and in 2021 only 55% were naturalized US citizens. Similarly, in New York, another state with massive population losses of US-born citizens, most of the population growth since 1980 has been the result of international immigration. California's immigrants are far less educated than the US as a whole, with only 71% having graduated from high school, compared to 93% of Californians born in the US. According to one 2023 study, state and local taxes paid for illegal immigrants by Californians, excluding their federal tax payments, make up a sixth of the costs of illegal immigration in the US as a whole. In addition to thwarting federal immigration law enforcement through sanctuary laws, California has turned itself into a welfare magnet for illegal immigrants by providing law-breaking foreign nationals and their children with health care coverage under the statewide Medi-Cal system, in-state tuition at public colleges and universities, K-12 schooling, and housing and food assistance. As the low-wage, welfare-dependent immigrant share of a state's population grows, more and more taxpayers will be tempted to move to other states with lower taxes and less generous state and urban welfare programs. States like California, which once served as an engine of prosperity for the entire country, will decline into bureaucracy-choked sinkholes. Requiring sky-high taxation and endless federal bailouts to stay afloat will seriously threaten American competitiveness in key fields like computing and biotech. It will also put tremendous pressure on the country's Republican system of government, which is structured to prevent one state or region from gobbling up too much of the national taxpayer pie. Today's immigration debate is over unskilled immigration, not skilled immigration. While programs like the H-1B visa have been exploited by Silicon Valley and Wall Street firms that prefer easily intimidated foreign guest workers to citizen workers and legal immigrants with greater rights, there is a bipartisan consensus that the US can benefit from highly educated immigrants who are unlikely to be burdens on the welfare state. The controversy is over less educated immigrants who enter the workforce in the US by various means: family reunification, indentured servant guest workers used by agribusiness, illegal immigration, and now, under Biden, quasi-legal parole status. The beneficiaries of mass immigration of less educated workers are low-tech, low-wage industries with firms that are unwilling either to raise wages or invest in labor-saving technology as long as there is a constant influx of cheap labor from abroad. New American Economy, an advocacy group that lobbies for higher immigration, claims that Americans refuse to do jobs with largely immigrant workforces like plasterers and stucco masons, 72%, maids and housekeeping cleaners, 50.6%, and MISC, agricultural workers, including workers who pick crops in the field, 52.2%. But US-born workers and many naturalized immigrant citizens avoid these and other fields because of low wages, which a large and easily exploited immigrant workforce allows employers to pay. For example, US farm worker wages are only slightly more than half of the average wages of non-supervisory and production workers outside of agriculture. But don't most economists agree that mass immigration does not reduce the ability of American workers, native or immigrant, to demand higher wages?
Yes and no.
After decades in which most academic economists and business lobbies claimed that flooding labor markets with new entrants has no effect on wages, as soon as inflation spiked following the COVID-19 pandemic, many of the same authorities declared that immigration should be increased to lower inflation by, guess what, lowering wages. According to a study issued in 2023 by the corporate and billionaire-funded mass immigration lobby FWD US and the libertarian-leaning George Mason University, US workers in many sectors benefited from the temporary restriction of legal and illegal immigration by the COVID pandemic. Data analysis shows that some of the sharpest wage increases, which reflect worker shortages, occurred in industries typically supported by a large number of immigrants, including construction and hospitality. In other words, inflation rose in part because of a tightening labor market. Surely the fact that tight labor markets allowed both native and foreign-born American workers to demand raises is a good thing? Not according to the authors of the study, who complained that higher wages can lead to increasing costs for consumers.
The solution?
The study calls for increasing immigration to stabilize prices for consumers and offer relief to employers, by making it more difficult for workers to demand raises. America's economic elite agrees that immigrant-driven wage suppression, thanks in part to Biden's policies, has ameliorated inflation. Federal Reserve Chairman Powell in 2022 attributed inflation in part to lower numbers of immigrants. The chief political economist of Goldman Sachs, Alec Phillips, recently declared that the labor market has started to loosen up, reducing the ability of workers to bid up wages, and there's clearly been a disproportionate contribution from immigrants. Although immigrants are only 18% of the workforce, 3/4 of the increase in the labor supply over the last 2 years has consisted of immigrant workers. The impact of wage-suppressing immigration falls chiefly on Americans, both native and immigrant, who work in low-wage, labor-intensive industries like construction, agriculture, retail, and hospitality. According to America's bipartisan economic elite, low-wage American workers need to take one for the team by having immigration undermine their power to get raises, so that other Americans, most notably those with large disposable incomes, can enjoy lower prices for goods and services. In the long run, the only sustainable way to increase the standard of living for all people is to increase technology-enabled productivity growth. But in the short run, population growth, whether driven by mass immigration or high birth rates, by enlarging the workforce as well as increasing the number of consumers, can produce economic growth even in the presence of technological stagnation. Improving productivity through technological innovation is difficult, but swelling the population by means of immigration is easy. So it is no surprise that business lobbies in most countries emphasize immigration-driven population growth over productivity. The demographer Joseph Chamy, former director of the United Nations Population Division, has described what he calls Ponzi demography, thanks to which population growth, through natural increase in immigration, means more people leading to increased demands for goods and services, more material consumption, more borrowing, more credit, and of course more profits. While this benefits the advocates of Ponzi demography, notably enterprises in construction, manufacturing, finance, agriculture, and food processing, the public as a whole must pick up the tab for the mounting costs from increased population growth, e.g., education, health, housing and public services. Because low-wage, unskilled immigrants depend more on welfare than highly skilled immigrants or American citizens in general, their employers get to privatize the benefits of their labor while forcing the taxpayers to socialize the costs. Unfortunately for the Democratic Party's pro-mass immigration coalition of the declining, many immigrants and their children are deserting both the party and the cities and states that it rules. Having counted on Hispanic immigrants and their descendants to compensate for the exodus of the white working class, Democrats were shocked in December 2023 by a Reuters Ipsos poll that showed Hispanics favoring Trump over Biden by 38% to 37%. An even more recent USA Today and Suffolk University poll has Trump leading Biden among Hispanic voters 39% to 34%. Trump's share of the national Hispanic vote rose from 28% in 2016 to 36% in 2020. In Texas, ground zero of America's immigration crisis, the number of Hispanics who identify as Democrats fell from 63% in 2019 to 54% in 2022. If partisan divisions among Hispanics thwart the hoped-for immigration-driven hegemony of the Democratic Party, then the Democrats will have to return to the strategy of third-way New Democrats like Bill Clinton, move to the center, and try to convert Republican voters instead of importing new voters from other countries. No, just kidding. If Latin Americans fail to vote the way that Democratic strategists want, new voters will simply have to be found and imported from other regions of the world like the Middle East and Africa, where Democrats can hope that the combination of race, religion, and deep-seated ethnic hatreds will successfully ghettoize new voters and ensure their allegiance to the party. The mass immigration Ponzi scheme of the last half-century has provided a temporary demographic bailout to the members of the coalition of the declining, low-wage, low-tech industries, the Democratic Party, and mostly democratic urban governments and non-profits. It has even helped to refill the pews of some Christian churches. But in the end, all Ponzi schemes are fated to crash. What remains to be seen is whether the immigration Ponzi scheme that has turned California, New York, and other states into dystopias whose low wages, declining social conditions, and failing infrastructure send residents fleeing to other states will crash before it consumes the country as a whole. The future ain't what it used to be, Yogi Berra famously observed. Nowhere is that truer than regarding the future of work, particularly in cities. The economic disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic, partial deglobalization driven by Sino-American geopolitical rivalry, and the collapse of the asset bubble that triggered the decade-long Great Recession of the 2010s, all these trends have shattered the orthodox neoliberal narrative of the 2000s about the future of the American workforce, without replacing it with a new consensus. Instead of witnessing the dawn of a new era of expanded prosperity, we are trapped in a dystopia where most workers, particularly those without elite educations and social connections, face a difficult future. This reality is radically different from the optimistic narratives of the early 2000s. Manufacturing was out. Software was in. Small towns and suburbs were yesterday. Global cities were tomorrow. According to the dominant neoliberal narrative, accepted by mainstream members of both major parties and the US commentariat, globalization was an inevitable and beneficial force. The comparative advantages of the United States were the innovative knowledge economy, inventing new things but allowing them to be made elsewhere, and high-end global services such as international finance, insurance, and banking. The optimistic globalist consensus was disseminated by journalists such as Thomas Friedman and the experts and policymakers chosen to address the rich and famous at conclaves in Davos, Switzerland, and Aspen, Colorado. In this view, former manufacturing workers could be retrained for better jobs in the new knowledge economy. They could learn to code. And if the loss of manufacturing jobs caused entire cities and regions to collapse, that was the price of progress as other regions prospered. Having learned to code, the displaced workers could move to opportunity, leaving derelict Detroit to become software writers in the Bay Area. Workers who refused to upgrade their skills or human capital would be left behind. Although the shift from an industrial to a post-industrial economy was portrayed as inevitable and good, proponents of the neoliberal narrative argued that government could ease the transition, mainly by providing more STEM education for American students, many or most of whom, it was claimed, would be competing for jobs in the future global labor market with the Chinese, Europeans, Indians, and others. Yet for most Americans, particularly in metropolitan areas, this shift has been less sanguine. At the same time, the jobs of the future in the knowledge economy never materialized in large numbers. Most jobs created in the past generation have been low-wage, low-benefit jobs in areas such as healthcare, hospitality, and retail, not well-paid jobs requiring STEM skills and college diplomas. The trend continues. Of the top 5 jobs with the most job growth between 2020 and 2030, according to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics projections, only one, software developers and software quality assurance analysts and testers, paying on average $110,140, can be characterized as a tech or knowledge economy job. The other 4, home health and personal care aides, cooks, restaurant, fast food and counter workers, and waiters and waitresses, require no college education and pay between $20,000 and $30,000 annually, below the median income of $35,805 for a single person in 2020. The current boom, based on social media, search, and high-end research, does not even boost prospects for most people, even in Silicon Valley. 2 left-wing scholars, Manuel Pastor and Chris Brenner, note that the area once was among the most egalitarian in the nation, a great place of opportunity for many immigrants, particularly from East Asia, who increasingly launched larger firms on their own. Today, they suggest, Silicon Valley has become fragmented and divided, and characterized by the high-tech community largely isolated from the broader region and particularly those parts that are less fortunate. The current tech economy, based on software, social media, and massive venture capital investments, lowers consumer prices but does not produce higher wages for most, even as it generates huge fortunes for the relative few. According to a 2018 University of California, Santa Cruz study, 9 in 10 jobs in Silicon Valley now pay less than they did 20 years ago, adjusted for inflation. Particularly disadvantaged are the people, most of them contractors rather than employees, who clean the offices of tech firms, make food for investors, managers, and professionals, and take care of their children. Some adherents of neoliberal conventional wisdom respond to these conditions by proposing to reshape benefits such as health insurance to make them portable so they would follow workers in the new economy, as workers hopped from job to job or gig to gig. While this might help, to the extent that taxpayers replace employers as the source of adequate incomes and benefits for low-wage workers in Silicon Valley, the public is indirectly subsidizing one of the richest industries in the world. Industrial policy, the deliberate promotion of certain national industries considered of greater economic or strategic value than others are, was taboo during the heyday of global market euphoria between the end of the Cold War and the beginning of the Great Recession. The renunciation of industrial policy by the U.S. federal government, Congress, the corporate world, and much of the media did not mean a lack of industrial policy would have minimal, or even beneficial, effects. It simply meant the landscape of American industry and the American workforce would be shaped by the strategies of major corporations, based in the US or elsewhere, and foreign countries' trade and industrial policies. This is precisely what happened in the US following the Cold War. America had an industrial policy, only it was not made in America. American industrial policy was made by the executives of major multinational corporations and by governments in China, India, and Mexico. This has had dire results for many working-class Americans. As early as 2004, the economist Stephen Roach predicted, a new global labor arbitrage, a byproduct of IT-enabled globalization, is now acting as a powerful structural depressant on traditional sources of job creation in high-wage economies such as the United States. Fully 65% of the tripling of Chinese exports over the past decade, from $121 billion in 1994 to $365 billion in mid-2003, is traceable to outsourcing by Chinese subsidiaries of multinational corporations and joint ventures. In 2021, the Economist Intelligence Unit predicted that, as pandemic fears subsided, US-based multinationals would resume their practice of preferring to offshore production to low-wage workforces abroad. Multinationals' ability to minimize labor costs by using global arbitrage to replace American workers on a mass scale marked a radical break from the past. During the Cold War, multinationals based in the US and its European and East Asian allies and protectorates had little access to either markets or workers in communist nations. At the same time, developing countries such as India and those of Latin America protected their domestic products and labor markets while pursuing import substitution industrialization strategies. That changed after the Cold War ended. From the American workforce's point of view, the three most important nations in the new global workforce were China, India, and Mexico. China benefited the most. Its strong authoritarian state, pursuing a sophisticated mercantilist policy, compelled foreign companies to share their technologies, sometimes unwillingly, and train Chinese workers, in return for being able to use low-wage Chinese workers in global supply chains. The Mexican government lacked the strength and competence of China's post-Maoist regime. But East Asian, European, and US corporations built up a Mexican automobile manufacturing sector, taking advantage of low Mexican wages and weak bargaining power by Mexican labor. India, the third foreign labor pool that suddenly merged with the American labor market after the Cold War, specialized in low-wage call centers in India itself. It also specialized in the chain migration of Indian guest workers under H-1B, B-1, and other visas to the US, where they were employed as indentured servants by tech and finance companies dangling the prospect of employer-sponsored green cards for those who were docile and uncomplaining. To put it another way, globalization, promoted in the 1990s as something that would allow well-paid American workers to sell products made in American factories to consumers in other countries, instead has, as its main effect, substituted foreign labor for American labor thanks to corporate strategies of labor arbitrage, taking advantage of differences in wages among countries or jurisdictions. The US government's bipartisan political decision to allow US corporations to partly deindustrialize the American economy by offshoring production to save money on labor costs left most of the working class to jobs servicing the professional classes as gardeners and nannies and in restaurant and hotels. In 1929, John Maynard Keynes predicted possible technological unemployment because of automation. But to date, automation's impact on the workforce has been limited. A 2020 study estimates that one new robot per 1,000 workers in the US reduces aggregate wages by 0.42% and aggregate employment by 0.2%. While automation would have eliminated many US manufacturing jobs even without offshoring and import competition, the highly robotic factories in that scenario would have been in the US, not abroad. Indeed, even in highly automated, export-oriented manufacturing sectors, employment can outstrip displacement by robots if sales to national and foreign consumers grow even faster. Regarding robot density, robots per 10,000 workers, the US lags behind the global leaders: South Korea, Singapore, Japan, Germany, Sweden, and Hong Kong. The US is seventh, ahead of Taiwan and China, which are rapidly catching up. Unlike the US, whose companies prefer chasing cheap labor worldwide over investing in automation at home, the countries that lead in the robot race chose to try to keep their manufacturing industries, using labor-saving technology to offset the cost of high wages instead of offshoring manufacturing to low-wage foreign countries. Deindustrialization is a political choice by national governments and corporations, not the inevitable result of abstract forces such as globalization and technology. The United States' partial deindustrialization, made possible by corporate access to low-wage foreign labor pools, transformed American urban economies in separate ways. Some deindustrialized parts of the Midwest, Northeast, and South have become economic and social disaster areas, with rusting factories and high rates of unemployment and social pathologies such as opioid addiction. The number of tech jobs has increased slightly, but many of these good knowledge jobs have been captured by H-1B holders and other guest workers and green card holders. Facebook, one of many offenders in the tech community, recently paid the U.S. Justice Department $14 million to settle a lawsuit claiming that it favored foreign workers over American workers. And good tech jobs in the U.S. may be lost if U.S.-based multinationals outsource innovation and manufacturing and services to workers in China, India, and other countries. Ultimately, Silicon Valley symbolizes the U.S. transformation from a dynamic manufacturing country into a post-industrial economy dominated by rentier interests. Originally, many computer components were made by workers in the Bay Area. Offshoring production in search of cheap labor has turned hub cities such as San Francisco and New York into something like high-end resort communities. Tech entrepreneurs and tech firms licensed their innovations, and money flowed to them from around the world and flowed out via their spending on luxury consumer amenities, maintained by an increasingly hard-pressed urban service workforce. Society in the Bay Area and similar metro areas has polarized between tech billionaires and well-paid professionals and a low-wage service class that includes mass unskilled immigrants, many of them unauthorized, nannies, house cleaners, gardeners, food truck operators, and Uber drivers. Half the nation's homeless population lives in the Golden State, many concentrated in disease and crime-ridden tent cities in either San Francisco or California's largest city, Los Angeles. The city by the Bay, notes the Brookings Institution, has the second highest level of inequality in the country. Until recently, this emerging urban pattern of the 1990s and 2000s was viewed as the pinnacle of social and economic innovation, the model of future society in the US and other developed countries. Expanded educational opportunities would help disadvantaged Americans join the privileged tech and global services elite. Those who remained in the working class, now dominated by menial service workers, would be helped not by higher wages but by more generous government transfer payments. The winners in the new economy would be taxed to subsidize the losers via a slightly expanded welfare state. Something like this remains the consensus in the Democratic Party, to judge by the Biden administration's ill-fated Build Back Better spending plan in 2021. Following the separate passage of a bipartisan ordinary infrastructure bill, the second bill in the series consisted of investment in renewable energy and social infrastructure. The latter was defined by programs such as promotion of urban densification and federally subsidized commercial and public day care. The presumed beneficiaries of urban densification would be urban real estate interests and well-educated professionals, particularly young, single, and often childless professionals. The service class would perform many functions that once took place in the household: cooking meals, walking dogs, cleaning residences, and taking care of offspring. This future vision saw big cities dominated by an urban, college-educated creative class. Below this, barely noticed, would be service workers who often could barely afford to live in urban areas. Many of these service workers joined the older cohorts of professionals in the suburbs, although often in vastly distinct locations. For a long time, except in a few cities, suburban growth has outpaced downtown growth, and exurban growth has been fastest of all, with non-white homeowners growing as a share, partly because of the rising cost of living in urban cores. The COVID-19 pandemic and the accompanying economic and social disruptions, including the largest urban homicide and theft waves in generations, may have accelerated the decline of the urban cores that only recently was seen to represent the future. During the pandemic, many city dwellers relocated from downtowns to suburbs or the countryside, and some may never return. In the next decade or two, the reputations of big cities such as New York and San Francisco may be more like they were in the grim 1970s and 1980s than the booming 1990s and 2000s, identified with scenes of urban squalor, boarded-up stores, empty buildings, homelessness, and crime. Necessity is the mother of invention, and the lockdowns caused by the pandemic accelerated the adoption of technologies that enable telecommuting, such as Zoom. If a chronic threat of global pandemics makes air travel and large public gatherings permanently more onerous, at least some of the replacement of face-to-face contact by remote interaction may become permanent. If this occurs, then there will be major implications for urban workforces. There would be continued high demand for workers deemed essential during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as those in factories and warehouses, logistics and transportation, nursing, healthcare, and elder care. But if downtown business districts never fully recover, many of the low-end service sector jobs that depended on them may disappear permanently. The costs of such disruption will fall heavily on women, non-white workers, and immigrants, who are overrepresented in non-essential but frontline services, compared to essential workers, a demographic that resembles the US workforce. Some of the displaced urban service workers might find new jobs in a permanently expanded home delivery sector like the one that sprang up during the epidemic. But many of these jobs, such as delivering groceries to professionals who telecommute, are low-skilled Mechanical Turk jobs that could be replaced in time by delivery robots with sufficiently advanced artificial intelligence. As more consumers prefer direct delivery to their homes or post office boxes of goods that are ordered online, the decline of shopping centers and malls, already underway before the pandemic, could accelerate. And even where business or pleasure involves a return to older patterns, automation may eliminate formerly abundant low-wage urban jobs, with kiosks and delivery services replacing waiters and servers in many restaurants, for example. Despite such incidental disruptions, service sector automation should be welcomed, not feared. It can boost the US economy's overall productivity. Indeed, the abundance of low-wage labor in the US in the past generation, resulting from numerous factors, including the replacement of better-paid jobs by worse-paid ones, the decline of unions, the large-scale entry of women into the workforce, and high levels of unskilled immigration, may have slowed productivity-enhancing automation in the US by reducing the incentive for employers pressured by high wages to invest in labor-saving technology. Indeed, in some low-wage sectors, an abundant supply of cheap labor may have generated the demand for it in the past generation. If demand is elastic, it expands as the price goes down and shrinks as the price goes up. Elastic demand is associated with luxuries, which many people willingly forego if the price increases. For example, cooking at home if restaurant prices rise. Many of the bad jobs created in the past generation in the US have been in elastic demand luxury sectors that pay low wages. Think of neck massages in airports or shopping malls. Given the large population of low-wage immigrant workers, what were once labor-intensive amenities for the rich became affordable for many middle and working-class people in the past generation. An example is the day spa, a spin-off of the traditional resort spa, often catering to professionals and workers who work nearby in downtown areas. One industry survey found that 46% of day spa clients made less than $35,000 annually, while 65% made less than $65,000. A huge, low-wage, urban service sector, then, was not inevitable but developed because of the confluence of several factors. These include the concentration of the free-spending affluent and rich in a small number of cities, much of it bubble wealth flowing in boom times to rentiers from assets with inflated values such as stocks and real estate, stagnant or falling wages for male breadwinners, which forced many women reluctantly into the low-wage workforce, the lowering of wages because of deunionization, and the replacement of full-time workers by more poorly paid contractors or contingent workers in an insecure, low-wage precariat class. Essential to the process has been the large numbers of unskilled immigrants desperate enough to work for low wages and clustered in the same cities as affluent professionals, managers, and rentiers. Had any of these macroeconomic or microeconomic variables been different, tighter labor markets because of lower immigration or more unionization, for example, or a Federal Reserve policy that preemptively priced asset bubbles instead of accommodating them, the pattern of service sector spending and employment alike in American metro areas might have been quite different in the past generation. What if the bubble-era urban economy of the 1990s and 2000s never returns? With less demand for their services from downtown professionals, managers, and rentiers, many members of the frontline service sector working class, both non-essential and essential, may have to find new jobs. Some former downtown service workers may move to cheaper suburbs or exurbs in the same state or other states to follow affluent customers, enjoy a lower cost of living, or both. Food trucks and downtown day spas and trendy restaurants may shrink, shedding labor to sectors less dependent on concentrations of affluent downtown consumers. In a more decentralized America, more workers may be employed in delivery and transportation services that disproportionately serve telecommuting professionals. Some of the current mass withdrawal from the labor market may be voluntary, particularly among families. Polls show that for most Americans, the one-earner family, in which one parent stays home to care for young children or works only part-time, is the ideal. According to one 2021 survey, the preferred option for childcare among Americans is one full-time stay-at-home parent, 40%, followed by two part-time working parents, 18%. Institutional day care is preferred by only 12%. Regarding day care, there is a class divide, with 22% of college-educated parents preferring full-time, center-based day care, compared to only 10% of parents without college degrees. But even college-educated parents prefer flexible work plus shared child care, 28%, or one full-time at-home parental caregiver, 24%, to institutional day care, 22%. If technological progress continues to make many necessities cheaper, wages in general increase, or both occur, then households can choose to maintain the same standard of living with only one full-time worker rather than two. For self-interested reasons, employer lobbies that prefer a seller's market in jobs and a buyer's market in labor treat any reduction in the share of adults employed as a disaster. But more single-earner couples and fewer two-earner couples might shift consumer demand from some areas to others, without necessarily lowering overall consumer demand. Similarly, more household do-it-yourself production rather than mass sales, enabled by ever-cheaper technologies such as rapid prototyping, also known as 3D printing, would increase demand for appliances and inputs, even as it reduced demand for finished goods and services. For those who remain in the workforce, out of choice or necessity, there is no reason to fear a lack of jobs. Since the 1960s, there have been periodic alarms about the prospect of mass unemployment resulting from automation. These fears have never materialized and are unlikely to do so in the future. To be sure, automation, such as mechanization, can disrupt employment in particular industries. Desktop computers eliminated jobs for many typists and secretaries, just as cars and trucks eliminated equine-drawn carriages and wagons. But to date, there have been no examples of mass unemployment caused by machines replacing human beings. Beginning in the 19th century, all major depressions and recessions have been because of financial panics or stock market or real estate bubble collapses with economy-wide contagious effects, not because of labor-saving technology. One reason for the absence of mass technological unemployment is that the same substitution of machinery for labor that displaces some workers lowers prices for goods or services. This allows consumers to consume more of the now cheaper goods or services if they choose, elastic demand again. Alternatively, consumers can use the savings from cheaper material goods to spend more on quality of life services. As incomes increase beyond a point, the consumption of material goods levels off, and the affluent and rich spend a greater share of their income on luxury services provided by other people. If automated grocery stores and store delivery reduce grocery prices, then consumers might spend the savings on labor-intensive amenities, such as catering, personal gyms, physical therapy trainers, personal shoppers, and other services formerly affordable to only the rich. The ultimate quality of life service is health care. The late economist Robert W. Fogel concluded, the income elasticity for health services is calculated at 1.6, meaning that income expenditures on healthcare in the US are likely to rise from a current level of about 15% to about 29% of GDP, gross domestic product. In 2040.22, while the numbers are too specific, the point is confirmed by observation. The wealthy voluntarily spend a much greater percentage of their incomes on healthcare than do the poor, and with good reason. Health is the good that makes the enjoyment of all other goods possible. It makes sense that societies, like individuals, will spend more on healthcare out of choice as they become more affluent, particularly if the cost of other goods such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation continues to go down thanks to technological productivity growth. This suggests that the influential futurists of the 1990s chose the wrong industry of the future. The real industry of the future is not tech, defined as software innovation, but medicine. The medical industry could be as central to 21st century industrial nations as the automobile manufacturing complex was to the 20th century. From the point of view of demand, it is even better. Most households do not need more than a few cars, but the demand for medicine will keep going up as the price falls. Moreover, the medical industry combines many diverse industries. Most medicine belongs to the domestic traded service sector, employing workers at all skill levels, including nursing aides, nurses, nurse practitioners, internists, and specialists. But some parts of the medical industry are traded sector occupations with potential global markets. For example, medical tourism, medical manufacturing for prosthetics, and even perhaps global and national telemedicine and long-distance surgery. Best of all, the medical sector's profitability ensures that, unlike in other sectors, even unskilled workers can enjoy high wages, because of government regulation or pressure from organized labor. The functional equivalent of 20th century Detroit may be something like the Texas Medical Center in Houston. This suggests that industrial policy, now being rehabilitated after the neoliberal consensus stigmatized it for a generation, has a place in the service sector and traded sector industries such as manufacturing. The goal of a service sector industrial policy should be to increase wages and productivity in low-wage sectors such as retail and hospitality, even if this causes those sectors, as they become more efficient, to shed labor. The displaced labor can be absorbed in other industries such as healthcare, which benefit from rising demand, rising productivity, and a mix of jobs at every skill level. In hindsight, Silicon Valley turned out to be an outlier rather than the future of the American economy. The myth of the knowledge economy was a false dawn. The actual future of American employment, and the American city, will be shaped by technological and global trends but could be far brighter given the right domestic program, including better industrial and labor policies. Advanced technologies provide the tools nations can use to structure their own economies, but different countries can use the same tools differently. The structure of the world economy constrains, but does not determine, the different options that nation-states can choose. The future of the urban workforce does not need to be imposed on Americans by technological or economic forces beyond their control. For better or worse, it will be made in America by Americans, and it should be aimed at restoring the prospects for those whose labor has sustained us before and particularly during the pandemic and will continue to do so in any conceivable urban future. The Cold War has been followed by the Class War. A transatlantic class war has broken out simultaneously in many Western countries between elites based in the corporate, financial, government, media, and educational sectors and disproportionately native working-class populists. The old spectrum of left and right has given way to a new dichotomy in politics among insiders and outsiders. None of the dominant political ideologies of the West can explain the new class war, because all of them pretend that enduring, self-perpetuating social classes no longer exist in the West. Technocratic neoliberalism, the hegemonic ideology of the transatlantic elite, pretends that inherited class status has virtually disappeared in societies that are purely meritocratic, with the exception of barriers to individual upward mobility that still exist because of racism and misogyny. Unable to acknowledge the existence of social class, much less to discuss conflicts among classes, neoliberals tend to attribute populism to bigotry or frustration on the part of maladjusted individuals or a resurgence of 1930s fascism or the sinister machinations of Russian President Vladimir Putin's nationalist regime. Like neoliberalism, mainstream conservatism assumes that hereditary classes no longer exist in the West. Along with neoliberals and libertarians, establishment conservatives claim that the economic elite is not a semi-hereditary class but rather an ever-changing, kaleidoscopic aggregate of talented and hard-working individuals. According to libertarian conservative ideology, the short-term interests of employers are always identical with those of workers and society as a whole. In conventional conservative thought, meritocratic capitalism is threatened from within by an anti-capitalist new class consisting of progressive intellectuals, professors, journalists, and non-profit activists. For its part, Marxism takes classes and class conflict seriously, but orthodox Marxism, with its secularized providential theory of history and its view of industrial workers as the cosmopolitan agents of global revolution, has always been absurd. A body of thought does exist that can explain the current upheavals in the West and the world. It is James Burnham's theory of the managerial revolution, supplemented by the economic sociology of John Kenneth Galbraith. Burnham's thought has recently enjoyed a revival among thinkers of the American center-right. Unfortunately, Galbraith's sociology, along with his economics, remains out of fashion. James Burnham was a leader in the international Trotskyist movement in the 1930s before he became a zealous anti-communist and helped to found the post-World War II American conservative movement. Burnham was influenced by the argument of Adolf Berle and Gardner Means in The Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932, which documented the separation of ownership and control in large-scale modern enterprises, and possibly by Bruno Riz's Bureaucratization of the World, 1939. In his worldwide bestseller The Managerial Revolution, 1941, Burnham argued that in the era of large-scale capitalism and the bureaucratic state, the older bourgeoisie was being replaced by a new managerial class. What is occurring in this transition is a drive for social domination, for power and privilege, for the position of ruling class, by the social group or class of the managers. At the conclusion of the transition period, the managers will, in fact, have achieved social dominance, will be the ruling class in society. This drive, moreover, is worldwide in extent, already well advanced in all nations, though at different levels of development in different nations. In his essay Second Thoughts on James Burnham, 1946, George Orwell provided a succinct summary of Burnham's thesis. Capitalism is disappearing, but socialism is not replacing it. What is now arising is a new kind of planned, centralized society which will be neither capitalist nor, in any accepted sense of the word, democratic. The rulers of this new society will be the people who effectively control the means of production, that is, business executives, technicians, bureaucrats and soldiers, lumped together by Burnham under the name of managers. These people will eliminate the old capitalist class, crush the working class, and so organize society that all power and economic privilege remain in their own hands. Private property rights will be abolished, but common ownership will not be established. The new managerial societies will not consist of a patchwork of small, independent states, but of great superstates grouped around the main industrial centers in Europe, Asia, and America. These superstates will fight among themselves for possession of the remaining uncaptured portions of the earth, but will probably be unable to conquer one another completely. Internally, each society will be hierarchical, with an aristocracy of talent at the top and a mass of semi-slaves at the bottom. Following the abandonment of communism, the global norm in both developed and developing countries, democratic and authoritarian alike, has been some version of the mixed economy dominated by bureaucratic corporations, bureaucratic government, and bureaucratic non-profits, which are staffed by university-credentialed national elites who circulate among the three sectors. What Orwell called Burnham's great superstates grouped round the main industrial centers in Europe, Asia, and America exist today under the names of NATO and NAFTA, the EU, Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, EAEU, and the informal sphere of influence coalescing around China. While private property rights have not been abolished, even in so-called capitalist countries they have been diluted and redefined beyond recognition. Vast numbers of temporary holders of corporate shares that are frequently bought and resold by intermediaries like mutual funds are said to own corporations. Ordinary people with loan repayment or installment plans who in effect are renting houses, cars, and phones from banks or corporations likewise are owners in name only. Burnham's theory of the managerial revolution is similar to the economic sociology of the American economist John Kenneth Galbraith. In their politics, the conservative Burnham and the liberal Galbraith could hardly have been more different from each other, despite their shared friendship with the influential conservative editor and journalist William F. Buckley Jr. Yet both believed that a new ruling elite had displaced the old bourgeoisie and aristocracy. In The New Industrial State, 1967, Galbraith called the new elite the technostructure. In his memoir A Life in Our Times, 1981, Galbraith wrote, James Burnham, partly because he was a stalwart right-winger well out of the political mainstream and partly because he was not a certified academician, never got full credit for his contribution. In early editions of The New Industrial State, I was among those in default. While Burnham and Galbraith included engineers and scientists in the new elite, they were not describing a technocracy like the utopian Soviet of technicians hoped for by the maverick economist Thorstein Veblen. The most important managers are private and public bureaucrats who run large national and global corporations, government agencies, and non-profit organizations. They exercise disproportionate influence in politics and society by virtue of their institutional positions in large, powerful bureaucracies. Some are independently wealthy, but most are salaried employees or fee-earning professionals. Most of today's billionaires were born into this university-educated, credentialed, bureaucratic upper middle class, and their heirs tend to disappear back into it in a generation or two. Pre-modern titled aristocrats who survive in the contemporary West are anachronisms who, for the most part, avoid ridicule by disguising themselves as hard-working professionals and managers. How big is the overclass? It's difficult to measure, but operating on Mark Boven's and Ankrit Will's theory that Western democracies are diploma democracies, ruled by the citizens with the highest degrees, we can count higher education as a market of membership in the overclass. In both Europe and the US, only about 3 out of 10 citizens have college degrees, and that a third of the population provides almost all government, business, media, and non-profit personnel. Even fewer citizens have the professional or graduate degrees that more accurately correspond with membership in the college-educated managerial overclass. No more than 10 or 15% of the population in a typical Western nation, a small minority, though considerably larger than the much-discussed 1%. This credentialed overclass owns roughly half the wealth in the United States, with the rest divided between the super-rich and the bottom 90%. Are the managers and professionals an inbred, self-perpetuating, hereditary class as well as an educational elite? In a purely meritocratic society, the ranks of university-educated managers and professionals might be refilled completely by upwardly mobile individuals in each generation. In the United States, however, American college students tend to have one or more college-educated parents. In other Western democracies as well, membership in the university-educated managerial class is also partly hereditary, though partly open to talent from below. In the United States and Europe, intergenerational mobility, measured crudely by correlation between the earnings of fathers and sons, is strikingly low. According to Julia B. Isaacs of the Brookings Institution, roughly half of the parental earnings advantage is inherited by sons. If trends hold, it would take an average of 6 generations for family economic advantage to disappear in the United States and the United Kingdom. In Canada, Norway, Finland, and Denmark, social mobility is somewhat higher, such that it would take 3, not 6, generations to essentially cancel out the effects of being born into a wealthy family. If only America were more like social democratic Europe, it would take only 3 generations to make a gentleman. The persistence of class in Britain is even more striking. Gregory Clark and Neil Cummins have demonstrated that Britons with Norman French surnames like Darcy, Mandeville, Percy, and Montgomery have been at the top of the British social order for 27 generations since the Norman conquest in 1066, while families with Anglo-Saxon names like Sidwell, Tunbridge, and Good Hill still tend to be poorer and less educated. It may be true that college degrees are tickets out of poverty, but most of the tickets are passed out at birth to children in a small number of families with a lot of money. In the United States, students with math scores in the bottom half who come from families with the highest socioeconomic status are more likely to finish a college degree than students from families with the lowest socioeconomic status who have math scores in the top half of the range. In a true meritocracy, the mediocre children of college-educated parents would constantly be tumbling down into the non-college-educated working class, replaced by smarter, upwardly mobile scions of the working class. But overclass families will do anything they can to make sure that their offspring remain in the university-credentialed elite into which they were born, including, in the United States, bribing university admissions officials and reference letter writers. The Industrial Revolution did not replace class systems in the West with classless, meritocratic societies. It replaced the old, mostly hereditary class system consisting of landlords and peasants with a new, mostly hereditary class system consisting of managers and proles, in which degrees are the new titles of nobility and diplomas the new coats of arms. Is the managerial overclass global or national? The new class war, in its international dimension, is not a classic Marxist struggle of post-national capitalists against a global working class. Nor is it the work of rootless globalists of the kind sometimes denounced by populists. Today's Western managerial elites often pretend to be citizens of the world, and signal their virtue by disdaining the democratic nation-state as parochial or anachronistic. But most are deeply rooted in their home countries. While many supply chains are now regional or global, the headquarters of the global economy are not only in the triad of North America, Europe, Northeast Asia, but also disproportionately in the US, Japan, Germany, and the UK. Of the top 10 multinationals by foreign assets in 2016, 3 were based in the US, Chevron, General Electric, ExxonMobil, 2 in the UK, the oil companies Royal Dutch Shell and BP, 2 in Japan, Toyota, SoftBank, and 1 apiece in Germany, Volkswagen, France, Total, and Belgium, and Anheuser-Busch InBev. Even when they established transplant operations in the territories of other developed nations, leading multinational firms, like Toyota, Daimler, and Ford, tend to retain their national identity at the leadership level. Nor has a transnational managerial elite replaced national managerial elites. In the United States, foreign-born CEOs in 2015 accounted for only 73, or 14.6%, of Fortune 500 CEOs. As of 2014, international revenue made up 37% of total revenue for S&P 500 firms, but the share of directors who were foreign nationals was only 7.2%. The new class war is not a global class war. It consists of struggles in particular Western nations among local overclasses and local working classes, struggles that happen to be taking place in many nations at the same time. On both sides of the Atlantic, the political divide between the educated overclass and the rest of the country is stark. In the 2016 US presidential election, among counties with a population of 50,000 or more, Hillary Clinton won 48 of the 50 counties that had the highest percentage of voters with at least a 4-year bachelor's degree. Support for her presidential bid collapsed, to use the pollster Nate Silver's term, in the 50 counties with the lowest educational levels. Political differences correlated with education can be found among racial and ethnic minority populations as well. The same pattern is evident in Europe. In Britain, for example, the chief trait predicting support for the Leave side in the Brexit referendum in 2016 was lower educational qualifications, a trait that was more important than others, including race and ethnicity. Because the possession of a diploma tends to indicate birth into the economic elite, these figures manifest conflict among largely hereditary social classes, not a clash between knowledge and ignorance or intelligence and stupidity. If a united working class voted against the overclass, the latter would lose every election. But national working classes have always been divided in politics by various cleavages: religious, regional, racial, ethnic, and ideological, to the benefit of outnumbered managerial elites. The most important cleavage dividing the working classes in today's North Atlantic democracies is rivalry for jobs, public services, and status among old stock natives and recent immigrants and their descendants. To understand this rift within the working class, we must add to James Burnham's analysis of managerial rule the split labor market theory first proposed by sociologist Edna Bonasic in 1972. According to Bonasic, a split labor market occurs when there are at least 2 groups of workers whose price of labor differs for the same work, or would differ if they did the same work. In the case of some regional or ethnic groups, crushing poverty may drive them to sell their labor relatively cheaply. In this situation, employers will prefer to hire members of the group willing to work for lower wages. In response, higher-paid workers will attempt to maintain their standard of wages by preventing employers from doing so, by excluding the rival group and confining it to certain occupations in a segregated, caste-like system, or by leveling the playing field so that there are no group-based wage differentials. According to the historian Gavin Wright, by eliminating the split labor market that existed under segregation, the Civil Rights Revolution contributed to economic growth and more widely shared prosperity in the American South in the final decades of the 20th century. Split labor market theory is a great improvement on the simple-minded explanation of the opposition of native workers to immigrant rivals or workers competing with them abroad as the result of pre-existing individual prejudice. Bonasich complained that both Marxist and non-Marxist writers assume that racial and cultural differences in themselves prompt the development of ethnic competition. This theory challenges that assumption, suggesting that economic processes are more fundamental. The description of the new class war here is simplified for clarity. There are many fine gradations and categories that must be left out of a book like this. The university-credentialed overclass contains moderately paid schoolteachers and store managers, as well as wealthy corporate lawyers and billionaire entrepreneurs. Workers who did not go to college include prosperous construction contractors, as well as high school dropouts who work as janitors or laborists employed by moving companies. Even with these qualifications, the pattern of politics in today's Western democracies is best described as a struggle with three sides: the overclass and two segments of a divided working class. Working class immigrants and some native minority group members whose personal conditions are improving compete with many members of the native working class, mostly but not exclusively white, who find their economic status, political power, and cultural dignity under threat from below as well as from above. The only winners are a third group, the mostly native, mostly white overclass elites who benefit from the division of the working class. All politics is local, as the old American saying has it. In modern Western democracies, the division of the national territory into federal subunits and voting districts means that class conflict is manifested by geographic differences in partisanship and worldview. In the next chapter 1 we'll explore the geographic battlegrounds of contemporary politics on both sides of the Atlantic, hubs and heartlands. On a map of the United States color-coded by party, big cities and university towns and a few regions with large immigrant and racial minority populations are a chain of democratic islands in a Republican ocean. Similar patterns appear on maps of voting for Brexit in the UK and elections in continental Europe. Looking at these maps, it is easy to see why scholars and journalists refer to the urban-rural divide. But this is misleading. Farm owners and farm workers make up only a tiny sliver of the population in the typical Western democracy. Most voters in Europe and North America today live in broadly defined metro areas or small communities on their periphery. In the case of partisanship, the most important border is not between city and countryside, but between expensive, high-density urban business districts and inner suburbs on the one hand and, on the other, low-density suburbs and exurbs. Rather than use the terms city and countryside, we can describe the high-density areas as hubs, and the low-density areas around and between the hubs as heartlands. The hubs and heartlands are distinguished not only by population density but also by different economic sectors. In the hubs, home to most of the managerial overclass, we see two primary sectors: high-end business and professional services, and luxury services. In the heartlands, we find two other sectors: goods production and what can be described as mass services. The high-end business and professional services concentrated in the hubs, which Saskia Saar Sen has called global cities, such as New York and London, include software, finance, insurance, accounting, marketing, advertising, consulting, and others whose clients are often corporations, including global corporations managing supply chains in many countries. No matter where they are born, professionals and managers often move to pursue their careers in major hub cities that specialize in particular producer services: software in San Francisco and the Bay Area, finance in New York and London and Frankfurt. Much of the discretionary income of elite managers and professionals in the hub cities is spent on luxury services. In Europe and North America, these amenities are provided by the sectors that the economist David Autor calls wealth work, a category with formal job titles that include gift wrapper, fingernail former, mystery shopper, and barista. The combination of low wages and high living costs for many workers in hubs like New York, London, and Paris make these occupations unattractive to many native workers of all races, as well as more prosperous immigrants, who often move to suburbs or exurbs as soon as they can afford to escape. Urban service jobs are filled disproportionately by recent immigrants. For for whom miserable pay and crowded living conditions in the hubs are preferable to the limited opportunities in the countries they left behind. The social liberalism of these high-end service meccas cannot disguise their extreme inequality. The gap between richest and poorest in New York City is comparable to that of Swaziland. Los Angeles and Chicago are slightly more egalitarian, comparable to the Dominican Republic and El Salvador. Meanwhile, in the vast areas of low density, low-rise residential and commercial zones around and among the hierarchical hubs, a radically different society has evolved. In the national heartlands, apart from expensive rural resort areas, there are fewer rich households and therefore fewer working poor employed by the rich as servants and luxury service providers. In the US and Europe, the population of the heartlands is much more likely to be native-born and white. But the heartlands are becoming more racially and ethnically diverse, making the familiar equation of urban and non-white anachronistic. For example, most African Americans and Latinos in the US are neither poor nor urban but belong along with most white Americans to the suburban and exurban working class. Over time, the share of the heartland population that is non-white or mixed race is growing, as both non-white immigrants and native minority group members are driven by rising real estate costs out of hub cities that have grown whiter and richer thanks to gentrification. In the United States, immigrants from Latin America are assimilating to mainstream language and culture and marrying outside of their group at a rate similar to that of European immigrants in the past. It is a mistake, therefore, to assume that the hub city ethnic diasporas of today will endure rather than wither away in time as did America's Little Italies and Little Bohemias. In the heartlands are found almost all of the goods-producing industries that have not been offshored to other countries: factories, farms, mines, and oil and gas wells. In addition to being the realm of goods production, the heartland is the land of mass services. In the somewhat idealized era of mid-20th century industrial Fordism, the workers in mass production industries earned enough to buy the products they made, such as cars, radios, and television sets. In the 21st century, the workers in mass provision service industries, waiters at inexpensive chain restaurants with working-class clienteles at exurban highway intersections, for example, unlike waiters at prestigious downtown restaurants, often can afford to purchase the services they provide, in a kind of service sector Fordism. In short, the hub-heartland divide that is reshaping politics on both sides of the Atlantic is the geographic manifestation of a class divide. Partisan geographic differences tend to be proxies for class conflicts, with the interests of hub city overclasses and heartland working classes colliding when it comes to environmental policies, trade, immigration, and values. Of all the self-serving myths that are found in metropolitan overclass propaganda, the most absurd is the idea that the hubs are more productive than the heartlands. This makes sense only if productivity is equated with income. By this standard, if all the billionaires in the United States moved to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, the luxury resort community would become the most productive area in the US overnight. In reality, affluent investors, managers, and professionals in global hubs like New York, San Francisco, and London are paid for the services or capital they provide to major industries or firms, most of which have physical production or transportation facilities elsewhere. The fortunes of many San Francisco tech executives depend on legions of underpaid factory workers in China and other countries, on energy-hungry server farms located in remote rural areas, and on massive communications and transportation infrastructures stretching over vast distances among cities and nations and maintained by blue-collar workers. Michael Sembalist of J.P. Morgan Asset Management writes that without U.S. heartland regions, cities would not be able to grow as they have, and or the US would be highly reliant on geopolitically insecure and costlier imports of food and energy, and be exposed to volatile weather, environmental and exchange rate conditions out of its control. As a tongue-in-cheek thought experiment, Sembalist allocated the 538 votes in the Electoral College that elects the US president to American states on the basis of two equally weighted factors: their populations and their food and energy production. Texas, the Midwest, and the Rockies gain electors, while East Coast states and Michigan lose them. Without any irony, William Jennings Bryan, the leading agrarian populist of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, would have approved, having declared, "The great cities rest upon our broad and fertile prairies. Burn down your cities and leave our farms, and your cities will spring up again as if by magic, but destroy our farms, and grass will grow in the streets of every city in the country." Most of the physical production that remains in Western nations, like manufacturing, agriculture, and mining, including fossil fuel extraction, along with infrastructure construction and upkeep, occur far from the fashionable downtowns and affluent, inner-ring suburbs where most of the managerial overclass lives and works. Overclass elites in urban hubs therefore can favor stringent environmental regulations at little cost to themselves. Heartland communities are more likely to be sensitive to the costs of environmental policies than hub city managers and professionals. What is more, the property-owning, working-class majorities of the heartlands are also likely to be more sensitive to environmental restrictions on what property owners can do with their property than the denizens of the hubs, where not only the working poor and the working class but also many professionals must rent because they cannot afford to own homes. And most working-class individuals in low-density regions rely on their personal cars or trucks for commuting, shopping, and recreation. The French Yellow Vest riots of the winter of 2018-19 illustrated the intersecting fault lines of class and place in environmental policy. Although France is responsible for only a negligible amount of global greenhouse gas emissions, in order to advertise France's moral leadership in combating global warming, President Macron's government raised taxes on diesel-fueled cars and trucks. The costs of this exercise in virtue signaling fell disproportionately on working-class and rural citizens, dependent on their automobiles and trucks. Their spontaneous protests escalated into months of violence in Paris and other French cities, forcing Macron's government to abandon the policy. Subsequently, in 2019, the Conservative Party in Australia, based in low-density working-class areas, came from behind and defeated a progressive party that pushed environmental regulations that threaten jobs and low living costs in the periphery. Like debates about the environment, debates about trade are battlefields in the class war. The overclass population living in hubs continues to tout the benefits of trade liberalization among high-wage and low-wage countries, including slightly lower prices for consumers for imports from low-wage nations, but much of the Western working class is no longer listening. As manufacturing jobs disappear overseas, disproportionately affecting the livelihoods of the working class in the heartland, more and more disaffected Americans look to leaders who promise to change the trade balance. Economic orthodoxy be damned. In 2016, according to the economists David Autor, David Dorn, Gordon Hanson, and Cave Majlisi, voters in U.S. regions exposed to Chinese import competition were more likely than others to support the outsider candidacies of Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. Trade-exposed, congressional districts with an initial majority white population or initially in Republican hands became substantially more likely to elect a conservative Republican, while trade-exposed districts with an initial majority minority population or initially in Democratic hands also became more likely to elect a liberal Democrat. In presidential elections, counties with greater trade exposure shifted towards the Republican candidate. The most important of the many divisions between the overclass in the hubs and the native working-class voters in the heartland is the clash over immigration policy. Like trade policy in today's era of transnational production, immigration policy is essentially labor policy. Immigration has always been a flashpoint in the class war between employers and workers. Members of the mostly white overclass elite in the U.S. often personally benefit from lax enforcement of immigration laws. The Pew Research Center reports that in the U.S., immigrants make up nearly half of all household servants, who are employed by a relatively small number of affluent households. As Lynn Stewart Paramore writes for the left-leaning Alternate, in the U.S., nearly half of maids and housekeepers are not native-born, with Latin Americans dominating. A big chunk of the wealthy is happy to support mass immigration of cheap labor so that these workers can continue to be underpaid. The adoption by many U.S. hub cities of seemingly idealistic sanctuary city laws, which forbid local law enforcement officers from collaborating with federal officials in identifying and deporting illegal immigrants, saves money for managers and professionals by maintaining their access to local pools of low-wage, untaxed, unregulated, off-the-books nannies, as well as other luxury service labor that allows college-educated professionals to maintain their privileged lifestyles. By one estimate, 90% of nannies in New York City are paid off the books by employers who ignore employment rules and tax laws. High levels of immigration, both legal and illegal, also maintain the populations and economies and real estate prices of overclass-dominated hubs. For decades, there has been a net outflow of U.S. citizens moving out of unaffordable big cities like New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles and their counterparts in Europe. If international migration had not compensated for the exodus of natives from the 1970s onward, New York City would have lost population and its property tax base would have shrunk by $500 billion over 30 years. Absent perpetual repopulation from abroad, cities like New York, San Francisco, London, and Paris might go into demographic and economic death spirals. Luxury industries, including tourist businesses, might cost more in a tight labor market, while urban real estate prices might tumble, with disastrous consequences for the wealth of local elites. At the same time, the flight of natives from the hubs might accelerate further if two-earner professional couples had to pay higher wages to their servants. In contrast, Curtailing low-wage immigration from abroad would not harm and in some cases might help the working classes employed by the production industries and the mass service industries of the national heartlands in America and Europe. Few of them can afford foreign-born nannies, maids, and gardeners. And if tighter labor markets allow waiters at suburban chain restaurants to earn more, they can also spend more, not only on mass-provided services but also on mass-produced goods like those at the discount furniture outlet at the highway intersection. Tighter labor markets would make it easier for exploited urban immigrants to demand higher wages from miserly employers as well. Working-class immigrants compete with native workers for more than just wages. In modern Western welfare states, lower-paid workers may compete with better-paid workers for limited public resources such as schools, hospitals, welfare services, or, in some countries, public housing. Even in the absence of direct occupational rivalry, this competition for public goods among ethnically divided sections of the working class can provoke resentment. Within democratic countries, natives and immigrants also compete for status and recognition of their cultures. Under the double standard of what the political scientist Eric Kaufmann calls asymmetrical multiculturalism, political and media establishments in Europe and the US, atoning for the white supremacist attitudes of earlier generations, praise immigrants and native minorities and celebrate their cultural traditions. In itself, this is commendable progress. Unfortunately, under the logic of asymmetrical multiculturalism, appreciation of minority and immigrant traditions is often coupled with elite contempt for the ancestral traditions of white native and white immigrant subcultures, which are alleged by overclass intellectuals to be hopelessly tainted by white supremacy or colonialism. This is plausible in the case of celebrations of the pro-slavery Confederacy by white Southerners in the United States. But America's Columbus Day holiday, named for a famous Italian, was established as an affirmation of pride in the heritage of working-class Italian Americans who had long suffered from the contempt of elite Anglo-American Protestants. It is not, as today's sanctimonious overclass left claims, a celebration of the brutal policies of Columbus toward Native Americans in the Caribbean. Needless to say, the double standard of Western establishments when it comes to sentiments of ancestral pride provides recruits for racial and cultural nativism and demagogic populism. Another cultural clash among members of the overclass and the working class within native white majorities in America and Europe involves family relationships and local attachments or the lack of them. The British thinker David Goodhart has contrasted the communitarian localism of less educated somewheres with the individualistic careerism of educated anywheres. For many working-class somewheres, personal identities as members of particular local communities or extended families are more important than their low-status jobs. In contrast, Goodhart's anywheres, educated and mobile members of the managerial overclass, often think of themselves as citizens of the world, derive their personal status from their prestigious occupations, not their local or national communities, abandon their low-status class or ethnic or regional accents in order to succeed in metropolitan careers, and jettison ancestral traditions in favor of ever-changing transnational elite fashions. To members of the overclass accustomed to thinking of geographic mobility in the interest of a professional career as the norm, it may come as a shock to learn that the average American lives within 18 miles of her mother. 57% of Americans have never lived outside of their home states and 37% have spent their entire lives in their hometowns, with the exception of periods of military service or college education. Those without a university degree are far less likely to travel across the country or the world in pursuit of career goals. The numbers are similar in Europe. Reflecting the sacrifice of family commitments to career ambitions that is characteristic of many highly educated and ambitious overclass professionals, a survey of 24 advanced industrial democracies showed that, compared to the non-college educated, university-educated individuals are more likely to describe children as a burden rather than as a joy. Working-class households are far more likely than overclass households to rely on a stay-at-home parent or relatives to care for children. In the United States, 66% of those whose education ended with high school say that children are better off when one parent stays at home to raise them. The number plunges to 51% for those with a bachelor's degree or more. Urban hubs increasingly are populated by individuals without any children at all. According to the American Community Survey, in 2016 there were more dogs than children in San Francisco. Writing in The Atlantic in 2019, Derek Thompson concluded, "The future of the city is childless." Although racism is declining, racist attitudes linger in the US and Europe, following centuries of institutionalized white supremacy that came to an end only in the mid-20th century. Racial and ethnic bigotry undoubtedly motivate the opposition of some voters to immigration. But if bigotry were the sole or major factor inspiring native workers to oppose high levels of immigration, native white working-class citizens in the West should be as hostile to affluent and educated non-white immigrants as they are to low-wage non-white immigrants. But this is not the case. In the US, attitudes toward immigration are chiefly determined by class. Less skilled workers are more likely to favor immigration restriction than more educated workers. At the same time, there is broad cross-class support in the US and other Western countries in favor of skilled rather than unskilled immigration. In the US, there has been no significant backlash against East Asian and South Asian immigrants, who tend to be college-educated professionals, comparable to the backlash against less skilled and disproportionately poor Latin American immigrants, even though Asian immigrants are non-white as well. In Britain, working-class populists have complained about Polish plumbers and other lower-income immigrants from Central and Eastern Europe who are white. As split labor market theory would predict, the native working-class backlash has been greatest against particular groups of immigrants, non-white or white, who are viewed as competitors for jobs or welfare and public services. The geographic polarization that is evident in Western democracies, then, reflects the social divide among classes who live in different areas: college-educated overclasses and the disproportionately immigrant working poor in the high-density hubs and the mostly native, mostly white working classes in the low-density heartlands. Their differences over environmental policy, trade, immigration, and other issues reflect conflicting interests, values, lifestyles, and aspirations. Can today's new class war, fought on all of these different fronts at once, give way to a new class peace? The history of the last century in the West provides some hope. By the middle of the 20th century, the first class war between the managerial overclass and the working class came to an end in an uneasy cross-class peace that lasted for a generation. While it lasted, the democracies of Europe and North America enjoyed the greatest expansion of mass prosperity and civil rights in their histories. It is rarely fully appreciated that the end of the Keynesian growth era in the 1970s closely coincided with the end of the post-war cycle in housing construction, an industry important to economic growth but, with few exceptions, neglected by political economy. Keynesian demand management relied to a considerable extent on the state-based creation of demand through public works, i.e. infrastructure and social housing. A host of studies point to the importance of these investments for economic growth. Yet, the budget austerity measures of the 1970s and neoliberal housing ideologies put an end to supply subsidy approaches in housing. Thus, governments lost a key demand management and growth-producing instrument. But how did they compensate for the loss of this macroeconomic management tool, an important pillar of their national growth models? Concentrating on residential construction, this paper argues that the Keynesian construction state left a growth model void in Western Europe that was filled with three different trajectories on the construction side of the economy. First, some countries, often referred to as export-led economies, suppressed their domestic construction sector and focused on sectors active in the production of goods and services for export by means of price level management and curtailing domestic demand. As the export and construction sectors often require opposite and conflicting macroeconomic conditions, we find a negative cross-country association between the sizes of the two sectors, with mortgage-repressed Germany at one end. At the other end, a second group of countries embarked on a trajectory that relied more extensively on private mortgage credit to replace formerly state-led construction. While the extension of private mortgage credit is a general phenomenon, termed privatized Keynesianism, throughout all countries from the 1970s, this second group managed to stimulate a construction boom that even matched the peak of post-war reconstruction boom levels, Southern Europe, Ireland. A third group followed a more hybrid economic trajectory. Mortgage credit equally exploded, but without producing significantly more housing output, leading only to housing price booms, such as in Sweden or the UK. Here the consumption effect of more mortgages and higher asset prices produced growth effects. While countries on all three trajectories could rely on one new source of growth, exports, construction, or mortgages, they all came with specific drawbacks which crystallized after the crisis of 2008 and laid bare their long-run unsustainability. Construction-repressed countries tended to have housing shortages and domestic underconsumption while simultaneously producing international trade imbalances. The construction boom countries risked a diversion or misallocation of credit into the unproductive fostering of an asset price bubble combined with higher construction output volatility and deeper recessions. The mortgage boom countries, in turn, failed to produce a construction boom and inflate house prices to the level of unaffordability for first-time buyers. Recessions in these countries are exacerbated by financial crises which are more likely to originate in the overstretched mortgage markets. While there are different approaches to the origins of this divergence of trajectories, we argue in our discussion that policy feedback mechanisms reinforce pre-existing differences. For countries with high construction contributions to GDP, political parties tend to speak in favor of more infrastructure investment and housing construction, but against more free trade in their election manifestos. In export-led economies, by contrast, parties across the political spectrum are more likely to favor trade and export-oriented positions. These political reinforcement cycles might explain why a return to economic equilibria, international trade balance and non-inflated construction and mortgage sectors may face political obstacles, and why the different growth regimes are kept in place even when they appear less and less sustainable. One key contribution of this paper is to bring the big construction sector to the attention of the traditionally manufacturing and, more recently, finance-focused comparative political economy (CPE) literature, and to thus add a construction sector story to the current debates about diverging models of economic growth. First, we recount how the focus of political economy on the manufacturing sector largely forgot about construction, and outline what a political economy of this sector with its sectoral specificities and policies could look like. We then reconstruct how the Keynesian construction state transitioned into the era of dominantly private construction and mortgage credit, and how countries diverged along the three different trajectories outlined above: construction repressed, mortgage boom, and construction boom. We suggest in the discussion section that whatever the causes of countries' initial divergence, political reinforcement cycles in the party systems help to explain the surprising persistence of different country trajectories. We conclude by making a case for taking the construction sector more seriously in future CPE work. The construction industry has been studied extensively in business and management studies as well as in macroeconomics. In the former field, elements of process management, skill development, innovation management, and studies on the special nature of the construction firm are at the core. This literature is generally geared towards a practice-oriented audience in the fields of corporate management and construction engineering. More academic in nature is the literature related to economics. This scholarship is interested in construction's multiplier effects for the general economy and its relation to the business cycle movements and urban development. Parts of this literature recognize the difficulty of studying the construction sector. This challenge begins with capturing the scope of the sector and its components. In its broadest sense, the sector is about all construction trades. It entails the actual work of constructing a dwelling, structural, building, and underground engineering, i.e. main construction trade, as well as special construction, demolition, special works, maintenance services, facility management, carpentry, plumbing, electronic engineering, real estate services and construction-related manufacturing, i.e. the industrial prefabrication of construction products, steel works, parts and tools, and machinery used for the construction sector. In its narrow sense, construction is synonymous solely with the main construction trade. The complexity of what the construction sector actually entails makes it difficult to fully appreciate its importance. It is, therefore, understandable that political economy scholarship has not centered on construction but almost exclusively on manufacturing, often with a preferred focus on industries of the steel age. There are some exceptions to this rule, such as the analysis of the vocational training system, of labor relations and wage formation, and the endemic problem of corruption associated with the sector. The different institutions of the construction labor market, with its seasonality, regional nature, capacity cycles, work accidents, specific wage setting and welfare institutions, have received quite some attention. The difference in the organization of the construction trades is seen as an important starting point for observations about a less regulated, informal on-the-job training system with less regulated wage setting in Anglophone countries and the collective German vocational training system with more coordinated wage setting. This is also associated with how dominantly prefabrication is used in construction. Often, there is a dualization of formal and informal labor markets within countries, which recent wage laws requiring location-specific minimum wages have set out to prevent in public works projects. Moreover, it is difficult to disentangle the activities in the construction sector from one of its subsegments, which is the provision of housing. Interestingly, construction has not received much attention in the recent housing-related literature. This has rather focused on the role of housing for macroeconomic developments, for growth strategies and capitalist models, for the process of financialization and house price Keynesianism, as well as its implications for welfare and inequality. This is surprising considering the importance of construction in modern economies. Employment in broad construction in the EU 15 ranges from 8.3% of total employment in the UK to 22% in Luxembourg, averaging 9.6% across all countries. Similarly, the share of gross value added of broad construction in 2015 to 17 ranged between 8.7% in Ireland and 19.7% in the UK and had an EU average of 16.9%, IBID. However, if one looks only at construction in the narrow sense, the employment share is larger on average than its contribution to GDP, as the sector is labor-intensive. Residential construction alone made up 30% of gross capital formation on average, albeit with a demonstrated downward trend after the post-war reconstruction. In the EU27, civil engineering accounted for 14% of total construction, the bulk of which is made up of non-residential, industry, commercial, etc., and, predominantly, residential investments. Figure 1 summarizes the total investment volumes of these segments since 1991 for 3 different European economies, showing broadly similar trends across both sectors. It also reveals that a considerable and at times even predominant share of both residential and non-residential is not new construction, but renovation. We focus mainly on residential construction in this study, as it makes up the largest share in the construction market, follows similar trends to other segments, and is the best researched sector. The strong public demand element in civil engineering, moreover, makes that segment very special, as it depends on public tenders, fiscal federalism, etc. In general, the construction sector, both in employment and in value added, is a large segment of the economy, at around 40% on average of manufacturing, as displayed in Figure 2 for 42 world economies since 1950, drawing on the 10-sector database. The figure also shows that there generally is a positive initial association between the relative size of the manufacturing and construction sectors. Above a certain threshold of manufacturing share, however, there is again less construction share, as shown by the inverted U line approximated by a Lurse function. A coloring of the scatterplot by 3 different countries of our typology reveals that this is again driven by the opposed Spanish and West German cases, with the British in between. As the shares are part of a sum adding up to 100, not too much should be read into this first suggestion of a negative association. See further below. Despite the general importance of the construction sector, there are several reasons for its general neglect in CPE. First, the construction sector has long been associated with low productivity and has hence been seen as a kind of pre-modern sector not characteristic of modern capitalism. Long-run studies of sectoral productivity growth confirm this view. Second, the construction sector appears simply to be a service industry to other sectors. As these sectors create jobs and influence regional dynamics, the construction sector follows suit but does not necessarily initiate these trends. Third, despite a national and perhaps even global synchronization of house price cycles, the construction markets, particularly residential ones, are still a phenomenon with strong regional anchoring. Even if some strands of CPE have a pronounced regional focus of analysis, its predominant level of analysis is still the nation-state and its institutions, which is also reflected in the most commonly used databases. Fourth, since the 1980s, financial services and the knowledge-based economy have received increasing attention from CPE scholars, with a great exception of the revival of the old manufacturing-centric view in the varieties of capitalism approach. When housing became a recent topic in CPE, it did so exclusively through its financial ties to mortgage finance, but mortgage finance has since decoupled from the construction sector of the real economy. There is hence reason to believe that housing finance alone is insufficient to understand the real construction activity. A final reason for CPE's construction sector blind spot lies in the implicit assumption of most CPE approaches that supply-side institutions explain most of the differences across countries. The construction sector, by contrast, is subject to the one institutional sphere in which governmental stimuli of aggregate demand play the most important role because governments create the largest single demand component of all construction industries. The recent shift to more demand-side approaches such as different national growth models, therefore, lays the basis for giving the construction sector as much weight in CPE analysis as its contribution to GDP, GDP growth, and macroeconomic demand steering would ask for. Currently, however, the growth model literature identifies export-led, finance-led, consumption-led, or state-led growth. The construction sector has only tangentially played a role through its close ties to mortgage finance. The 20th century saw 2 major construction booms in which all Eastern and Western countries participated. Both the winners and losers of the world wars had so much pent-up demand, in addition to the war destruction and long-term diversion of funds away from housing, that some planners expected reconstruction to last for several generations. The reconstruction of infrastructure, and also housing, became an important government affair after World War II, even more so than after World War I, when countries' housing policy repertoire and institutions first took shape. Countries differed as to whether they preferred to give subsidized mortgages, mortgage guarantees, or deductions on interest payments to state companies and non-profit associations that built social rental housing, or to private households for purchasing their own houses. The results produced by these different policy pathways also differed. Landlords and tenants of rent-capped flats in multi-story buildings in the more continental European countries versus homeowners in detached family houses in the European periphery and English-speaking countries. Finally, the different subsidy structure shaped the structure of the building industry, with more large and national-scale private community builders in the US and non-profit housing builders and associations in Germany, and more concentrated public builders in France or Sweden. Extensive welfare states also tended to intervene more into the public provision of land and housing. On the housing finance side, deposit-based savings and loans financed housing in Anglophone countries, while mortgage bond finance mortgage banks bankrolled much of European private construction. But beyond these differences there were undeniable commonalities. First, state-supported housing construction, through various kinds of national subsidy schemes, made up a considerable part of total housing construction. Given the multi-layered forms that housing subsidies can take, direct loans, mortgage guarantees, tax exemptions, the overall monetary amount is difficult to assess, let alone in a comparative perspective. Beyond the state-influenced building share, some countries reported a state share in mortgage lending which could amount to more than 50% in post-WWI France or post-WWI New Zealand, up to 40% in Germany's two post-war eras, and also up to 20% in Australia or Italy after the wars. Second, housing constituted a significant part of the state's demand management. Known for having strong employment effects even for unskilled labor, its multiplier and its inflation-absorbing effect, it became an important macroeconomic policy tool for fighting temporary recessions. Within Keynesian economics, construction is classically mentioned for its multiplier effect. More than in other sectors, a dollar spent in construction is said to multiply into around $2.5 in the broader economy and thus plays an important role both in business cycle smoothing and development policy. Third, builders of various types could rely on state-supported housing demand and thus produce in prefabricated bulk. Housing finance of whatever banking type was organized in specialized circuits, shielded from global capital market competition through interest regulation, international capital controls, and special licenses. By the 1970s, all Western countries reached a peak of construction output, producing up to 15 new units per 1,000 inhabitants, as displayed in Figure 3. In many countries, the notion of a housing surplus made a brief appearance, and the success of the large-scale post-war housing policies became the strongest argument against the traditional supply subsidy form and for its obsolescence. Budget austerity discussions during various crises in the 1970s made the highly visible state mortgage subsidies an easy target of expensive, bad paternalism. Flexible housing allowances and the less visible individual fiscal exemptions moved housing policies from supply to demand subsidies and hence from public to private housing provision. Centre-left parties discovered the home-owning median voter and entered into an ideological and mortgage-promising competition with conservative parties to win the favour of the home-owning constituency, to whichever more attractive mortgage arrangements were offered. As a result, private production of housing units became the dominant mode of housing production again in all countries. Third, non-profit housing builders with a traditional symbiosis between them and state housing subsidies ran into various problems. Corruption scandals, growth-based organizations without growth, the loss of tax exemptions, and below-market rents while still being obliged to serve social functions, and diminished in importance. On the side of housing finance, inflation had eroded most capital controls and interest rate regulation, and commercial banks entered the mortgage market on account of decreasing returns in their traditional commercial loans business. What has been described as the debt shift began to take shape. With the help of financial innovation, e.g. mortgage-backed securities, the banking sector made mortgage lending their dominant activity instead of business lending. While these broad tendencies, end of the post-war construction cycle, less public housing and more private mortgages and construction, have been common to all countries examined here, the turn from states' housing demand management to a home ownership-friendly private mortgage regime with an inclination towards private Keynesianism was by no means uniform in its timing and extent across countries. Figure 4 shows the divergence of countries' construction economies along three central indicators: average housing construction output, household debt per income, and house price growth from 1980 up to the financial crisis. Generally, we observe the well-supported association between house prices and mortgage debt. Countries with growth in mortgage credit have also witnessed a stronger rise in real house prices, with most southern European countries, Scandinavian and Anglophone countries participating in this trend, while Germany, Japan, or Switzerland are not. This financialized dimension of the housing sector differs from the size of the real housing sector, which we approximate here through the housing unit output. While all countries showed lower output levels when compared to the post-war reconstruction boom, some countries, particularly in southern Europe, Italy excepted, have witnessed new construction booms, in contrast to northern European countries. Note that countries with a boom in house prices and mortgage lending do not necessarily display a construction boom during the same period. Countries like Sweden, Denmark, or the UK have been known for strong house price increases, high levels of mortgage debt, and still no construction boom like that of countries such as Ireland, Spain, or Portugal. With the demise of the Keynesian construction state, European countries followed different trajectories which we try to capture along three dimensions: the real domestic construction sector, the financialized housing sector, mortgages, prices, and the export sector as counterpart to the domestic construction economy. We suggest three ideal typical trajectories that countries followed: a construction-repressed export trajectory, a mortgage boom trajectory, and a construction boom trajectory. While no country is a perfect realization of any one ideal type, Germany, the UK, and Spain are perhaps the best exemplifying cases for each type, respectively. The construction-repressed type can be observed best in Germany, where overall construction levels have been among the lowest compared to historical levels prior to 1980, while mortgage credit extension has not reached the levels of other countries. One reason is the strong degree of mortgage market regulation which has discouraged mortgage lending to households. On a mortgage regulation scale of the 2000s, based inter alia on loan-to-value ratios and interest rate flexibility, Germany scores among the most conservative countries. One ideational reason is that social democrats have been less eager than their counterparts in other countries to promote home ownership and the accompanying extension of mortgages, as comparative historical analyses of home ownership content in party manifestos since 1945 reveal. As households do not necessarily have to buy and take on debt to live somewhere, the demand for mortgage credit is not as inelastic as in high home ownership countries. The politically sensitive rent prices, in turn, have a constraining effect on house price developments and could counteract spiraling house prices and mortgage credit. A more structural reason for the construction repression, we argue, lies in the incompatibility of a strong export economy and export-based growth model with an oversized construction and domestic mortgage sector. Instead of relying on a privatized construction sector as an engine for growth, Germany instead turned to serving export demand. The negative relationship between the two alternatives can be both empirically and theoretically motivated. Empirically, this is reflected in a negative correlation between the Fuller's Mortgage Encouragement Index and the export orientation. More mortgage-repressed countries display higher levels of exports to imports on average in the years before 2008. What is more, we find a growing realignment of countries along a negative trade-off relationship between their export orientation and the size of their construction sector. This purely visual bifurcation into either the domestic construction or the foreign exports direction can be corroborated by a number of different measures. This is important to show, as we interpret the negative association to be more than the zero-sum logic that holds between domestic and foreign components of GDP. We, therefore, make use of four different proxies for the importance of the construction activity other than its value added to GDP, namely the employment share in construction, the housing unit completions by 1,000 population and the share of residential as well as non-residential investment to GDP, using OECD, macro history, and housing construction data, respectively. We regress these on two different operationalizations of export-centeredness, namely the ratio of exports to imports used above and the current account to GDP. Both measures have the advantage that they do not measure international exposure of an economy, which would be better proxied by exports and imports over GDP, but rather the export-centeredness of the economy. Due to non-stationary variables, we use first difference OLS regressions including fixed effects and reporting robust standard errors. Fixed effect regressions using variables levels instead of differences show similar results. Table 2 reports these results for both dependent variables. All four construction-related variables show statistically significant negative associations with the export-centeredness variables. Note that the negative association also holds for the non-residential sector of civil engineering. Theoretically, the negative association could be explained with reference to the growth model literature. Export and construction sectors build on different macroeconomic environments to thrive. Notably, the export sector works well with a moderate development of bank business loans and housing costs of living, as well as a stable real exchange rate, or, even better, a depreciating real exchange rate, so as not to drive export goods prices to non-competitive levels. The construction sector requirements are often inverted. Moderate inflation is welcome as it helps to absorb high mortgage debt in real terms. Real wage developments are also different. Export sectors, depending on the price elasticity, the nature of the good and the production chain, depend on a comparatively moderate to low increase of wages within its sectors, for price competitiveness, and across the entire economy, to prevent wage inflation and adverse macroeconomic policy responses. The construction sector, at least in regard to private consumption of construction goods, depends on rising purchasing power and income levels of consumers able to afford a new home or the refurbishment of an existing structure. The two segments of the economy are, of course, nowhere perfect substitutes, and hence their association is far from a perfectly negative correlation. To build more export capacity, a country obviously needs to expand infrastructure and housing, and a booming construction, services, sector can itself stimulate international trade, not least when exporting high-end construction services. It is no coincidence that there is an initially positive association of manufacturing and construction in economies, and that the negative association between non-residential investment and exports is weaker than the one for residential investment. Or reversely, if certain infrastructural investments are disincentivized, such as has been the case through tax reforms in Germany in the 2000s, this can also dampen export capacity. Still, in the post-1970 worlds, we do find a stable negative association on average across all countries. In general, a lack of infrastructure investment could as well be an unintended consequence of a national fiscal policy, especially in times of austerity. However, if such an underinvestment persists, e.g. if renovations are postponed beyond the recommended life cycles, and if negative consequences for the construction sector are accepted over long periods of time, then such developments could as well be seen as implicit political action reinforcing the trade-off between the two sectors in the economy. After the global financial crisis, the unsustainability of the construction repressed trajectory became clearly visible, as housing and infrastructural investment gaps became hard to ignore domestically and the export-centeredness caused global imbalances. The German housing and construction market profited extraordinarily from conditions created during the Euro crisis. The reversal of formerly structural capital outflows into the direction of the domestic German economy, interest rates plummeted across the Eurozone, and additional, investable capital was created by the ECB through quantitative easing programs. It fueled both the construction of significant amounts of additional buildings as well as the rise of rent prices in urban areas. Yet, macroeconomic authorities such as the Bundesbank immediately demanded action by the federal government to counteract the housing bubble, which they perceived as ultimately inflationary. Nevertheless, there has been a construction boom by contemporary German standards, which led the construction sector to operate recently at full capacity, (IBID). However, as its size has shrunk to about 40% of the size in 1995 by 2007, Statistisches Bundesamt, Der Status, 2019, the German construction sector itself has been unable to serve the additional demand for construction products in recent years. In consequence, the German market has been absorbing significant construction capacities from its East and Southeast European neighbors, European Commission, 2018. Thus, qualitatively, the current boom represents the second time since the reunification that a construction boom was created in consequence of extraordinary macroeconomic conditions and not a political choice of a national government. It also shows clear cracks in the construction-repressed export regime and its unsustainability in the long run. A second trajectory is probably best described by the Spanish case and Southern Europe, except Italy, more generally, where the extension of private mortgage credit coincided with an unprecedented boom in construction. Often laggards in urban development, these countries saw mortgage credit as the solution to simultaneously modernizing their cities and their economies. Very liberal or lax land regulations are part of the dominant politics. Up to the bust, the construction growth strategy seemed to work as the countries witnessed long and steady periods of high growth rates and low unemployment. The housing, infrastructural and touristic investments kept the entire economy running. Even before the bust, however, the risk emerged that relying on the low-productivity construction sector for growth could come at the cost of diverting credit from more productive uses in the business sector. Nevertheless, countries on this second trajectory have to create a macroeconomic environment conducive to construction activity, which entails pumping consumers and producers with high volumes of liquidity to spend for these domestic goods. After the bust, another downside of excessively relying on the construction sector as a growth engine became visible, as business cycle downturns were longer and deeper if they had been fueled by burst mortgage and housing bubbles. As historically documented, recessions are longer and deeper if they are preceded by the downturn of an overheated construction sector. The higher amplitude of the construction cycle must then be paid for with deeper troughs. As a byproduct, the construction boom countries are left with a significantly higher share of surplus units in their housing stock, approximated by the vacancy and the secondary housing rates. In a third trajectory, the extension of mortgage credit reaches levels at times as high as those of the construction boom countries, but it does not translate proportionately into new construction or new housing investment. In these countries, like the UK, Sweden, or Norway, the effect of rising housing wealth on the propensity to consume is particularly high and thus adds to consumption-driven growth. But overall growth is not produced by a growing construction sector. The additional mortgage investments rather inflate house prices in the existing housing stock and are not, or not substantially, channeled into new construction. The UK has previously been referred to as the finance and real estate-driven growth regime, while we find it important to draw a clear line between this housing finance-driven type from the previous real estate-driven type. By any non-financial measure, such as construction employment, cement use in production, working hours or, as above, housing output, countries like the UK score much lower than countries experiencing a real construction boom and relying on real housing production as a growth model. Countries like the UK, by contrast, do rely on the housing sector, but more through the channel between mortgage credit and consumption. Parties in this country are more concerned with providing buyers with access to credit than directly creating more housing supply. Whereas the construction boom countries had already been high home ownership countries, such as in southern Europe after the dictatorships, the mortgage boom countries used the extension of mortgage lending to bring more tenants into home ownership, passing the 50% homeowner threshold in the later 20th century. The conversion of tenure did not necessarily require an extension of the housing stock through new production. In the UK, the sale of council houses in Thatcher's Right to Buy scheme reflected such a state-supported conversion programme, whereas in Sweden or Norway the conversion of private rental apartments into owner cooperatives and the liberalisation of sales prices for shares in owner cooperatives both increased prices and mortgage indebtedness without new units being constructed. The unsustainability of this growth trajectory is revealed by the combination of housing shortages and high mortgage indebtedness, which make housing less and less affordable to the new generation. After the end of the post-war reconstruction boom in the late 1970s, Western countries entered different trajectories along the dimensions of domestic finance, construction, and export orientation of their economies. But why did countries enter these different tracks and what ultimately kept them on them? In this discussion, we will present alternative accounts about the origins of the trifurcation and a more robust analysis of potential political mechanisms which reinforce the trajectories. One can broadly distinguish two accounts of where the different trajectories come from. First, the historical institutionalist continuity account, and second, a discontinuity account that emphasizes exogenous and more contemporary factors. The first account emphasizes continuity. The crisis of the 1970s did not create a tabula rasa of new policy opportunities, but rather refocus countries on the relative strengths and trajectories established by earlier institutional choices. For the German export-led model, for instance, Hoppner sees its origins already inscribed in the post-1945 undervaluation regime that was particularly defended by the Bundesbank. Others have argued that the export orientation dates back even further, with the two post-war reparation payment regimes acting as important external pressure rather than self-chosen paths. In consequence, the longevity of the German tendency to rent rather than buy might be the implicit result of a specific, export-led growth model that created lasting network effects across the economy and thus persistent and coherent policy structures. The US specificity of credit-driven private demand-led growth, by contrast, has been traced back to the populist demands of American farmers, and later steel manufacturers, to find markets for their increasing overproduction in the 19th century. In the 20th century, the extension of a government-backed farm and then house mortgage system during World War I, the Great Depression, and the post-1945 era with the federal loan guarantee system meant a continuity that stretched to the latest mortgage securitization wave. The Spanish inward orientation of the economy, in turn, has been traced back to Franco's policies which were first directed at autarky and then at promoting residential construction for private home ownership and tourism. They were a deliberate deserialismo effort to modernize the country through these economic sectors and simultaneously produce consumption and tourist investment goods for middle classes to support the regime. But even after the dictatorship, this orientation of the economy was prolonged. The Partido Socialista Obrero Español, PSOE, in power continuously under Felipe González from 1982 to 96, had no alternative model to propose. Eaching-Green makes a more general case for southern European economies. Lacking coordinated wage-setting institutions, these economies had been subject ever since 1945 to wage-led inflation pressures incompatible with an export-led growth strategy. A story of institutional continuity could thus be defended for probably every growth model, even though a theoretical generalization is still lacking. The second set of accounts, by contrast, emphasizes discontinuity. Whatever the institutional setup until the 1970s, important changes after this date change the rules of the game and help explain the different trajectories. Not historical pressures, but more contemporary structures force countries to go down different roads. One such account sees the fall of the Berlin Wall, German unification, and the opening of Eastern European markets as an important difference maker. Particularly, Germany saw an asynchronous construction boom and then a long decline, whereas all other Western European countries went through the cycle in reverse order. Another account emphasizes the differential impact that the currency area shock had on the different euro economies. In that view, the pre-2007 euro was undervalued for the European South, where it led to a public and private debt explosion, but was overvalued from the perspective of Germany, where a recession followed. After 2007 and up to the current day, this picture has been reversed. Both broad accounts have in common that structural and ideational pressures, either from the past or present, predetermine the general course of the country's trajectories. In line with the growth model approach, we put emphasis on the importance of political coalitions or social blocs in determining the trajectory a country eventually ends up on. It is, of course, very difficult to establish which of the two came first, the structure of an economy or the interest groups and political parties tied to that structure. But disregarding the difficult question of the precise historical origins of the observed trajectories, we claim that these political coalitions are an important feedback mechanism for making the divergence a lasting one and for explaining why, after 2008, countries struggled to alter their trajectory even despite obvious signs of its unsustainability. Concretely, we would therefore expect economies with a high share of construction to have political parties that are more likely to defend the interests of a construction-based economy and not those of an export-led economy. Vice versa, we would expect an export-led economy to have political parties in its defense. To see whether the construction or export-centeredness of an economy is associated with its policies in a more formal, multivariate OLS regression framework, we draw on the Party Manifesto Project, CMP, OECD countries post-1970, which provides manual content codes for the salient political parties attribute to economic protectionism against free trade. We use the relative frequency of quasi-sentences containing this content in manifestos as a proxy for how well disposed towards exports a party manifesto is. These 56 categories are pre-coded according to a coding scheme, documented by the Manifesto Project, and widely used in political science. To operationalize the preference for the construction sector, in turn, we rely on two different proxy measures in party manifestos. First, we use the salience which manifestos attributed to infrastructure investments. This code contains preferences for the construction of more roads and bridges, but also for public spending on technological infrastructure. Second, we draw on an additional binary coding of manifestos from 19 countries to see whether they mention housing construction policies in any significant way or not. We use these export and construction preferences as three dependent variables. As main independent variables, we use the importance of exports and construction in the economies, notably, the export share and the construction share in relation to the GDP. As our main independent variable, we use the party families across countries, as most party positions have a strong ideological component. This is a CMP grouping of parties into 10 different types which broadly reflect their ideological orientation. We also control for country fixed effects, as there could be country-specific background factors that make certain political issues more salient in general. We also use year fixed effects, as salience to political issues obviously has an election time dimension. We moreover control for GDP. Countries with more construction catch-up and demand could also be driven to mention it more often, which is why we also control for population growth and births. For robustness, we estimate an alternative model with countries' initial construction employment share as alternative country fixed effect to see whether initial construction importance mattered for salience. As second alternative model, we estimate a multilevel model with manifestos nested in countries, party families, and years. The regression in Table 3 Column 1 shows a negative statistically significant effect of the export share in GDP on the salience of parties pro-protectionism for the post-1970s OECD countries. By contrast, the effect of the construction share is significantly positive. The larger the construction sector figures in an economy, the more party manifesto content is in favor of economic protectionism. This association is robust over time, as time dummies are controlled for. A look at the country fixed effects, not shown, reveals that, in comparison to Germany, only the English-speaking countries have significantly higher levels of anti-protectionism positions across parties. These country effects on trade policy preferences exist in parallel to a certain right-left divide towards trade. In comparison to parties of the social democratic family, reference category, nationalist parties are even more protectionist, and socialist parties are similar, whereas conservatives and market liberals have a weaker preference for protectionism. The structural effect of sector size thus does not completely hollow out political party competition over the issue. A similar regression on parties' preference for infrastructure, in turn, also shows a significant positive impact of a country's construction share in GDP, whereas the export share remains statistically insignificant. Over time, there is an increasing tendency for parties to favor infrastructure investments, not shown. Within regimes, however, there is also a party divide between the center parties, regardless of whether on the left or right, which are more in favor than the smaller and peripheral parties. Relative to Germany, most other countries mention infrastructure less favorably, with no clear country pattern otherwise. The presence of housing as a dependent binary variable in column 3 confirms the significant positive effect of a real construction share in the economy on political preferences. The higher its share, the more political party manifestos are likely to mention housing. Contrary to investment preferences, however, where the political center agrees when compared to more radical parties, housing is marked by a clear left-right divide comparable to other welfare domains. The regression results hold when using multilevel models nesting manifestos in country years and when using the logarithmized total of sentences rather than their relative share. They become much stronger even when using the initial value of construction employment as alternative country fixed effect. From this analysis, we conclude that the preferences expressed for exports or construction in manifestos depend on country-specific factors as well as the ideological orientations of political parties, and less so on specific time periods or the business cycle. Controlled for these factors, however, countries' structural features in the economy, i.e. their reliance on exports or construction investment, leave an important imprint on what political manifestos defend, even beyond their party-political orientation. We need to refrain from reading these effects in any causal way, but they are indicative of an elective affinity between the structural dominance of either the export or the domestic construction sector in the economy and the general orientation of political attention in the respective democracies. They help to explain why parties change political course only slowly, even when the growth trajectory starts to show signs of unsustainability. Substituting the Keynesian construction state with more privatized construction regimes is ultimately unsustainable and comes at a cost for all regimes. Countries experience an Anna Karenina effect. They each become unhappy in their own way, as is visible mostly after 2008. Both the construction repressed as well as the mortgage boom countries are faced with potential housing shortages, the latter with additional serious housing affordability problems and resulting urban inequalities. In these countries, home ownership rates have been decreasing after the crisis, and the class and intergenerational cleavage lines of housing market insiders versus outsiders have surfaced in national politics. In these countries, financial instability is more likely to be a problem, whereas, in the construction-repressed countries, the strong reliance on exports to the detriment of domestic consumption, most importantly of housing construction, causes international current account imbalances. Capital inflow, low interest rates and housing shortages have moreover started to produce a house price boom after the crisis, in contrast to most other countries. The construction boom countries, in their turn, rather face a housing surplus problem that inhibits the former growth engine, new housing construction, and contributes disproportionately to rising unemployment and deepening recessions. Where do these different regimes actually come from? Rather than siding with either the historical continuity or the discontinuity account, we suggested that the strategies of political parties and their coalitions differ systematically depending on a country's economic structure, once it is set on a certain trajectory. Thus, we found conditional associations between the size of the export and the construction sector in an economy and the likelihood of parties of all colors defending trade and infrastructure or housing investments, respectively. Beyond structural effects, trade and housing follow a right-left partisan logic and infrastructure a center-radical logic. However, the three coping regimes are not completely locked in, and ever since the disruptions of the global financial crisis, the unsustainable features of the regimes have become too visible to ignore. We rather suggest that these regimes are stable in providing growth as long as suitable macroeconomic environments can be maintained by national politics. Similar to the extraordinary circumstances that led to the demise of the Keynesian construction state in the 1970s, current developments point in this direction. Among those developments are pressures in the Eurozone on southern European economies to export more, and for Germany to spend more domestically, including on its rising house prices, as well as structural changes emanating from climate change and new energy policies. Moreover, in certain historical moments, countries like Japan have had both booming exports and booming construction. Construction cycles generally have large amplitudes, therefore the persistent trade-off between exports and domestic construction we found might hold over the cycle of past decades, but not necessarily future ones anymore. It also might be stronger during some sub-periods of construction cycles, e.g. the boom period, rather than others, as the construction downturn might be more intensive than a reduction of exports. Therefore, we have to account for both contingency and the possibility of change in the development and maintenance of coping regimes and the trade-off between exports and construction. Overall, we argue for taking the political economy of the construction sector more seriously, as it does not seem to be easily reducible to sectoral logics found in manufacturing or to another variant of purely finance-driven growth, as presumed in recent contributions. It also is a sector that would merit a closer investigation at regional growth regimes. Much as industrial regions can be the pertinent unit of analysis, housing and construction markets have a clearly regional scope. While it is not the only sector important in the economy and for growth, it is certainly a central one, and its problems have the potential to spill over into the broader society and economy, important for the study of consequences of European heterogeneity. What is the link between housing finance and the welfare state? Housing finance markets provide households access to mortgage debt, which enables them to accumulate private wealth in the form of home ownership. This allows households to save money they would otherwise spend on rent, sell their homes to cash in for their retirement, or pass property on to future generations, a piggy bank to hedge against risk, inflation, unemployment, or sickness. Households may also borrow money against their homes to pay for healthcare or their children's education. These privatized welfare functions are all the more important in an age of welfare retrenchment, when asset-based forms of social insurance have gained prominence. For these and other reasons, policies that subsidize mortgage debt are part of the so-called privatized welfare state, in which private markets help deliver social welfare with government support. However, these policies also incentivize households to take on mortgage debt, which exposes them to financial risk, including bankruptcy, eviction, and foreclosure. In difficult times, homeowners cannot easily liquidate their housing assets, unlike selling stocks, and may be forced to sell their homes well below what they had paid for or pay underwater mortgages worth more than their homes. Prior to the financial crisis of 2008-09, housing was not a priority in political science and welfare state research. Scholarship long prioritized other areas of social policy, such as pensions, employment, healthcare, or education. To the extent that scholars did focus on housing, they often analyzed public housing as a particularly vulnerable element of the welfare state, given the politically weak constituencies that benefit from it. One exception is the scholarship on the trade-off between home ownership and the welfare state. Figure 10.1 shows the variation in home ownership rates across a number of advanced economies, with the lowest rates found in Germany and Austria, the highest rates in southern Europe, e.g., Italy and Spain, and in between the Anglo-Saxon and Nordic countries. In a seminal study, Kemeny argued that high rates of home ownership translate into voter preferences for welfare state retrenchment, owing to the burden of ownership costs, i.e., mortgage interest and taxes, which would prevent voters from favoring higher taxes and redistribution. Along those lines, Castle suggested that high rates of home ownership would result in low voter favorability of generous public pensions, as the imputed income derived from home ownership can substitute for pensions. These macro-level relationships between welfare states and housing are instructive, but we still know little about the precise political and historical forces driving these developments. More recently, scholars advanced upon these insights and diagnosed trade-offs, as well as complementarities, between household debt and the welfare state. Figure 10.2 shows that high levels of mortgage debt, the largest component of household debt, can be found in Denmark, the Netherlands, and the United States, whereas debt levels are much lower in Austria and Germany. Scholars in this camp suggest that, in an era of economic risk and retrenchment, households have taken on increasing levels of private debt, so as to obtain social insurance in private marketplaces. Weidman forthcoming. Ahlquist and Ansel, 2017, argue that this is especially the case in countries with high levels of inequality, which would induce households to increase private debt in order to maintain relative consumption. The Nordic countries, however, present a puzzle in that they have relatively low inequality and high mortgage debt. Here, Trainee et al. Suggest that precisely because households can rely on a well-developed social safety net, they are more willing to take on private debt. In other words, household debt and strong welfare states might be more complementary than often assumed. Finally, Ansel shows that house prices affect voter preferences for welfare retrenchment. When voters experience house price appreciations, they are less likely to support redistribution, because they earn imputed income from their homes that can substitute for public social insurance. More generally, this line of scholarship focuses on a long-neglected and fundamental aspect of political economy, how housing and mortgage debt factor into the study of the welfare state, as both dependent and independent variables. Scholars have also started to identify housing finance as an integral element of the public-private welfare state. This body of work demonstrates how certain social policies, such as tax breaks for homeowners, often grow undetected as part of the hidden welfare state and mostly benefit middle and upper-income households. Yet, others have argued that these policies are more visible than often assumed. Thurston's work convincingly shows that discriminatory U.S. housing credit policies created political conflicts, as they disadvantaged racial minorities and women, who then successfully mobilized to expand the boundaries of these policies and the American public-private welfare state. Some authors have also focused on how public policies mesh with private markets in the housing area. In the United States, housing finance policies are not merely subsidies. Indeed, they constitute the very nature of U.S. housing capitalism. Studying specific public policies in the housing area, and the political conflicts surrounding them, is a major contribution to our understanding of the public-private welfare state in the United States and beyond. In sum, these authors successfully call our attention to studying the political causes and consequences of housing markets with respect to the welfare state. Yet, scholarship on the topic tends to overlook both the growth regime dimension within which these developments are taking place as well as the politics of credit policy in general and mortgage debt policy in particular. Housing finance markets are important economic sectors in all growth regimes, given the large size of these asset markets as well as their social functions. The financial crisis of 2008-09 painfully demonstrated both points, as the collapsing U.S. housing market almost brought the world economy to a standstill and wiped out the housing wealth of millions of households. The reason why housing markets could do so much damage is that they are deeply embedded in domestic and global markets. Domestically, they are linked to important sectors, such as construction, banking, real estate, and retail. Globally, housing is one of the largest asset classes for investors, shaping global capital flows through markets for housing bonds, such as mortgage-backed securities or covered bonds. However, the extent to which housing is a key engine of economic growth differs in demand-led and export-oriented growth regimes, and policymakers have therefore differed greatly in their desire to stimulate housing markets as growth strategies. The comparative capitalism literature rarely explores the interlinkages between housing finance and the larger economy. As a result, prominent approaches, such as the varieties of capitalism, do not neatly map onto the world of housing finance. Startlingly, the United States, a quintessential liberal market economy, offers some of the most extensive public support for housing finance among advanced economies, whereas Germany, a coordinated market economy, has supported these markets much less. The work on the varieties of residential capitalism by Schwartz and Seabrook, 2008, provides a pioneering attempt at identifying the complementarities between housing and larger economic models, focusing on how corporatist structures, mortgage debt, and home ownership rates interact. They group together liberal, high home ownership and mortgage debt, corporatist, low home ownership and high mortgage debt, familial, high home ownership and low mortgage debt, and statist, low home ownership and low mortgage debt, housing systems. While illuminating, this line of scholarship does not take into account the politics of housing finance policy that might explain this variation, including party and interest group politics or the growth regimes in which housing markets are embedded. This chapter concurs with the idea of complementarities between housing and the larger economy, but proposes a different way, in line with this volume's theoretical lens on growth regimes. The central argument is that there is variation in the ways in which housing markets are embedded in growth regimes, and that this variation has political consequences for adopting housing finance policies as growth strategies, that is, fiscal, monetary, and regulatory policy. While housing finance markets are often transmission belts for growth in credit-led, demand-driven growth regimes, they tend to be less central to export-oriented regimes with institutions that restrain consumption, credit, and wages. As a result, countries relying on credit and consumption have often adopted financialized housing policies to stimulate domestic demand, whereas countries based on manufacturing and price-sensitive exports have adopted solutions to restrain housing demand. As well as in those by Thalen and Wren in this volume, the export-oriented Nordic economies specialized in price-insensitive high-tech exports and services might be characterized as intermediate cases, because financialized housing markets seem to neither reinforce nor contradict the Nordic growth regimes. In sum, the positioning of the housing sector within growth regimes matters for adopting growth strategies in the housing area. In demand and credit-led economies, such as the United States and the United Kingdom, housing markets are key engines for economic growth, as they link together households, financial markets, and domestic demand. Owing to at least two channels, housing markets can be transmission belts for generating household consumption. First, the wealth channel posits that increasing house prices and wealth makes households feel richer, increasing their propensity to borrow and consume, such as through home equity withdrawal. Second, the credit channel suggests that rising house prices ease the credit constraints of households, where increasing housing wealth and collateral then drives households to borrow money against their homes to pay for healthcare and consumer goods or to start small businesses. As the housing sector is interest rate sensitive, i.e., lowering mortgage rates tends to stimulate housing demand, while increasing rates does the opposite. Policymakers have incentives to lower the cost of mortgage debt, so as to unleash cascade effects of credit and consumption, particularly in contexts of well-developed, liquid housing finance regimes with liberal lending terms, low transaction costs, and various mortgage products. To fuel these channels, lawmakers can deploy financialized housing policies as growth strategies. The goal of these policies is to lower the cost of mortgage debt in order to stimulate housing demand, mortgage lending, and consumption. First, fiscal policy, such as mortgage tax breaks, lowers the cost of mortgage debt and consequently tends to stimulate housing demand, credit, prices, and consumption in the wider economy. Second, off-budget policies, such as public underwriting of private debt in the primary and secondary mortgage markets, reduce the risk for private lenders and the cost for borrowers, which then also stimulate mortgage lending, house prices, and domestic consumption. Finally, U.S. central bankers long considered the housing market an important transmission channel for monetary policy. In its most basic version, the monetary transmission mechanism means that reducing interest rates lowers the cost of mortgages, which results in higher housing demand and house prices, stimulates bank lending, and generates household consumption. Central bankers can also achieve lower mortgage rates by stimulating housing directly through the purchase of mortgage debt and bonds in the open market. All these growth strategies are privatized welfare policies, as policymakers subsidize and stimulate asset and housing markets as a form of private social insurance. In export-oriented economies based on high-quality, price-sensitive manufacturing, such as Germany, housing is rarely an engine of growth. According to Baccaro and Pontusson, German manufacturing exports are more price-sensitive than exports based on ICT, high-tech products, or services found in the Nordic countries. As a result, the German export-oriented regime prioritizes price stability and restraint in consumption, wages, and credit. These macroeconomic priorities ensure export and cost competitiveness through often undervalued real exchange rates. Dynamic housing markets can create frictions with these priorities, as booming housing markets tend to channel investments away from the productive sector and stimulate unwanted domestic demand, hurting export competitiveness. As Muehlbauer notes, increased housing demand has inflationary consequences, which directly contradicts the German growth regime's mantra of competitive disinflation. Stimulating or financializing housing is therefore rarely a growth strategy in manufacturing-based growth regimes. Instead, the growth strategy is to promote policies that restrain housing markets and domestic demand. First, politicians have an incentive to adopt and retain restrictive mortgage finance systems, e.g., with high down payments, without public underwriting of mortgage debt in the primary and secondary market. This restrictive strategy induces households to save for down payments in a deposit-based mortgage system, coupled with a tightly regulated housing bond market, and discourages the withdrawal of home equity to finance household consumption. Restrictive mortgage systems then inhibit the wealth and credit channels, owing to high down payments and transactions costs, and the absence of equity release schemes. Second, fiscal subsidies on mortgage debt not only divert investments away from the productive sector but also tend to increase public deficits associated with current account deficits detrimental to exports. Third, German central bankers do not view housing as a core sector to transmit monetary policy, given that lowering interest rates in Germany's restrictive credit regimes does not fuel the wealth and credit channels to the same degree as in the permissive US credit regime. Instead, the uncompromising monetary priority is price and currency stability as well as market discipline to secure export competitiveness. The focus on price stability is reinforced by strong collective bargaining systems that produce wage restraint and thus suppress mortgage demand. Finally, large-scale social housing policies can support these regimes, as they tend to keep down housing costs, ensure adequate housing supply, and avoid wage cost spirals. Export-oriented economies specialized in less price-sensitive high-technology manufacturing and dynamic services, such as the Nordics, might be classified as intermediate cases and merit further investigation. While housing is not the core engine of growth in these economies, dynamic housing markets seem to neither reinforce nor contradict these growth regimes. They have instead shown a relatively high tolerance for expanding domestic demand, potentially owing to the nature of high-technology competition rooted in investment and innovation rather than cost competitiveness and the balanced nature of their growth model. As a result, policymakers can adopt financialized housing policies that produce sharp increases in house prices and mortgage debt. As Wood argues in the case of Denmark, the liberalization of housing finance functioned as an expansionary equivalent to the public Keynesian-style stimulus packages of earlier decades and as a form of privatized house price Keynesianism. Similarly, Anderson and Kurtzer find that Denmark and Sweden, as well as the Netherlands, adopted policies to stimulate mortgage credit, so as to move away from publicly financed social housing and boost middle-class wealth. These developments tie in with what Ornstein describes as a larger structural economic shift from exporting natural resources and low and medium-tech manufacturing toward innovative high-tech industries and sophisticated services. Liberalizing financial markets facilitated this shift and accelerated the redistribution of resources to new, growth-oriented enterprises. In the absence of a German-style trade-off between growing exports or domestic consumption, Nordic policymakers might face fewer macroeconomic constraints when financializing housing markets and be willing to accept rising house prices, mortgage debt, and consumption. Finally, there is an important transnational dimension to housing finance markets and growth regimes. As export-oriented regimes tend to produce current account surpluses and demand-led regimes deficits, the excess savings of surplus countries are often channeled into the housing markets of deficit countries, such as through housing bond markets, i.e., for mortgage-backed securities in the United States or covered bonds in Europe. Ansel et al. Show that deficit countries attract capital inflows from abroad, which tends to stimulate lending, domestic demand, and house prices in those countries and, in turn, decrease voter preferences for the welfare state. In the United States, in particular, the government-sponsored housing bond market attracted sizable capital inflows from abroad, because investments in U.S. mortgage-backed securities were deemed safe and risk-free investments guaranteed by the U.S. government. In sum, domestic housing finance systems are deeply integrated in global and regional markets, such as the European Union, and are thus influencing global capital flows. As advanced economies have transitioned to the knowledge economy since the late 1970s, moving away from Keynesian demand management and wage-led growth, the United States and Germany readjusted their growth strategies to compensate for the drop in aggregate demand. While the United States pursued a strategy of financialization to support domestic demand, Germany doubled down on export-led growth based on cost competitiveness and high-quality manufacturing. These different trajectories are particularly discernible in housing finance. In the United States, policymakers built an extensive infrastructure of policy support for housing finance, including generous tax breaks, government guarantees, and monetary stimulus, which some have labeled a strategy of privatized Keynesianism or mortgage Keynesianism. Germany avoided a path of housing financialization and instead retained conservative housing finance structures, while at the same time sacrificing moderate support for housing finance, such as tax breaks for homeowners, in the name of structural reform and fiscal consolidation. Concomitantly, as Figure 10.3 shows, the United States not only experienced significant house price fluctuations tied to the business cycle, but also nominal house prices more than doubled from 1990 until the late 2010s. In Germany, house prices remained fairly stable until the late 2000s, but started rising in the 2010s as a result of ultra-low interest rates, a strong economy, supply restrictions, and demographic developments. Responding to the tumultuous economic realities of the 1970s and 1980s, policymakers financialized the U.S. economy to generate credit, consumption, and growth, including the country's housing market. As Jorda, Schularic, and Taylor observe, the growth of finance has been closely linked to an explosion of mortgage lending to households in the last quarter of the 20th century. They find that mortgage lending as a share of total bank lending increased from 55% in 1970 to 70% in 2007, while mortgage debt as a percentage of GDP rose from 28% in 1970 to over 70% in 2004. Beneath these developments lurk important short-term and long-term growth strategies, such as fiscal policy, i.e., taxation, off-budget policy, i.e., underwriting mortgage debt, and monetary policy, i.e., quantitative easing, all of which tend to lower the cost mortgage debt, stimulate housing demand, credit, and prices, and generate consumption. These strategies provided a powerful cocktail of promoting consumption, growth, and privatized welfare, but they also contributed to instability during the financial crisis of 2008-9. One important aspect of the financializing growth strategy was the creation and rise of mortgage securitization since the 1970s, often referred to as housing finance revolution. Prior to securitization, the U.S. housing finance system was based on deposits collected by the savings and loans (S+L) industry. When interest rates rose in the late 1960s, and investors and savers realized they could make more money elsewhere, the S+LS started hurting, which resulted in illiquid mortgage markets. Politicians of both parties then adopted a strategy of mortgage securitization in the late 1960s, which slowly shifted housing funding from the S+LS to the capital market. In a series of reforms, successive administrations expanded the role of the government-sponsored enterprises, GSEs, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, in the secondary mortgage market. These privately operated, government-backed agencies would subsequently buy mortgages, pool them together into mortgage-backed securities, and sell them on to investors. Importantly, these institutions guaranteed investors the principal and interest payments of the underlying mortgages, which meant that the U.S. government bore the risk of large-scale mortgage defaults. Through this off-budget government guarantee that reduced private market risk, the U.S. government sought to generate new, stable, and liquid sources of mortgage finance that would lower the cost of mortgage debt, stimulate bank lending and consumption, and foster economic growth. Green and Wachter 2007. As the S+LS did not recover from their industry-wide crisis in the late 1980s, the GSEs became the largest sources of mortgage funding, providing roughly 42% of all mortgage funding by the late 1990s, Fed 2019. Given the publicly backed status of Fannie and Freddie, they crowded out private market competition within the securitization market, having originated more than 80% of mortgage-backed securities by the 1990s, HFPC 2019. The housing finance revolution was a key element of the financializing growth strategy. Another housing-based growth strategy is the long-standing tax support for home ownership. Taxpayers have been able to deduct interest on consumer loans, including on mortgage interest, since the adoption of the U.S. federal income tax in 1913. But these tax breaks were initially marginal given that most people did not pay income taxes before World War II. The housing tax breaks started to increase in size and importance since the 1950s, when the tax base broadened and home ownership expanded. Since then, U.S. governments offered a long list of tax advantages to homeowners: the mortgage interest deduction, property tax deduction, capital gains exclusion, and the foregone tax of imputed rent, i.e., a tax on the rental income one generates by living in one's own home. Yet it was not until the 1970s that tax expenditure on owner-occupied housing increased dramatically as a result of growing mortgage debt and home ownership. For instance, the mortgage interest deduction alone grew to $86 billion by 2009 to the power of 1 to the power of 1. As tax breaks for homeowners have the effect of lowering the cost of mortgage debt, they blended in seamlessly with mortgage securitization in stimulating the American growth regime. Despite the efforts of economists, bureaucrats, and rental housing advocates to eliminate the preferential tax treatment of homeowners, the subsidies survived major tax reforms, including the Tax Reform Act of 1986 and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. In the heated discussions leading up to the 1986 reform, the Reagan administration effectively declared the housing tax breaks off limits, considering them as tools to stimulate housing credit, wealth, and consumption in times of illiquid mortgage markets and high interest rates. For the next 30 years, particularly the mortgage interest deduction had become a third-rail issue in U.S. politics. However, Trump's 2017 tax reform included a temporary provision, until 2025, that capped the interest deduction for mortgages at $750,000 worth of principal, down from $1 million, a move considered to be an attack on coastal blue states with high house prices. Even so, Slemrod points out that the 2017 tax reform did not directly address the substantial income tax preference for owner-occupied housing arising from the complete exemption of the return, implicit rent, the asset provides. Homeowner tax breaks remain some of the most important, and regressive, subsidies in the income tax code. Together, they amounted to $83 billion in 2019. Until the early 2000s, the housing-based growth strategy seemed to work, but it eventually contributed to the financial crisis of 2008-9. The decade before the financial crisis saw unprecedented growth in house prices, see Figure 10.3, mortgage debt, see Figure 10.2, and mortgage securitization. As Schwartz notes, the U.S. housing finance system gave the U.S. economy above-average employment and GDP growth. Since the 1980s, successive administrations spurred these developments by introducing subprime mortgages to increase mortgage liquidity and extend mortgage credit to previously underserved parts of the population, such as low-income households and racial minorities. They also started relaxing the underwriting standards that defined what mortgages are eligible for Fannie and Freddie securitization. Armed with purportedly sophisticated financial instruments to manage risk, private banks viewed the growing subprime market as an investment opportunity, as the GSEs were limited to securitizing higher quality mortgages. Private banks increased their share of the securitization market to 20% in 2006, mostly securitizing subprime mortgages, which resulted in excessive risk-taking, aggressive profit-seeking, and a full-blown house price bubble that led to the financial crisis of 2008-9. Policymakers then targeted the housing market to recover and revive the U.S. economy since the Great Recession of 2008-9. When the housing bubble burst in 2008 and millions of homeowners started defaulting on their mortgages, Fannie and Freddie were exposed to financial losses and faced bankruptcy. Without hesitation, the Bush administration seized control of the two too-big-to-fail mortgage giants to protect the housing-based growth strategy, with the goals of retaining liquidity, restoring financial stability, and halting falling consumption. These actions also underline Fannie and Freddie's systemic importance for generating economic growth and privatized welfare. Economically, the two institutions are at the center of country's housing finance market, deeply interconnected with other industries as well as investors at home and abroad. Socially, it is their mission to provide affordable mortgages to households as part of the privatized welfare state. By bailing out Fannie and Freddie, the U.S. government quasi-nationalized the securitization market, where the two mortgage giants currently occupy a duopoly with virtually no private competition, underwriting $6.8 trillion in mortgage debt, or 60% of the country's mortgage market in 2019. More than 10 years after the crisis, Fannie and Freddie have remained nationalized without being subject to comprehensive housing finance reform, a development President Obama's chief economist called a key unfinished piece of business from the financial crisis. In general, Republicans and Democrats agree that the quasi-nationalization of Fannie and Freddie is undesirable, given that taxpayers are too exposed to the credit risk of mortgage securitization. Yet, when Congress and the Obama and Trump administrations discussed housing finance reform, they disagreed on the precise role of the U.S. government in securitization. Reducing the role of the government, such as full-on privatization, would likely increase mortgage rates and could even threaten the liquidity of the beloved 30-year, fixed-term mortgage, as private lenders would have to absorb credit risk on their own. This would have potentially detrimental effects on housing and consumption. These insights are not lost on politicians. There is a strong, and increasingly rare, bipartisan consensus on securing a strong role for the U.S. government to bear some credit risk in mortgage securitization to secure low-cost mortgages. In 2019 and 2020, the Trump administration floated proposals to recapitalize and release Fannie and Freddie from government control, but they have not materialized. Moreover, the Bush and Obama administrations adopted short-term fiscal and off-budget measures to revive housing and consumption during and after the crisis. From 2007 to 2016, the Mortgage Forgiveness Debt Relief Act allowed homeowners to exempt from taxes income generated through debt forgiveness or canceled debt after foreclosure. In 2009, the Obama administration launched the Making Home Affordable program with $45.6 billion, which included two core components that concluded between 2017 and 2018. The Home Affordable Modification Program, HAMP, that restructured 1.7 million home loans, i.e., reducing interest and principal payments, and the Home Affordable Refinance Program, HARP, that allowed 3.5 million underwater homeowners to refinance mortgages at lower rates. The rationale was that, if homeowners receive debt forgiveness and refinancing help, this would prevent foreclosure and falling house prices, and instead stimulate aggregate demand. Although criticized for their minuscule size and messy rollout, these short-term measures offer additional evidence that policymakers try to stabilize house prices as well as reactivate credit lending and consumer spending. Finally, it was not only elected officials targeting housing to recover growth. The Federal Reserve adopted large-scale monetary support for housing as part of its quantitative easing (QE) programs, Reisenbichler 2020b. From 2008 until 2018, the Fed has bought and held roughly $1.7 trillion in mortgage debt, that is, mortgage-backed securities issued or securitized by the GSEs, constituting roughly 40% of the Fed's balance sheet expansion since 2008. The goals of these actions were twofold: to help fix housing finance and stimulate growth through housing. The logic was to bring down the yields of mortgage bonds and raise asset prices. In less technical terms, the Fed sought to reduce mortgage rates, increase housing demand, credit, and prices, which would then stimulate consumption and growth. In sum, The Fed identified housing as a key sector able to transmit monetary policy and stimulate growth. Importantly, 1/3 of the US population living in rental housing has not received much policy support as part of growth or welfare strategies. Many renters have struggled since the crisis, facing the prospects of eviction or increasingly unaffordable rental markets. Their struggles, however, have not translated into significant government action. The Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2008 set up a National Housing Trust Fund to support affordable rental housing, especially for very low-income households, but the fund has thus far only supported low-income projects in the amounts of $174 million in 2016, $219 million in 2017, and $267 million in 2018. It is also true that some states, such as California, recently legislated statewide rent controls to mitigate growing affordability crises. While Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden included affordable rental housing in his policy platform, the televised Democratic debates and media coverage in general rarely focused on the issue, Yentel 2019. Affordable rental housing remains secondary to home ownership, which is partly due to the centrality of home ownership finance for growth and welfare. When the miracle years of economic growth and welfare state expansion came to an end, the German economy experienced slowly rising deficits and unemployment from the late 1970s until the late 1980s. It adapted to these new macroeconomic realities by building on its existing strength in export-led growth. In contrast to the United States, German policymakers have not chosen a path of financializing the German housing market. Mortgage lending as a share of total bank lending increased from 42% in 1970 to 51% in 2007. While mortgage debt as a percentage of GDP grew to 51% in 2005 and then fell to 42% in 2016. However, these numbers are considerably lower than in the United States. Public policies in the housing area, that is, social housing policies, conservative mortgage market policies, and strict monetary policy, greatly contributed to a more restrained housing market. In response to structural economic problems in the early 2000s, the German state even eliminated long-standing tax subsidies for homeowners, as these policies produced unwanted domestic demand and contributed to a growing public finance crisis. Instead of embarking on a path of dynamic mortgage securitization as a growth strategy, Germany developed a conservative mortgage market as part of what Mertens calls an export savings regime. The traditional post-war export savings model was based on channeling household savings into the capital market, so as to provide sources of long-term financing for export industries and housing. While German savings rates decreased over time, savings remain an integral part of the German political economy in that deposits are the largest source of mortgage finance in the country. Covered bonds, backed by mortgages, are another source of mortgage finance, but only constitute roughly 16% of overall mortgage funding, amounting to €233 billion in 2018. When it comes to lending, German banks require high down payments, high underwriting standards, and low loan-to-value ratios of 78%, EMF 2019. German banks also rarely offer home equity loans or other financial products associated with stimulating consumer spending, nor is there a strong market for subprime mortgages. In addition, the federal government does not provide large-scale public underwriting of mortgages or mortgage bonds. As these housing finance institutions and policies tend to restrain credit, domestic demand, and consumption, they work well in combination with the German growth regime. Historically, social housing programs have similarly shown complementarities with the export regime. Adopted to counter the severe post-war housing shortages of more than 4.5 million homes, they offered large-scale support for the private housing market, i.e., subsidized loans or interest rate subsidies on loans, to create affordable rental and owner-occupied housing for broad segments of the population, including the middle class. These policies produced temporary synergies with the early export-led growth regime by increasing the supply of housing, which helped keep down house prices and living costs and avoid a wage cost spiral. Indeed, housing shortages produced market rents that were well beyond the paying power of many households in the early post-war years. At that time, the vast majority of new housing units were subsidized by social housing programs. Yet, the share of subsidized units declined steadily to about 1/3 of total new units once the housing crisis was over and the private capital market recovered. By 1970, the social housing programs had supported an astonishing number of 5.8 million new homes out of 11.4 million total new homes. As builders received subsidies, they had to ensure long-term, below-market rents for these units, which contributed to securing price stability in property markets. In the post-Keynesian era of welfare state retrenchment since the late 1970s, social housing programs were considered obsolete. Then Christian Democratic Housing Minister Oskar Schneider proclaimed that the country's rental housing market was in excellent condition, meaning that large parts of the population had access to affordable housing without major shortages. As a result, the federal government no longer viewed increasing the rental supply as a policy priority and scaled down social housing. Reunification led to a short-lived revival of social housing in the early 1990s, so as to modernize housing in the East and stimulate housing to cope with newcomers in the West. Yet, these and other subsidies contributed to an overheated housing market and construction sector in the East, producing housing vacancies of about 1 million units and ensuing demolitions funded by the federal government. While social housing became a shadow of its former self by the late 1990s and early 2000s, these programs long reinforced the German growth regime, having subsidized 9 out of 24 million new homes between 1950 and 2000. In sum, social housing contributed to keeping rental and property market prices stable and addressing supply shortages. Yet, not all housing policies produced complementarities with the German growth regime, such as generous tax support for homeowners. In the early post-war years, the German tax code subsidized the costs associated with owner-occupied housing through the Eigenheimzulage, i.e., home ownership tax allowance, and savings contributions in building societies. While the former was adopted to encourage housing investment to overcome housing supply shortages, the latter was designed to rebuild the capital market by encouraging savings over consumption. By the 1970s, when housing and capital markets recovered, these tax breaks enjoyed little macroeconomic justification in times of sufficient housing supply. As a result, policymakers scaled down tax subsidies for savings in building societies. Yet, the Eigenheimzulage grew into the country's largest tax subsidy, creating frictions with the growth regime by stimulating domestic demand, increasing fiscal deficits and public debt, and diverting investment away from the productive sector. When Germany experienced structural economic problems and became the sick man of Europe in the late 1990s and early 2000s, policymakers adopted structural reforms and austerity to revitalize export competitiveness, including the elimination of housing tax breaks. In addition to the HOTS labor and welfare reforms, they focused on the reform of subsidies, subvention sabo, and the tax system, so as to eliminate market distortions and reduce the deficit. As the single largest subsidy in the tax code, amounting to €11 billion in 2004, the popular Eigenheimzulage reflected the prevailing structural economic problems at the time. The subsidy came under fire from the Social Democrats, who made its elimination a priority, as the subsidy strained the country's finances, channeled funds into unproductive areas of the economy, and mostly benefited rich over poor households, as well as richer Western states over poorer Eastern ones still reeling from a post-unification housing and construction boom and bust. In 2006, the Merkel Grand Coalition of Christian and Social Democrats eliminated the Eigenheimzulage. This was painful for the Christian Democrats, given their preference for conservative family life in single-family homes, a strong ownership ideology, and asset-based welfare priorities. Yet, the macroeconomic concerns of reducing public deficits and debt to reinvigorate the economy led the Christian Democrats to sacrifice home ownership support. In exchange for the tax subsidy, in 2008, the Grand Coalition adopted a subsidized home ownership pension savings scheme, Wohnriester, in which savers could use subsidized pension savings for purchasing, constructing, or mortgage payments. This new policy is modest in size and constitutes a nexus between debt-financed home ownership and private retirement provision. In sum, the frictions between homeowner tax subsidies and the growth regime made the home ownership subsidy vulnerable to reform. In 2006, the Grand Coalition also eliminated federal social housing programs as part of its federalism reform to revive the economy. The Merkel government agreed that country's complicated federalist setup needed overhaul, as it was holding back economic reforms. Social housing programs were an example par excellence of the complicated workings of federalism: concurrent jurisdiction, co-financing, and decisions at the state level that often did not match federal objectives. As housing markets were affordable and relatively well functioning in the late 1990s and 2000s, coupled with dim demographic projections, social housing programs were considered obsolete. The reform transferred the authority of social housing to the states and eliminated federal funding. Until 2019, the Länder received compensation, €518 million per year, for taking over social housing responsibilities, but the states could freely decide how to use these funds, including for the reduction of fiscal deficits. In addition, as Wiesberg and Albers show, politicians sold off public housing associations to financial corporations, resulting in the privatization of 500,000 housing units between 1999 and 2006. Between 2002 and 2018, the social housing stock consequently halved from 2.5 to 1.2 million. One exception to these structural reforms and austerity measures was the reintroduction of a temporary and minuscule home ownership program between 2018 and 2020. After the German economy emerged as Europe's economic superstar from the Great Recession, with simultaneously rising property and rental prices in many metropolitan regions, the Merkel-Grand Coalition adopted a temporary subsidy, Kindergeld, limited to first-time buyers with children. According to the Bundesministerium des Innern, für Bau und Heimat Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community, 2019, the ministry allocated a total of €9.9 billion for the temporary program from January 2018 until December 2020, a number much lower than the previous tax break, Eigenheimzulage. However, the policy is hardly a growth strategy and better described as family and wealth policy to facilitate the long-standing Christian democratic mainstay of home ownership. In terms of monetary policy, the European Central Bank, ECB, has not stimulated the Eurozone's housing market as a growth strategy since the Great Recession. While the ECB expanded its balance sheet to more than €4 trillion, its quantitative easing and bond buying schemes have not targeted housing. The ECB's asset buying scheme included housing-related covered bonds and asset-backed securities in the amount of only €290 billion by 2018, i.e., amounting to only 6% of its balance sheet. The reason for the limited support of housing is that the Eurozone comprises not only fragmented housing finance systems but also diverse national growth regimes, export-led in Northern Europe and consumption-led in Southern Europe. As a result, stimulating housing is not an overarching growth strategy in the Eurozone. The German exchange rate-sensitive growth regime is represented by the Bundesbank, which promoted a hawkish approach to quantitative easing to maintain market discipline, price stability, and financial stability. Relatedly, it sounded the alarm about an overheating property market in the country. Property prices in the country, big cities, have increased 60%, 100% between 2010 and 2018, warning of asset price bubbles, Bundesbank 2018. German politicians on the left and right also criticized the ECB for ultra-low interest rates, which would squeeze the country's large savings constituency. German exporters similarly viewed loose monetary policy as a peril to currency stability and as market distorting. When the ECB entered negative interest rate territory in 2019, German tabloids portrayed Mario Draghi as Count Dracula, Count Dragila, sucking dry the savings accounts of Germans, Die Bild 2019. This reflects the larger frictions between ultra-loose monetary policy and the German export savings model. Since the financial crisis, housing affordability has become a major national debate again, underlining that rising rental and property prices are considered an economic problem. Between 2010 and 2018, rental prices of newly concluded rental contracts have increased 37% in the country and up to 50% in big cities, partly the result of the strong economy, demographic developments, e.g., net migration surpluses and population growth in many big cities, the status of German property as a safe asset, and insufficient housing supply and construction. In 2015, the German government adopted a national temporary rental brake, i.e., Mietpreisbremse, a measure that is supposed to control rent increases of new tenancies in expensive rental markets, i.e., the limit is 10% above the rental benchmark for a given area and for a maximum of 5 years. Recent studies have found a moderate effect of the measure on limiting rent increases, but also that many landlords used loopholes to circumvent it. As rental prices continue to increase in major cities, the city-state of Berlin adopted a 5-year-long rent freeze, i.e., Mietendeckel, in a political backlash against rising housing costs in early 2020, a measure currently reviewed by the Federal Constitutional Court. Some politicians on the left even supported campaigns to expropriate corporate landlords, such as Deutsche Wohnen and its 110,000 apartments in Berlin. Considering shortages of affordable housing a thing of the past was therefore premature. When eliminating federal social housing programs in 2006, programs that previously contributed to price stability in the housing market, policymakers have been overshooting structural reforms and austerity. Overall, German lawmakers rarely identify housing markets as vehicles for growth. To the contrary, when faced with structural economic problems, mortgage debt subsidies were sacrificed. Contrary to the United States, rising property prices, a source of stability in previous decades in the German context, are considered an economic problem and not part of solution for stimulating the economy. Housing markets are integral components of advanced economies. Yet, their precise function for the welfare state and growth regimes varies across countries, which shapes the growth strategies available to policymakers. While demand-led growth regimes are complementary to financialized housing policies that stimulate demand, credit, and growth, countries based on export-oriented manufacturing are complementary to conservative housing finance policies that limit housing and domestic demand. The former strategy is in line with promoting a privatized welfare state through access to credit, whereas the latter ties in with an approach limiting fiscal expenditure. Finally, in export-oriented economies specializing in high-tech manufacturing and dynamic services, financialized housing policies that boost private wealth and domestic consumption neither reinforce nor contradict these growth regimes. Empirically, this chapter has contrasted 2 out of the 5 possible growth strategies outlined in this volume: the financialized, domestic demand strategy and the manufacturing-based, export-led growth strategy, by discussing housing finance developments in the United States and Germany. The implications of growth strategies in housing finance are far-reaching, as they contribute to growing levels of wealth inequality in advanced economies. Particularly financialized housing policies favor those able and willing to climb the property ladder, by subsidizing mortgage debt that goes on to stimulate asset and house prices, but not those left behind in the increasingly unaffordable rental and property markets of metropolitan areas. As a result, these policies tend to reinforce housing wealth inequality, a dimension not often studied among comparative political economists who have emphasized inequalities in the labor market, such as globalization or wage inequalities. Yet, housing is an important driver of wealth inequality, particularly racial wealth inequality in the United States, and a potential source of populism. It is therefore key to incorporate the politics of housing finance in studies of political economy. Moreover, housing growth strategies are not preordained. One caveat is that policymakers might very well adopt public policies that do not reinforce the growth regime. The German case, for instance, shows that the country had in place sizable tax subsidies for homeowners that stimulated private consumption and created frictions with the growth regime's imperative of restraining domestic demand and limiting fiscal deficits. Like other social policies, housing finance policies are multidimensional, spanning issues ranging from family values, redistribution, and wealth to urban development, such that elected officials might prioritize different dimensions across time and space. Another caveat is that, instead of producing efficient economic outcomes, growth strategies can lead to policy overshoot. Even if lawmakers identify growth strategies that are in line with the growth regime, they run the risk of overinvestment in and over-reliance on certain sectors of the economy. The U.S. housing finance market is an excellent example of overshoot, where politicians adopted generous fiscal, monetary, and off-budget subsidies that then partially fueled the housing bubble in the run-up to the financial crash of 2008-09. Future research might profitably explore the degree to which the United States exhausted housing policies as an effective growth strategy in a post-crisis context, as households are facing the simultaneous developments of stagnating incomes and rising house prices, while lawmakers are facing the limits of how much more policy support they can offer. Finally, the case of housing finance confirms that policymakers in different growth regimes stimulate different sectors to generate growth. The growth regime perspective can explain why housing finance enjoys a privileged position in the demand-driven United States, a sector that receives substantial government help as part of its financialized growth strategy. It can also explain why politicians rarely target housing finance to promote growth in export-oriented Germany. The state therefore becomes an active driver of growth in what political actors deem key sectors in advanced economies. The younger generations may not be aware of it, but what we now refer to as a housing shortage is a recurring, almost cyclical phenomenon that accompanies economic development. And the causes are almost always the same. For many years, housing is neglected by politicians and left to the market, and then suddenly, out of the blue, there is a housing crisis, and politicians start to deal with the issue in a hectic and haphazard manner. Haphazard is the key word here. This is particularly evident in Berlin. For over 2 decades after reunification, Berlin and the surrounding area had a housing surplus with extremely low rents compared to other major German cities. Apparently, people in Berlin were convinced that this would remain the case for several decades to come. But around 2008, a massive influx of people into the city began, which has increased the population by about 300,000 to date. By 2014-2015 at the latest, the city administration should have realized that at the rate at which apartments were being built in Berlin, according to the IBB, around 60,000 between 2008 and 2017, a massive housing shortage was to be expected in just a few years. It's that simple, and yet apparently so complicated. If large-scale public housing construction had been carried out from 2016-2017 onwards, the problem that is now troubling everyone would not exist. There was no money. Even those who today want to expropriate private housing providers such as Deutsche Wohnen for a lot of money will probably argue. But there was almost as much money as you could ask for. It's just that, back then as now, prejudices about government debt paralyzed German politics at all levels where the state is urgently needed. Why can't the market deliver what citizens demand? Well, the market may deliver at some point, if you don't interfere with price formation. But it delivers according to the principle of the pig cycle, always too late and always with excessive price fluctuations. The market doesn't plan. It waits until price signals clearly indicate that a shortage has arisen that promises high profits. Then it may get started, but by the time the land has been found, the apartments planned, approved, and built, a decade may easily have passed, during which tenants are left empty-handed because the only apartments available are at inflated prices. To make matters worse, the market has a built-in trickle-down effect. Investors always start building in the upper price segment, even if there is a great need for simple apartments, because that is where they expect the highest returns and the least difficulty in collecting rent. The price the tenant pays is initially only a promised price. Whether it can actually be realized is a difficult question to estimate. Of course, one can expect that this will eventually relieve the market for simple housing, because some of the tenants of the new expensive apartments will move out of less expensive ones and free them up for less affluent new tenants. However, it will take many more years before a large proportion of the apartments have been turned over, and this effect can be felt, during which time the housing shortage will remain unresolved. The rental problem is therefore primarily a time problem. Because the market process can be very slow, we need a government, local or state, that is willing to plan and take certain risks in order to prevent the enormous time gaps and the associated hardships in supply from arising in the first place. As the example of Berlin shows, if the city administration had recognized the problem in 2014, acted immediately, and built 100,000 or even 200,000 apartments in the middle and lower price ranges by now, regardless of what the market was doing at the same time, Berlin would not have a housing shortage today. Everything else that politicians come up with under public pressure to diffuse the crisis is small change. This is particularly true of the popular rent controls. Ultimately, they may throw a little sand in the gears, but they cannot really stop rent increases in an extremely tight market. After all, the aim is not to stop rent increases completely, because, at least secretly, it is hoped that this will have a positive effect on supply. It is naturally easier for the public sector to control existing rents, or at least keep them from rising too sharply, when it itself owns a large housing stock through public agencies. At one time, trade unions also owned a considerable number of apartments that were not subject to immediate return on investment. But those days are gone. The unions lost most of their holdings through clumsy maneuvering, and the public sector sold off apartments at rock-bottom prices in a privatization frenzy. Berlin is a particularly bad example of this. This is where the expropriation of private housing companies comes into play, which is currently causing some observers to become downright euphoric. Deutsche Wohnen has come under particular public scrutiny, apparently because there are suspicions of particular abuse of market power. This may be the case in individual instances. However, it is not easy to prove that a company is completely overstepping the mark because of its market power. According to its own figures, Deutsche Wohnen's existing rents are only a few cents above the Berlin average and even slightly below it for new rentals. If these figures are even halfway accurate, there is no point in singling out this company, unless it can be accused of misconduct in many individual cases. I am not in a position to judge the latter. Viewed objectively, expropriating private homeowners is not a particularly sensible measure for controlling rents. If the state wants to make up for past mistakes, the sale of apartments, it would be much easier to buy into such a company on a large scale. Deutsche Wohnen is a public limited company, so 25% is enough to gain control. This is certainly much more economical and, above all, faster than spending years fighting an expropriation case in the courts, which would ultimately result in the former owners being compensated at market value. When buying apartments, however, the state would have to immediately acknowledge how cruelly wrong it was to squander apartments in the past, which probably prevents some politicians from even considering it. However, as shown above, owning existing properties is not particularly effective when it comes to alleviating acute shortages. The state's resources are much better used if it keeps a close eye on the rental market and intervenes when a major imbalance between supply and demand threatens to arise or has already occurred. The Berlin Senate is very late in doing so, But even now it should intervene immediately and build affordable apartments itself or have them built as quickly as possible by a special-purpose company controlled and financed by it. Direct intervention by the city or municipality with new apartments is also much more efficient than controlling a single company, because with a sufficiently large intervention, pressure is put on the entire market and not just on one company. Only when the queues of people looking for housing become significantly shorter will it no longer be so easy for landlords to push through higher rents for each new tenant. If the queues remain as long as they are at present, there will always be ways to extract more money from tenants. But housing policy is only one aspect of a larger task of the state that has been completely lost sight of in the neoliberal frenzy of the last 3 decades. A state that aims to create uniform living conditions must also ensure a balance between urban and rural areas through measures in the field of transportation and regional structural policy. What we might call rural exodus today is the result of decades of neglect of rural areas. Where there are no tourist attractions, local authorities are on the defensive from the outset. But even communities with glaring structural weaknesses have been left to their own devices and, on top of that, have been forced to participate in the general austerity drive in the public sector. Communities on the brink of financial collapse will not be able to offer attractive opportunities for young people or attract interesting businesses. If the federal government were to provide massive support to such communities, regardless of the reasons for their plight, more could be achieved in the long term than with the best housing policy in the centers. Transport policy is another area that must not be overlooked when it comes to rural exodus. Fast, reliable, and affordable connections between rural areas and major centers would deter many people from seeking their fortune in the big cities when looking for housing. If you can get to work every morning and evening on a fast and comfortable train for just a few euros, you don't have to live in the city. If all trains were equipped with fast internet access, people could easily do some of their work on their way to work. But the mere idea that anyone who wants to could sit comfortably in a commuter train and work is obviously beyond the imagination of German urban and transport planners. If it's not cramped, chaotic, and unpleasant, it's simply not a train journey in their eyes. Ultimately, every sensible idea in Germany fails because of money. The country has become mired in a mentality of stinginess, which above all makes public spaces a refuge for naysayers and penny pinchers. What's more, the most important lobby group by far, the German business associations, supports this mentality because they believe that in the never-ending battle between the state and the market, they must leave no stone unturned in their efforts to reduce the state to a night watchman role. They probably consider the fact that they are acting against their own interests and depriving the country as a whole of any prospects to be unavoidable collateral damage in the great ideological war. I have said this many times before, but I want to repeat it again deliberately. In a world where companies are saving on balance, the state is committing an immediate sin against future generations if it does not borrow and invest heavily. In Germany, the demand gap created year after year by private households and companies saving is in the order of 200 billion euros. Without abandoning any principles of sensible use of public money and without resorting to the central bank for financing, the state can and must close this gap, because this task cannot be permanently transferred to other countries, in the form of current account surpluses of over 200 million euros per year. If, with this 200 billion euros a year in mind, we started today to build up the administrative capacity to turn this money into public investment, Germany's transport and housing infrastructure could look completely different in 10 years. But no one wants to think that far ahead. They prefer to limit themselves to tinkering around when there is a little money available and keep the money together for the most part, because they know from experience that the next round of austerity measures is as certain as death and taxes. Housing shortages and skyrocketing rents are currently key political issues. They are also featured in the party's election manifestos. Everyone wants to build more homes. The more left-wing parties are calling above all for more social housing and effective rent controls. At the same time, around 2 million homes are vacant in Germany. Housing shortages are clearly a regional phenomenon. On the one hand, there are metropolitan areas with strong population growth, led by Munich but also including Stuttgart and Berlin, and on the other hand, there are large regions with above-average unemployment, declining populations, and corresponding vacancies. Housing shortages are therefore linked to growing regional imbalances and strong population migration within Germany. If this is the case, however, then housing subsidies and price controls are merely tinkering with a symptom and by no means a solution to the underlying problem. Instead, the drifting apart of regions, with all its negative consequences, can only be prevented with a new kind of regional policy. Booming regions are overheating. Munich is the best example. The Bavarian capital has an influx of around 30,000 people per year. Every year, 10,000 additional cars are registered. Rents are rising exorbitantly, traffic jams are getting longer, and public transportation is overloaded. Growth centers with similarly high growth rates include Frankfurt, Stuttgart, Berlin, and Hamburg. But medium-sized cities such as Freiburg, Münster, and Regensburg are also booming. The boom usually extends to the surrounding districts as well. But that only describes one side of the coin. Regardless of which indicators you use, rent, real estate prices, unemployment, or municipal social spending, Germany is divided into two fairly equal halves. This division is also reflected in population trends. Between 1990 and today, 8 federal states have gained population through internal migration. Bavaria and Hamburg lead the way. 8 federal states have also lost inhabitants, including the states in the east as well as Bremen, Lower Saxony, and Saarland. From 1990 onwards, hundreds of thousands of people initially migrated from the east to the west. Now the main direction has changed. Migration is moving from northern Germany to the south, which does not make things any better. The trend is toward an acceleration of the divergence. The Federal Ministry of Economics writes, in addition to the east-west divide, a south-north divide with greater economic power in the south is also apparent. Within Western Germany, disparities between regions are increasing. Germany is moving into a lose-lose situation. The boom regions are becoming increasingly expensive, the infrastructure increasingly inadequate, and the quality of life for the majority is declining. In the crisis regions, the infrastructure is also deteriorating and the quality of life is declining, but for exactly the opposite reason, namely migration and unemployment. If metropolitan areas continue to grow, absorbing the surrounding areas, while housing becomes scarce and expensive, this will also have consequences for transportation. The number of commuters will rise, and with it traffic and environmental pollution in and around the centers. A new study by the Federal Office for Migration states that 60% of the working population in Germany are now commuters. It also shows that the distances traveled each day have increased. In the Munich area, the number of commuters has increased by 20% to 378,000 over the last 10 years. More than 40% of these commuters come from more distant districts, often traveling more than 100 kilometers to get to work. The claim sometimes heard that urbanization reduces traffic cannot be substantiated by these figures. Rather, regionally divergent growth seems to be causing traffic to explode. The fact that it is no longer feasible to build transport infrastructure capable of coping with such booms is evident in all the megacities around the world that are suffocating in traffic. In German cities, too, commuting is becoming a major daily problem for more and more working people. Cars are stuck in traffic jams, public transport is overcrowded and increasingly dilapidated. Traffic is at a standstill in Germany's major cities. Traffic is at a standstill in Germany's major cities. In Munich, every driver spends 49 hours a year in traffic jams. In Hamburg it is 41, in Stuttgart 46, and in Frankfurt 39. What is particularly interesting is that, with 93 hours of traffic jams per year, Munich's Mittlerer Ring is the most congested road in Germany. This is precisely the Mittlerer Ring, which has been expanded and relocated to tunnels at a cost of billions in recent years in order to make it congestion-free. The expansion of public transportation, on the other hand, is stagnating. As a result, the share of public transportation in the overall mobility market remains unchanged at 11%. Federal funding for the expansion of public transportation has not been increased since 1997. They amount to a ridiculous €333 million per year. According to experts, between 4 and 7 billion would be necessary to expand public transport to a reasonable level. Instead, the discussion and transport policy are dominated by a nonsensical focus on electric cars, as if individual transport could be maintained by electrifying it. As a substitute, bicycle offensives are being launched. This provides a little relief as long as it doesn't snow or rain. In other words, only sometimes. At the same time, public transport is being further reduced in shrinking regions and entire bus routes are being discontinued. But what are the reasons for the divergence between regions? The Munich press, for example, constantly reports on the attractiveness of a city that is apparently so irresistible that everyone wants to live there, whatever the cost. According to this view, the causes of the housing shortage are the Hofbrauhaus, the Kammerspiel Theatre, the English Garden, and Lake Starnberg. And in Frankfurt, it is apple wine that attracts people, while in Hamburg it is the Elbphilharmonie Concert Hall. Surprisingly, this explanation is supported by so-called population science. Population scientists currently like to write about swarm cities, which are so called because young people in particular flock to them of their own free will. This supposedly has nothing to do with the realities of the labor market. For example, a publication by the IFO Institute states, Germany is swarming toward inequality, and the central finding is that the strong swarming behavior of younger people is not caused by the availability of jobs. And demography professor Harold Simons explains in the Frankfurter Rundschau, the connection between jobs and migration has dissolved in an impressive way. However, it is clear that this argument is not entirely convincing. If it were true, there would also have to be a migration of enthusiasts to cities with high unemployment and a migration away from regions with high employment. Otherwise, it would be difficult to observe a dissolution and decoupling of the job situation and migration behavior. In addition to the major metropolitan areas, Simon cites university cities in particular as swarm cities, which would explain at least part of the influx, at least in the first instance. However, if we want to know more precisely, we can compare the current unemployment rates with those of the cities mentioned. Heidelberg, unemployment rate 4%, Regensburg, 2.2%, Dresden, 6.5%, Erfurt, 5.8%, Darmstadt, 4.6%, Munster, 5.4%. Simons names the following cities or regions that have not made it as swarm cities: Bremen, 9.2%, Cottbus, 7.2%, and the Ruhr area, 10.8%. Of course, all of this is statistically incomplete. Nevertheless, a correlation can be established that says, people move to cities with low unemployment and high job growth, and they leave regions with high unemployment. There is simply no sign of decoupling. People are following the jobs, or university places. The fact that people are forced to migrate by circumstances, that mobility can be involuntary, is something that a professor of demography apparently cannot imagine. The example of Munich also illustrates this reality. Around 250,000 additional jobs have been created in the region over the past 10 years. This means that the percentage increase in jobs was significantly higher than the increase in population. This in turn suggests that investment and business relocation precede population migration and commuting and drive them. What is clear here is a completely normal market process of centralization of capital and investment. Jobs migrate to a few metropolitan areas because it is economically profitable. People follow, rents rise, infrastructure becomes overburdened, and the regions and cities that are losing population bleed dry. Local and state politicians are well aware of the problem of divergence. However, nowhere is there any mention of the causes of this misery. If we assume that people migrate to where the jobs are, then the mechanisms of capital allocation and the reasons for capital centralization become crucial issues. In economics, explanations for regional divergence due to capital centralization can certainly be found. A newer approach, new economic geography, comes from Masahisa Fujita, Paul Krugman, and Anthony J. Venables, among others. This approach assumes that investments settle where they are particularly productive and profitable due to cluster effects. Cluster effects refer to the interaction between companies, suppliers, service providers, logistics, science, and research. In other words, the foundations of productivity in modern production. These cluster effects are reinforced by economies of scale, i.e., advantages of size. When production units are centralized into large units, there are better opportunities to achieve savings through the use of modern technology, broad rationalization of production processes, and centralized administration. Production becomes cheaper due to size. Cluster and scale effects attract investment like magnets. And there is no sign of a plateau or equilibrium point in sight. The IFO Institute describes the prognosis of this approach as follows. In theory, production advantages in a large city lead to attractiveness factors such as cluster effects, which theoretically result in infinite urban growth, limited only by the total population. These effects alone point to the dilemma of regional policy in a market-driven society and politics. The market centralizes capital and reduces people to jumping jacks in location and investment decisions. One consequence is the increasing divergence of regions, which is then perceived as a political task. Of course, market control of investments and investment flows is not questioned. This in turn inevitably leads to inadequate or even counterproductive regional policy with weak instruments. Even the numerous financial resources and programs for regional and development policy that do exist cannot hide this fact. There is, for example, the recently redesigned federal state financial equalization system, municipal financial equalization at the state level, and support programs at both the state and federal levels. In addition, the EU is also involved in regional support with its own guidelines and funds. It would therefore be wrong to criticize a fundamental lack of regional policy. On the contrary, there is a confusing jumble of support programs and funds. These programs must be measured by whether they reduce the divergences between regions. On the one hand, it can certainly be said that the largest regional policy program of the past decades, the Solidarity Pact for the East, has helped to mitigate the consequences of the economic collapse of the GDR economy. The funds flowing to the East have certainly helped to stabilize individual centers such as Leipzig, Dresden, and Erfurt. On the other hand, the bottom line is that large regions continue to drift apart, and not only in the East-West divide. Essentially, there seem to be three reasons for the inadequate results of conventional regional policy. The government's austerity policy, including the debt brake. The associated withdrawal of the state from public services. And, overall and above all, the market conformity of regional policy and the concept of competition-oriented municipal and regional policy. The austerity policy can be illustrated by a few figures. In 2016, the state governments requested that the federal government commit €624 million to the Joint Task for Improving Regional Economic Structures, GRW. This amounts to 0.2% of the federal budget. The states are encouraged, but not obliged, to match this amount. This means that the joint task, a central element of regional development, is completely underfunded. In addition, the policy of a balanced budget, i.e., the obligation to balance budgets, also affects the states and municipalities. Spokespersons for German municipalities regularly complain that investments are no longer possible. The only significant source of funding left to local authorities is trade tax. This puts them in competition with each other and forces them to compete for industrial settlements. It is clear who has the upper hand in this dumping competition. Cluster effects suck investment into the already wealthy centers, which can then use their trade tax revenues to offer investors better infrastructure. The financially weaker municipalities and regions hardly stand a chance in this game. This effect is exacerbated by the thinning out of so-called public services. These include the provision of essential public services such as water, energy, data networks, transport, postal services, waste disposal, schools and kindergartens, hospitals and medical care, but also cultural facilities. It goes without saying that these public services are suffering under the pressure of austerity policies. One example is the ongoing dismantling of public transport across the country, which has been going on for many years. In addition, there are repeated reports of indoor and outdoor swimming pools being closed, underfunded schools, a shortage of doctors in rural areas, and hospitals being shut down. Local authorities are being forced to increase the cost of their services or to stop providing them altogether. The pressure to save money is compounded by political pressure to put municipal services out to tender and thus privatize them. The privatization of public services is particularly in line with the thinking behind market control and market dominance. However, it does not lead to private companies doing things better, but only to them doing things where it is profitable. However, if individual municipalities and counties can only offer limited public services, such as accessible schools and hospitals, this becomes an additional reason for people to move away. A spiral of marginalization begins to turn. This migration is now to be offset by housing construction in metropolitan areas. The booming municipalities want above all to designate new building land, increase density, and possibly also push ahead with social housing construction. In the process, increasingly aggressive calls are being made for a lowering of building standards, such as energy regulations. At best, this will enable cities to maintain the status quo, which means allowing more people to move to overheated regions, which in turn will create further demand for construction and keep rents high. The game goes on, and regional imbalances increase. Housing policy obediently and faithfully follows capital centralization and supports it. Of course, local authorities will have no choice but to create housing in the near future, simply to limit chaos. But as already mentioned, the solution to the housing problem does not lie in housing policy, but in effective regional policy. Instead of bringing people to work, we must bring work to the people. The ideology of market dominance and market control behind all this is the root cause of failed regional policy. The neoliberal idea of competition and location competition is also a central guideline in local politics. Subsidies are not provided with the aim of maintaining schools or ensuring comprehensive hospital provision. They are provided to help with competition. But this has nothing to do with providing public services. This is how the governing parties put it in their resolution on the Joint Task of Regional Economic Structure, GRW. The goal must be to increase the competitiveness and self-reliance of the regions in order to create jobs subject to social insurance contributions. The former president of the Association of German Cities and mayor of Frankfurt, Petra Roth, even gives the competition between municipalities and regions a global dimension. Especially in the age of globalization, we as a region are also in global competition, which we must face, because we want to shape this competition, not suffer it. With this concept and this way of thinking, municipalities are forced into a subsidy race to attract companies, and the entire local politics is subordinated to their profit interests. And the federal states go one better. They play minimi. With this concept and this way of thinking, municipalities are forced into a subsidy race to attract companies, and the entire municipal policy is subordinated to their profit interests. And the federal states are going one better. They are playing mini-IMF and state troika. Most states have programs for heavily indebted municipalities. In North Rhine-Westphalia, there is the City Finances Strengthening Pact, in Hesse, the Municipal Protection Shield, and in Lower Saxony, the Future Contract. All these programs take on municipal legacy debts or at least support their repayment and servicing, but in neoliberal fashion, only in exchange for conditions and rigorous austerity programs. In return, municipalities are forced to raise business taxes, sell land, privatize services, reduce investment to a minimum and, as they say in Rhineland-Palatinate, implement a permanent reduction in personnel expenses. And so the divergence between municipalities is growing, and subsidies are widening the gap between poor and rich regions even further. In short, the problem lies in the subjugation of municipalities and counties to deregulation, privatization, austerity, and competition. This naturally raises the question of what a different, effective, and humane regional policy might look like. Unfortunately, the opposition parties are not particularly proactive in this regard. Both the Greens and the Left Party focus heavily on social housing and rent controls in their election manifestos for the federal elections. They are calling for debt relief for indebted municipalities in the form of a fund to pay off old debts. The Greens are campaigning for autonomous action by local authorities, which they say must remain in control, a rather double-edged idea. The left wants to secure regional craft and industrial cores and promote regional value chains with small and medium-sized enterprises, without making it entirely clear how. It calls for a halt to privatization. Interestingly, it also wants to support housing demolition as part of an urban redevelopment program. Both parties are also calling for an expansion of public services and more municipal investment. This includes some approaches and demands that are certainly correct. However, it does not yet meet the requirements for a consistent and effective regional policy. The left's regional policy is more of a patchwork of transport policy, housing construction, and public services, with little systematic approach. It remains unclear what robust measures the state would have to take if unemployment, marginalization, and migration were to increase in a city or region. To the author's knowledge, there are hardly any viable concepts for regional policy. He himself does not claim to have such a concept. However, it is entirely possible and forward-looking to conceptually combine existing and usable elements to create a little more regional policy consistency and efficiency. This involves creating binding political mechanisms that counteract the divergence of the market. The first step is to influence and redirect investment flows. The second is to compel the federal, state, and local governments to meet precisely defined standards of public services. To influence capital allocation, i.e., investment, a mixture of highly differentiated trade taxes and a halt to the further designation of commercial land in boom regions could be useful. The latter is self-explanatory. In cities and districts with low unemployment and above-average job growth, a binding ban on the designation of land for further industrial and commercial development would be necessary to slow down the centralization of capital and labor. In other words, a brake on growth. In addition, trade taxes should be graded according to regional policy objectives and development needs. The level of trade tax plays a role in companies' location and investment decisions. Although different tax rates already exist, these differences are far too small to have any steering effect and are not based on regional policy considerations anyway. Here, too, the tax rates would be systematically linked to the unemployment rate and possibly other indicators. The higher the employment rate, the higher the trade tax. For wealthy municipalities, the top tax rates would also have to be raised significantly compared to the current level. The additional revenue that boomtowns would generate as a result would have to be transferred to municipalities and regions with lower trade tax rates. This would enable these municipalities to offset the initial disadvantages of lower tax rates. This would eliminate a significant part of the tax and subsidy competition between municipalities. However, this must be accompanied by a general and explicit abandonment of the competition concept. It is true that local self-government is an essential pillar of democracy. Local parliaments and city councils with rights and powers enable citizen participation. However, citizen participation quickly comes to an end when competition rages among municipalities. This competition must be replaced by cooperation between all levels of government in order to ensure defined standards in larger planning associations and to implement common development goals. Mandatory standards would also have to be developed to ensure the provision of public services. Public services such as access to education and schools, the provision of hospitals and care facilities, and public transport must be made available on a binding and legally enforceable basis. Responsibility for this lies not with private companies, but with state and local authorities. None of this would be rocket science, as such standards already exist in some form. For example, the associations of statutory health insurance physicians formulate doctor-to-patient ratios per 10,000 inhabitants. Sports associations define rules on the accessibility and equipment of sports facilities and the like. Municipal supervisory authorities also set minimum standards. However, all of this exists in a non-binding and unconnected manner. These rules and guidelines would therefore have to be reviewed, adapted, and made binding. Every citizen of this country must be guaranteed and provided with adequate public services in every city and every region. Ensuring public services is, of course, an investment task for which appropriate funds must be made available. Preventing further drift apart requires abandoning austerity policies and credit-financed public investment. In its election program, the Left Party estimates the backlog in public investment at well over €100 billion. The importance of regional policy is underestimated. There are many city councillors from the Left Party or the Green Party who constantly come up against limits in their municipal work that are imposed by the lack of progressive regional policy, and who ultimately accept this. However, a different regional policy, one that is at least partially removed from market forces, that counteracts the drifting apart of regions and, to this end, attempts to direct investment and resources more strongly and more precisely at the regional level, would be left-wing politics directly addressing people's everyday interests. It would raise local politics to a new level. And far beyond that, the question of divergence and regional policy is not only an issue in Germany, but even more so, and in a much more existential way, in Europe. Within the European framework, too, it would be necessary to develop regional policy as an instrument against the market-driven drifting apart of member states. There is now an astonishing amount of talk in the EU about regional policy and cohesion. At first glance, it appears that there are also extensive financial resources available for this. According to its own figures, the EU is spending a total of €454 billion on regional funding in the broadest sense in the 2014 to 2020 planning period. That sounds like a lot and is presented as such. Let's quote the German Ministry of Economic Affairs. Cohesion and structural policy is one of the central policy areas of the European Union. With its investment and structural funds, ESI funds, the European Union contributes to strengthening the economic, social and territorial cohesion of the Union and promotes growth and employment, particularly in regions lagging behind in development, so-called structurally weak regions. Around one-third of the EU budget is used for this purpose. For the current 2014 to 2020 funding period, around €454 billion are available for the ESI funds across Europe. This makes EU cohesion policy not only the EU's most important investment policy, but also an expression of solidarity between the EU and its member states. That seems lavish, but in reality it is not much. The entire EU budget amounts to around 1% of the EU's gross domestic product. The money for cohesion accounts for around a third of this budget. This means that only around 0.33% of European GDP is available for regional policy. What's more, In recent years, a significant proportion of this funding has gone to Eastern European countries. This means that there is not much left financially to support the regions in the poorer Eurozone countries that are falling behind. The great importance attached to all these funds in EU announcements is exaggerated. The funds actually spent are disproportionate to the pressing tasks and needs. The principle of the watering can is also remarkable. The grants are not only made available to those who urgently need them, but everyone gets something from them. Germany, for example, officially receives 29 billion from the funding pots. In this country, these funds are used to co-finance highways, tunnels, and bypasses. In addition, the funds are not even being used in the countries where they are needed. Spain, for example, has only drawn down very little money. Overall, the EU Commission states that the use of the funds is currently worryingly low. We cannot conclusively clarify the reasons for this here. In any case, the fact is that the EU funds require co-financing by the recipient country. The respective Eurozone country must therefore always add something from its own coffers to the money it receives. However, if, on the one hand, state austerity policy is the measure of all things, on the other hand, it cannot necessarily be expected that the countries making savings will provide extensive project funding. The EU's cohesion report also points to another relevant fact. Since the 2008 crisis, many EU countries have made even greater savings at the level of regional administrations and bodies than at the level of central governments. Municipal and regional structures of the community have been subjected to increased austerity measures, as the centres have withdrawn budgets from the regions for themselves. Despite this, the EU has not been able to escape its dogmatic market-compliant approach to regional funding. It continues to subordinate regional funding to its austerity programmes and budgetary requirements. Overall, the directive stipulates that regional funding from EU funds must be in line with the EU's macroeconomic programmes and recommendations for the respective Eurozone country. As is well known, these programmes mainly consist of requirements to reduce government spending, increase taxes for citizens, and cut social benefits. According to the EU Commission, the use of regional funds as part of this austerity ideology is to be more closely linked to sanctions in future. For example, the Commission has proposed suspending payments from the structural funds if recipient countries do not take sufficient account of the EU's general economic policy guidelines. This means that countries that even try to resist the austerity and deregulation policy in any way will have their regional funding withdrawn. In line with neoliberal dogmas, EU regional funding is not only subject to the proviso of savings, but also orients the use of EU funds to a large extent towards the interests of the private sector. And despite the emphasis on promoting SMEs, EU funding also goes to large corporations. This also indicates that considerable EU funds are being wasted through windfall profits. The EU writes, although SMEs are the main focus of business support under cohesion policy, large companies often play a key role in regional development. In the period 2007 to 2013, the ERDF, European Regional Development Fund, RP, disbursed an estimated €6.1 billion to support large enterprises, around 20% of total direct support to businesses. This took the form of around 6,000 projects with an average volume of €1 million. A total of around 3,700 large companies were supported. On average, 1.6 projects per company were involved, in some companies 4 to 5. Poland, Portugal, and Germany accounted for 2007 to 2013. 2013 accounted for half of all ERDF funding for large companies. Behind this obviously inadequate and contradictory policy lies the ideology of market dominance and market control, a fundamental evil of regional policy. The associated idea of competition and location rivalry is also a central guideline in municipal policy. For example, in their resolution on the Joint Task Regional Economic Structure, GRW, the German governing parties formulate the following. The aim here must be to increase the competitiveness and autonomy of the regions in order to create jobs subject to social security contributions. Roth, former president of the Association of German Cities and mayor of Frankfurt, even gives the competition between municipalities and regions a global dimension. She states, especially in the age of globalization, we also find ourselves as a region in a worldwide competition that we have to face, because we want to shape this competition and not suffer it. This dogma of location competition also applies within the EMU framework. With this concept and this way of thinking, municipalities and regions are forced into the subsidy race to attract companies, and the entire regional policy is subordinated to their profit interests. As a result, they are in competition with each other and have to compete for industrial settlements. It should be clear who has the better cards in this dumping competition. The cluster effects suck investment into the already rich centers, which can then use their tax revenues to offer better infrastructures for investors. The financially weaker municipalities and regions hardly stand a chance in this game. Local and regional policy has an immediate impact on people's everyday situations and interests. A different regional policy is needed, not only in Germany, but even more strongly and existentially in the entire Eurozone. An active and effective regional policy against the market-driven drifting apart of the member states and regions would have to be implemented, particularly in the highly intertwined, cross-border monetary union. Among other things, this would also require elements of investment steering in order to direct investments and financial resources more comprehensively and precisely at regional level. The building blocks of such an alternative regional policy include, in brief, a wage and income policy that is based on the golden wage rule and prevents the drifting apart of unit costs and competitiveness between the euro countries. Whether abolishing the euro and renationalizing monetary and fiscal policy, as is sometimes discussed in macroscope, would create better framework conditions for regional convergence is, by the way, a completely open question. A brake on growth for overheated boom regions. In these metropolitan areas, the further concentration and centralization of capital accumulation must be slowed down. Instead, investment must be targeted at weaker regions with high unemployment, outmigration, and inadequate infrastructure. In a European tax system, investments in capital-rich centers should be systematically made more expensive and investments in poorer regions should be promoted. A system of regional policy taxes and depreciation options, negative subsidization, must steer investment flows. This must be supplemented and supported by high levels of public infrastructure investment that go far beyond the existing cohesion policy. The necessary funds must also be made available for these investments as part of a Eurozone budget. The decentralization of science and research institutions should create the conditions for the formation of regional productivity clusters. The possibilities of digitalization can be actively used for this purpose. In regional development, opportunities for the regionalization of economic cycles must also be opened up. The building blocks for this are the regionalization of energy production and the significant increase in the cost of long-distance transport throughout Europe. Regional and superregional cooperation and collaboration between municipalities and local authorities across their borders is essential for the development of dependent regions. The neoliberal idea of municipal competition must be replaced by concepts of regional, cross-border cooperation. In order to increase demand in the weaker regions and stop the exodus, extensive investment in municipal services of general interest and the reversal of privatization of services of general interest are necessary. Binding standards for services of general interest must be formulated and implemented for the people in every region. In turn, the focus of EU fiscal policy on debt limitation and debt reduction must be ended. Governments must once again be given the opportunity to shape their economies through tax policy and budgetary policy. If you want to understand phenomena such as the euro crisis, you have to look at three analytical levels. Firstly, there is the micro level of the action orientation of individual and collective actors. Secondly, above this, there is a macro level of inherently logical economic relationships that cannot be derived from microeconomics. Over the past few weeks, the pros and cons of considering the third level have been discussed more controversially than I would have expected on macroscope. The meso level, which lies between the micro and macro levels and deals with the institutional and organizational constitution of national economies, which differs from country to country. Is this meso level necessary? And how useful is it specifically to characterize the economic regimes of certain countries as export-oriented? The starting point for dealing with institutions and organizations is the insight into a certain permanence of economic behavior patterns. Decisions between alternative courses of action are not made in a vacuum, but always in the context of historically inherited structural conditions, which do not completely determine behavior, but pre-structure the decision-making process. Such institutions are, for example, budget rules, the constitution of industrial relations, or the scope of central bank autonomy. If we turn our attention from the institutions to the organizations, we are dealing, for example, with the strength and nature of trade unions and employers' associations. If different institutions and organizations interact functionally, we speak of regimes. I myself prefer a broad concept of regime which, in addition to institutions and organizations, also encompasses entrenched power relations, such as between classes and between sectors, as well as ideologies of medium to long-term existence with which established practices and their results are normatively rationalized. Political economic regimes are fundamentally changeable, but at the same time sticky in the sense that they typically, in times of peace and in the absence of revolutionary upheavals, only change over longer periods of time. Historical institutionalism is a subdiscipline of the social sciences that deals with the long-term dynamics of such regimes. What does it mean to speak of export-oriented regimes when analyzing the interaction of open economies? We observe that in the conflict of objectives between export promotion and domestic stabilization, certain countries conspicuously often give priority to exports. Such countries are reluctant to take demand-stabilizing measures in order to minimize inflationary impulses from the domestic sector and instead strive to remain in undervaluation constellations in order to absorb foreign demand. Export-oriented countries therefore often generate export surpluses and only have rare and typically short phases of trade deficits. The preference for export promotion over domestic stabilization can also be described as the systematic provision of incentives to shift economic activity from the domestic to the export sector. As a result, such countries generally have more pronounced export sectors than one would expect based on their size. To illustrate this, compare the size of the export sectors of Austria and Belgium on the one hand, and Portugal and Greece on the other, all countries with around 10 million inhabitants. Paul Stenhardt's comparison between Germany and Italy also illustrates the point impressively. In his thought experiment, Stenhardt splits northern Italy from southern Italy in order to then compare it with Germany, although the reduction in Italy's size caused by the experiment would have to be taken into account, which would lead us to expect a correspondingly larger export sector. Using Germany as an example, the elements of export-oriented configurations can be described as follows. Since the 1950s, the Federal Republic has had a central bank with far-reaching autonomy in its interest rate decisions, which suspected inflation under every stone and which left no doubt about its willingness to rigorously punish actual or perceived excesses in wage policy. Wage policy was highly coordinated by international standards and dominated by the export sector. In Germany, fiscal federalism without the ability of the lower units to raise taxes has long had the same effect as the rigid fiscal rules that were introduced across Europe, particularly in the wake of the euro crisis. This fiscal policy structure favors a permanent, quasi-rule-based fiscal policy over its discretionary, fine-tuning alternative. A good example of the functional interaction between the parts of regimes is the cross-effects of fiscal federalism on wage policy. As the international comparison shows, wage pressure often emanates from the public sector. In Germany, however, around 90% of public employees are accounted for by the federal states and municipalities, which are institutionally granted only limited fiscal leeway. In the future, the already narrow leeway will be further minimized by the absolute debt ban imposed on the federal states by the federal government. All of this not only limits the scope for investment, but also the wage and inflationary pressure emanating from the public sector. These characteristics correspond to entrenched economic policy ideologies that aim to present the results of the actions favored by the regime as normatively desirable, the very ideologies against which macroscopes write with so much engagement. The undervaluation strategy is not only supported across the party spectrum, but also by a cross-class coalition including the export trade unions. In Germany, export growth is seen as the norm and export surpluses as the reward of the brave. Even short phases of trade deficits, on the other hand, trigger debates on location and pressure to liberalize. All of this is never just about abstract macroeconomic concepts, but always also about the link to individual values. We are the industrious, the frugal, the sensible. When Bild writes about Greeks and Germans, it plays at least as big a part in reproducing the German export ideology as the German Council of Economic Experts does with its annual reports. Now Heiner Flassbeck, and Paul Stenhardt in particular, are not so much resisting the realization of the existence of the export-oriented German economic regime, but rather the realization of its historicity. Did the regime only come into being with the euro? A look at German economic history reveals clear answers. All the elements listed above are older than the euro. A dense network of institutions, organizations, and established practices aimed at generating foreign trade surpluses was already established in Germany in the early 1950s. These included Hermes guarantees, special export promotion loans from the Kreditanstalt für Wiederaufbau, tax concessions for export companies, and the preferential allocation of raw materials to them. This was mirrored by credit restrictions that inhibited domestic demand in order to direct industry towards export markets, as well as direct import discrimination. Under its first president Wilhelm Vogt, the Bank Deutsche Länder, which later became the Deutsche Bundesbank, adopted a strategy of accumulating currency reserves through export surpluses in order to enhance the DM's international reputation. These and other details can be wonderfully traced in an essay by the economic historian Karl Ludwig Holtfrerik, which appeared in a lavish anthology on the 50th anniversary of the Bank Deutsche Länder and the Deutsche Bundesbank. The volume is listed below in the bibliography. The volume is available second-hand on Amazon from €3.50, and I can only warmly recommend reading the essay. Readers will not regret it. Of course, all of this was presuppositional on the currency side, because in a flexible exchange rate regime we would expect revaluations to counteract the mercantilist impulse, Hajo Rees. However, there has never been a completely flexible exchange rate regime in Europe since the founding of the Federal Republic of Germany. Let us listen to how Holtfrerik, page 381, describes the connection between the currency regime and German mercantilism in the 1950s and 1960s. A mercantilist policy of generating export surpluses and strengthening currency reserves, however, had to make use of other means than traditional foreign trade mercantilism or protectionism in view of the liberalization policy pursued in the long term. The way out lay in monetary and fiscal mercantilism. The prerequisite was a system of fixed exchange rates without gold automatism, i.e. with scope for an autonomous monetary policy. And this is exactly what the Bretton Woods system provided. It made it possible to give one's own currency a stability advantage without changing the exchange rate, making domestic goods more competitive with foreign goods. And let us listen in addition to a speech by Vogt from 1951 quoted by Holtfrerik, page 383, who, as we can see, was aware of the contribution of wage policy to the German undervaluation strategy. We live from the increase in our exports, and these in turn from keeping our wage and price levels relatively low. As I said, our price level lagging behind foreign countries is the central point of our efforts at the central bank, and it is a success of our efforts. Those who shout at us should bear this in mind. Your restrictions are too strict, are no longer necessary. As an aside, we are currently observing a remarkable echo of the early establishment of the German export regime. Last week, the German Bundesbank announced the completion of the retrieval of large parts of its gold reserves from New York and Paris. It had a total of 674 tons of gold transported to vaults in Frankfurt and is now storing half of its gold reserves, or 1,710 tons, in Germany, FAZ, the 24th of August 2017, page 15. The Bundesbank's high gold reserves are the result of the current account surpluses achieved in the 1950s and 1960s. At that time, until the dissolution of the European Payments Union in 1958, the participating countries against which Germany generated current account surpluses had to settle the balances with gold payments, and until the end of the Bretton Woods system, the USA had committed to buying its own currency in exchange for gold. The long road of the German export regime is paved with gold, so to speak. But back to the big picture. Knowing the exchange rate corrections that have taken place in the various currency regimes, the long history of German export orientation is not really surprising. The fact that the Federal Republic appreciated whenever it participated in realignments is, after all, nothing other than an expression of the fact that it apparently had a special ability to systematically position itself in undervaluation constellations and remain there for long periods of time. The revaluation of the DM in 1961 and the two revaluations in 1969 were preceded by years of discussions about the accumulated revaluation pressure, and the revaluations that took place were perceived abroad as being too low. The currency snake established after the Bretton Woods regime was the most flexible exchange rate regime in which the Federal Republic of Germany had participated since its foundation. In the subsequent European monetary system, founded in 1979, Germany revalued 8 times. In 1979, 1981, 1982, 1983, 1985, 1986, 1987, and 1992. In short, Germany's export-oriented economic model did not come into being with the euro. Rather, the point is that the euro equipped Germany with the ability to radicalize its pre-existing export regime to such an extent that it eventually became the nightmare of the continent and the global economy. So what is the implication of all this for our thinking about the euro crisis? Does recognizing the existence of the regime justify or excuse the damage it caused? Does it relativize the fact that monetary unions can only function as inflationary communities? Does it invalidate macroeconomic certainties, e.g. balance mechanics, or does it claim that this is the case? Does it want to discredit the counterpart to the export-oriented variant, the domestically oriented version, as backward? Is it even counteracting a progressive, enlightened program that aims to break the logic of the export regime and replace it with a more community-friendly economy? All no. But in fact, recognizing the existence of different macroeconomic regimes gradually shifts our attention from the dysfunctional economic policies in the euro to the euro itself. Export-oriented regimes are beasts of their own kind, which should not be chained to by the permanent renunciation of exchange rate corrections. In view of the heterogeneous economic regimes, a monetary union would have required mechanisms that would have been able to break the inherent dynamics of the regimes represented in it to a considerable extent. Hard, transformative mechanisms that would have had to go beyond soft coordination and good persuasion. Given the crystal clear and complete unavailability of such instruments, then as now, the euro should never have been introduced. When real estate prices rose in many industrialized countries in the 1990s and after the turn of the millennium, Germany was seen as a haven of stability. That is now a thing of the past. Since the financial crisis, house prices and rents have risen more sharply in Germany than elsewhere. According to the German Council of Economic Experts, German house prices climbed by 46% between 2010 and 2017. Prices in cities rose faster than in rural areas, namely by 64%. And if we look at the 7 largest cities, Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, Cologne, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt and Stuttgart, the so-called cities, we see an increase of a remarkable 81%. Real estate prices are outpacing rent increases, but rents have also risen considerably. By 33% in Germany as a whole, by 38% in the cities and by 42% in the major cities over the same period. The figures always refer to new lettings, as opposed to existing rents. Till Baldinius, Sebastian Kohl and Moritz Schularik recently drew attention to the distributional effects of these price rises. According to them, the rise in property prices has made homeowners €2.6 trillion richer since 2011. That is roughly 1 year's German GDP. More than half of this has gone to the top 10% of the population, while the middle class has not benefited from rising house prices. Wealth inequality increased as a result. This is not a triviality, but is due to the fact that people with median incomes in Germany are not property owners. In the USA, on the other hand, wealth inequality falls when house prices rise. Who lost out? The tenants in the poorer neighborhoods of the richer cities, because they are the main victims of gentrification. Most recently, the lowest income fifth of the population had to spend around 40% of their income on rent, compared to 25% in 1993. The auditing firm Deloitte regularly surveys rental and real estate prices in major European cities. It shows that rents in the German cities affected by sharp increases are still in the lower middle range in Europe. Rents in Paris, Oslo, and London are twice as high as those in Munich, while Berlin remains in one of the lower places. In terms of real estate prices, the major German cities are positioned in the upper European midfield, but not in the top places. What at first sounds like good news turns out to be alarming on closer inspection, because it makes it clear what may lie ahead if we do not take countermeasures. We urgently need to intervene. But how? This can only be answered if we know what price rises are all about. They can have different causes from country to country. They could be speculative bubbles, i.e. phenomena that cannot be explained by fundamental variables. However, they could also be an expression of the fundamental fact that the increased demand for apartments, particularly in the big cities, is being met by too little supply. Depending on which is the case here, different countermeasures are obvious. Are we witnessing the formation of a bubble? The research literature seems to say yes, but nevertheless considers the speculative share of price increases to be manageable. In its 2018 Financial Stability Report, pages 56 to 58, the Bundesbank assumes exaggerations in the order of 15 to 30% for urban areas. The call for public intervention in rent formation is therefore entirely consequent. In this context, there is a controversial debate as to whether the ECB's low interest rate policy and its bond purchases have contributed to the exaggerations. If zero interest rates were to blame for this development, we would actually expect to see an increase in the use of real estate loans. But nothing of the sort can be observed. At least this means that the German real estate bubble, if it exists, is comparatively harmless in terms of financial stability. A sudden fall in real estate prices would probably not trigger a mass bursting of real estate loans, which in turn could lead to a banking crisis. So does the euro crisis and the ECB's counterreactions have nothing to do with all of this? I am not really convinced of this, despite the flat development of domestic real estate loans. After all, Not only debt but also equity is flowing into the housing market. If the ECB cuts interest rates on government bonds and tightens the supply of them, the equity previously invested in bonds is likely to go into real estate, among other things, and contribute to the formation of a bubble there. In general, German real estate may increasingly take on the role of scarce safe assets. I would therefore venture to suggest that the pressure on the housing market would be less if fiscal policy had played a part in easing the euro crisis and thus opened up scope for monetary policy to normalize sooner. However, I would like to look at something else, namely the fundamental side of the problem. Even if the existence of a speculative bubble cannot be denied, the price trend in real estate and rents primarily reflects a supply that is increasing too slowly relative to growing demand. This does not mean that public intervention in pricing should be rejected. They may be helpful transitional measures that are needed until the undesirable developments have been eliminated. And the interventions may also remain justified after the transition phase. This would then have to be examined. However, it is important to note that they do nothing to eliminate the key undesirable development, i.e. the reduction in construction activity. And this brings us to a crucial point. The low level of construction activity is one of the collateral damages of the German export model. There is little harmony of interests between the export sector and the construction sector when it comes to the decisive macroeconomic levers. What serves to promote exports is almost always bad for the construction sector, and vice versa. The export sector is sensitive to exchange rates, the construction sector is sensitive to interest rates. In order to create undervaluation constellations and defend its position in them, the export sector needs a tight monetary policy that nips all inflationary impulses in the bud and a restrained fiscal policy. The construction industry, as part of the domestic sector, on the other hand, needs a fiscal and monetary policy geared towards domestic stabilization. The export sector flourishes all the more wage policy contributes to competitive disinflation vis-à-vis trading partners, while the construction sector needs stable demand from private households and the public sector. The construction sector is interested in public subsidies for residential construction, whereas the export sector is not. In addition, the construction industry needs lending criteria for real estate loans that are not too strict, while the export industry has a stronger preference for stability in this respect. We should therefore not be surprised that countries with particularly large export sectors generally have conspicuously small construction sectors, a fact that this paper by Sebastian Kohl and Alexander Spielau opened my eyes to. In comparative political economy, we speak of export-oriented growth regimes. They have institutions, organizations, and economic ideologies that work towards resolving the trade-off between export promotion and domestic stabilization in favor of the export sector more frequently and over longer periods of time. Germany is the prime example of such a regime. To the extent that the German export orientation has radicalized since the preparatory phase for the euro, the construction sector has shrunk. It is one of the victims of Germany's austerity policy. This applies not only to the unfavorable macroeconomic environment from the construction sector's point of view, but also to specific political decisions such as the reduction of tax incentives for housing construction. But wait, low construction activity? Don't we read every day that the German construction sector has reached its capacity limits and can barely keep up with the high demand? That may be the case, but it mainly illustrates the sector's shrinking capacity. Whichever indicator we use, the findings are clear. Since the end of the reunification boom, the German construction sector has become smaller and smaller across the cycle. Towards the mid-1990s, it still absorbed over 9% of the workforce. Today, it is less than 7%. At that time, these employees generated around 7% of gross domestic product, whereas today they only generate around 5%. Data, OECD. According to data from the Federal Statistical Office, more than 500,000 residential units were completed each year between 1994 and 1998, whereas the figure is now less than 300,000 per year. Effected rent breaks, rent caps, even expropriations, all of this may help to some extent as long as we do not confuse main and accompanying therapies. The danger of confusion applies in particular to the controversial demand for expropriations. This is because the question of ownership is not the main problem. It is the misguided German economic policy aimed at generating export surpluses. This is the key to solving the housing market mess. Putting it in the right lock means first and foremost, to use Rainer Fischbach's beautiful image, drowning the black zero in the Lethe, and then building, Christoph Stein. I fear that the fixation on demands for expropriation and price controls is currently even clouding our view of this fact, because it suggests that the plight of the housing market can be remedied without a turnaround in macroeconomic policy. Even a merely selective stimulus would be of little help. As we saw above, the German construction sector is currently close to the limit of its capacity, which has shrunk over the years. The construction industry is a special sector because construction companies are scrambling from individual order to individual order and need medium-term reliability if they are to expand their capacities in terms of employees and machinery, a point that association representatives regularly draw attention to, as well as the dysfunctionality of the debt brake and underfunded municipalities. What is therefore needed is an investment program that extends over a decade and is predominantly debt-financed, which encourages the federal states to build social housing and enables the municipalities to clear the local investment backlog. There is a shortage of more than 1 million apartments in Germany, in the boom centers. At the same time, almost 2 million apartments are vacant, mainly in economically weaker regions and cities. The housing problem is therefore obviously the result of the growing divergence between the regions of Germany and Europe, falling apart into boom regions and economically dependent out-migration regions. This in turn results in the fact that more than 20,000 additional people move to a city like Munich every year. Similar figures are now available for Berlin. Frankfurt and Stuttgart are also experiencing dramatic growth. As this influx into the metropolitan areas must also be taken as a basis for the coming years, there is hardly any possibility of alleviating the housing problem through building. In concrete terms, again using Munich as an example, this means that, assuming a generous average household size of 2 people, the net influx will result in an annual need for 10,000 additional apartments. The city administration is aiming for 8,500 new builds per year. Around 8,000 new apartments have been built in each of the past few years. Not much more seems possible. However, this inevitably leads to an increasing shortage of space. According to the Münchner Merkur newspaper, there is land available in the city for a maximum of 61,000 new apartments. Other estimates assume that just over 70,000 new buildings are possible. According to Adam Rees, this means that although fewer apartments can be completed each year than are needed anyway, even with this level of construction activity, this would be the end in 2027, i.e. in 8 years' time. Growth would then only be possible in terms of height, but there are also tight limits on adding stories or building high-rises. Without knowing the exact circumstances in other booming cities such as Stuttgart, Frankfurt or Berlin, the situation there is likely to be at least similar. However, there are other limiting factors. New development areas need infrastructure, i.e. roads, squares, schools, kindergartens, or healthcare facilities. These infrastructures not only require public funding, they also need space and put further pressure on the limited supply of land. New homes are only part of the additional space required. Land is therefore scarce, and the relative scarcity of land limits the supply of housing. Even if one assumes that land that can be built on can be developed, i.e. that it can be partially increased, the supply of usable space and therefore housing remains less flexible. Developments take a long time and areas within cities or immediately adjacent to them are by no means spatially arbitrary, but, if at all, can only be multiplied within limits. However, this inflexible supply also means that only the most lucrative use for landowners and developers is realized on the scarce land that cannot be increased, in the short term, and less lucrative projects are avoided. These lucrative projects include commercial real estate, office buildings, and hotels. Moreover, as house prices have been rising faster than rents for some time now, preference is being given to the construction of condominiums rather than affordable rental apartments. To summarize, there is simply not enough space in the growth centers that can be developed sensibly and quickly enough. And therefore there are no market mechanisms that could bring supply and demand for apartments into line. The market cannot provide more space and an affordable housing supply, political intervention is limited and people cannot decide to stop living there immediately. However, this also means that all calls for more building and cheaper building are political false path and ignore the limits of building. As long as immigration to the boom centers does not decrease significantly, there will be little change in the housing shortage in these metropolitan regions. So that no misunderstandings arise here, I am in favor of rent control, of a ban on conversion. I am in favor of taxing land rents, if only for reasons of fairness. And I believe that land belongs in public hands and that the building activities of local authorities and cooperatives must be expanded compared to the building activities of investors and speculators. Nevertheless, I think it is more than unlikely that all these measures alone could have a sufficiently large positive effect on the housing market, on the supply of housing and on rents. The permanently excessive demand speaks against this. However, The boom scenarios in Munich, Stuttgart, Frankfurt, and to some extent Berlin only describe one side of the German reality. They cannot be understood without their flip side, the shrinking and emigration regions. No matter which indicators you look at, whether rents, real estate prices, unemployment, or municipal services of general interest, Germany is pretty much divided into two halves. This division is also reflected in population trends. From 1990 to today, 8 federal states have gained population through internal migration. First and foremost Bavaria and Hamburg. And 8 federal states also lost inhabitants, including Bremen, Lower Saxony and Saarland in addition to the eastern states. From 1990, hundreds of thousands initially migrated from the east to the west. In the meantime, the main direction has changed. The migration is from the north of Germany to the south. Which doesn't make things any better. The trend is towards an acceleration of the divergence. As the Federal Ministry of Economics writes, in addition to the east-west divide, a south-north divide with higher economic power in the south is recognizable. Within Western Germany, the disparities between the regions are increasing. As a result, Germany is moving into a lose-lose situation. The boom regions are becoming more and more expensive, rents are exploding, infrastructure is becoming increasingly inadequate, and the quality of life is declining for the majority. In the crisis regions, on the other hand, infrastructure is also falling into disrepair and the quality of life is declining here too, but for exactly the opposite reason, namely emigration and unemployment. This migration cannot be explained by personal preferences and hip cultural inclinations, even if so-called demographers try to persuade us otherwise, but almost exclusively by investment and employment trends and, secondarily, by the expansion of some universities. People are moving for work. They are moving from cities and regions with high unemployment to regions with more and better jobs. And this is not just a migration within Germany. Since the European crisis in 2008, many people have moved from Italy, Greece, and Portugal to Germany's industrial centers. Incidentally, the example of Munich also shows this reality. Around 250,000 additional jobs have been created in the region over the past 10 years. This means that the percentage increase in jobs was significantly higher than the increase in population. This in turn shows that investment and the establishment of companies precede and follow population migration and commuting. What we see here are the consequences of a centralization of capital and investment dictated by market laws. Jobs are moving to certain conurbations because this is economically profitable for corporations and companies. The people have to follow. The problem of regional imbalances seems to be slowly seeping into people's minds. Articles about the problems of rural regions are also increasingly appearing in the press. In the last federal elections, most parties included equal living conditions in all regions in their manifestos. However, this is often understood as a mere urban-rural conflict. This is an inadequate understanding. We are talking about entire industrial regions such as the Ruhr area, large and medium-sized cities such as Bremen, Saarbrücken, Cottbus, or the places listed in the table above. However, the verbal concession that there is a regional problem in Germany does not help. The main economic trend is a different one. The economy and, above all, large companies continue to act and invest completely unmoved by regional requirements or even the housing shortage. BMW, for example, is building a new research center in Munich, which is to be expanded to 15,000 qualified jobs over the next few years. Some people are now criticizing this and asking why BMW is continuing to fuel the boom and drive up rents with this location decision. Why not build a research center in the Ruhr region, where people still urgently need work and excellent technical universities could provide the next generation of scientists? A good question. However, if the centralization-induced internal migration in Germany and Europe continues, the cities will at best manage to keep the current scandalous situation in abeyance in the coming years by densifying and concreting over their last remaining areas. And in doing so, they will find themselves in the middle of the political trap described above. After all, this also means maintaining further influxes into these overheated regions more poorly than well, which in turn leads to further demand for construction and keeps rents high. The game goes on indefinitely and regional imbalances increase. Housing policy thus dutifully and faithfully follows and supports the centralization of capital. Of course, local authorities will not be able to avoid creating housing in the near future, simply to limit chaos. But it should slowly become clear, the solution to the housing problem is not housing policy, but effective regional policy. Instead of bringing people to work, we need to bring work to the people. The problem is that although there are concepts for an active regional policy and significantly expanded regional funding, there is no political will to implement them. Ultimately, such a policy would cost money and would have to include elements of investment steering, unimaginable for all the market-believing, market-compliant politicians. All the more reason, however, for the market-critical left to take up the issue of regional policy. It is essential for living conditions in Germany. The fact that relatively extensive passages on regional development can be found in the Bundestag election manifestos of the Left Party and the Greens is a credit to them. However, the fact that hardly any active policies have resulted from this is less so. There is a simple approach that could help: the propagation and implementation of growth breaks for overheating boom regions as a first, small step towards a balancing regional policy. City councils could, for example, instead of continuing to promote industrial settlements, refuse to designate further industrial estates. They could stop allocating their own land for business settlements and expansions. They could significantly increase business taxes in order to dampen the propensity to invest. They could stop the conversion of residential buildings into office buildings and so on. Only then, in addition to measures such as the rent freeze, the ban on conversion and the construction of social housing instead of luxury housing, would a policy of growth limitation and active regional promotion be added to the mix. What if trade unions, progressive parties, and tenants' initiatives were to get together to discuss the possibilities and concepts of a growth break for their metropolitan regions and jointly demand the implementation of a progressive regional policy with a theme of equal living conditions? In any case, this issue should not be left to the home ministries. When the Berlin rent cap came into force in 2020, many saw it as a liberating blow against the escalation of the housing market. It was celebrated as proof of political courage, as an intervention in an overheated system, as an expression of a new self-confidence in the face of decades of belief in the market. But even at first glance, it was economically questionable: freezing rents at June 2019 levels, rent caps, partial rent reductions. On closer inspection, unsustainable. And in retrospect, not only a failure, but unsustainable from the outset. Not because of the political intention, but because of the economic misunderstanding on which it was based. This is because the cap addressed price trends without even considering the supply deficit. It restricted rents without creating living space. It reacted in a regulatory manner, where structural action should have been taken. And this is precisely where the problem lies to this day. Despite the ruling of the Federal Constitutional Court against the Berlin rent cap, current proposals by the Left Party, BT Doctors 21355, and the Greens, Vermietengesetz, BT Doctors 21222, are based on further-reaching price restrictions, binding maximum rents, a de facto rental moratorium, a permanent rent cap, reduced rent caps and extended rent index periods. These measures intervene deeply in price setting, but do not adequately address the central cause of market dynamics, the persistent structural deficit in the ratio of housing demand to supply. This threatens to repeat the misjudgments that already caused the Berlin rent cap to fail. The rent cap was an instrument that was conceived from a logic of abundance but encountered a situation of scarcity. In terms of economic theory, it was based on price formation, although the quantity problem had long been dominant. Simply limiting prices in a market with a chronic supply deficit does not solve the imbalance, it shifts it. Demand does not decrease, supply decreases. The market becomes tighter, not fairer. This dynamic is not a theory, but empirically proven, not only in Berlin, but in numerous international cases. In Stockholm, long-term rent control has effectively replaced market-based allocation. Access is primarily via waiting lists, which regularly exceed 10 years in central locations. In Paris, rent caps have led to a sectoral shift to the unregulated short-term market. And in Barcelona, the Banco de España registered a drop in supply of over 10% within a year following the introduction of statutory price caps. Price caps in inelastic housing markets reliably lead to a reluctance to invest, to conversion into property, and to a decline in the supply of existing properties. This is exactly what has happened in Berlin, and it has been announced. The decisive factor is that the rent cap was not a poor implementation of an idea that was viable in itself. It was poorly constructed economically from the outset. It was a measure that lacked any accompanying instrument to actually have an effect. No public new construction plan, no area strategy, no strengthening of public welfare-oriented organizations, no integration into a land policy. It was intended to halt development, without influencing it. It thus became a political illusion, and a strategic dead end. Because as long as the cap was in place, the real problem was suppressed, that there is a lack of housing, and a lack of institutions willing and able to create it. What weighs particularly heavily here? The economic problems were known. The restrictions were described. The risks named. Expert reports, housing economic studies and international experience had clearly pointed out the risks of static rent caps in tight housing markets at an early stage. Back in November 2019, the German Council of Economic Experts published a critical assessment of the Berlin rent cap, 2019-20 annual report, and warned of negative effects on housing supply. In a statement in the same year, the IFO Institute pointed to the threat of a decline in investment and a shortage of supply, particularly in the private new build segment. The German Institute for Economic Research, DIW, although more benevolent in parts, also named the risk of misallocations and declining modernization in the existing housing stock in several articles, including Collodile in 2017, Fratzke 2019. It was not ignorance that led to the cap, but a deliberate avoidance of the political imposition of structural control. Signaling policy does not replace control. The fundamental misunderstanding was to believe that one could demonstrate the ability to act politically through regulatory intervention, without changing the systemic framework conditions. But regulation is no substitute for planning. And control needs more than signals. It needs resources, responsibilities, instruments, and clear, strategically embedded access to the housing stock and production. All of this was missing. And so the rent cap became a measure without a mechanism, an intervention without infrastructure, and therefore a policy without economic viability. Its legal failure may have been the reason for its withdrawal, but the decisive factor is that it would not have worked in the long term even if it had been fully legally effective. Because the housing market is not a price system that stabilizes itself through intervention, but a social supply system that must be structurally developed. The lesson from the rent cap is therefore not that regulation is not possible. Rather, it is that it is only viable if it is part of a larger whole, a political program that not only tames demand, but also expands supply in a structured way. One that mobilizes space, strengthens institutional sponsors, builds publicly and binds people in the long term. A program that does not rely on individual interventions, but on a new control policy, in terms of construction, fiscal and legal aspects. The rent cap has not initiated this discussion, but has delayed it. It has tied up attention where the ability to act should have been organized. It raised expectations that could not be met. And in doing so, it squandered trust in political instruments, but also in the idea that housing policy can be shaped. The fact that some people still defend the rent freeze as a good attempt, and that these misconceptions are still being perpetuated in parts of the current political debate, fails to recognize the core issue. It was and is not a lack of courage, but a lack of economic realism. And that is precisely why the damage remains greater than the constitutional ruling. One of the great illusions of the present day is that multi-ethnic societies will harmonize in the long term, without institutional control, without clear expectations, without social cohesion. Germany has long nurtured this illusion. The result is visible. In many cities, milieux are emerging in which neither the basic law as a common framework, nor the German language, nor a sense of belonging are self-evident. What is often glorified in the public debate as diversity is in reality often simply the consolidation of parallel cultural worlds, with their own norms, their own loyalties, sometimes their own legal systems. The state withdraws where it should be. The social and cultural glue is dissolving. A comparison with Singapore and Denmark shows that integration does not succeed through appeals for tolerance, but only through political organization, clear rules, and obligations. Germany needs a new, regulatory integration policy, or it will disintegrate into socio-cultural fragments whose only bond is bureaucracy. We won't make it that way. Germany was late in recognizing itself as a country of immigration, and even later in beginning to deal with the consequences. Instead of a clear normative framework, it relied on a liberal multiculturalism that treated culture as a private matter and declared integration to be the responsibility of the host society. Expectations of immigrants are low. State control instruments are weak and trust in self-regulation, social workers, and volunteers is high. This attitude has taken its revenge since the refugee crisis in 2015 at the latest. In many districts today, there are culturally closed milieus in which the German language is barely spoken, central civil liberties, especially for women, are not practiced and loyalty to the constitution is barely formal, let alone internal. Police, schools, and the judiciary regularly come up against limits there that the liberal integration model cannot even name. 10 years later, virtually nobody believes in Angela Merkel's slogan, "We can do it." Singapore, mixing with order. The challenges that immigration and ethnic diversity create for a community can be seen in the example of Singapore. The rigid control of ethnicity and religion by the city-state, which was only founded in 1965, has its origins in the violent riots that the former free port of the British East India Company had to endure in the course of decolonization. In 1950, there were serious riots between Malay Muslims and Catholic Eurasians, resulting in 18 deaths and 173 injuries. In 1964, after the short-lived annexation to the Malay Federation, the conflict between Malays and Chinese escalated, 36 dead and over 500 injured. These were no mere street battles, but an expression of existential fear. The Chinese feared Islamization by Malay superiority. The Malays in turn feared the economic dominance of the Chinese population. Today, Singapore ensures that the mixing ratio of the Chinese, Malay, and Indian population groups does not shift in favor of or to the detriment of one ethnic group. This applies not only to the percentage of the total population, in which the Chinese make up the majority at 74%, but also to the affiliation to the various religions. The state keeps a close eye on the spread of fundamentalist movements. Missionary activities and publications that could disturb religious harmony are prohibited by law. Muslims are not allowed to wear headscarves in the country's public schools. The employment pass in its various gradations controls immigration not only according to demographic but also economic aspects. If the economy is doing badly in one area, fewer foreigners are admitted. Conversely, the number of work permits for migrants is increased sector by sector during boom phases. However, the central element of the integration policy, the pillar of the nation, is public housing with its ethnically mixed residential areas. Around 80% of Singaporeans live in state-subsidized housing. The so-called ethnic integration policy stipulates which building citizens entitled to buy and sell state-owned apartments may live in. Schools are required to teach common values, and political communication is consistently geared towards maintaining social unity. New arrivals are to be integrated in such a way that they become Singaporeans over time, in their outlook and identity. As a result, there are no ethnic ghettos, political stability is high and intercultural conflicts remain marginal. Singapore does not engage in identity politics, it manages diversity as a reality, but subjects it to a common national framework. Critics see this practice as an authoritarian approach. In fact, it is an example of successful constitutional integration. Cultural heterogeneity is lived, but not at the expense of the whole. Conversely, Singapore's extensive efforts show how fragile an ethnically heterogeneous society is without a consciously managed, institutionally secured, and nationally embedded integration policy. I am not for a moment mistaken that our ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious differences may have disappeared, warned Singapore's founder Lee Kuan Yew in 2011. Denmark, integration through self-assertion. But even formally ethnically homogeneous societies can change and destabilize within a very short space of time as a result of uncontrolled migration. For centuries, Denmark was a relatively culturally cohesive society with a uniform language, religion, and legal culture. Modern immigration began comparatively late, with the guest workers of the 1970s and the strong influx from Muslim countries since the 1990s. The long-dominant Scandinavian model of an open welfare state came under pressure when it became increasingly clear that some immigrant groups, particularly those from Muslim countries, were not fulfilling the expectations of linguistic, cultural, and normative integration. The consensus that integration would automatically succeed through state provision was crumbling. Once it was recognized that state tolerance is often interpreted as weakness, the liberal integration model also came to an end. Since 2015 at the latest, Denmark began to take countermeasures with a stricter integration and migration policy. Strict limits on immigration, compulsory language requirements, compulsory preschool, stricter laws, measures against parallel societies, a ban on religious symbols in certain areas and, similar to Singapore, quota regulations for residential areas. Unlike Singapore, Denmark is aiming for assimilation into the Danish majority society. What the small country fears with horror is an increased socio-spatial polarization of society as in the USA. The ethnic and socio-economic enclave, the ghetto on the one hand, the gated community on the other. Whereas in Germany, strategies for resident integration are largely absent due to the frown of state restrictions. The Danish ghetto law stipulates that no more than 30% of non-Western foreigners may live in problem neighborhoods with high unemployment and crime. If a district is on the hotspot list for 5 years in a row, the government even reserves the right to demolish social housing and relocate residents. Parents are obliged to send their children to kindergarten from the age of 1 in order to integrate them. Anyone who refuses to do so will have their welfare benefits cut. And residence permits can be revoked in the event of misconduct. Since 2018, there has also been a ban on wearing a face covering. Since then, no one has been allowed to cover their face with a burqa or niqab. The measures are controversial, but there is a cross-party consensus in Denmark, and they are having an effect. Denmark reacted early to the first signs of a loss of control and social tensions after 2015 with a clear change of course. If you want to stay, you have to fit in a society that is not prepared to put its self-image and welfare state on the line. There are no rights without duties. Germany, between utopia and self-denial. Not that the German territorial state with over 80 million inhabitants and its own culture and history could copy the Singaporean or Danish model one-to-one. But Germany does not have its own model either. Integration policy practice is characterized by contradictions, illusions, naivety, and a normative vacuum. Read also Universalism is Dead. Long Live Universalism. Heinrich Roeder, November 2, 2023. The Federal Republic of Germany once had phases of clear integration policy management. Under Willy Brandt's social liberal coalition, some federal states tried to avoid too much ethnic concentration by specifically allocating housing or restricting the allocation of social housing. In 1971, the Conference of Education Ministers of the federal states adopted a recommendation that the proportion of foreigners in schools should not exceed 15%. Quota recommendations that have been relaxed or de facto ignored since the 1980s and 1990s. The recent push by Education Minister Karen Prien, CDU, for a migrant quota in schools should be read against this background. But what was a social liberal consensus at the time, integration needs limits in order to work, is now considered right-wing or illiberal. On the one hand, there is a bureaucracy that organizes integration courses, grants low-threshold social benefits and, more recently, German citizenship even without significant language skills. On the other hand, there is a social climate that defames any demand for adaptation as discrimination and has a strangely out-of-touch diversity policy. Germany remains in a kind of illusory world of integration policy. The state asserts that integration is important, challenging, necessary, but what this means in concrete terms remains vague. In case of doubt, it is about language courses, work, and anti-discrimination. But integration means more than just integration into the labor market. It is a process that ends with identification, loyalty, and acceptance of the basic social norms of the host society. But what would be a matter of course in any shared flat or household is only hesitantly demanded in Germany. The state is increasingly bowing to the identity-political dogmas of an academic minority. Symptomatic of the muddled nature of the debate are two extreme poles that reveal dangerous parallels. On the right, the AfD's leading politician Maximilian Krah recently tried to make a name for himself with his concept of internal ethnopluralism. The idea, cultural groups remain among themselves, divided by symbolic borders. The nation-state becomes a mere container for competing ethnic milieus. Ironically, the ideas of left-wing identity politics amount to the same thing, as any demand for integration is seen as structurally racist, as unreasonable coercion by the white majority society, and us as the suppression of difference. An example of this is the book Desintegriert Juk, by Max Cholek, published in 2018. Cholek rejects the idea of a social center, of course with the always unavoidable reference to German history. Both positions are a rejection of the Republican idea of democracy and the citizen, because they abandon what we have in common. A society that organizes itself along ethnic lines loses its capacity for common political projects. A community that has no idea of who we are cannot accept anyone who wants to belong to it. The fact that the price of this attitude is the dissolution of social cohesion is ignored. No community without a cultural anchor. The fact that the German state is bound by the constitutional requirement of neutrality does not mean that it is merely a legal administrator of diversity. It needs a clear commitment to its own political order, to the German language, to the social rules of coexistence. This does not mean cultural egalitarianism, but it does mean that the community cannot be culturally indifferent if it wants to survive. The idea that integration succeeds through dialogue or negotiation processes is naive. It succeeds through commitment, through shared institutions, through an active public sphere. We need a school that not only imparts knowledge, but also orientation. An administration that does not look the other way. And a society that is prepared to defend its order, even against those who reject or ignore it. The much vaunted diversity, if it is not to remain an unrealistic empty phrase, is tied to prerequisites, but above all, to a common political culture. Singapore achieves this through governance, Denmark through firmness and commitment. Germany would have to achieve this through conviction, pace regulation, clearly communicated requirements, and ultimately through the prospect of belonging beyond pure legal norms. A community is more than an economic area with social transfers. It is a collective project that requires common rules, language, institutions, and obligations. Integration must not be a non-binding offer. It is a necessity, without which the state will become a spectator of its own dissolution in the long run. What good times these are for many industrial companies. Western countries are idolizing them for settling on their home turf and paying them large sums of money. Just take the chip company Intel. First came the news in the summer of 2023 that the billion-dollar US company was building a factory in Poland for 4.2 billion euros. The financial aid from the Polish government at the time is said to have been significant, but the amount has not yet been disclosed. The same company then negotiated the German subsidy for a site in Magdeburg up to no less than 9.9 billion euros. With these fantastic conditions, Intel is planning even more locations in the EU. These include one in Italy, again worth several billion euros. The former Draghi government signaled that it was prepared to cover a considerable part of the investment costs from public funds. A fund of 4 billion euros had already been set up to promote microelectronics. But then Italy's new government under Giorgia Meloni significantly reduced the funds earmarked for this purpose due to tight budgets, and the lake has been calm ever since. After all, Intel can of course be reluctant to invest if there are perhaps bigger subsidies to be had elsewhere. And other countries outside Europe are not idle. In March 2024, the USA announced that it would support a new factory of this company in Arizona with $8.5 billion in taxpayers' money. Europe is a special case. This is because the EU Commission has to approve national subsidies. That makes sense. A common market without internal tariffs or similar defensive measures requires that individual financially strong states do not attract certain production by granting advantages and thus stifle production elsewhere. In concrete terms, this means, according to the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Protection, in principle, the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, TFEU, provides for a ban on state aid. However, this ban on state aid does not apply without exception. The European Commission can approve aid that is compatible with the internal market. For example, support measures in the area of regional development, energy and environmental policy, or in the research, development and innovation sector can be considered compatible with the internal market under certain conditions. So much for the theory that a neutral EU Commission ensures that subsidies do not distort competition within Europe and keeps them to a minimum. Now to the practice. Since the Zeitenwende, economically strong countries, first and foremost Germany, have been pulling away, courtesy of Brussels. Below is an illustration of the subsidies approved in 12 months since February 2022. It is not just the sum that is astonishing, 742 billion euros, although state aid is actually only supposed to be an exception. But even more so the distribution. At 48%, Germany is responsible for almost half of the subsidy expenditure. There are 447 million inhabitants in the EU, 84 million in Germany. Statistically, only 19% would be expected by this standard. An increase in subsidies is therefore not only costly and internationally problematic, but also threatens the cohesion of the European community. The current boom in subsidies on both sides of the Atlantic, and of course in China and presumably many other countries, for their own production facilities is difficult to reconcile with the usual assumptions of economics on free trade. There, the international division of labor is actually only advantageous because it reduces costs. More thoughtful minds may have raised one or two objections, such as the underestimated environmental damage caused by excessively cheap transportation due to tax exemptions or the impact on income distribution. But the majority of economists were actually pretty much in agreement. More free trade, please. However, Nobel Prize winner Joseph Stiglitz warned early on. He had already argued a good 10 years ago that far-reaching learning effects, learning externalities, from a moderately protected domestic application of relevant technologies could often exceed the costs of support. Securing knowledge is a central reason why the former glittering gloriole of globalization has now also become rather dull in mainstream thinking. The other reason is a currently manifesting desire for resilience. To their surprise, the public, politicians, and academics have realized that some of the theoretical assumptions of economics, above all steady, frictionless deliveries through the world market, were more wishful thinking. The politically tense present has rudely demonstrated that pipelines can be blown up, sanctions imposed, and export bans on important primary products announced. The conclusion drawn by many is that domestic production must now be promoted again. However, this is not only financially challenging, but also contains incentives for mutual escalation. Many economists fear a subsidy race, at the end of which only the industry being courted or, above all, its owners will win. Examples of this are not only the US-EU competition, but also the actions of China. This is because they are copying the Western strategy of achieving a certain degree of independence for important products and combining it with an export offensive, although it is unclear whether this is based on subsidies or on a better learning curve because mass production started earlier. Aren't there other solutions than expensive subsidies? One with many advantages is local content clauses. They stipulate that a certain percentage of important products or components must be produced domestically. In the EU, of course, local does not mean national, but within the internal market. To take up the introductory example, instead of paying Intel billions in subsidies, as is the case now, the EU could decide in future that certain types of chips must be manufactured X% in Europe if products fitted with them are sold in this country. And the same would be done with solar panels, wind turbines, car batteries, medicines, AI software, pork, or whatever else is deemed essential. See below for the necessary restrictions. Let's take car batteries as an example of a concrete implementation. The USA led the way here with the Inflation Reduction Act, which made e-car subsidies for cars sold there dependent on whether the batteries were also manufactured in North America. If the EU countered with a local content requirement for the batteries of cars sold here from 2026, for example, this would provoke corresponding investment on the old continent. And if these were insufficient, car sellers could continue to supply customers, but would have to pay penalties for installing Chinese or American batteries. One could argue that a local content solution also entails costs, but now no longer for taxpayers, but more for consumers. The first two arguments apply to all industrial policy measures, but should be recalled here for an overall picture. If, arguing with Stiglitz, it is not unlikely that this is often accompanied by a considerable increase in technological knowledge, which also spurs on other production, then firstly the overall economic result, i.e. whether this ultimately results in a loss or a gain, is no longer at all clear. It could also be worthwhile in the long term. And if this strengthens resilience, another consideration comes into play. Secondly, higher prices would only be an insurance premium for possible global supply disruptions in the future. And as with any insurance policy, there will be cases where all the premiums paid do not fully cover the damage and cases where no damage ever occurs despite insurance premiums. It just has to pay off in a long-term view in the sum of the cases. Thirdly, a local content policy allows for reactive adaptation, whereas subsidies are an inflexible instrument. At the moment, Chinese green technologies such as solar panels and electric cars are flooding the global market, presumably not always at cost-covering prices. However, due to the high time pressure on climate protection, this price advantage can also be used to achieve a cost-effective transformation for some time and initially set low local content requirements for these products. Fourthly, a local content policy is much less disruptive to the EU structure. This is because the obligation to produce is location independent and not, as with subsidies, dependent on how financially strong the member state is. For example, the EU Commission could always refuse national subsidies to companies for new locations if a local content decision exists for their production. Fifthly, there would also be a reduction in the burden on public budgets, which would otherwise be further eroded by industrial subsidies. Sixthly and finally, a shift from taxpayers to consumers is also preferable for reasons of economic transparency. Prices should not only tell the ecological truth, but also the resilient truth in future. If, from an economic point of view, there is a fear of a subsidy race in which the financially strong countries win, shouldn't we also fear a local content race? This is a correct objection that deserves an answer. Each of these measures is first and foremost an intervention in the global market and often comes at the expense of poorer countries. The IMF has just published a new study stating that industrial policy measures, a collective term for activities that support domestic production, have virtually exploded in the last year, and the majority of these measures were taken by the richest countries. New international rules are needed to redress this imbalance, whereby the EU could also come forward with a proposal and, ideally, announce a self-restriction for itself. The old WTO system already seems more dead than alive. Nobody with any economic clout adheres to these rules anymore. Joe Biden announced to workers that he wanted to triple the tariffs on imports of Chinese metals just like that. This was because he wanted to win the all-important swing state of Pennsylvania in the elections, which is considered a center of metal processing in the USA. The WTO, with the core of the former GATT agreement, has always had the birth defect of treating all states as equal, regardless of their welfare level. Only the particularly poor were granted a few exceptional rights. Formal equality, however, often conceals material injustice. Anatole France wrote illuminatingly of the majestic equality of the law, which forbids rich and poor alike to sleep under bridges, beg in the streets and steal bread. A new and fairer approach would be to make future rights to partial protection from imports through local content requirements negatively dependent on the respective GDP per capita. In other words, the less relatively prosperous a country is, the more it would be allowed to rely on its own production. The richer it is, the more restricted. May does not always mean must. It makes little sense for a smaller, poorer country in Africa with a modest industrial base to try to build up its own automotive industry. But it could do all the more to protect its domestic agriculture and a combined food industry from cheap imports and improve the associated plant production, which could then lead to further industrialization activities. In practice, this could be implemented in a future international agreement in such a way that the value of all internally manufactured products and services with local content requirements would be set in relation to GDP. Internal transferability would be central to this. If, for example, the EU, as a particularly prosperous economic area, were entitled to a total of 5% local content, this would mean that a concentration of these rights in only a quarter of the sectors, calculated according to sales within its own economic area, would allow a maximum of 20% in-house production. And if local content agreements in relation to the level of prosperity were a peg for a fairer world trade policy, other industrial policy instruments such as tariffs and subsidies could be targeted next in order to create fairer international trading conditions with a negative dependency on GDP per capita. In addition, there is another big advantage. Local content rights would be limited, and the richer a state or community like the EU is, the more so. Then the internal distribution battle for public economic support would finally be fought out openly. And the automatic winners will no longer be those who can come up with big tractors, various old industries that have been linked to politicians for ages, or glitzy high-tech companies with lots of promises. Because now it would mean that whatever additional local content support some receive must be withdrawn from others at the same time. So, for example, is the European production of chips or armaments, or of pork and children's cough syrup the most secure? And more generally, should we focus more on present resilience or on future knowledge growth? This opens up a transparent debate about what is more and what is less important to a population, and thus also ensures clear contours in the political competition. For over a century, urban planners, geographers, and economists have differentiated between firms based on the scale of the market areas they serve. Firms in local industries sell to proximate customers, while those in traded industries sell products and services, whether autos from Detroit, financial products from Manhattan, or Hollywood movies, in far-flung national and global markets. In this framing, long-term regional growth and prosperity are thought to be driven by the performance of traded industries, which export goods and services, inject revenue from outside the region, and attract capital investment. Local industries, on the other hand, are understood to provide the bulk of employment and entrepreneurship opportunities but are often plagued by low wages and productivity. The local traded distinction is foundational to a range of conceptual frameworks, from economic growth poles, to industry clusters, to industrial variety, to extra-regional exports. It is also central to the practice of economic development, which emphasizes the growth of traded industries as a means to increase employment and bolster wages and wealth levels. This paper challenges the local traded dichotomy. Using high-quality, high-resolution employment data, we find clear evidence of a third major industry type, regional industries, with market areas that span multiple counties or even entire metropolitan areas, but that are not nationally or globally traded. These industries, which include business services such as maintenance and shipping as well as construction and certain types of manufacturing, are like local industries in that they are present in most metropolitan areas. But they differ from local industries in that within each metro, employment tends to be spatially concentrated. While grocery stores, a paradigmatic local industry, are found in all corners of most metropolitan areas, grocery wholesalers, a regional industry, tend to serve an entire metro area from a handful of locations. Unlike traded industries, where a few locations can supply the United States or even the globe, firms in regional industries typically only supply their own metropolitan area, meaning that regional industries tend to be part of every metropolitan economy. Regional industries have a distinctive economic profile. They pay wages that are on par with traded industries, and almost twice those found in local industries, but generate twice as much revenue for private business owners, a standard way to identify entrepreneurs, as traded industries, which are dominated by publicly held firms. Importantly, regional industries account for an increasing share of U.S. employment, accounting for 28% of all jobs in 2001 but over half of the job growth between 2001 and 2021. Identifying regional industries as a distinct type contributes both conceptual and practical insights on how local and regional economies function. Conceptually, industries that comprise the new regional category have traditionally been categorized as either local or traded but are a poor fit for both of those categories, as we show in this paper. Introducing a regional category not only provides a much richer understanding of industry market areas, but also creates more rigorous and coherent definitions of local and traded industries. With the addition of a third category, geographic patterns of industries also become much clearer. Local industries generally have market areas that are no larger than a U.S. county, regional industries serve multi-county or regional geographies, and traded industries serve national and international market areas. The updated classification also changes our understanding of economic drivers and dynamics. Using the local traded binary, researchers estimate that about 2/3 of total jobs are in local industries and 1/3 in traded. Under the local regional traded (LRT) framework developed in this paper, 52% of U.S. employment is in local industries, 31% is in regional, and only 17% is in traded industries. The role of regional industries is also striking when we look at economic value creation. We estimate that in 2021, 1/3 of U.S. gross domestic product, GDP, was generated by regional industries, compared to 37% by traded and 30% by local. The LRT framework can improve the practice of inclusive economic development by highlighting new levers to promote job quality and access, vibrant and inclusive entrepreneurship, and more equitable spatial opportunity. While healthy traded industries are central to job and income growth, the benefits associated with these industries accrue disproportionately to more privileged and powerful economic actors. Policies targeting regional industries may complement existing traded cluster strategies by fostering broad-based employment and entrepreneurship in this large and high-paying segment of the economy. Scholars of economic geography and economic development practitioners often characterize industries by the geographic areas they serve. Specifically, there is a long tradition of distinguishing between traded, tradable, or basic industries, whose outputs are generally transported and sold far from their region of production, whether abroad or in distant parts of the same country, and local, non-tradable, or non-basic industries, which primarily serve residents of local communities, typically defined as metropolitan areas. Traded and local industries have been understood to play distinctive roles in regional economies. Traded industries bring in money from outside the region, making them the economic base of a local economy. On the other hand, local industries circulate money within the region and typically provide the bulk of employment. Based on the idea that only growth in traded basic industries can drive permanent increases in productive capacity, employment, and income, most economic development strategies focus on cultivating traded industries. For a recent example, see Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, 2022. Previous research has found that industries that exclusively or primarily serve local demand tend to be roughly as spatially dispersed as the population, and the amount of activity in those industries relative to the entire economy tends to be similar across space. As a result, location quotients, LQs, a measure of the industry concentration in a geographic area, tend to be close to 1.0 for these industries, indicating that the amount of industry activity, usually proxied by employment, in a specific area is what would be predicted given the overall size of its economy. In contrast, industries whose outputs are easily traded tend to agglomerate in a few geographies that provide the infrastructure, skills, and supporting businesses that allow producers to operate at scale. Because of this, LQs for traded industries tend to bifurcate into two groups: very low values in geographies with little or no activity, and very high values in places where the industry has a significant presence. For example, 98% of U.S. counties have an LQ of less than 0.1 in automobile manufacturing, NAICS code 336111, indicating that they have fewer than 1/10 as many jobs as would be expected based on overall county employment. The median LQ for the remaining 2% of counties is 1.6. The two counties with the highest LQs are Scott County, KY, home to Toyota and Lexus assembly plants, with an LQ of 523, and Boone County, Illinois, a site for Fiat assembly, with an LQ of 422. Wayne County, MI, which includes Detroit, has an automotive assembly LQ of 23.1, the 17th largest. The top two LQs for automotive assembly are roughly 30 and 40 times larger than the largest county LQ for grocery stores, which is 13.6 for the Wade-Hampton census area, a 20,000 square mile census area in Alaska with few jobs beyond those that serve the basic needs of the population. Multiple methods have been used to classify local and traded industries. Some researchers have used entropy indexes to calculate concentration and dispersion in high-tech industries. More recently, researchers have calculated Gini coefficients of industry employment across regions, then segmented industries based on their Gini index, labeling the top half tradable and the bottom half non-tradable. Most commonly, researchers have relied on the distribution of LQs to identify local and traded industries. For example, in the U.S. Cluster Mapping Project, probably the preeminent source of industry and cluster data for the U.S. economy, industries are identified as traded if either A, 50% of regions have fewer than 10 employees, B, the top 10% of regions by LQ have at least 25% of total employment, or C, the difference between the LQ of the median industry and that of the 90th percentile is at least 1.5. A related, but distinct, approach to understanding regional economies is based on input-output relationships. While industry market area analysis seeks to understand the geography of an industry's end consumers, regional input-output modeling focuses on the inputs to a given product or service, AKRF, Inc., 2013. These models are typically constructed for one region at a time, usually a county or group of counties, and provide a very detailed economic portrait that goes beyond a binary classification of industries as local or traded to calculating the specific percentage of that industry's economic impact that accrues to that particular region. Regional input-output models can be extremely powerful for analysis and policy making focused on individual regions, such as forecasting the impact of future industry growth or identifying opportunities for regional specialization. But because of their higher costs and required level of expertise, they may be less suited to national-scale studies, or the day-to-day analyses performed by economic development practitioners. The existence of a third market area has been hypothesized since at least 2012, when research and strategy pieces identified business-to-business, B2B, industries as a market type that fit poorly with both local and traded. However, the lack of consistent, high-quality data on industry structures for all U.S. counties precluded rigorous testing of these ideas. The following section describes the improved industry data that make the current analysis possible. Previous research on industry market areas has been limited by the lack of universal, detailed data on industry employment in small geographic areas, a problem that is traceable in part to many data suppressions in the Census County Business Patterns, CBP, dataset. In 2020, the release of a dataset that improved upon existing estimation methods changed this. By using the power of Yale's high-powered computing, YHPC, network and updated estimation techniques, Eckert et al., 2020, provided a high-quality dataset that can serve as a benchmark for evaluating the quality of estimations of industry activity in every U.S. county, making possible rigorous evaluation of a third distinctive market area. As described below, to construct the dataset used in this paper, we employ methods like those used by Eckert et al. And generate individual cell and aggregate estimates that meet the quality thresholds established by that work. We identify industry market area types in two phases. First, we develop a dataset of employment patterns by economic region and industry. For several reasons, including our interest in developing a typology for use in planning and economic development, we operationalize economic regions as metropolitan statistical areas, MSAs. MSAs are groups of counties identified by the Office of Management and Budget as approximating local labor markets, comprising a central city or cities and the surrounding counties from which they draw commuters. MSAs are designed to be self-contained. Most employees who work in an MSA also live there, and most employees who live in an MSA also work there, if not necessarily in their home county. Although in practice MSA boundaries can never align perfectly with commuting patterns, this self-contained property makes them an important unit of economic geography. We focus our analysis on the 100 largest MSAs as of 2014, using the 2013 MSA delineation files, Office of Management and Budget, 2013. The largest of these is the New York-Newark Jersey City MSA, with a 2014 population of 20.1 million over 8,300 square miles. Density equals 2,400 people per square mile. The smallest is the Durham-Chapel Hill NC MSA, with a population of 540,000 over 1,800 square miles. Density equals 300 people per square mile, 3.4 times larger than the US average. In aggregate, as of 2014, the 100 largest MSAs accounted for over two-thirds of this country's population and employment. The confinement to large MSAs allows us to avoid radically different geographies. The smallest MSA under the 2013 definitions was Carson City, Nevada, a single county that had 1/10 the population of the Durham-Chapel Hill NC MSA, and to protect data quality, which tends to be lowest in small areas with high numbers of data suppressions. It also comports with our interest in developing an analytic framework for urban and regional planning efforts which, in our experience, are typically undertaken in mid-sized and large metropolitan areas. In the second phase of our analysis, we generate LQs for every industry county and industry MSA combination, creating over 3 million data points from which to generate industry profiles. LQs are useful for normalizing large quantities of industry data and creating metrics at multiple scales, in this case, counties and MSAs. As in previous research, we use geographic patterns to determine the typical market areas of firms in different industries, but here we consider more than one scale at which industry concentration might vary. Using LQs and simple heuristics, we identify three distinct industry types: local industries, which serve market areas the size of counties or smaller; regional industries, which serve market areas proxied by metropolitan regions; and traded industries, which serve national and, in some cases, global markets. We believe that the existence of regional industries as a distinct third industry type has significant implications for foundational theories, tools, and practices in regional planning and development. To create a database of industry activity by geography, we use US CBP data, which provide annual establishment and employment counts for about 1,000 industries in every US county. Industries are classified by 2012 North American Industry Classification System, NAICS, code, nested 6-digit codes describing detailed industries. While the datasets exclude employment in some segments, e.g., agriculture, rail transportation, private households, they cover most of the private sector employment in the United States. CBP covers 92% of US NAICS industries. CBP data have been published annually since 1964, with data currently published through 2021. Like other federal sources, individual cells in CBP data are frequently suppressed. Typically, fewer than half of county industry cells include an exact employment value, Eckert et al., 2020. However, unlike other federal sources of industry data, CBP provides substantial information on the values of the suppressed cells. Specifically, for each county industry pair, CBP provides either an exact value or one of 12 employment ranges: 1 to 19, 20 to 99, 100 to 149, 150 to 249, 250 to 499, 500 to 999, 1000 to 2499, 2500 to 4999, 5000 to 9999, 10,000 to 24,999, 25,000 49,999, 50,000 to 99,999, 100,000 up. This information makes it possible to apply imputation methods to create high-quality employment estimates for every industry county pair. Unfortunately, beginning in 2017, information is not provided for county industry pairs with fewer than 3 establishments, making it very difficult to create reliable estimates of suppressed cells. Because of this change, we use the 2016 CBP data in our primary analysis. As described there, our imputation approach provides a substantial improvement by multiple metrics over the so-called midpoint method that underlies some existing work on these questions. In terms of quality, both our methods and those employed by Eckert et al., 2020, reduce measurable error to close to zero. While we can't measure errors associated with individual, county industry, suppressed cells, the number of constraints that must be satisfied in the estimation of each cell reassures us that these will typically be small. The improvement in data quality over previous methods provides a foundation for refining the local traded binary in industry market area analyses. After identifying industry types based on the 2016 CBP data, we apply the framework to quarterly census of employment and wages, QCEW, and quarterly workforce indicators, QWI, data to analyze employer and firm characteristics and employment trends over time, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2021, U.S. Census Bureau Center for Economic Studies, 2023. To analyze industry patterns and to sketch a new typology of market areas, we create industry concentration metrics for 979 industries for each U.S. county in each of the 100 largest MSAs. As our measure of industry concentration, we use the location quotient, LQ. This widely used statistic captures the extent to which activity in an industry is overrepresented or underrepresented in a particular geography, as proxied by employment in that industry. For a given industry I and geographic unit G, the LQ is computed as the ratio of the share of local employment E in that industry divided by the share of national employment in that industry. An LQ of 1.0 means that industry employment in the region is neither underrepresented nor overrepresented compared to the nation as a whole. In other words, the amount of employment in that industry is exactly what we would expect given the size of the overall regional economy. An LQ above 1.0 means that an industry is overrepresented, i.e., that it accounts for a greater share of employment locally than it does nationally. LQs below 1.0 indicate that an industry is less prominent in the local than the national economy. We identify industry market area types using LQs calculated across both counties and MSAs. Figure 1 plots the median location quotient of each 6-digit NAICS industry at the county and MSA levels. A few patterns stand out. First, there are a substantial number of industries with median county and median MSA LQs both equal to 0, meaning that they are not present at all in more than half of the 100 largest metropolitan areas. These are quintessential traded industries, where a small number of areas produce enough output for the entire country. Industries like automotive assembly, film and television production, and specialized financial services. Second, there are several industries with relatively high LQs for both the median MSA and the median county, indicating a significant presence in more than half of MSAs and counties. In these industries, found in the top right quadrant of Figure 1, the median county appears to be served by firms within that county, a quintessential characteristic of local industries. For example, supermarkets and other grocery stores, NAICS 445110, have a median MSA LQ of 1.0 and a median county LQ of 1.1, indicating that they have substantial presence not only across most regions but also across most counties within each region, presumably with locations near their customers. In addition to truly traded and truly local industries, there are many industries that have median MSA LQs above 0.5 but much lower LQs in the median county. These industries, shown in the top left quadrant of Figure 1, have a substantial presence in most MSAs, but are concentrated in one or a few counties within each MSA. For example, general line grocery merchant wholesalers, NAICS 424410, have a median LQ at the MSA level of 0.96, indicating an almost perfect spread across metropolitan areas. But at the county level, the median location quotient is 0, signifying no presence at all in the typical county. This pattern aligns with the geography of many wholesalers and other business-to-business industries, which often concentrate in one or a few locations from which they serve an entire region. We categorize the industries in the top left quadrant of Figure 1 as regional industries, which have a significant presence in most metropolitan regions but not necessarily in most component counties. Concretely, we give an industry a preliminary designation as regional if the median MSA LQ is greater than 0.5 but the median county LQ is less than 0.5. Industries where both the median county and median MSA LQs are greater than 0.5 are designated as local, while those where both county and MSA LQs are under 0.5 are traded. After giving each industry an initial designation as local, regional, or traded based on these heuristics, we evaluated each industry categorization, drawing on years of industry research and practice. The evaluation led to 3 sets of adjustments. The first is for infrastructure-related industries, such as commuter rail systems, NAICS 485112, and mixed-mode transit systems, NAICS 485111. These industries tend to operate regionally, but because of the large number of regions without these rail investments, they have similar geographic profiles to traded industries and appear as traded based on the initial heuristics. The second adjustment is for composite NAICS categories such as all other miscellaneous textile product mills, NAICS 314999, and all other plastics product manufacturing, NAICS 326199. These categories, which are common in the manufacturing sector, often include dozens of individual market segments, almost all of which are traded. However, because many regions have activity in at least a few segments, the aggregate patterns are similar to those of regional industries. The third adjustment covers overrides of individual preliminary categorizations based on additional industry research about the current organization of the industry. For example, mattress manufacturing, NAICS code 337910, was initially assigned as regional based on a high median MSA LQ, 0.6, but further research revealed that the predominant model is a traded model of centralized production coupled with distribution across the United States. In all, however, these adjustments are minor, affecting only 61 of the 979 industries we study, 10 in infrastructure-related industries, 18 in composite categories, and 33 based on industry research. A full list of 6-digit NAICS industries with their median LQ and categorization as local, regional, or traded is provided in Supplementary Online Appendix B. Figure 2 illustrates the spatial patterns characteristic of local, regional, and traded industries. It maps the MSA level and counter-level LQs for the example industries of grocery stores, NAICS 445110, grocery wholesalers, NAICS 424410, and auto manufacturing, NAICS 336111. As the left column shows, at the MSA level the LQs for supermarkets and wholesalers look similar. Both have an LQ that falls close to 1.0 in the majority of metros, as distinct from the bimodal distribution for auto manufacturing. But while supermarkets also have a near-uniform distribution across counties, as shown in the second column of Figure 2, the spatial distribution of grocery wholesalers within each MSA is much more concentrated, with one or a few counties generally sufficient to serve their metro areas. The counter-level pattern for wholesalers is more like that of auto manufacturing, in the MSAs where auto manufacturing is present, than that of supermarkets. The summary statistics presented in Table 1 illustrate the three distinct industry market types, each with its unique spatial characteristics. Local industries have a significant presence in a vast majority of MSAs and in most counties. There are almost no local industry MSA pairs, 1%, without employment activity, and only 18% of industry county pairs have LQs of less than 0.1. Traded industries, which cluster in a small number of places, are entirely absent in a majority of MSAs and 4/5, 81%, of counties. Regional industries, however, have some presence in virtually every MSA, but within MSAs, almost half of the counties have very little or no employment activity. The three industry types also differ clearly in their median LQs. As shown in Table 1, regional and local industries both have median MSA LQs close to 1.0, 1.0 and 0.8, respectively, indicating that they have a significant presence in most regions. However, regional industries look much more like traded industries at the county level, with a median county LQ of 0.1 compared to 0.0 for traded. In short, regional industries have a strong presence in almost all large MSAs, which differentiates them from traded industries, but they do not have a presence in most counties, which differentiates them from local industries. To test that the finding of three distinctive industry market area types is not the result of biases in the estimated data, we calculate median LQs for local, regional, and traded industries using only the unsuppressed data from CBP. We find that median, local, regional, traded LQs for MSAs are 1.0, 0.8, and 0.0, almost identical to the 1.0, 0.8, and 0.1 generated using the full, unsuppressed plus imputed, dataset. For counties, median LQs are 0.8, 0.0, and 0.0 when calculated using only unsuppressed data, and 0.8, 0.1, and 0.0 when generated from the full dataset. Based on this, we believe that the empirical evidence of a third foundational market area type does not result from estimation issues. Our primary analysis uses the 2016 CBP data because these data provide a high-quality benchmark for point estimates. The breakdown of employment into local, regional, and traded industries is largely consistent over time and across datasets, suggesting that analysts may be able to confidently apply our methodology to data from a range of sources and years. Supplementary Online Appendix D tests whether using more aggregated industry categories returns consistent results. It suggests that using 5-digit NAICS industry groups, rather than 6-digit NAICS industries as in our primary analysis, would have a relatively small impact on results. Approximately 92% of industries, accounting for 85% of employment, are in a 5-digit code in which each component 6-digit industry has the same classification. At the 4-digit level, however, the consistency breaks down. Only 64% of industries and 52% of employment is contained in uniform 4-digit codes. This suggests that the categorizations presented in this paper can be used for 5- and 6-digit analyses but not for higher levels of industry aggregation. To evaluate the implications of the LRT framework introduced in this section for our understanding of industry market types, we compare these classifications to those of the US Cluster Mapping Project, perhaps the highest quality and most widely used local traded classification scheme, US Cluster Mapping Project, 2023. We find that of the 288 industries we identify as regional, roughly half have been categorized as local and half as traded. 6 types of industries account for the reclassifications. About 60 specialty consumer-serving industries that have historically been classified as local. Examples include musical instrument stores and boat dealerships. 50 wholesaling industries that have largely been classified as traded. 44 business-to-business services, things like facilities maintenance, employment services, and real estate services, that have been a mix of local and traded. 32 manufacturing industries that have been classified as traded, most of which add weight at late stages in the production process, e.g., soft drink manufacturing, or are otherwise difficult to transport, e.g., ornamental and architectural metalwork manufacturing, and several tourism-related industries, such as local transportation, for which the large majority of demand is from local or regional consumers. Finally, there are some cases where industry models themselves have changed in recent years. 2 types of changes were common: artisanal production, which has decentralized what had been spatially concentrated traded industries. Craft beer is the paradigmatic example, though industries like chocolate and furniture making appear headed in a similar direction, and digital content models, which have centralized activities geographically. For example, radio used to be a clear local industry, but now has concentrated into satellite radio hubs on the east and west coasts. In addition to having distinctive spatial patterns, local, regional, and traded industries also differ along a range of dimensions that are important for growth and equity in regional economies. Among other things, local, regional, and traded industries exhibit unique patterns in the creation of high-quality employment and entrepreneurial opportunities, as well as the distribution of those opportunities by race, place, and educational background. Tables 2 and 3 display employment and firm characteristics respectively for each industry type in 2017. Most local industries are consumer-facing, providing goods and services around food, e.g., grocery stores, restaurants, household needs, e.g., daycares, dry cleaners, convenience stores, and construction activities related to local housing, e.g., new single-family housing construction, residential remodelers. Many local industries have significant service components and more part-time and low-wage positions than regional and traded industries. Reflecting these factors, average annual compensation in local industries is only about $40,000 per worker in 2017, and compensation is substantially lower within each education category than in regional and traded industries. However, employment growth in recent years has been substantial, with total employment growing by 19% from 2010 through 2019. On average, educational requirements are slightly lower in local industries than the other 2 types, with only 24% of workers holding at least a college degree and 45% having at most a high school degree. See Table 2. Unlike in traded and regional industries, almost half, 49%, of sales are from privately held firms, a widely used, though imperfect, proxy for entrepreneurship, rather than publicly traded firms, ownership of which is concentrated among the wealthiest 10% of U.S. households. Firms in traded industries produce goods and services that are sold across the country or globe. These firms tend to be larger, with average sales of $5 million for privately held and $143.4 million for publicly traded firms. Traded industry activities drive export growth and are associated with high levels of innovation. Jobs are generally high quality, with average compensation of $76,000 per year in 2017. Because of the broad mix of traded industries, from aerospace to tourism, average educational requirements are almost identical to the U.S. economy. However, wages are higher than average for workers at every education level, likely because of the increased productivity associated with traded clusters. On the other hand, employment growth from 2010 to 2019, at 11%, was far slower than for either local or regional industries. Firms in these industries tend to be large, mean of 48 employees, and are more likely to be publicly held, with only 23% of industry sales coming from privately held firms. Regional industries act primarily as supports for other businesses, including real estate services, e.g., facilities management, rental and leasing, distribution functions, e.g., local trucking, warehousing, wholesale activities, and construction activity related to commercial and infrastructure projects, e.g., highway, street, and bridge construction, structural steel, and precast concrete contractors. Many regional industries are deeply rooted in activities associated with specific sites, e.g., buildings, warehouses, highways, requiring proximity between firms and their project sites. Regional industries have grown over the decades as U.S. companies have outsourced non-core functions. Employment in these industries grew by 24% from 2010 through 2019, faster than that in either local or traded industries. As tables 2 and 3 make clear, regional industries have a distinct economic, as well as spatial, profile. Labor compensation in regional industries is high, about $70,000 on average in 2017, with workers of all education levels benefiting from this wage premium. Controlling for education level, jobs in regional industries pay substantially more than those in local industries, 53% more for positions held by workers with less than high school and up to 81% more for jobs held by workers with BA/BS+, and only 6% less to 11% less, BA/BS+, than traded clusters. Because of high educational requirements of jobs in key regional industries like law and healthcare, overall educational demands are slightly higher than in other industries. However, due to the larger total employment in regional industries, they are far more important sources of quality employment for workers without a 4-year degree than traded clusters. A total of 28% of workers without a 4-year degree are employed in regional industries, while only 18% of jobs in traded industries. Privately held firms also play a more significant role in regional industries, 31% of sales, than in traded industries, 23%. And compared to privately held firms in local industries, those in regional industries are much larger, averaging $3.1 million in annual sales compared to $1.6 million in local industries. The LRT framework introduced in this paper challenges established understandings of how industries, clusters, and local economies function, and has important implications for the practice of economic development. 2 key advances in particular stand out. The first is the ability to identify industry and cluster growth opportunities more accurately. The second is an expanded toolkit for developing strategies that support intra-regional equity and inclusion. On the first point, the LRT framework sharpens the distinctions between industry market area types and clarifies the role played by each type within a metropolitan economy. As discussed above, about half of all regional industries have typically been classified as traded and the other half as local. We believe these industries have been misclassified. Among traded industries that have been reclassified as regional, the median MSA/LQ is 0.8, compared to 0.1 for traded industries that are not reclassified. For reclassified local industries, the median county LQ is 0.1, compared to 0.8 for local industries that are not reclassified. With the LRT classification system, regional industries are identified as a distinct group, which improves the coherence of all 3 industry categories. Practitioners rely on industry market area types as a shorthand for a particular set of economic characteristics and spatial profiles, and the introduction of the regional industry type improves the accuracy of this shorthand. In terms of overall economic performance, the LRT framework emphasizes the importance of regional industries as significant sources of employment and income that are present in nearly all metropolitan economies. Regional industries account for 31% of employment and 33% of GDP, U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, 2012, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2021, and have grown rapidly in recent decades, with employment increasing by 24% from 2001 to 2021, almost twice the rate of employment growth in the rest of the economy, 12%. Like local industries, total employment in regional industries is largely determined by within-region demand. But the health of regional industries can profoundly impact growth and competitiveness. While the traditional cluster development framework focuses on specialized suppliers to specific clusters, which can be critical drivers of agglomeration and growth, most regional industries perform more generic business-to-business activities, e.g., printing, catering, human resources, temp services, that allow large firms to focus on core segments and provide startups and early-stage businesses with the services needed to launch and scale. The operations of regional industries and their potential to boost entrepreneurship, firm attraction, and overall productivity have been largely ignored in economic development theory and practice. However, a strong regional industry ecosystem is important for overall economic competitiveness, and local policy can play a role in maximizing its potential. The findings in this paper also suggest a refinement of the role that traded clusters play in regional development strategies. While no one would dispute that traded industries have a special role as the export base for regional economies, we have shown that the employment footprint of truly traded industries is much smaller than previously thought. By our estimate, they accounted for just 17% of US jobs and 37% of GDP in 2021. Moreover, most sales in traded industries are from publicly held firms, creating conditions in which a significant portion of benefits from traded industry growth, e.g., increases in headquarters activity, growth in profits, can accrue largely outside of the target region. And although there are exceptions, e.g., Mass Economics and RW Ventures, 2021, in our experience firms in traded industries often decline meaningful participation in regional strategy and planning efforts, a reluctance likely tied to their status as publicly held entities, which creates soft, branding, and hard, information sharing, constraints on engagement. The LRT framework also has the potential to support more equitable development. Regional industries provide more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship than traded industries, and higher quality opportunities than local industries, especially for workers from disadvantaged backgrounds. And because firms that serve regional markets are somewhat footloose within their metropolitan area, local strategies can meaningfully impact their spatial footprint to promote intra-regional equity. In the 2010s, for example, economic development leaders in Detroit calculated that their regional business-serving industries, B2B, were much smaller than would be expected given demand for these services from firms in the city and, in response, created a D2D, Detroit B2B, program aimed at getting more activity within city limits. Practical supports might include land use policy, tailored technical assistance, or working with local lenders to meet the distinctive financing needs associated with regional industries, as the City of Memphis has proposed, Mass Economics, 2020. The identification of a third major industry market area type raises certain questions that future research should explore. One important question is whether this industry type has always existed, but was difficult to recognize because of issues of data availability, researcher methods, and computational ease, or if regional industries have become more prevalent in recent decades with the advent of new business models, like the focus on core competency in the 1990s, or the digitization of large parts of the economy in the 2000s. A second question is whether the three industry types we have identified are exhaustive, or if further analysis would reveal even more detailed categories of economic activity. As increasingly higher quality and finer-grained data become available, it may be possible to distinguish industry profiles at scales smaller than the county. For example, separating neighborhood industries that are essentially omnipresent from other local industries that may be accessed through a short drive. On the other end of the scale, our national scope means that we may be missing truly global industries that are found in only a handful of countries. In between, there may be functional economic geographies between the metropolitan and national scales, such as the linked MSAs identified as Consolidated Statistical Areas by the Office of Management and Budget, or the Bureau of Economic Analysis Economic Regions, which group MSAs with their rural hinterlands. More broadly, research should probe the specific roles played by each type of market area in the functioning and growth of regional economies. Regional industries form a distinct component of the metropolitan economy, one that differs in its spatial and economic characteristics from both local and traded industries. To meet the development challenges facing cities and metropolitan areas today, researchers, planners, and economic developers should recognize the features that distinguish regional industries, as well as the distinct opportunities that they present. By accounting for regional industries in economic development policy, it may be possible to develop new approaches to support vibrant and diverse metropolitan economies. The stark facts of the widening regional divide in America finally hit home in the aftermath of the 2016 presidential election. As nothing before it did, the election exposed a deep fault line, the widening gap between two separate Americas, one centered in the nation's dynamic, high-tech superstar metropolitan areas, and the other encompassing pretty much everywhere else. Rather than growing together, the nation's communities are growing apart, and that has been a shock, especially for an economic and policy mainstream that has long trusted the self-regulating nature of the market. For much of the 20th century, after all, market forces tended to reduce regional disparities in employment, wages, investment, and business formation. By narrowing these divides, the economy ensured a welcome convergence. Mid-sized and smaller cities, as well as once lagging regions such as the South, were catching up with richer, bigger places. However, in the 1980s, that trend began to break down. As innovation moved to the center of economic activity, the advance of digital technology increasingly rewarded the most talent-laden local clusters of skills and firms. Intense new demands for talent and insights increased the dominance of agglomeration economies, unleashing forces that benefited big, coastal core regions, often to the detriment of the mid-sized cities and smaller heartland towns that have found manufacturing-based prosperity in the 20th century. Amid these conditions, convergence gave way to divergence. Over time, a fortunate upper tier of big, tetchy metro areas, about 20 in all, began to consistently grow faster than the median and less prosperous ones. By the 2010s, a clear hierarchy of economic performance based on innovation capacity had become deeply entrenched. Large innovation hubs such as Boston, San Francisco, and Seattle, along with smaller hubs including Austin, Denver, Raleigh-Durham, and San Diego, as well as financial and content-oriented megamarkets such as New York and Los Angeles, have pulled away and secured themselves as America's core domain of advanced industry activity. These places enjoy the benefits of what economists call cumulative causation, through which their earlier knowledge and firm advantages now attract even more talented workers, startups, and investment, creating a gravitational pull toward the nation's critical innovation sectors while simultaneously draining key talent and business activity from other places. In contrast, most mid-sized cities and smaller towns, let alone rural areas, have struggled to make progress in amassing critical innovation industries, with many falling farther behind. For most of them, innovation or advanced industry sector employment and incomes have declined. Many such places have been left to cope with brain drain, the hollowing out of the labor market, and industrial decline. As a result, few can now deny that the imbalanced geography of America's current economy is spawning disturbing negative externalities, or side effects, that cry out for response. Among the superstar metros, the winner-take-most dynamics of the innovation economy have led to dominance thanks to their deep pools of talent, advanced firms, and capital. But those dynamics have also spawned tumultuous livability crises, spiraling real estate costs, traffic gridlock, and homelessness. Firms in these metro areas increasingly move activity elsewhere, or launch it in other places, although too often the move is to lower-cost overseas tech hubs, rather than equally cost-competitive centers in the United States. Such dynamics represent true diseconomies of scale and drags on U.S. competitiveness. For the many metro areas that are going sideways or declining, the struggle to keep up has brought a mood of desperation as their fears of stagnation have been realized. Public officials, working families, and business and development leaders in these places are often deeply frustrated and at a loss for what to do to get onto the prosperity track, in part because many of the most well-intentioned local interventions, such as tech-based economic development programs, have proven incomplete on their own. Indeed, since these efforts are all chasing a limited amount of innovation activity, they almost all are falling short in their quest to reach the needed critical mass to succeed, while the less fortunate of them face the corrosion of drift, brain drain, and lost capacity. And for the nation as a whole, finally, the juxtaposition between a few dominant innovation stars and the many other places trending sideways or downward raises broader problems. For the aggregate economy, there is the likelihood that while the importance of star agglomerations remains unquestionable, too much is being sacrificed through the underperformance of so many less successful regions. At the same time, civic and political leaders have grown deeply concerned about the social and political side effects of such unevenness. For some, the isolation of millions of people from the dynamic innovation economies of superstar metro areas is a justice issue. For others, the fear looms that the widening gap between the superstars and everybody else is eroding the national ideal of equal access to opportunity. All of which raises the question of what ought to be done about the concentration of the innovation sector and the regional imbalances it entails. Historically, the convergence trend of the economy minimized worry about the nation's uneven economic geography. Wage convergence, companies in high-wage areas moving to lower-wage ones, supported the belief that regional imbalances would naturally even out, thanks to the inherently efficient and welfare-maximizing nature of the market economy. However, more recently, other voices have noted the powerful positive links of innovation and agglomeration, and warned that efforts to reduce variation across places might be detrimental to the innovation sector's ability to drive national productivity. Accordingly, mainstream economists have until recently remained largely unfazed by the nation's spatial divides and thus skeptical of ideas to counter it. Such scholars would have the nation rely mainly on spurring migration from lagging to leading regions, ignoring the fact that most leading regions are already bursting at the seams, not to mention that many Americans retain deeply rooted ties to their home places. In recent years, however, the heightened awareness of regional imbalances, especially in the innovation sector, has prompted new responses. Economists, investors, politicians, journalists, and economic development leaders are all beginning to reassess the costs of inaction after decades of exactly that. No longer does nonchalance about the pull away of superstar tech cities and the drift of most everywhere else seem tenable. Instead, a growing number of voices are concluding that a new set of viewpoints and policies are needed to actively respond to the imbalances of today's innovation map, not only to heal geographic divides, but to advance the US's innovation-based global competitiveness. And yet, for all of that, few specific and substantial ideas for countering the winner-take-most dynamics of the innovation sector have been forthcoming. To the extent any are offered, they mostly resemble lectures on self-help, based on the opinion that if local leaders were just a bit more creative, they could overcome the powerful forces of cumulative causation on their own. Which is where this report comes in. Concerned that the divergence of US metro areas has become self-reinforcing and destructive, the discussion that follows presumes that the time has come for the nation to offset the domination of innovation superstars with a concerted intervention to support the emergence of at least a few new stars in new places. As such, this brief urges the federal government to undertake a major new effort to counter divergence with a robust set of carefully targeted innovation, business development, placemaking, and related investments of a type only it can deliver systematically. This effort would at once add to the nation's net innovation effort, as is sorely needed, spur global competitiveness, and push back against the nation's dangerous economic divides. To be sure, ours is not a strategy for mitigating the full enormity of the nation's regional imbalances, or for jump-starting scores of worthy metro areas. That is the even more expansive vision espoused in Jonathan Gruber and Simon Johnson's book, Jumpstarting America. Our Growth Center's proposal, rather, is focused on accelerating the growth of the most promising yet lagging metropolitan areas in the nation's interior, rather than on saving the most distressed cities and towns across the vast totality of America's economy. That too needs doing, but that work lies beyond the scope of this proposal. Instead, we focus here on the dangerous core problem of the hyper-concentration of the innovation and advanced industries economy, accepting that even on that narrower front it is simply not possible to target everywhere at once. The focus is on distributing high-quality economic development more widely across the United States, in part by stimulating new innovative activity in the most promising metro areas proximate to more places in the country's interior. Such an innovation surge is only one part of the needed push to counter the nation's regional divergence, but it should be counted as an important element of such a campaign. Such a campaign has a good chance of beginning to stem the epidemic of inequality in the nation by helping places beyond the immediate targets of action, which would likely benefit from the program through supply chain, labor market, and other spillover gains. In sum, we argue that the moment is urgent and the prospects favorable for launching a major national push to counter regional divergence, and with it, the nation's current crisis of economic and social inequality. Both a feasible strategy and promising potential participants exist for spreading innovation-driven growth farther across the nation's map. Individual metro areas, whole new regions including smaller nearby communities, and the nation as a whole would benefit from such an initiative. Moreover, if America is to avoid ceding its innovation lead to China, it is vital that we create more innovation hubs in America, if for no other reason than to give advanced technology firms in the United States an alternative to places like Shanghai and Shenzhen for their future growth. The same is true if we are going to cease growing apart and begin to grow together again. Accelerating the emergence of 10 new growth centers in the heartland would help with that. It is time, then, for Congress and a far-sighted administration to embrace the present challenge and opportunity. The steady narrowing of economic disparities among U.S. regions through most of the last century licensed a strong confidence among economists that regional gaps would naturally close. Initially as a fact and then as a reassuring orthodoxy, the conventional wisdom assumed that even seriously lagging regions would catch up to leaders through natural equilibrium processes, as the costs of success, such as increased labor or real estate costs, accumulated and eventually motivated firms and workers to relocate to lower-cost regions. As the U.S. production system grew after World War II, powered by nationwide telephony, the interstate highway system, air travel and, importantly for the South and West, air conditioning, manufacturing and corporate functions that had historically been centralized in the Midwest and Northeast now had many more options for where they could locate. Given that many of the mass production industries of the time had evolved to compete primarily on costs, it made sense that as costs increased in some regions, industry would grow faster in less expensive regions, which would then catch up. For years, regional trends comported with such neoclassical theory. From 1880 to 1980, incomes across states converged at a rate of 1.8% a year. 18 in other words, low-income states grew faster than high-income ones. Wages in poorer metropolitan areas likewise grew 1.4% faster than those in higher-wage metro areas between 1940 and 1980. 19 These trends, coupled with the simplistic, cost-based version of neoclassical economics that many economists subscribe to license great optimism about the self-regulating nature of the nation's regional dynamics. Nor has that hands-off view of regional imbalance fully dissipated, even as convergence broke down in recent decades. For years, regional trends comported with such neoclassical theory. From 1880 to 1980, incomes across states converged at a rate of 1.8% a year. In other words, low-income states grew faster than high-income ones. Wages in poorer metropolitan areas likewise grew 1.4% faster than those in higher-wage metro areas between 1940 and 1980. These trends, coupled with the simplistic, cost-based version of neoclassical economics that many economists subscribe to, license great optimism about the self-regulating nature of the nation's regional dynamics. Nor has that hands-off view of regional imbalance fully dissipated, even as convergence broke down in recent decades. Right up to the election of President Trump, most economists seem to have assumed that market forces would still correct for harmful variations among places and lead to greater regional balance, at least in time. At most, they held, the federal government could provide free bus tickets for auto workers in Flint, Michigan to move to Silicon Valley, where they could be retrained as software engineers. And yet, market forces haven't reduced such gaps in recent decades, and especially not when it comes to the geography of the nation's innovation sector. Nor has the problem been a lack of bus tickets. Instead, the welcome reality of convergence has been faltering and in fact shifting towards divergence, the polarization of places. Several careful researchers have looked across the economy and tracked dramatic declines of income and other measures of prosperity across states and metropolitan area in the years 1980 until now. This should not be surprising, given that the innovation industries of the last 40 years largely do not compete on cost but rather on the richness of the local innovation ecosystem, where success begets more success. But the change, while slow to be fully recognized, has at last been recognized as an emergency. The geography of the nation's most important industries, its core innovation industries, which are a key portion of its 50 most advanced industries, epitomizes the new dynamic. America's innovation sector has, in truth, seen few triumphal catch-up stories and very little diffusion into new places. In fact, despite 4 decades of state and local technology-based economic development policies, what we call the U.S. innovation sector, ranging from pharmaceutical manufacturing and aerospace products to software publishing and data services, has remained strikingly immobile and highly concentrated in a short list of superstar metropolitan areas for many years. This concentration is important because the innovation sector, consisting of 13 of the nation's highest R&D industries, at the 4-digit NAICS code level, matters inordinately for the nation's competitiveness and prosperity, given that innovation industries encompass the nation's tech sector at its most dynamic, competitive, and valuable. As a group, these 13 industries, which also include chemicals, computer equipment manufacturing, telecom, and R&D services, inordinately contribute to U.S. prosperity. While innovation industries account for just 3% of the nation's jobs, they generate 6% of the nation's GDP, a quarter of its exports, and 2/3 of business R&D expenditures. They also support solid economic multipliers in their regions and nationally, and provide especially well-paying jobs even for workers without a bachelor's degree. Which is why it would be extremely beneficial if more of the nation's innovation activity was diffusing outward, so that more metropolitan areas were joining the nation's assortment of innovation hubs. However, that's not what has been happening. Instead, strong centripetal forces, the so-called localization and urbanization dynamics of agglomeration, have produced a remarkably entrenched innovation sector geography in the United States. 2 industry-level examples are the nation's world-class life sciences and digital services sectors, which have remained extremely concentrated in a relatively short list of metropolitan areas. Because firms in such innovation industries compete on the basis of product and process innovation rather than cost minimization, and are more reliant on knowledge than other industries, they tend to cluster in large metropolitan areas where they can tap specialized workers, suppliers, and institutions, localization, and take advantage of dense air and ground transport links, urbanization. Map 1 illustrates the strength of agglomeration in the innovation sector. Fully 1/3 of the nation's innovation jobs reside in just the 16 counties, those shaded dark blue, that contain 1% or more each of the nation's innovation employment. For that matter, more than half of the nation's innovation jobs are concentrated in just the 41 counties with at least 0.5% of the jobs in the innovation sector. That these counties account for less than 27% of the nation's aggregate job total underscores the strong tendency of innovation industries to cluster in select large regions where related activity is already taking place. Looking beneath the snapshot furnished by Map 1, Figures 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 explore the underlying innovation sector dynamics driving the nation's remarkable degree of agglomeration at the metro area level. To begin with, the line chart in Figure 2 makes clear the innovation sector's concentration has become self-reinforcing and divergent over time, to the extent that the innovation-rich are getting richer as the metro areas with the largest sectors steadily gained additional innovation employment while most metro areas went sideways. Far from catching up, most metro areas have been slipping farther behind. This tendency has been strong and sharpening in the last 15 years. Since 2005, as the line chart indicates, the geographic divergence of tech sector employment across metro areas has been widening, driven in particular by the pull away of the top 10% of innovation job-rich metro areas. For the 90% of metro areas with fewer innovation jobs, however, total employment has effectively remained unchanged in the last 12 years. The following bar chart, Figure 4, puts a finer point on this divergence by looking at changes in the share of total innovation jobs by metro area echelons. The top 5% of metro areas by innovation jobs, depicted in dark blue, have increased their share of the nation's total innovation employment since 2005 while all other size cohorts have drifted or lost share. The 1 percentage point loss of innovation employment share in the 2001 to 2005 period largely reflects the bust of the 2001 tech bubble. The top 20's share of all metro area innovation jobs rose from 59% to nearly 61% in the period since 2001, even though they accounted for only 45% of metro area jobs across all industries. Moreover, the gains among second-tier metro areas in the early 2000s were more than offset by innovation sector employment concentration in the top 20 between 2005 and 2017, a 2.2 percentage point increase among the top 20 at the expense of the bottom 90%, equal to 343 metro areas. By 2017, two-thirds of innovation sector output originated in those same top 20 metro areas, once again pointing to the clear productivity advantages they continue to confer on firms there. Figure 4 and Figure 5 show the underlying productivity dynamics driving this remarkable degree of agglomeration at the metro area level. Among metro areas, the average output per worker in innovation industries rises with both the absolute number of jobs in the sector in a given metro area, Figure 4, reflecting localization economies, and the total number of jobs in the metro area overall, Figure 5, reflecting urbanization economies. Average innovation sector labor productivity in the top 5% of metro areas with the most innovation sector jobs, plotted to the far right, reflecting a mere 20 places, is more than 50% higher than it is in the 75% of metro areas plotted to the left, which have the fewest innovation jobs and encompass 287 different metro areas. The magnitude of this sector-level disparity is similar when metro areas are grouped by total employment. By contrast, this relationship appears much weaker for less innovation-centric industry groups such as basic manufacturing and healthcare, with the exception of finance, another traded service sector. Mapping some of these patterns further highlights how a truly small set of superstar cities has been determining the nation's innovation geography. In this vein, Map 2 shows that a very short list of large coastal metropolitan areas has substantially increased its preeminence in innovation industries since 2005, while a very long list of metro areas actually lost ground. Overall, just 5 superstar metro areas, Boston, the San Francisco Bay Area, San Francisco and San Jose, Seattle, and San Diego, accounted for some 90% of all U.S. innovation sector growth between 2005 and 2017. These gains mostly transpired in the digital and biopharmaceutical expansion of the last decade. As such, the 5 metro areas collectively increased their aggregate share of the nation's innovation jobs by 5.2 percentage points, from 17.6% in 2005 to 22.8% in 2017. More broadly, some 40 of the largest 100 metro areas increased their share of the sector, although the gains were minuscule outside the top 5. By contrast, 60 of the largest metro areas lost ground, with many seeing quite dramatic shrinkages of their participation in America's innovation economy. In this respect, no fewer than 224 out of 382 U.S. metro areas have seen their share of the national innovation sector decline since 2005. What's more, 191 metro areas actually shed innovation sector jobs during the time period. For instance, absolute local employment in the innovation sector fell by over 20% between 2005 and 2017 in Colorado Springs, Colorado, Providence, Rhode Island, Sacramento, California, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Wichita, Kansas. To be sure, several interior metro areas such as Madison, Wisconsin, Raleigh, North Carolina, Atlanta, Denver, Salt Lake City, and Provo, Utah have increased their share of U.S. innovation jobs even as the superstars boomed. But even so, most metro areas have gone sideways or lost innovation share. In the Midwest and South, multiple metro areas with solid industry, university, and workforce assets such as Des Moines, Iowa, Charlotte, North Carolina, and Minneapolis have added innovation jobs, but failed to increase their share of the national sector, while metro areas such as Chicago and Wichita have both shed innovation jobs and national share. More broadly, most of the nation's major business hubs, including Los Angeles, Dallas, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York, and Houston, have lost purchase in the sector. All of this points to the extent to which the pull of agglomeration compounds over time in the innovation sector, leaving most places behind and putting those metro areas that lack a self-sustaining critical mass of innovation sector activity at an increasing disadvantage. Why, though, is this intense concentration of the nation's innovation sector such a problem? Might the nation's unbalanced degree of spatial concentration be the optimal, market-ordained, geographical configuration for maximizing innovation? To be sure, intense, even extreme, geographic concentration has long been viewed as inevitable, benign, and mostly desirable for advanced economies. In recent decades, agglomeration economies, a feature of regional economics for more than a century, have been understood to be the focal points of national prosperity in an era of tech and services-led growth. At the same time, ameliorative subsidies or other interventions for places that lack the right mix of size, skills, infrastructure, and amenities were seen, at least by federally oriented economists and policymakers, as impediments to the efficient movement of capital and labor into dense urban markets where they would receive their highest return. In this regard, the work of building tech agglomerations has fallen mostly to state and local policymakers, who have made do with only small denominations of funding and programs that often ended with each political administration. At the federal level, meanwhile, the proper role of policy was simply to facilitate factor mobility by focusing on eliminating frictions and lowering costs, especially housing, in the country's most productive metro regions. Given the assumed big trade-off between efficiency and equity, to do anything else would be to compromise growth. The present decade has, however, seen the breakdown of this confident narrative, as scholars and policymakers have begun to recognize the untenable economic, social, and political costs of sustained territorial polarization and industrial concentration. At the economic end of the equation, the costs of hyperconcentration in large innovation agglomerations are impossible to ignore. Since 2010, average commute times have nearly doubled in San Jose, California, and increased by 2/3 in San Francisco. Over 30% of workers now commute more than an hour to work in San Francisco, San Jose, Seattle, and Boston, compared to just 6% in all metropolitan areas. Home prices have more than doubled in the Bay Area over the same period, with median rents for a one-bedroom apartment exceeding $1,500 a month in both San Francisco and San Jose. Indeed, such high housing prices mean it is now not uncommon to find even software developers in the Bay Area living out of their cars or Winnebagos. Such externalities represent sizable drags on regional and national efficiency. At the same time, the current reconsideration of the laissez-faire orthodoxy on geographical trends has been further driven by frustration with economic stagnation in so many of America's left-behind places. In these places, shuttered plants, faded downtowns, and depopulated residential neighborhoods exemplify the economic and social costs of regional imbalance. As such, the winner-take-most ascent of the superstar metro areas has increasingly been accompanied by the decline of virtually everywhere else. This decline is now imposing efficiency costs both on communities and the nation. For starters, the divergent, striated economic map is beginning to affect the geographic sorting of workers, with negative impacts on the nation's overall welfare. While some economists believe worker migration from low to high productivity places will increase the nation's aggregate efficiency, recent scholarship emphasizes that geographic mobility has slowed, limiting its ability to erase regional productivity divides. Specifically, economists Eliza Giannoni, David Autor, Peter Ganong, and Daniel Shogh have all shown that what migration has been occurring is now sharply segmented by education, with serious implications for non-college educated workers' employment prospects. Consequently, a problematic sorting of workers has developed, as suggested by Table 1. College-educated workers have been clustering in fast-growing agglomerations with large innovation sectors, leaving behind other metro areas with thinner talent reservoirs, while non-college workers increasingly remain in places with diminishing job prospects, both at home and in the distant, more vibrant cities, and slow or stagnant wage growth. These patterns ensure that the nation's overall labor market is becoming inefficiently and stubbornly ill-sorted. Metro areas heavily oriented toward innovation work are able to attract and retain high-skill workers from out of state and abroad, adding to their stock of human capital. By contrast, less innovation-oriented metro areas are losing their more mobile, high-skill workers, and the positive externalities they provide to other workers, while lower-skill, less mobile workers remain behind. Over time, these cross-currents have locked in place a dangerous striation of talent pooling that will be difficult to alter absent national-scale intervention. Additional market problems result from the spread and persistence of economic underperformance across large swaths of the nation, raising the possibility that whole regions may be falling into traps of underdevelopment, whereby underperforming regions begin to lose the capacity to catch up to frontier regions at all. This concern is no longer academic. Since the mid-2000s, U.S. productivity growth has slowed considerably, with low and middling productivity metro areas seeing the biggest decelerations. Central to this has been a stark gap between the productivity of the relatively few metropolitan areas with very high shares of innovation industries and the many more without them. A large local innovation sector correlates strongly with metro-wide productivity, even controlling for local employment and education levels. While metro areas most heavily specialized in innovation industries have maintained high productivity, most others are stuck at much lower levels of productivity. As the scatterplot suggests, the employment-weighted average productivity of the 20 metro areas with the largest innovation sectors was $109,443 per worker, compared with just $82,243 per worker across all other metro areas. That these 363 other metro areas with lower productivity encompass nearly 60% of the American economy underscores the efficiency problem caused by the nation's unbalanced innovation map. At a minimum, the hyper-concentration of U.S. innovation activity in a short list of superstar core regions, while most other cities remain stuck, may be associated with a stubborn, potentially sizable gap in national output. Most metropolitan areas in America are going sideways. In short, both labor market dynamics and industry location patterns are reinforcing the nation's regional imbalances and compromising economic efficiency. At a minimum, persistent regional disparities in economic activity and labor markets, most notably in lagging regions, mean that national productivity and wealth are lower than they could otherwise be. And then there is the fact that the current spatial pattern also harms U.S. competitiveness. While innovation industries do not compete principally on costs, costs are not entirely irrelevant. This is in part why Congress passed corporate tax reform in 2017. In any event, increased concentrations of technology output and employment in a small number of very high-cost places mean that the firms there, and their workers, will have a higher cost structures and lesser productivity than if some of this growth could be located in less expensive, but still viable, locations. This is why many companies, including startups, look to diversify operations outside of the nation's high-cost hubs. Yet what one might think would be good for other U.S. metro areas and a force for convergence has not necessarily played out that way. Instead, these offloaded operations are often placed not in Syracuse but in Shanghai, not Boise but Bangalore, not Virginia Beach but Vancouver. As one Silicon Valley venture capitalist reported, his firm expects the startups they invest in to locate at least some activity in lower-cost foreign hubs if they are to be globally competitive. Why not go to other American metro areas? Cost turns out to not be the factor in today's innovation economy. While the cost of living in Taipei is 16% less than in Austin, Indianapolis costs 14% less. Shanghai is 35% cheaper than Boston, but Detroit is almost as cheap, 34%. And while Tel Aviv is 23% cheaper than San Francisco, Kansas City is 41% cheaper. The reason, then, that companies in U.S. tech hubs go to these foreign hubs is not only because they are cheaper but also because they are tech hubs in their own right, with large pools of skilled workers, sizable innovation infrastructure, and rich ecosystems of suppliers and competitors. With the ability of global tech firms to locate anywhere in the world. In short, these affordable alternative hubs are increasingly outside the United States. As a result, enabling the creation of moderate-cost, but still robust tech hubs in the heartland would not only help U.S. geographic balancing, but also foster technology competitiveness as firms would be more likely to choose Indianapolis over Taipei, Detroit over Shanghai, or Kansas City over Bangalore. Turning to the social welfare concern, there remains the simple fact that the nation's hyper-concentrated innovation sector and associated regional divergence is unfair. By that, we mean that tens of millions of citizens are currently being seriously disadvantaged with respect to job opportunities, income possibilities, happiness, or mental health outcomes simply by virtue of living in one region rather than another. Where people live, after all, is a determinant of their economic opportunities, especially in a regionally unbalanced economy. Therefore, the distance between many Americans and the good job opportunities associated with the nation's vibrant innovation centers amounts to a kind of economic exclusion. Such distance deprives millions of workers in the wrong places from the enhanced opportunities associated with the multiplier effects produced by innovation sector growth in the right places. Such distance, in like fashion, deprives millions of non-degree workers in the rest of America of the wage gains that have been shown to improve the welfare of those less educated workers who reside proximate to concentrations of tech employment elsewhere. Nor is this a problem solely for those located specifically in poor-performing commuting areas. Workers isolated from superstar hubs lose out in broader ways. Because innovation centers generate sustainable economic growth, and with it, state tax revenues, workers in states without vibrant tech centers lose out on the benefits of fiscally healthier state governments. Likewise, workers in states far away from innovation jobs lose out on the supply chain benefits that advantage more proximate workers. In short, the geographic distance between the left-behind masses and the fortunate few in superstar hubs undercuts economic inclusion and contributes to national inequality. 46 regional divergence is not just an economic problem, but also a profound social one. Here we must note that while the political side effects of these dynamics might seem remote or abstract, they are far from it. Economic and social divides, undergirded by economic divergence, have likely had tangible political impacts on the US, which suggests a final problem with the nation's hyper-concentrated innovation sector. Most notably, the 2016 presidential election, which delivered a shocking backlash vote and President Trump's victory, sent a clear signal that many people are not happy with today's extreme levels of economic and social divergence. People and places that felt left behind by an elite cultural and economic order based in superstar metro areas used the ballot box to voice their displeasure, and voted for a candidate who stated that he understood their circumstances and would help. To be sure, solid scholarship has suggested that the 2016 backlash was more immediately rooted in socio-cultural issues than economics. With that said, numerous scholars have long stressed the constant influence of economic trends such as economic stagnation and inequality on social tolerance and political democracy. To that extent, the 2016 vote reflected a new kind of negative externality, or side effect, of the agglomeration economy, as economic geographer Andrés Rodríguez Pous has observed. As it happens, the most disruptive political effects of excessive agglomeration came not from among its winners in superstar cities with skyrocketing rents and congestion, but from the people and areas left behind, where frustrated workers and retirees who had witnessed long periods of decline in their towns sensed that the future lay elsewhere. In that sense, the current populist revolt reflects, at least in part, geographical cleavages that now pose a very real threat to the hyper-concentrated innovation economy itself. To that extent, the recent revolt of the places that don't matter, as Rodríguez Pous puts it, represents one more reason the hyper-concentration of the innovation sector can no longer be accepted. As former George H.W. Bush White House advisor Jim Pinkerton argues, as U.S. history proves, we can live with much inefficiency. What we can't live with is a country in which whole states are left behind, in the dust. Nor is this new political externality only cultural or a matter of sentiment. It's becoming material, as the current backlash portends less supportive policy for the innovation economy, whether for R&D, workforce development, infrastructure, or immigration. In this regard, Tip O'Neill's famous dictum about all politics being local surely applies. If few members of Congress believe that the voters they represent are benefiting from innovation and the innovation economy, they will be less likely to support measures to foster such activity, such as stronger STEM education and increased federal support for scientific and engineering research, and more likely to support measures to limit innovation, such as limits on self-driving trucks. In sum, the end of regional convergence and the rise of divergence confront the nation with untenable economic, social, and political costs, signaling serious market and governance failures that require attention. America's entrenched innovation geography certainly seems like it might merit a policy response. But it might not. In theory, it could be that the earlier forces of city convergence will reassert themselves, ensuring that the problem of hyper-concentrated innovation activity will resolve itself. And indeed, that expectation of self-adjustment has remained a leading forecast of many economists and policymakers, if only we wait long enough. However, as John Maynard Keynes famously noted, in the long run we are all dead. Fortunately, however, that expectation is changing. Contemporary economic analysis has grown increasingly aware of an array of self-reinforcing tendencies of innovation-driven economies that likely preclude the desired self-correction of the city system. The expectation of automatic self-correction reflects the view of a majority of US economists who subscribe to what can be termed neoclassical economics. Neoclassical economists hold several overarching principles that have long informed economic policymaking and now limit its relevance. The first principle is that ideal economic functioning will always maximize allocative efficiency. Allocative efficiency is the market condition whereby resources are distributed in a way that maximizes the net benefit attained through their use, while the quantity of goods produced is that which is most beneficial to society, as determined by price signals. This view makes it a cardinal sin to propose a policy that would alter the natural allocation of factors, capital, labor, and goods and services, produced by individuals and firms as guided by market price signals. The second principle of neoclassical economics is that the economy tends toward equilibrium. Once again, the economy, given neoclassical doctrine, is simply a large market of goods and services that is generally in equilibrium and usually best left to itself. In this view, any spatial disequilibrium, such as a bust in one part of the country and a boom in another, will eventually even out. Thirdly, the neoclassical mainstream holds that price signals are the most important drivers of these naturally occurring allocation mechanisms. This is premised on the theory that firms and locations compete on price. Businesses and workers seek out locations where they can maximize profits and wages, and because of that, competition over time will even out. If one region declines and wage rates go down, while another region grows and wage rates go up, workers from the former region will move to the latter, bidding down wages there and raising them in the region they moved from. Firms, for their part, will also move from high-cost areas to low-cost ones. Over time, lagging regions rebound. As Harvey A. Goldstein and Michael I. Lugar say of neoclassical economic theory, as long as there are no structural reasons for the original differences in production technology, the equilibrium outcome will be characterized by a set of locations that are identical in industry and skill mix, factor proportions, and other outcomes. And finally, in the neoclassical canon, the whole market-based process of spatial allocation is viewed as inherently efficient and welfare maximizing. As such, there is little or nothing society should do via regional policy to respond to market outcomes, other than to help workers in lagging areas to move to growing ones. In light of this presumption, it is unsurprising that moving assistance has been the favored adjustment of many economists who have tried to respond to the troubling dichotomy of superstar tech hubs and regions left behind. For them, regional inequality should not be treated as an economic problem in and of itself, but rather as evidence of either fundamental differences in the productivity and amenities of particular locations or market distortions leading to spatial factor misallocation. So even as neoclassical economists realize they can no longer ignore the need to address extreme regional imbalances, they have dusted off their long-standing view that the most efficient policy is to move people, not help places, principally by providing relocation assistance and relaxing zoning restrictions in leading metropolitan areas to make housing more affordable. Along these lines, Chang-Tai Si and Enrico Moretti argue in a widely cited paper that there is a spatial misallocation of labor because expensive hubs such as San Francisco don't build enough housing, preventing workers from moving to where they are most productive, and thus significantly depressing national output. Edward Glaser and Joseph Gaiorco echo Si and Moretti, theorizing that housing supply constraints in high-wage cities have the effect of holding down wages for workers living elsewhere and increasing transfers to landowners. And for their part, Ganong and Shog have likewise estimated that housing restrictions reduced interstate income convergence by roughly 10% since 1980. All of these scholars suggest zoning reforms and increased building in the most productive superstar cities will restore migration and convergence. There are three problems with this focus on relocation and zoning. The first is that such an approach would likely exacerbate, rather than reduce, regional imbalances and further hollow out the heartland. Such an approach would attract even more workers to thriving hubs, while reducing talent elsewhere, which could be calamitous for the nation's interior. The second problem with the zoning and mobility focus is that the logic that it would raise productivity is strained. Moving a retail clerk from Montgomery, Alabama to Boston won't by itself make her more productive. Third, many of the target locations proposed for this solution, such as Boston and San Francisco, face geographical constraints to increased housing, unless someone comes up with a cheap way to build floating houses in the ocean. Nonetheless, the people-to-jobs doctrine remains prominent. There is another, even more serious problem with neoclassical convergence theory. For most of the 20th century, when the theory was dominant, the US economy was, for all intents and purposes, a national economy. Firms in a high-cost northern state might move to a low-cost southeastern state, which indeed happened, often en masse. But for the last 4 decades, the United States has become part of a deeply integrated global economy. Now, instead of firms in high-cost regions moving to the Southeast United States, they are more likely to move to Southeast Asia. This is one reason why over the last 40 years global incomes have converged while US regional incomes have diverged. So in one sense neoclassical convergence theory works. It's just that the geography region in question is now the world. But most American politicians see their job as maximizing the economic welfare of their district first, America second, and the world a distant third. Relying on convergence based on factor prices in a globalized world will only make the achievement of local and US welfare goals more difficult. Ensuring US-based convergence now requires leveraging more than market forces. It bears acknowledging, of course, that neoclassical regional theory, with its focus on cost-based production and natural resources industries, factor price interactions, and firm and worker mobility, once provided a better guide to policymaking than it does now. However, neoclassical regional and location theories are much less relevant to today's innovation-based global economy. As The Economist writes, orthodox economics has few answers to the problem of regional inequality, and indeed, there is much wrong with the doctrine's framing from an economic perspective. Most notably, the inconvenient truth that many regions today are not, in fact, catching up underscores the theoretical shortcomings of the traditional view. So it's worth examining the observations of other regional development theories and schools that more accurately account for the particularities of an innovation economy, and fundamentally challenge standard thinking about the self-correcting nature of the economy. These lines of thought provide important insights into the origins of US regional divergence and what kinds of interventions are best to counter it. Let's begin with the theory of cumulative causation. While institutional economist Thorstein Veblen first used the term cumulative causation in 1904 when discussing the accumulating effects of economic dynamics, it was Swedish economist Gunnar Myrdal who fully developed the notion in 1957 as it applied to regional dynamics, drawing on previous work by the economists Knut Wicksell and Keynes. A year later, noted international development economist Alfred O. Hirschman reached similar conclusions. Around the same time, Henri Perua's theory of growth poles added important arguments for rejecting the premise that the interplay of socio-economic forces have a naturally equilibrating tendency, as did William Alonso in 1968 and Nicholas Calder in 1970. Unlike the dominant equilibrium-based spatial models, Myrdal's work argued that the dynamics of spatial growth often involved self-reinforcing interactions of economic, institutional, and demographic factors. Cumulative causation theory holds that, in many cases, reality does not conform to the idealized vision of market-based adaptation and convergence. In fact, Myrdal and Calder believed that the market forces of trade and factor mobility would instead tend to aggravate inequalities as interrelated regional disadvantages compounded and reinforced each other over time. Any temporary balance that may be obtained between backwash effects, the adverse effects of growth in one region on others, and spread effects, the positive non-local effects of regional growth, was, according to Myrdal, an unstable position that could easily be tipped by an exogenous shock into an upward or downward cumulative movement. In sum, markets produce both lagging and leading places. To see this, consider the cumulative effects of a negative shock in a region and a positive one. In the negative instance, play out the effects of a leading export-based employer pursuing a faulty business strategy and closing. Unemployment rates go up as the firm and its local suppliers shutter or shrink. As a result, government revenues fall, leading to decline in spending on schools, infrastructure, and other government services. Next, service quality must go down, unless the jurisdiction increases taxes, which reinforces the negative cycle. As taxes increase and/or service quality goes down, firms are less likely to locate there and workers less likely to want to move there. Moreover, factors of production, such as the workforce, are sticky, limiting natural adjustment factors. Workers have difficulty moving, in part because the value of their homes may have fallen or because they have family ties to the region. The quality of the local skills base can atrophy. Social dysfunction, including crime and addiction, can increase. All of which can lead even more firms to reduce production in the location. And indeed, all of this underscores a core failure of neoclassical theory, its tendency to discount externalities, positive and negative. Now turn to a positive case, that of a growing region that is home to a company beginning to gain market share, perhaps due to an innovation. Now the chain of cumulative causation is strongly positive. The growing firm will raise wages to meet new hiring needs, which draws in workers from outside the region, raises home values, and stimulates demand for local retailers and non-traded services. At the same time, Firm success and population growth boost government revenues, which in turn enable higher spending on infrastructure and lower taxes, making the region even more attractive for businesses and residents. At the same time, lagging regions may be further inhibited in their development by backwash effects from prospering places. Skilled workers, the well-educated, entrepreneurs, venture capital, and high-growth startups that may emerge in a lagging region are drawn elsewhere, seeking higher returns on their capital or labor. In short, the centripetal forces in successful hubs can be extremely powerful, to the point that they can pull in key factors of production and innovative capacity, most notably talented people and capital, from lagging regions. While a new equilibrium may emerge, it will not likely be one of converging growth rates and incomes. Rather, lagging regions may continue to decline until only the workers and companies that must be there are left. As we will see next, these cumulative causation factors are even more pronounced in an innovation-based economy. Conventional regional theory posits that competitive market dynamics maintain equilibrium in the economy through factor mobility in response to relative price changes or supply-demand shocks. Likewise, it assumes firms make location decisions to maximize profits, and being price takers, that a principal way to do so is to minimize costs. Both concepts might provide a reasonable framework for understanding the workings of a traditional industrial economy, but when the economy is grounded more in innovation activities, they don't. An innovation economy or region is one in which a not insignificant share of output comes from innovation industries. Innovation industries have three key characteristics. First, they feature rapid and regular development of new processes, products, or services, many of them disruptive in nature, that are crucial to their competitive advantage. For example, the success of industries such as biopharmaceuticals and semiconductors depends not on making a particular drug or semiconductor cheaper, but on bringing to market the next generation product with enhanced performance. The second key component of innovation-based industries is that their marginal costs are significantly lower than their average costs. The software industry provides an example of this. It can cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce the first software program, but additional copies can be produced at virtually no cost. Yet even atom-based industries, such as aerospace and life sciences, can have declining marginal costs. For example, Boeing invested almost 8 years of development work and an expenditure of over $15 billion before a single 787 Dreamliner was sold. That $15 billion must be built into the overhead of every 787 that Boeing sells. Thus, these industries experience what economists call increasing returns to scale, meaning factor productivity increases with the volume of output. And to be clear, not all industries exhibit this characteristic. A study by the European Commission of over 1,000 European companies found increasing returns to scale for high-tech firms but decreasing returns to scale for low-tech ones. Finally, innovation industries depend on intellectual property, IP, more than other industries. For example, software depends on source code, life sciences depends on discoveries related to molecular compounds, aerospace depends on materials and device discoveries. That's why the European Commission study found that for non-high-tech firms, the contribution of knowledge capital to success was lower than the contribution of physical capital. But for high-tech firms it was higher. 74. These three distinct characteristics of innovation industries, their reliance on constant innovation, their high fixed costs relative to marginal costs, and their dependence on IP, make the traditional cost-based neoclassical regional economics a poor guide to both understanding location decisions and making regional policy. In particular, the preeminence of innovation in today's high-tech economy places the ongoing evolution of the technological frontier, and the diverse positions of localities relative to that frontier, in the foreground of models of regional growth, much more than questions of equilibrium. As Thomas Farollet, Andres Rodriguez Pose, and Michael Storper write about innovation-based regional theory, the economy is seen as a restless search for new products and processes with high rates of return, but where the potential to do this is unevenly distributed across territories. In this light, the constant search for new products, increasing returns, and new ideas has magnified the importance of place, and of being in the locations where innovation, learning, and execution is easier. This has increased the significance of agglomeration dynamics, which in turn are generating powerful tendencies toward regional divergence across places. Agglomeration economies refer to the external benefits that accrue to firms when they locate in urban areas. There are two kinds of agglomeration benefits, as we have seen, urbanization effects and localization ones. The former refers to effects that benefit all firms in a region, including good transportation systems, broad and deep labor markets, high-quality healthcare, an enjoyable quality of place, and other livability factors. For example, in a more globalized economy, having an international airport with an array of reasonably priced international flights is much more important than it was 40 or 50 years ago. And these urbanization advantages build upon themselves. A metropolitan region with a more robust international air hub, for example, attracts more companies whose workers travel internationally. That, in turn, leads airlines to provide even more flights, including non-stop flights, which draw in more companies valuing this factor, and so on. Localization economies, in contrast, refer to factors that provide value for a particular industry. These include a specialized labor force, the ability to share machinery, access to specialized suppliers, regional research institutes, venture capitalists, and professionals, e.g. law firms, with specific industry knowledge and the ability to learn from competitors through knowledge spillovers. These industry-specific localization benefits are what people usually think about when they refer to the special vibrancy of tech hubs such as Silicon Valley, Boston, and Seattle. And these benefits also multiply and yield cumulative advantage. For example, in Boston there is now an array of resources that have become incredibly valuable for biopharmaceutical firms, including world-leading biology and chemistry departments at universities, a large technical workforce, world-class research hospitals, a robust process for generating biopharma startups, specialized venture capital firms, state and local regulators who understand the industry, a plethora of skilled biopharma workers, and institutions that enable industry sharing of knowledge. Along these lines, economists have come to realize the existence of extremely powerful agglomeration dynamics among regional economies that not only do not support the spread of development but are likely to exacerbate U.S. cities' divergence for the foreseeable future, absent policy intervention. One of these effects pertains to perhaps the most important localization effect of all, the local supply of skilled technical workers. Recently, David Autor and Nathaniel Baumsnow, Matthew Friedman, and Ronnie Pavan showed that, over the last 30 years, the wage premium college-educated workers receive for working in larger and denser regions has increased significantly relative to the wage premium offered to workers with less than a college education. When workers with different credentials face equivalent pay advantages for locating in urban areas, as was the case as late as 1980, we would expect the educational mix of local workforces to converge regardless of regional population density, as workers move in search of higher wages at similar rates. Both Eliza Giannoni and Rebecca Diamond, however, have found evidence that, since 1980, differential changes in the wage premium available to college and non-college workers has been a significant contributor to regional divergence by local skill mix. Christopher R. Berry and Edward Glaser likewise find a strong correlation between the change in the percent of the population with a college degree and the initial share of the population with a college degree in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s across metropolitan areas. In other words, labor market sorting as a result of pay differentials related to education is creating dangerous path dependencies, with the well-educated relatively more mobile than the less educated. Thus, while the best educated cities get more educated, the relatively less educated and lower-wage parts of the country are tending to fall behind and languish. Beyond compensation-driven effects, many highly skilled workers also find being in an advanced technology hub desirable, because such hubs provide them with a more diverse set of employment options, especially important considering that firms in innovation industries are a riskier proposition. On top of that, the presence of other workers with similar skills and interests helps them advance their human capital. Indeed, there is abundant literature that documents the interplay of agglomeration economies and human capital externalities. Jorge de la Roca and Diego Puga argue that skilled workers move to certain metropolitan areas not just because they can earn more, but because they can learn more. In other words, because tech agglomerations are rich learning environments supported by dense social networking, workers in these areas can advance their careers more rapidly than workers in a metropolitan area with only a few companies in the workers' industry and occupation. This too contributes to the self-perpetuating nature of human capital divides, and implies that less dynamic locations become less promising places for learning and networking. Adding all of this up, Pablo Fagelbaum and Cecile Gobert conclude that the current spatial distribution of the U.S. labor force is inefficiently sorted by education, since the positive spillovers from highly skilled workers outlined above are externalized. Absent some intervention, they suggest, it is doubtful this labor mobility dynamic will reverse on its own. Yet there is more. Substantial evidence suggests that agglomeration effects bring with them additional self-reinforcing tendencies, for good and ill. On the positive side, greater proximity among firms and workers brings real benefits in the form of higher productivity, easier knowledge sharing, and improved public goods provision. Numerous geographers and economists have identified circular and cumulative productivity advantages for regions that innovate or learn. This effect can occur not only across metropolitan areas but in particular locations within them, as around Kendall Square near the Massachusetts Institute of Technology or at the south end of Lake Union in Seattle. In such places, interfirm learning is enhanced and cumulative benefits and greater market success accrues, all of which lead to even more interfirm learning and innovation. And so the process intensifies. With more innovation there is more investment, which attracts more knowledge workers and more firms, enabling more resources to be invested, which leads to even more innovation. When regions possess an initial advantage, agglomeration effects can result in increasing innovation and investment in a positive cycle that ensures that favored regions and districts within them become even more innovative and attractive, intellectually and physically. This is one reason rich regions keep getting richer. Ultimately, some of these centers accumulate into a set of what regional economist Harry W. Richardson called advanced autonomous growth centers. Through the power of agglomeration economies and cumulative causation, the growth of a select group of urban regions can become autonomous, meaning that key city regions can continue to thrive based on their internal factors and dynamics in a self-reinforcing manner. Absent some external intervention or shock, these dynamics can become akin to a perpetual motion machine. Along with these positive effects, though, agglomeration brings with it more troublesome dynamics, those of overheating on the one hand, and stagnation, disinvestment, and underdevelopment on the other. The first set of problems revolves around the superstar status of regional winners and the diseconomies of scale they may contend with. Thanks to those diseconomies, roads gridlock in superstar cities, housing costs skyrocket, and wages get too high. Nor should we expect an old-school, neoclassical price adjustment response will fully equilibrate the city system by shifting economic activity to less expensive places. Costs can get so high that some activity moves, and other tech hubs can gain some of it. But there are two reasons why it would be unwise to count on this factor to work out favorably or generate sustainable tech hubs in the heartland. The first is that costs can get very high before a spatial response is triggered, because most of the innovation firms in these areas compete not on cost but on innovation. Second, for many, if not most, of these firms, even smaller and younger firms, their location choices are now, as noted above, global. If a firm feels that costs are too high in Boston, it may expand to cheaper but still vibrant tech hubs in other nations, such as Shanghai or Tel Aviv. In other words, there is no inherent reason why that expansion, or relocation, to cheaper tech hubs would be in the United States. Instead, the diseconomies of the superstar cities, in addition to representing a drag on aggregate efficiency, could very well drive critical innovation activity out of the US entirely. At the same time, the concentration of economic activity in dynamic innovation hubs implies that while the most productive agglomerations grow faster than other places and attract the most mobile factors of production, slower-growing regions slide into even worse competitive position. These places may see their talented young depart, contend with slow growth, and watch their infrastructure and neighborhoods decline. And the process can and does go farther than that. Ultimately, these patterns can create their own destructive path dependencies that leave entire regions in a state of persistent underdevelopment. Along these lines, Farolay, Rodriguez-Pose, and Storper highlight a troubling divergence in regions' capacity to engage in catch-up at all. By this, they mean to say that the cumulative impact of the backwash effects from agglomeration, brain drain, falling public revenues, disinvestment in physical capital, deterioration of institutional capacity, can over time degrade places' ability to act fast enough to ever close the gap with regions at the productivity frontier. They write, many lagging regions are not simply failing to maintain the pace of growth and development being achieved in leading regions, they are, also, failing to make productive use of the resources available. This, the authors argue, is the problem of persistent, or durable, underdevelopment, i.e. of regions producing consistently below their production possibilities frontier. At this point, spatial inequality becomes not merely a consequence of inefficient factor allocation, but structurally embedded and a threat to national efficiency. In this fashion, it does not seem likely at all that the workings of the market, acting alone, will solve the problem of places left behind. Rather, the continued working of market dynamics seem more likely to reinforce divergence once it begins. Perhaps the most compelling theory for explaining the nature and location of U.S. advanced industries is the theory of growth poles or Advanced Autonomous Growth Centers, AAGCs. First proposed by Harry Richardson in 1985, building on earlier intuitions by François Perroux in the 1960s and 1970s, the theory conceptualizes the rise and dominance of preeminent innovation centers. In brief, the theory holds that once a series of advanced technology growth centers emerges, powered by luck, e.g. Bill Gates being from Seattle and moving home to start Microsoft, an existing industrial base that reinvents itself, Boston's instrumentation industries that enable the rise of microelectronics and software firms, or other factors such as government investments. The US government investing massively in R&D in Silicon Valley during the Cold War, it can become self-perpetuating. Through the power of agglomeration economies and cumulative causation, the center's early growth can then become autonomous, meaning that they can continue to thrive based on their internal factors and dynamics. However, this does not mean that once a region attains the position of an AAGC that it is on cruise control. Just as constant innovation is a requirement for firm success in innovation industries, constant innovation and adaptation is required for innovation regions. In 1994, Annelies Saxenian documented how Silicon Valley had overtaken Boston as the leading tech hub in the US, in part because many core Boston computing firms, e.g., December, Wang, Data General, made the wrong bet on minicomputers and not on PCs, and also because the region's innovation culture was not as adaptive and enabling of cross-firm learning. However, in Boston's case, the remaining firms and the region overall took Saxenian's lessons to heart and adapted, and today again comprise a global tech hub. But other regions have failed to make the transition. In the mid-19th century, Troy, New York was one of the leading industrial tech hubs in America, as was Cleveland in the early 20th century, and northern New Jersey after World War II. As new technology waves emerged, these places were left behind, in part because their firms did not adapt and hence lost market share, but also because the regional institutions did not adapt. There are 4 kinds of advanced technology centers. The first are the successful, dynamic ones such as the Boston-Cambridge hub, Seattle, and Silicon Valley. The second are places that once thrived but now have been left behind, including Troy. The third are places that have some assets but lie so far behind the leaders, either because of size or industrial mix, that their capability and odds of becoming an AAGC is quite low. These would be places like Flint, Michigan, Pierre, ND, and Tallahassee, Florida, to name a few. Finally, there are the promising set of places, those that are large enough to become self-sustaining and have a reasonable array of innovation assets, research universities, existing innovation companies, skilled workers, etc. These are the potential next set of US autonomous growth centers. Here, we will term them simply as potential innovation economy growth centers. One useful metaphor for understanding these dynamics comes from cosmology. There are many places that are close to critical mass, whereby they can possess the factors to more or less automatically enable them to thrive and grow. But even with the right internal economic development policies, they can't achieve escape velocity absent some kind of external intervention. In fact, we would argue that virtually no promising technology centers in America today possess sufficient resources on their own to achieve escape velocity, regardless of how innovative and committed local leadership is. Think of it this way: for an almost there region to achieve escape velocity, it would need to attract the equivalent of not one, but multiple Amazon headquarters, while at the same time investing significantly more in its research universities and technical schools. Which gets to a core problem with today's economic development environment. When dozens, if not hundreds, of places are trying to become AAGCs by investing in research universities, creating better built environments, reforming schools, and fostering entrepreneurial and tech transfer programs, there is so much competition that it is virtually impossible for any particular region on its own to gain escape velocity and transition to AAGC status. Transitioning from a promising innovation status to full-fledged AAGC status requires both internal action as well as external coordination and investment. In short, for any tech center to become an AAGC like Boston, Seattle, or Silicon Valley, it needs a powerful external boost to get out of its lagging orbit. Unless it can achieve escape velocity, it will remain stuck. The next section will discuss how federal policy can enable 5 to 10 promising innovation centers to become full-fledged AAGCs, and in so doing spread the promise and opportunity of the innovation economy to more parts of America. Given the dynamics of cumulative causation and agglomeration, then, the case for intervention becomes clearer. The innovation economy is unleashing forces that benefit core regions, often to the detriment of the periphery. These dynamics are circular and cumulative and can lead to harmful path dependencies, skills sorting among metro areas as well as traps of underdevelopment. Together, these dynamics, which do not appear to be self-correcting, can threaten the nation's aggregate innovation potential. Intervention may be necessary. The case for response is bolstered by the claims of social equity and of political stability. But on purely economic terms, the problems of skill sorting, underdevelopment, and competition from lower-cost foreign innovation growth centers constitute especially compelling rationales for action. That all of these are nation-scaled problems, meanwhile, involving variegated conditions in divergent markets, underscores the need for nation-scaled responses. At the same time, the uneven geographies involved in the divergence problem, and the reality of self-reinforcing local effects, demonstrate that the country needs not just nation-scaled solutions but place-based ones. Fagelbaum and Gobbert, as we have seen, proved that the U.S. economy features too much spatial sorting by skill and wages to reach optimally efficient outcomes given the local spillovers of highly skilled workers. They conclude that place-specific subsidies are needed to encourage more high-skill workers to stay in metro areas where they are growing scarce in order to increase the degree of productive mixing and learning among diverse workers. 89. They imply that such welfare-maximizing subsidies would need to be administered nationally to ensure greater mixing of high and low-skill workers. On the development side, Farollet, Rodriguez-Pose, and Storper offer in the EU context a provisional case for interventions to attack underdevelopment in a growth-enhancing way, through regionally differentiated, national place-focused programs aimed, for example, at improving the R&D institutions and agglomeration potential of significant non-core metro areas. The three argue for centralized efforts to increase aggregate growth by increasing the innovative capacities and public goods provisions of less prosperous, but promising, regions. Similarly, Gruber and Johnson would accept a hypothetical reduction in the efficiency of R&D spending in exchange for a national campaign to expand the pipeline of new ideas and concomitant regional economic gains. They urge a big push to spread federal R&D dollars wider than the existing superstar cities to which they flow today, albeit to places where they can nevertheless be employed productively. Edward Glaser and his colleagues note that problems of underdevelopment such as joblessness may be more responsive to policy intervention in the hardest-hit places than elsewhere, and accepts action where the elasticity of response is great. Along those lines, Glaser and Hausman are leery of adjusting the expert process for awarding research grants but seem willing to accept spatially targeted R&D tax credits. They are also supportive of nudging universities in high joblessness regions toward more local economic engagement, spurring entrepreneurship near those universities, and easing business regulation there. And of course, there is the political economy case for intervention. There is a long literature about the importance of federal support for innovation, especially federal support for research. But federal funding for scientific and engineering research as a share of GDP is at pre-Sputnik era levels. One reason may be that many members of Congress may see little benefit to their districts from supporting R&D funding and other innovation policies, especially when they come at the expense of other priorities such as agricultural subsidies. A more spatially balanced innovation economy could very well change the political dynamics of U.S. innovation policy, bringing more supporters to the table. Apropos all of these dimensions, it bears noting that the federal government already does run an implicit spatial policy through its existing transfer programs. These transfer programs aren't well designed to promote the kinds of intellectual property, technical talent, and institutional capacity necessary to achieve real agglomeration. But even so, they are a precedent for better targeted national efforts and are themselves much more generous to left-behind regions than successful ones. In short, the current moment is calling forth a new willingness among even cautious neoclassical economists and policymakers to reconsider not just their skepticism of robust federal policy actions to counter the regional divergence, but their traditional disdain for place-based initiatives for delivering them. It is important to ease the way for place-based action to address the nation's spatial imbalances by acknowledging past criticisms of place-based policy and clarifying how new efforts focused on skills and R&D investment to drive innovation would succeed. It's certainly true that place-based policies, which target areas, rather than people or firms, have incurred a lot of skepticism from economists. Federal place-based initiatives, in this respect, have typically been at once too small and diffuse to deliver the goods, and at times poorly designed and implemented. To the first point, consider that U.S. regional development efforts, a fair stand-in for place-based programs, are minuscule and getting smaller. Federal community and regional development includes spending by a wide range of agencies and offices with important place-oriented missions, such as the Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, EDA, and federally chartered regional development commissions including the Appalachian Regional Commission and the Delta Regional Authority. This category of programming also includes funding provided to states and localities directly, such as the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG. However, outlays of these programs, excluding disaster relief and insurance, peaked in 1978 at 0.38% of GDP, but but fell to 0.05% by 2016, where they have remained since 96, figure 7. That's a 90% decline in effort, over a period that saw the breakdown of regional convergence and the rise of divergence as an urgent national issue. Furthermore, the highly place-oriented EDA, the only federal government agency focused exclusively on economic development, has seen an even larger decline. In 1978, the agency's funding level exceeded $3.5 billion, equivalent to about $14 billion in today's dollars. Today the agency makes do with a $300 million authorization. It is not surprising that such tiny programs have not discernibly rebalanced the nation's $20 trillion economy. As to the design and aggregate focus of these programs, those too have remained suboptimal. Multiple evaluations of place-based interventions point to a hodgepodge of miscellaneous programs that distribute modest resources all across the map. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, for example, assessed the $6.2 billion that Congress appropriated in fiscal year 2010 for community and economic development programs and found sizable overlap and inefficiency among the 80 programs, mostly place-based, that make funding available to communities to enhance local economic activity. The next year, a second GAO report detected poor alignment of federal community and economic development grant support with local economic conditions. A major literature review by David Newmark and Helen Simpson concluded that the evidence on place-based policies to support growth in economically challenged areas is mixed. Most notably, Newmark and Simpson found no clear indication that programs such as enterprise zones consistently create new jobs. Instead, their review found isolated successes offset by other cases in which the programs either had little effect or simply reallocated economic activity among similar areas. Other critics conclude that the current array of federal place-based policies is far too narrowly focused on brick-and-mortar and narrow neighborhood redevelopment, when the modern economy revolves around innovation inputs, technology, and people. In this vein, Amy Liu of the Brookings Institution argues that such narrowly conceived place-based policies have likely been ineffectual because they have been unaccompanied by concomitant investments in neighborhoods' fundamental human and innovative capacities. A final critique of place-based programs is that there is considerable reason to think that policy needs to do a better job of prioritizing. There are many areas that simply are not likely to rebound no matter what federal policy brings to bear. In contrast, there are places that have the potential to rebound and grow, especially if they can attain a critical mass of economic input factors. However, federal policy has made no distinction among the two kinds of areas. As a result, federal place-based support has tended to be so widely distributed, or equitable, that it has often lost effectiveness. For example, one recent Urban Institute review of community development block grant funding showed that even as real CDBG funding per state declined, the number of places receiving grants increased, resulting in significant declines in funding per grant recipient. Ultimately, the nation's a little for everybody approach has meant that while many places got too little support to create material change, too few received the help they would need to break through and become self-sustaining. For all of that, place-based responses are getting another look today, as optimism about the status quo declines. Most notably, a 2018 paper by the Harvard economists Benjamin Austin, Edward Glaser, and Lawrence Summers entitled Saving the Heartland, Place-based policies in 21st century America marked a significant revision of recent policy skepticism. The three economists observed that in recent decades regional income convergence has slowed or even reversed. Then they argue for reconsidering place-based policies in light of these trends, in particular on problems where greater responsiveness to interventions can be obtained by focusing on particular hot spots. The voluminous literature assessing place-based policies is not entirely caustic. Among other things, it tends to suggest that the development and expansion of higher education institutions generates sizable productivity spillovers that may be highly localized. Significant evidence also finds that university research facilities spawn high-tech, innovative firms in an area, or attract them, which can help form industry clusters that may deliver longer-term benefits from agglomeration. Other research shows that initiatives such as seed and venture funding can be successful, but that their current limited availability ensures limited effects. While much of the benefit of universities and advanced industry development may be owed to the presence of faculty stars in key fields, such findings are promising. So are the continued positive impacts of several of the Obama administration's experiments with modestly sized place-based technology hubs, such as the Manufacturing USA network of regional innovation institutes. In sum, amid an emergency of regional divergence, both theory and practice warrant a new push for a well-designed, place-based intervention to expand the geography of the nation's innovation sector. Care will be needed to get the details right. But even so, such a push will need to rise above the small-bore work of fixing local market flaws to instead think big about leveraging the role of government to create markets and transform landscapes. What the nation needs now is a set of ambitious federal initiatives to counter today's spatial divergence. That can be accomplished with the creation of a set of dynamic new innovation-oriented growth centers aimed at adding to the nation's net innovation, building global technology competitiveness, and spreading economic success over more of the country. Fortunately, while the proposal is ambitious, more is known about structuring place-based strategies to catalyze new growth than is usually acknowledged. The federal government, for one thing, has a long history of undertaking place-oriented policies that have, amid mixed results, transformed the nation's geography, ranging from opening the frontier to establishing the land-grant colleges to investing in the defense knowledge base that led to the innovation superstardom of Silicon Valley and Boston's Route 128.109. Beyond that, the accumulated learnings of innovation economics, economic geography, policy analysis, labor market analysis, and placemaking now provides solid guidance for a framework of interventions that might begin to readjust the nation's unbalanced growth patterns. As Gruber and Johnson note, we have learned a great deal about what works and what does not in terms of public-private partnership around science and innovation. Useful ideas from the past can now be improved upon by newer research insights as well as experience from more recent policy and implementation experiments. This is the spirit in which we suggest, as one response to the divergence crisis, a 21st century comeback, with many adjustments, of the growth pole strategy. The 1960s and 1970s emphasis in regional economic planning that called for a focusing of investment at a limited number of locations, usually as part of a deliberate effort to modify regional spatial structure, in an attempt to encourage economic activity and thereby raise levels of welfare within a region. Originally postulated by the French economist François Perroux in 1949, growth pole strategies note the natural occurrence of agglomeration-driven growth hubs across nations' economic space and seek to activate or induce the emergence of more such poles in order to revive depressed areas or otherwise modify the national urban system. As such, something like growth pole theory, which fell out of favor in the 1980s due to the dominance of rigid neoclassical doctrines and because of a lack of political will to concentrate funding, now seems due for a revival. In fact, a focus on nurturing new growth poles as a way to improve the national urban system seems even more relevant today than when Perroux first discussed it, especially because agglomeration economies in the innovation era are significantly more important than in the industrial era. Further relevance stems from the fact that growth pole theory points, albeit imperfectly, to practical policy possibilities. Growth pole theory holds, after all, that revitalizing lagging regions requires concentrating economic development resources in a few places that are large enough to become self-sustaining, including through the relocation, expansion, or emergence of key propulsive firms that generate induced growth through inter-industry linkages as the industry expands. To that older framing, one would today want to stress the centrality of innovation inputs such as R&D, highly skilled STEM workers, infrastructure improvements, and high-quality placemaking. And one would want to stress that the critical propulsive firms will mostly engage in advanced, innovation-oriented activities, employ and attract a larger share of highly skilled workers, and lead to entrepreneurial high-growth spin-offs. Still, the relevance persists. The theory and logic of growth poles provides a usable precedent for intervention to catalyze new growth hubs, revive left-behind places, and counter extreme and likely unproductive imbalances across the nation's regions. With that said, growth pole policy remains one of those ideas that, to use a quip from Robert Reich, went from obscurity to meaninglessness without any intervening period. While many regional economists and policymakers embraced the idea in the 1950s and 1960s, its appealing intuitions lacked rigor and its implementation was quite limited. Moreover, where it was followed, execution was poor. To the extent policymakers embraced the idea, they largely focused on supporting growth poles in regions that were so depressed and isolated that little else could be done. These places lacked the size, structure, and capabilities to be self-sustaining centers, even after being designated as growth poles. In addition, the programs to implement them were poorly designed, only modestly funded, and often short-lived. No programs focused enough adequate resources to enable targeted places to truly transform themselves and become self-sustaining poles, in part because of political pressures to spread resources far and wide. For example, the Appalachian Regional Commission, ARC, embraced the idea in the 1960s, but it emphasized highway investment, which did little to enable growth. Moreover, rather than focus on promising metropolitan areas adjacent to the actual Appalachian region, the ARC focused on helping less viable places within the region. These are some reasons why, despite many economic geographers and regional economists' enthusiasm for growth pole strategy, governments had largely turned away from it by the 1980s. Nonetheless, the theory and strategy of growth poles, or growth centers, as we will call them in reorienting the concept for the modern context, has grown even more relevant than when Peru first proposed them because, as we have noted, the innovation economy lends itself to concentration due to agglomeration factors. As a result, it is time to bring the strategy back, albeit with some modifications. What would such an initiative look like? To start with, it is possible to identify at least 5 needed elements of a 21st century strategy by surveying and updating the previous century's growth pole doctrines. Informed by the voluminous literature on the topic, these elements include nation-level intervention. Today, bottom-up development strategies, those that prioritize local policy moves and discretion, garner the most attention. But growth pole theory from the outset assumed the importance of a top-down national strategy, albeit shaped and complemented by local action. Such thinking presumed the need for strong government action to help places due to the need for scale and targeting. And it assumed that such action should be part of a broad effort to modify the urban system as a whole to improve the long-run performance of the national economy. Together, these original priorities look prescient. To reduce the nation's regional imbalances by helping a modest number of places make the transition from almost there to there requires strong policy efforts not just from below but from above. In addition, such help needs to be conceived as a systematic push to treat the national urban system as a system rather than a set of isolated points. In other words, not only do designated growth targets and their state governments need to embrace a set of bold local policies to catalyze greater innovation, but the federal government needs to provide focused, significant help to a select number of promising places, all with the intent of countering regional divergence and promoting spillover benefits across the hub's hinterlands. Such an approach can help some places break out from the noise of so many places competing against each other and work toward getting to scale. Absent such robust federal action, few if any of these places will be able to transform themselves into true stars with self-sustaining innovation growth paths, nor will the stark dynamics of divergence likely change. Innovation inputs, at scale. The original growth pole framework envisioned investments in factors such as infrastructure more oriented to mid-20th century production economies. However, Richardson and Richardson suggested in the 1970s that growth pole strategy offered an opportunity for integrating industrial policy, physical planning, and interregional and intraregional economic planning. As such, at least some growth pole discourse anticipated the use of the strategy to target and deliver 21st century inputs to catalyze growth in the innovation sector. This should be the focus for a new growth center strategy for the innovation economy. The prime purpose of any new growth center initiative should be to help mid-sized up-and-coming markets plug into the agglomeration tendencies of the current economy. In that vein, a modern growth pole push should focus especially on research funding and technical skills, as well as regulatory and other approaches to catalyzing entrepreneurship and placemaking. Also critical will be the physical amenities and high-quality placemaking that have increasingly been shown to improve accessibility, foster civic vitality, and support innovation. These are the crucial inputs of the innovation economy, and they must be delivered at scale to make a difference. Focus on particular locations. A key insight of growth pole strategy, even in the 1950s, was its focus on encouraging growth in particular locations that had a chance of success rather than more diffusely. That insight remains even more urgent today, when we know that the lion's share of innovation output emanates from a relatively few urban areas. This is not to imply that the pole's benefits won't diffuse outward to smaller towns and rural areas in the same region. In fact, that is the plan. Brookings' Amy Liu has stressed the interdependence of metro areas and their adjacent non-metro counties. But targeted poles should be seen as core foci for regional investment. If such investment succeeds, growth at the targeted pole will be transmitted to dozens of nearby towns and cities as well as the remainder of the region. Focus on just a few places. Relatedly, a federal growth center push will need to target its efforts on a very short list of metropolitan areas. From the beginning, growth pole strategy astutely tended to limit the number of locations that were designated for investment. That limitation remains critical. Even though there are currently 382 U.S. metropolitan areas, only a small number are or could be true innovation centers, in part because innovation hubs, while substantial, growing, and disproportionately important, still encompass just a modest share of the nation's output, ensuring that there are not enough of them to go around. Likewise, the requisite base of innovation inputs needed to assure takeoff remains significant. This suggests that if federal policy is going to effectively jumpstart more self-sustaining advanced industry innovation centers in parts of the country that currently lack them, it will need to focus not on providing a small amount of support to a large number of places, as is currently the case, but rather a large amount of support to a small number of places. In this way, a rigorous growth center initiative might paradoxically have a shot at benefiting many more lagging communities than were directly supported. To understand why it is critical to focus on a few places, consider the recent decision by Amazon on where to locate its second headquarters. Amazon received proposals from 238 jurisdictions seeking to be the new home and selected a short list of 20. A look at those 20 and the ultimate two winners, Washington, D.C. and New York, tells one a lot about why innovation activity is concentrated and how to spread it more widely. With the exception of Columbus, Ohio, Indianapolis, Nashville, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh, the 20 finalists were either existing self-sustaining hubs, e.g., Austin, Texas, Boston, or extremely large metro areas, e.g., Los Angeles and New York. Most tellingly, Amazon did not choose one of the exceptions. It made the safe choices of New York and Washington. Choosing a city that was neither an existing self-sustaining hub nor an extremely large metro area would have been a risk for Amazon. Would it be the only major tech employer? Would it be able to attract enough tech workers willing to move to a place where the depth and breadth of tech jobs was limited? Would it be able to find enough regional suppliers and partners? Would the air transportation links be sufficient? While Washington and New York were more expensive choices, they were safer. When every company faces the same questions independently when it makes new investments, it is easy to see why we don't break out of existing spatial patterns. One of the key functions of a new national growth center policy would be to make it safe for a company like Amazon to locate in a city or metro area such as Albuquerque, Columbus, Indianapolis, Nashville, or Pittsburgh. Imagine if Amazon had known that these 5 places had been designated national growth centers in a federal competition and were due to get significant support over the next decade. It would be likely that many innovation firms would be moving or expanding at least some jobs in these places and that the local infrastructure, including schools and airports, would be improved. Now the calculus changes. Amazon could go to New York and D.C. and possibly face questions, at least in the media, on why it didn't support national policy. Or it could go to these designated centers, enjoy widespread support, lower costs, and suffer little risk to business operations. Now imagine this dynamic spread to scores, if not hundreds of leading technology firms seeking to make expansion decisions. Selectivity. Focus, finally, implies selectivity. Peru and other promoters of growth pole strategy felt success required careful selectivity among locations. They stressed focusing on centers that had the potential for sustaining a given range of new economic activity. This will also be critical for any new initiative. The nation badly needs more advanced industry hubs spread broadly throughout the nation. But the number of attainable additional hubs is not 100, or even 50, most likely. Rather, policymakers should recall the mediocre record of more diffuse place-based interventions and set their sights on jumpstarting a smaller, more realistic number of, say, 8 to 10 metro areas. What's more, they should learn from the failures of earlier growth pole initiatives, and more recent federal grant-making, to focus their attention on up-and-coming metro areas with genuine capabilities and potential, rather than the hardest cases. In doing that, policymakers should know that the original growth pole concept very much anticipated that each pole would generate broader regional benefits, such as the success Boston has spread to Worcester. A large success with radiating benefits across a struggling region will deliver more good for truly hard-hit places than diffuse distributions across many struggling places. Along these lines, then, the growth pole vision, while blurry at times and never fully implemented, has a timely and powerfully intuitive appeal that points in useful directions. As to the outline of a modern federal growth center initiative, it would need to build on these vintage growth pole principles, but do so employing modern approaches. As presaged by growth pole strategy, an updated push would concentrate a substantial, unapologetic federal push aimed at widening the reach of U.S. prosperity by jumpstarting new technology hubs in the American heartland, defined as territory at a healthy remove from current superstar hubs. Focus on innovation inputs, including quality of place, rather than mass consumption real estate or broad tax policy. Central to a state-of-the-art technology push would be a comprehensive mix of research funding, targeted investment tax credits, highly skilled STEM workers, through STEM education training and visa preferences, federal regulatory exemptions and business financing, and federal land and infrastructure supports for visionary, pro-innovation placemaking. Concentrate on a short list of specific, promising cities that already possess much of what's needed to emerge as a true technology hub, including a high-quality university, a sizable pool of skilled workers, a supportive entrepreneurial scene, and a high or high-potential quality of place. Catalyzing dynamic growth in these places would likely bring growth to adjacent cities and towns. Employ modern competitive selection mechanisms to choose the most promising regions in which to catalyze growth, aimed at widening the geography of the nation's narrow set of superstar cities. Places would compete to demonstrate not only their potential but their willingness to do the hard work to transform themselves into 21st-century global tech hubs. They would be chosen on the basis of objective criteria by insulated review panels. Developed along these lines, a new effort to disrupt the trends of the agglomeration economy could draw on a deep set of concepts about the nature of modern growth in order to reinvent older ideas for new conditions. Moving now to specifics, Congress should establish, and the administration should implement, a National Growth Center initiative designed to expand the geography of the nation's innovation sector by catalyzing the high-tech takeoff of 8 to 10 new advanced industry hubs in the heartland. The goal of the new initiative would be straightforward: to better balance the U.S. innovation economy by aggressively accelerating the rise of a short list of up-and-coming locations outside the orbit of existing centers. As such, the new initiative should channel substantial federal innovation inputs into the most promising new locations in America with the intention of catalyzing the innovation sector takeoff of those places and their adjacent regions. Needed in this respect will be generous awards of key federal innovation inputs, including regulatory benefits and supports for high-quality placemaking, sustained long enough to transform a modest number of strategically located technology ecosystems. A rigorous selection process to identify the most promising locations for advanced sector growth that would counter the nation's regional divides along these lines. The federal government should assemble a major package of federal innovation inputs and supports that would be awarded to organizations in select metropolitan areas not near existing tech hubs in order to support transformative innovation sector scale-up. At its core, the Growth Center's strategy entails administering a big push of innovation resources to a short list of promising but still emerging innovation industry ecosystems. To support that push, federal agencies will need to assemble for distribution a compelling menu of the kind of inputs and supports that are associated with innovation sector dynamism. Both direct funding from a variety of agencies along with a variety of tax, regulatory, and other incentives will help move the needle. To be clear, all of these incentives would be time-limited to 10 years after the selection of winning tech hubs. Specific offerings should include direct funding. Multiple kinds of federal investments should lie at the center of the Growth Center Awards. These should include research funding. Research universities and federal labs often play a key anchor role in every advanced industry tech hub in the United States, and in most superstar locations the combined federal research funding far exceeds the funding in even up-and-coming cities. Congress therefore should establish a new program whereby the nation, likely though the National Science Foundation (NSF), elevates the potential of select metropolitan areas by providing additional grants to research universities in those cities for a period of 10 years. There is a precedent for this kind of spatially targeted research policy. The National Science Foundation Act of 1950 states that it shall be an objective of the Foundation to strengthen science and engineering research potential and education at all levels throughout the United States, and avoid undue concentration of such research and education, respectively. For almost 3 decades, however, the NSF ignored that congressional intent. By the late 1970s, Congress decided to act and establish the Experimental Program to Stimulate Competitive Research, EPSCoR, mandating that the NSF provide additional funding to states that received few NSF funds. Today, that program remains small and would not easily be reoriented to target a short list of promising metropolitan areas, as members of Congress from EPSCoR states would most likely fight to keep their funding. Given that, the best way forward will be to significantly boost the flow of NSF funding to promising metro areas by around $1.25 billion for each by the 10th year, for a total of $6 billion per metro area over the decade. This would be modeled in part on the NE program for the Clinical and Translational Science Awards, CTSA, which go to advancing the clinical research programs at the nation's leading medical schools. The grants would be to institutions, not to individual principal investigators. In order to ensure such funding actually spurs regional innovation development, it should be focused on universities or other research institutions that commit to expanding research capabilities aligned with the types of industries and technologies gaining traction in the region and relevant to key national challenges, whether it be artificial intelligence for the public good or clean energy or advanced data science. For example, if a region has strong capabilities in robotics, a significant share of the funding should go toward electrical and mechanical engineering and computer science programs. At a minimum, a modest share of funding should go to industry-university research partnership programs, again aligned toward key areas of importance to the region. In addition, winning regions should be those where universities agree to not only cooperate and align with each other, but with local industry and civic leadership as well. Finally, to the question of institutional location, it's true that while funding could be distributed among various federal agencies, channeling it through one agency would make it easier for recipients to navigate the program. Given that, research funding should likely come from additional appropriations to the NSF, with the relevant state and local governments committing to provide all relevant capital expenditures, e.g., buildings for new laboratories, equipment, either on their own or in partnership with the private sector. Workers with PhD degrees in STEM, especially US residents, are highly valued by employers in the United States. And one key enabler of more STEM degrees is federal graduate research fellowships. However, today the NSF offers no more of such fellowships than it did the early 1960s, despite the fact that the number of college students graduating with degrees in science and engineering has tripled. Congress should therefore expand funding for the NSF Graduate Research Fellowship Program, funded at $285 million in FY 2018, and reserve 35% of these new fellowships for students getting their degrees at universities located in targeted growth centers. This should be easy to do without reducing the quality of awards, given that in 2018, NSF received over 12,000 applications but offered just 2,000 awards. In addition, Congress should require that all Small Business Innovation Research (SBIR) agencies provide preferences to SBIR applications coming from firms located in targeted growth centers, again for a period of 10 years. This could be done by adding location in a targeted growth center as one additional factor in proposal scoring. Similarly, if Congress expands funding for the Manufacturing USA network to establish new centers, which we believe it should, applications coming from the designated growth centers should receive preferences. Likewise, NSF should give priority to research universities in growth centers to support the creation of new NSF industry, university cooperative research centers, and engineering research centers. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, and the Department of Defense should also give preference to the targeted metro areas in making further awards under the Manufacturing Universities Act of 2015. Finally, Congress should increase the funding for the Economic Development Administration's Regional Innovation Strategies award from around $20 million to $100 million per year, and allocate the increase to the winning growth center regions, again for 10 years, for activities such as the establishment of technology accelerators, makerspaces, and tech transfer organizations. Finally, winning metro areas would be eligible for funding to boost workforce training programs, especially the creation, expansion, or improvement of technical training programs, including around digital and statistical skills. The Department of Labor's Employment and Training Administration, ETA, would make awards of $5 million per year to each winning metropolitan region for a period of 10 years for this purpose, with an emphasis on regionalized industry-government civic philanthropic collaborations. A number of tax and regulatory incentives would further improve the attractiveness of designated growth centers to advanced industry firms, spurring investment, innovation, and growth. Among these would be capital gains reductions. Whether or not Congress moves to tax capital gains as normal income, it should maintain an exemption for gains from firms less than 10 years old and located in growth centers. If Congress maintains the current rate, it should create a lower rate for growth center firms. Capital equipment expensing. The last major tax reform bill allowed all firms to expense first-year expenditures on capital equipment. However, this provision is slated to expire in 2022. To retain and target that benefit, advanced growth center legislation should exempt firms in the designated metro areas for as long as the 10-year program is in existence. Alternatively, Congress could establish an investment tax credit for new machinery, equipment, and software, including cloud computing subscriptions, for firms in selected growth centers. In order to create a stronger incentive for investment, the credit could be designed like the Alternative Simplified Credit, ASC, for R&D, where only expenditures over 50% of base period expenditures are eligible for the credit. Sections 382 and 469. Whether or not Sections 382 and 469 of the tax code are amended to support small companies nationally, they should in any event be adjusted to favor smaller firms in growth centers. Section 382 should be adjusted to make it easier for small companies in growth centers to carry net operating losses forward even as they continue to attract new investors. Small, research-intensive companies often go through several rounds of financing as they rack up expenses while getting nearer to their goal of profitability. However, Section 382 of the tax code prevents companies from carrying net operating losses forward if they undergo an ownership change. This rule eliminates an attraction to investors and also means small innovation firms begin paying taxes long before revenues exceed expenses. For that reason, qualifying R&D activities conducted by small businesses in designated growth centers should be exempted. Likewise, Section 462 should be amended to allow passive investors to take advantage of the net operating losses and research tax credits of companies in which they invest. The Tax Reform Act of 1986 severely limited this ability because it was seen as a way for high-income individuals to reduce their taxes by investing in operations that were never meant to be profitable. Under this reform, investors could immediately use their share of net operating losses or any R&D credits. Congress should additionally establish a special collaborative R&D credit provision whereby firms that invest in R&D in universities, hospitals, federal government laboratories, and industry consortia in any of the selected growth centers would be eligible for a more generous credit than they get under either the regular or alternative simplified credit, ASC. This could be done by providing firms with a flat 30% credit for all R&D expenditures at these kinds of organizations, as opposed to the incremental credit of 20% on the regular credit or 14% on the ASC. Economists have shown that there are much higher spillovers from research funded at universities and federal labs, and therefore firms underinvest in it from what is societally optimal. Any growing technology center will face the challenge of reshaping its workers' skills to reflect the needs of transforming industries. The provision of worker training tax credit modeled on the existing R&D tax credit would help small and large advanced industry firms invest in the requisite training while helping to ensure that low and middle-income workers also participated in the expected takeoff. Strong efforts here are essential to ensure that domestic workers benefit from the anticipated quality job creation. To further support the Growth Center initiative, Congress could allow key additional neighborhoods of metropolitan areas designated as growth centers to quality as opportunity zones, the preferred investment zones set up in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. The program itself would also need to be amended and extended, since investment is expected to gradually decline over the next few years due to the structure of the incentives. STEM workers remain a crucial input to advanced industry dynamism, yet they also remain difficult to find. Expanding their availability in a growth center would greatly increase its dynamism and attractiveness. For that reason, Congress should lift the annual cap on the number of foreign nationals who can obtain H-1B status from 65,000 to 75,000, and set aside the additional 10,000 visas per year for jobs located in designated growth centers. Regions should be able to apply to federal agencies for regulatory sandbox status, where lighter touch rules for particular areas of innovation would apply as long as the impacts are local. Examples might be related to testing drones, flying cars, autonomous vehicles, and more. Technologies that would not be eligible would be ones where their immediate use is beyond the community, such as fintech and biotechnology. Congress should establish a grace period that allows startups to access critical university lab assets and equipment for a period of time, 3 to 5 years, after licensing university and federal lab technologies. Federal grants often prohibit the use of assets purchased or supported by the grants from being used for commercial purposes. This prohibition adds unnecessary expenses for startups to purchase or procure assets, tools, and equipment that already exist and could be accessed inexpensively. One reason firms in advanced industries don't invest more in almost their regions is that they want to be located in dynamic, dense clusters, and worry that if they take a chance on investing they will be the only major firm to do so, depriving them of agglomeration economies. This is a classic collective action market failure. No firm wants to invest if it thinks no other firm will. But if firms know that many other firms will also invest, making the place a much more vibrant tech hub, then individual firms will be more likely to congregate. One way to solve this collective action problem, then, is to provide firms a legal green light to cooperate on research location decisions. To do this, Congress would pass legislation modifying the 1984 National Cooperative Research Act. This act allowed firms to get approval from the Department of Justice to form research and development consortia. Congress should let firms cooperate to establish investment location partnerships whereby they could coordinate with each other regarding the location of their investment expansions or relocations, as well as the investments of their corporate venture arms. One could envision a scenario where the top 50 U.S. advanced industry firms all agree to expand or locate jobs in the new growth centers. Firms would not be allowed to coordinate to avoid investing where their competitors are, although given the presence of significant external economies in advanced industries, as opposed to cost-based commodity industries, the odds of this are low. Business financing, especially equity financing, can play an important role in enabling high-growth advanced industry startups. Several sources of financing could be made available on a preferred basis to the growth centers. Licensed and regulated by the Small Business Administration, SBA, small business investment companies, SBICs, are important sources of venture capital financing to higher-risk small businesses. These privately owned and managed investment funds play an important role supporting advanced sector entrepreneurship and growth. The challenge is that there is a significant geographical concentration of SBICs, with 70% located in just 10 states, all of them with advanced industry hubs. Therefore, Congress should pass legislation mandating SBA to give first priority in applications for new SBICs to the designated growth centers. This could be built on the recently passed Spurring Business in Communities Act, which was originally introduced by Sens Rubio, Republican Florida, Baldwin, Democrat Wisconsin, and Kennedy, Republican Louisiana. That legislation prioritizes SBIC applicants in underlicensed and underfinanced states and expands a provision in the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 providing certain exemptions from full private capital requirements to include applicants from underlicensed states. Now, specific preferences for advanced sector applicants in growth centers should be added to the SBIC law. Likewise, Congress should direct the Treasury Department to channel state Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, funding to growth centers. Created in 2010 by the Small Business Jobs Act of 2010, the SSBCI program consists of a $1.5 billion fund designed to strengthen state programs that support lending to small businesses and small manufacturers. The fund gives states significant flexibility to design programs to meet local market conditions, with SSBCI supporting 152 small business programs from 2011 to 2015. Approximately 69% of the funding supported lending or credit support programs, and 31% supported venture capital programs. From 2011 to 2015, SSBCI programs supported nearly $8.4 billion worth of new capital in small business loans and investments. Additional funding should go to capital in metro areas qualifying for this federal program. The increasing preference of innovative companies for mixed-use, transit-oriented innovation districts where research institutions, advanced firms, and entrepreneurs can cluster and connect means that federal contributions to concentrated development, modern transportation, and urban placemaking are also essential to spurring innovation in new growth centers. One has only to recall the Amazon HQ2 headquarters solicitation of 2017 to remember the kind of priorities articulated by a leading 21st century tech company: sustainability, connectivity, urban and suburban locations with the potential to attract and retain strong technical talent. Amazon was not looking for a 1980s-era science park or suburban innovation corridor, but instead a truly urban innovation center. On this front, too, numerous existing federal programs could be made specially available to the growth centers. The federal government is, for one thing, the largest land and building owner in America, with significant holdings in many metropolitan areas. Gruber and Johnson note that there are 8.2 million square feet of federal property in metro area Pittsburgh, with 665,000 feet UN or underused, as well as 1,300 acres of federal land. Given inventory like that, Congress should direct the General Services Administration to assess all federal land and building assets in designated growth centers, and release surpluses to local governments where they could spur the local innovation economy. Relatedly, Congress should establish a mechanism for relocating federal assets to support more dynamic uses in designated growth centers. Further federal supports will be needed to forge linkages with effective transit systems, adequate mixed-income housing, and mixed-use development. Innovative road, rail, transit, airport, and port solutions are also critical to shaping compelling innovation districts in competitive cities. Congress should consider prioritizing access to future iterations of go-to programs such as the Build and INFRA grant programs, as well as the credit assistance provided by the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, TIFIA, for use in growth center development strategies. Federal help with airport modernizations and big projects such as highway teardowns and transit expansions would be especially important to helping to promote connectivity, reinvestment, and travel options. Equally important will be preferred access to programs that would aid and abet cities' efforts to craft the quality urban places that would help regions deliver the dense, vibrant use areas that attract and support workers and firms. Such preferred access might involve useful programs such as the New Markets Tax Credit, the Community Development Block Grant, the Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Programs, and others. Enhanced access to such programs could prove invaluable in helping designated growth centers deliver the kind of building renovations, redevelopments, and community design that have proven attractive to innovation activity. In a number of up-and-coming cities, the creation of intentional innovation districts has underscored the need for earlier creditworthiness and the lack of good credit enhancement alternatives for innovation district assets in their emergent phases. The Trump administration has said it wants to move some government functions out of Washington, D.C., in part to get them closer to where their customers are. For example, the administration is moving parts of the Bureau of Land Management to Denver and some jobs in the Department of Agriculture to Kansas City. While controversial, it is true that with the rise of advanced information and communications technologies, such moves may make sense in some cases. Given that, further efforts to move some functions out of Washington should be targeted, where appropriate, to winning tech hubs where they would add to the local concentration of high-value economic activity. Relatedly, growth with inclusion should preside as a key principle of regional responses. Growth Center awards should support winning metro areas' desire to avoid the gentrification and inequality that has shadowed innovation success in today's superstar cities. And the competition should require and make available funding for programs focused on helping designated growth centers erase segregation, improve neighborhood connectivity, promote the inclusion of underrepresented residents, and ensure affordable housing options, including the option to purchase homes to allow lower-income or middle-class residents to accumulate wealth as property values and opportunities increase. Such investments will help America's next generation of innovation hubs avoid the worst aspects of the last one by ensuring that new centers maintain affordability before it becomes a problem, and that local innovation hotspots, such as innovation districts, don't become exclusive enclaves. Finally, winning growth centers should receive funding to develop state-of-the-art workforce skills at all levels of education, simultaneously supporting innovation sector growth and ensuring that local workers of all types can participate in its benefits. As matters stand, many of the nation's potential new growth centers lack the requisite educational and workforce systems to supply enough of the technical workers that a tech sector scale-up will require. Making matters worse, innovation industries continue to struggle with major workforce diversity problems. Given that, the growth center competition should reward and support metro areas that propose ambitious initiatives for promoting regional upskilling and economic inclusion. Priority resources should therefore be made available to winning metro areas to support high-quality training programs for students and young adults, so they can benefit from opportunities as growth occurs. Crucial here will be multidimensional strategies and assistance for mid to long-term programming to develop both college-level STEM knowledge and expertise in related technical fields that don't require a 4-year degree. Special focus on the upskilling of underrepresented groups of all kinds will be essential as the nation heads toward a majority-minority workforce. Overall, the goal should be to grow the new innovation centers' workforces from within and benefit existing residents, not just attract talent from elsewhere, though that will need to happen too. Overall, a rough estimate of the outlays involved for a federal program of the kind laid out here comes to $100 billion over 10 years. With that said, this estimate does not reflect dynamic scoring. Given the positive impact on GDP growth from these provisions, we believe the net cost to the federal treasury would be considerably lower than $100 billion. Additionally, it bears noting that the cost could be more than offset by cancelling the $14.7 billion in federal fossil fuel industry subsidies, to pick just one example. Terminating those subsidies would free up $150 billion of revenue over 10 years, more than enough to support the Growth Centers program and begin narrowing the nation's regional gaps. 2. Establish a rigorous and competitive process for selecting the most promising potential growth centers to receive the awards. To distribute its supports, the proposed Growth Center program would forthrightly pick 8 to 10 winners, the 8 to 10 metropolitan areas that had best demonstrated their readiness to become a new heartland growth center. However, the selection process would not be a casual or political affair. Instead, it would involve a competition employing rigid criteria and independent decision-making. Key elements of the process include a RFP-driven challenge. To begin the Growth Center initiative, Congress would need to establish the program, including its array of growth resources and other policy supports, and designate a federal agency to manage a national competition for the selection of awardees. Experience with previous advanced sector programs suggests that the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, would be well suited to manage the process. To initiate the process, NIST would launch a national competition by which metropolitan areas would compete for designation and support as new advanced sector growth centers in areas of the nation far from existing tech centers. A notice of funding opportunity and request for proposals would seek compelling plans for ambitious, technology-based economic transformation. Proposals would be required to articulate bold, data-driven strategies for promoting innovation-based advanced sector takeoff. That numerous metro areas and their states have the capacity to develop such plans is evidenced by the quality of proposals developed by places such as Toronto, Boston, and Northern Virginia in response to the Amazon HQ2 challenge. The same goes for numerous state-level innovation economy strategies. The solicitation and selection processes will be structured by clear criteria aimed at clarifying the goals of the program. Eligibility for the Growth Center competition will be informed by the program's twin goals of boosting innovation in new regions while maximizing the odds of success. Along these lines, regions will need to have enough existing advantages, such as a reasonable share of tech jobs, a university base to build on, etc., to suggest major promise but not so many that they are already a superstar city. Likewise, without being isolated, they need to be located far enough from coastal and other superstar cities, e.g., Austin, Denver, to promise a true reorientation of the nation's innovation geography. Again, the Amazon HQ2 headquarters solicitation, if nothing else, highlighted some of the citing factors prized by major innovation businesses: the size of the metro area, the presence of higher education, its strategic location, etc. In any event, applicant metro areas would need to have many of the following attributes: population greater than 500,000 people within the metropolitan statistical area as of 2018. We believe that scale, urbanization economies, matters. Firms moving activity to places need reasonable airport service and a reasonably large and diverse talent pool. Moderate to high levels of pre-existing university R&D spending in STEM fields and significant patenting activity. It is difficult to build a tech hub without reasonably strong university research, in part because it generates spin-offs and industry partnerships, but also because it is a source of skilled workers. Above average share of population with at least a BA and a sizable pool of STEM PhDs. This is because local STEM talent is a key location factor for advanced technology firms. Distance of at least 100 miles from a current superstar metro area. This is so there is at least some geographical spread from the current concentrated pattern. In like fashion, the final selection of winning metro areas will be based on a set of criteria focusing on the critical dimensions of 21st century innovation readiness, ranging from research and technology development capacity, STEM worker availability, and entrepreneurial culture to business friendliness, a quality of place attractive to technical talent, and a collaborative and creative civic spirit. These criteria will be important both to identify excellent prospects and provide incentives for regions to make the sometimes tough political and institutional choices needed to become successful. In other words, in order to win, a region, and the state they are located in, must have skin in the game, not only financial resources, but political will to embrace innovative reforms such as a smart city vision and plan, PK16, pre-kindergarten to bachelor's degree, school reform, digital government, and strong placemaking agendas to establish a great quality of life and innovation environment. As such, selection criteria might call for a strong technology development and takeoff strategy based on demonstrable technical advantage, focused on the local interplay of university and industry core competencies including in the current R&D program. A strong PK16 STEM worker supply chain with adequate advanced technology specializations and plans for innovation and expansion. Strong entrepreneurship support and tech transfer programs. Cohesive new commitments to state and local economic development efforts. Commitments to address economic and innovation inclusion, including ensuring that technology skill development efforts focus on economically disadvantaged populations in the metro region. A current and planned placemaking strategy that fosters collaboration and innovation, while supporting affordability and congestion benefits. These criteria might call for urban land use that concentrates growth in compact, walkable urban centers while advocating for transit-oriented, walkable, bicycle-friendly land use and mixed-use development. Commitment to and a plan for achieving strong regional collaboration within the metropolitan area so that all jurisdictions work together, including the existence or planned creation of a metropolitan-wide economic development entity. Commitment to and plan for strong institutional reform, including in K-16 education, industry-relevant workforce development, government operations, and university tech transfer and industry relevance. Creation or designation of an appropriate metro or regional development authority that would serve as the formal applicant for selection, as well as demonstrate broad local buy-in, provide decisive community leadership, identify prospective sourcing for matching funds, and offer appropriate accountability for results. Priority for plans detailing strong material and programmatic involvement of the metro area states, whether for matching funding or provisions for state innovation, placemaking, education, training, or transportation investments. To maximize the quality of regional submissions, NIST or whichever agency leads the program should hold workshops in heartland regions to help applicant consortia understand what the program is and what a successful application might look like. These would help applicant regions with appropriate traits optimally leverage their ability to advance a compelling strategy. Finally, objective, non-political decision-making on selections will be guaranteed by the NISD's creation of an outside panel of expert reviewers. These reviewers would meet in open meetings and score and rank the applicants. They could not reside in the applicant metro areas or have financial or other interests. Such an approach would build on the successes of Congress's Base Realignment and Closure (BRAC) Commission, which insulated numerous military base closures from both congressional and White House meddling. In sum, the theory, the institutions, the mechanisms, and the know-how all exist to deliver a serious initiative for countering the nation's epidemic of divergence by fostering the rise of new innovation hubs in America. Congress should undertake such an initiative. WH metro areas could be America's next dynamic new innovation centers. As it happens, there are numerous candidates. Many metro areas that concentrate sizable, well-educated populations and strong research enterprises sufficient to prompt serious optimism about their potential to, with a federal push, become self-sustaining. Skeptics may doubt that new heartland innovation hubs can truly emerge, and may revert to the idea that today's geography of superstar cities is inevitable. However, even a cursory look at the nation's universe of cities suggests an array of plausible locations whose accelerated emergence could improve the nation's imbalanced geography. To suggest the possibilities, we have here and in Table 2 and Appendix A collected basic information on several sorts of success factors implied by the growth center logic. Issues of urban scale, innovation capacity, and workforce skills. With those data in hand, we have, for demonstration purposes only, benchmarked America's 382 metropolitan areas to assess the number and location of places that could be promising participants in a major program to create new growth centers. Metro scale is addressed in our assessment by applying a minimum population threshold of 500,000 residents, in order to ensure designated growth centers are sufficiently large to confer agglomeration economies on firms in the region. A regional innovation capacity is assessed using metro-level data on rates of STEM R&D spending by local universities and patent filings. We also require at least 0.5% of regional employment to already be in innovation industries. And the skill base of the local labor force is measured through data on the share of adults with a bachelor's degree or higher and the rate of STEM doctoral degrees granted by universities in the metro area. With these variables in hand, we then calculate a simple eligibility index for metro areas, with scores greater than 0 reflecting above average strengths in innovation and workforce development, and thus potential for growth center status. Point 143. We have also set a number of additional restrictions to reflect our goal of seeding promising new stars in new places. To start with, the country's two megaregions of more than 10 million people, New York and Los Angeles, have been barred from eligibility for growth center investments, along with the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. These coastal hubs stand out as de facto superstars and are factors in the nation's imbalanced innovation map. Looking next at the remaining top 20 metro areas with the most innovation sector jobs, only those that saw population or real GDP growth slower than the nation as a whole since 2010 are considered eligible to become designated growth centers. By dint of that, cities such as Raleigh, North Carolina, Boston, San Francisco, Seattle, Austin are set aside because they are already self-sustaining superstars. They are safe bets for any new tech graduate looking for a job or any tech firm looking to add a few hundred jobs somewhere. Allowing these places to be eligible would simply reinforce existing spatial imbalances. And finally, there is the matter of geography. As a last screen, any viable metro area that lies within 100 miles of the center of an existing innovation center is removed because their further emergence won't significantly improve the nation's current entrenched spatial alignment. For this reason, formidable and deserving metro areas such as Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Worcester, Massachusetts fall off the list. What does that leave? Altogether, when we employ our rough criteria to U.S. cities, we identify no less than 35 potentially transformative growth centers dispersed across the nation. Promising metro areas are situated in 19 states. They lie in multiple regions, especially in the Great Lakes, Upper South, and Intermountain West, and they exist often at far remove from the coastal superstars. Rather than being concentrated, they are quite widely distributed, suggesting the nation contains much more untapped potential in the innovation economy, in many more places, than is often presumed. And remember that this is a quite demanding set of criteria for identifying the most promising recipients of the federal innovation placemaking surge. One can easily imagine less restrictive criteria, such as those suggested by Gruber and Johnson, that would identify many more potential growth centers. The list of promising candidates identified here is compelling. In any event, right off, a scan of the potential growth centers surfaced by the Brookings ITIF criteria suggests that the identified metro areas hold solid value and importance for the nation's innovation economy. For one thing, they contain a substantial portion of the nation's most critical innovation infrastructure, its research universities. No fewer than 27 of the nation's Research One universities reside in the 35 potential growth centers. By contrast, that figure is 38 for the 15 most established superstar metro areas, suggesting that the non-superstar heartland metro areas represent a high-value economic opportunity for the nation that cannot be ignored. Likewise, research universities in the 30 metro areas graduate STEM PhDs at a slightly higher rate than existing innovation centers, 10.4 degrees per 100,000 people compared to 10.3 degrees per 100,000. In addition, the quality of life among potential growth centers, as reflected in housing costs and traffic congestion, is on average far superior to that in the superstars. The median home value in the 35 up-and-coming metro areas was just $194,000 in 2017, compared to $385,000 in the 15 top superstars. The comparisons are striking, with median home values equal to $165,500 and $172,200 in Cincinnati and St. Louis compared to $957,700 and $617,700 in coastal Winnipeg-most cities San Jose, California and Los Angeles. And the story is similar in terms of congestion and commute times. On average, 6.3% of workers in the 35 metro areas commuted more than an hour to work, while that share is more than twice as high in existing innovation centers, reaching 22.5% in New York. By contrast, only 2.5% of workers do so in Omaha, Nebraska and Des Moines, Iowa. On their face, then, the nation's up-and-coming mid-sized regional stars represent a sound opportunity for the nation given their aggregate potential. And yet, a look at the geography of the potential growth centers spurs further interest. As identified here, the 35 most promising potential growth centers represent a set of possible tech hubs whose disparate locations suggest their takeoff might meaningfully help counter the nation's current regional imbalances. Troubled regions such as the Midwest and South might greatly profit from such takeoff, as would the Mountain West. The further expansion of such high-ranking innovation centers as Madison, Wisconsin, Rochester, New York, Lexington, Kentucky, Pittsburgh, and Columbus, Ohio would, for example, be an important counter to the economic drift of the Eastern Heartland. This is true also for investments in places such as Cincinnati, St. Louis, Buffalo, New York, Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Dayton, Ohio. The same goes for southern metropolitan areas such as Nashville, Tennessee, Greenville, South Carolina, and Birmingham, Alabama. In all of these cases, the presence of solid research universities and existing innovation sector momentum in otherwise left-behind regions suggests a viable way to begin reorienting the nation's economic geography, place by place. With that said, the dearth of potential growth centers in the Plain States and the Deep South suggests both the limits of growth center strategies and the deeper challenges facing those states. Neither the Dakotas, Montana, Kansas, and Oklahoma, or Mississippi host a top 100 university for technology transfer, which all but precludes the viability of their cities for emergence as a growth center. By contrast, Ohio contains 4 universities ranked in the top 100, which is surely a key reason 5 metro areas in that state are on the list of potential growth hubs. Similar shortcomings of city size, university research, and STEM education reinforce the ineligibility of Plains and Deep South cities. States and cities in those regions should consider if they are ready to begin the journey of systematically building up high-quality institutions as a base for growth, a journey that will require state action to start with. In any event, the map of America's future top growth hubs suggests much could be achieved with a concerted growth center strategy, but that not every region can be helped with this particular initiative. To be sure, there will be objections. Some will say the present proposal goes too far, while others will say it doesn't go far enough. To the first view, some traditionalist economists will continue to argue that any such push to promote regional equity will come at the expense of national growth and efficiency. However, as we have seen, it is a false choice to assume that every effort to boost second-level regions will harm the national good. There are certainly places where intervention can help underperforming metro areas turn the corner and add to the nation's total welfare, including global competitiveness. In this sense, the relationship between interregional inequality and national innovation and growth is likely shaped as an inverted U, in which both too much inequality and too little are harmful to growth. Others, meanwhile, will argue that a federal growth pole program cannot possibly succeed at reorienting the nation's innovation map. These critics will likely make two arguments. First, that government is incapable of effectively picking regional winners, and, second, that the emergence of existing clusters had nothing to do with government efforts. In attacking the government's competence to intervene, for example, tech policy gadfly Vivek Wadhwa has called innovation clusters modern-day snake oil. But these critics are attacking strawmen by saying, as Wadhwa writes, that cluster theory holds that regions could artificially foment innovation. They just needed to build the right infrastructure and bring together chosen industries. But this is not what regional economists believe. Rather, they tend to argue the opposite, and suggest that creating vibrant innovation agglomeration economies can almost never be done from scratch, but that if policy builds on existing economic strengths, including localization economies, it can boost regional innovation clusters. A similar argument against federal efforts comes from noted venture capital funder Mark Andreessen, who writes, previous efforts at such clusters failed for a variety of reasons, but one big reason is that government efforts alone simply don't draw people. But again, this is an oversimplification, as few regional economists focused on innovation would disagree with Andreessen's point. Rather, they would say that government efforts need to be one part of the mix, and need to focus on places with existing strengths to succeed. For their part, meanwhile, some neoclassical economists may acknowledge there is a potential role for government in spurring tech growth, but will insist that it should be much more limited than is proposed here. Harvard Business School professor Josh Lerner acknowledges a role for government, but one limited mostly to setting the table. He writes, with limited empirical evidence, that government should create laws that don't penalize failed entrepreneurs, reduce taxes, and spend heavily on R&D. Then get out of the way, 148 to be sure, all of that needs to be part of the mix. But to say that establishing seed capital programs, spurring tech transfer from universities and federal labs, developing specialized training programs, and helping small firms modernize and innovate should not be part of a regional push is to let ideology get in the way of pragmatic reality. And then there is the frequent attack on the government's ability to address spatial imbalances. This objection discounts the possibility of any effort to alter the current uneven spatial distribution of advanced industry activities by noting that few places have graduated to become sustainable centers. But there is a key reason for this. To date, the federal government has made no explicit effort to do so. Significant, intentional effort to adjust the innovation map hasn't been attempted. But those are just the arguments that denigrate federal effectiveness. More concerning are critics who simply see no possible role for government action, however limited, in mitigating the nation's severe spatial imbalances. One of these arguments falls back on the canard that Silicon Valley can't be copied. And of course it can't. But to say that there is no potential to help some existing tech centers evolve to become full-fledged regional tech stars is simply wrong. New hubs won't look exactly like Silicon Valley any more than Seattle or Boston look like Silicon Valley. But they can and should be robust advanced industry hubs in their own fashion. Just look at other nations that have seen the emergence of globally ranked tech centers, including Canada, China, Germany, India, and Israel. They didn't copy Silicon Valley, but they did help create globally competitive tech centers. More broadly, though, many skeptics hold a naive view that existing successful tech hubs such as Silicon Valley just organically emerged out of the apricot orchards, and that the federal government played little role. This, too, is badly mistaken. In fact, when examining the history of many US technology hubs, it is clear that the federal government played an important, if not decisive, role in helping them attain the critical mass of innovation resources to become full-blown innovation stars. From the 1920s to the 1940s, many believed that Boston would go the way of the rest of New England, with the city's traditional manufacturing of textiles, shoes, and machines migrating to the low-cost South and stagnation setting in. But Boston took a different path toward becoming one of the strongest innovation hubs in the world, in no small part due to federal support. World War II brought an influx of federal funding to the city, especially for the development of military electronics. As the Cold War began, that support was formalized and dramatically expanded. For example, the MIT Lincoln Laboratory, a Defense Department research and development center, was established in 1951 and became a hub for electronics research nationally. The federal government was even more instrumental in the development of Silicon Valley, with significant funding for Stanford and the University of California, Berkeley in the post-war era, the establishment of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in 1931 and what became NASA's Ames Research Center in 1939, and later, massive amounts of defense funding for R&D and prime contractors. In fact, in 1992, Santa Clara County, the heart of Silicon Valley, received more defense prime contract funding per capita than any county in the nation. As historian Leslie Berlin writes, "It's not a stretch at all to say that Silicon Valley exists because of the federal government." The federal government also had a major hand in the development of North Carolina's Research Triangle Park. While local leaders laid the groundwork for it in the 1950s, it was former Governor Luther H. Hodges who, as President Kennedy's Secretary of Commerce, played a key role in convincing Kennedy to establish the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences in Research Triangle Park. This not only ensured an influx of hundreds of scientists to the region, but it sent a clear signal to technology companies that this was a viable location for innovation activities. Similarly, while Austin, Texas was home to many technology companies, the decision by Sematech, a consortium of semiconductor firms funded in part by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, to locate their headquarters there in 1998 helped cement the city's leadership status. And clearly, Washington, D.C.'s emergence as a tech superstar has had everything to do with federal R&D funding, especially defense and health. More recently, steady federal and state investments have supported the build-up of the semiconductor industry in Troy, New York. None of this is to say that these federal investments created these places on their own or that they were designed to create these places, although in the case of Research Triangle Park, that was the case. Nor were the federal investments completely greenfield in nature. In each case, they supported existing federal and local effort. But they did help enable emerging growth centers to become self-sustaining. As such, there is no reason such federal interventions cannot be replicated today, albeit with new, better informed, and more rigorous procedures. Related to the objection to federal intervention, meanwhile, is its corollary, the notion that technology-based economic development is inherently the provenance of state and local governments, and not the federal government. Under this view, the only appropriate role for the federal government is to address broad macro factors such as tax and trade policy, research support, and the like. But this argument suffers from two flaws. First, the federal government has historically played a key role in economic development, from the establishment of land-grant colleges in the 1860s, to the establishment of the Appalachian Regional Commission and Economic Development Administration in the 1960s, to creating enterprise and opportunity zones more recently. Moreover, ideologically rejecting a federal role to establish self-sustaining innovation hubs will mean that few, if any, places now struggling to become one will succeed. Despite the importance of state and local efforts, without federal help they simply cannot achieve the scale needed for takeoff. At the same time, the present proposal anticipates significant involvement of states in successful regional efforts. In short, then, significant rationales exist for the sizable intervention proposed here, notwithstanding likely complaints that the proposal goes too far and attempts too much. At the same time, though, others more sympathetic to the idea of intervening in the nation's spatial imbalances may say the present proposal does not go far enough. One objection is political or distributional. Stakeholders in places unlikely to receive support may argue that any growth center surge is inherently unfair. At one level, they are correct. The program would be uneven in its distributions. But the current FAIR process, in which many different places get minor help, is not working, resulting in negative effects ranging from lagging dynamism and global competitiveness to social unrest. Given that, a program that targets some places but not others is, in our view, clearly called for to boost American greatness and assure that takeoff begins in a key set of places. Such a program will also benefit many places that aren't themselves directly funded, through spillover regional gains, supply chain links, and similar effects. Others will complain that a growth center push does not sufficiently change capitalism, or address the full crises of America's smaller cities, towns, and rural areas. And there is a degree of truth to those concerns as well. The fundamental reality of agglomeration dynamics cannot be erased, for example, so there will always be strong centers and weaker ones. Nor are discussions of market structure, regulation, and industry concentration unrelated to the nation's geographical imbalances, even though they are set aside here. Likewise, it is absolutely true that the hollowing out of hundreds of the nation's smaller cities and rural towns represents an additional claim on the nation, one not directly addressed here. And yet in each case, the additional problem does not preclude the urgency of the action this paper proposes. A fuller discussion of gargantuan issues of capitalism and its structure should not delay the kind of emergency action suggested here to jumpstart new dynamism in promising metro areas in the nation's interior. Likewise, the proposed innovation surge in the heartland's mid-sized cities would in fact bring new vitality to deeply struggling communities, allowing for smaller towns and counties to benefit from supply chain relationships, commuting, and other interdependencies with the growth centers. In any event, the present initiative is best viewed as but one component of the full federal agenda needed to ameliorate the nation's unbalanced economic geography. The growth centers agenda is aimed at high-potential, mid-sized markets with a goal of expanding the future membership of the top echelon of innovation hubs. The agenda is not intended to jumpstart the most distressed urban and rural communities in America, which would benefit from other critical interventions. In sum, a concerted growth centers surge, while not a total solution for the nation's now colossal set of regional imbalances, would represent a major break with past inaction and mount a much-needed first strike at altering dynamics that are hurting the entire nation. In short, then, the time is right for a major push to counter regional divergence at a time of crisis. While it does not represent the sum total of federal effort needed to revitalize the nation's left-behind places, a robust growth centers initiative represents a crucial element of such an overdue push. The nation should begin the work. A feasible framework and promising potential participants now exist for spreading innovation-driven growth across much more of the nation's patchy and divided map. We live in an era of widening geographic inequality. Around the country, the spread between economically and culturally thriving places and those that are struggling has been increasing. Superstar cities like New York, San Francisco, Boston, and Atlanta continue to attract talent and grow, while the economies of other cities and rural areas are left behind. This phenomenon has captured popular imagination and is borne out by the data. Troublingly, escalating geographic inequality in the United States has arrived hand in hand with serious economic, social, political, and national security problems. Areas that are left behind have not only failed to keep up with their thriving peers, in many ways, they have stagnated and seen opportunities evaporate. Health disparities closely track regional inequality, and rates of opioid abuse are higher in communities with fewer economic opportunities. Educational attainment also tracks geography. Right now, as one researcher ascribes, there exists an almost ironclad link between a child's zip code and her chances of success. At the same time, superstar cities are running up against extreme housing affordability problems, rendering middle-class life all but unsustainable. Taken together, these trends suggest a startling imbalance or maldistribution of economic growth and opportunity. These geographic trends also increasingly feed into our dysfunctional national politics. Thriving areas are now reliably Democratic. Even Orange County, California, previously a Republican stronghold, went Democratic in the 2018 congressional midterms and remained Democratic in 2020, while rural America votes Republican by increasing margins. Importantly, because less populous states wield influence in the Senate and Electoral College that is disproportionate to their populations, partisan sorting contributes to a crisis of unrepresentative government. Geographic inequality also poses a risk to national security. Emergency prepared and concentrated in a small number of locations, they are more vulnerable to attack from foreign adversaries or to natural disasters and crises. Supply chains that rely on a single city or region might be disrupted in the event of a hurricane. An attack on the electric grid of a city or region could hamper entire sectors of the national, or even global, economy. Why is geographic inequality growing? The dominant explanations from scholars and commentators are largely about inexorable economic trends. Forces like globalization have reshaped the economy, benefiting some areas and harming others. Commentators also discuss the inescapable reality of agglomeration, the disproportionate benefit that comes from co-locating in thriving areas. When tech companies locate their headquarters in San Francisco, they find an available pool of talented workers, less so in St. Louis. Given these economic pressures, many commentators believe that it might not be possible to reverse the trends in geographic inequality. We think these explanations, which focus on autonomous economic forces, leave out a crucial factor: the effects of specific regulatory choices on economic geography. In numerous ways, the Progressive Era and New Deal regulatory order in the United States promoted geographic dispersion in economic activity. The unraveling of this regulatory order around 1980 coincided with a reversal in geographic economic convergence and the beginning of an era of growing divergence. More specifically, regulatory policies in the areas of transportation, communications, trade, and antitrust helpdesk, and resilience. When industries are construct an era of geographic convergence in the mid-20th century and deregulation in those same areas contributed to the rise of geographic inequality over the last generation. Our argument that regulatory design can powerfully influence economic geography has profound implications for current legal and policy debates. To the extent that the legal literature has addressed the problem of geographic inequality, it has largely been in the context of municipal land use and zoning. Leading scholars in this area have helped shape what has become an elite consensus in favor of loosening land use controls to enable people in left-behind places to move to economically thriving cities. We argue, however, that such solutions are likely to deepen geographic inequality and its negative consequences and may come with their own unexamined problems. Policymakers should not view land use reform as a panacea, especially if it is not coupled with a broader package of policies that address the sources and consequences of geographic inequality. Outside the legal academy, some economists emphasize place-based tax policies to improve conditions in left-behind places, and others briefly note that deregulation in antitrust and transportation might contribute to geographic inequality. But strikingly, these scholars and analysts do not call for re-regulation or even incorporating geographic considerations into regulatory policy. Indeed, one set of these commentators proposes further deregulation. By contrast, we argue that policymakers need to take much more seriously the fact that specific forms of regulation can alleviate geographic inequality, and deregulation can exacerbate it. Under conventional neoclassical economic theory, regional inequality should be a transitory phenomenon. Labor will move to higher wage regions, but capital will move to less expensive places, reducing regional inequality. Economic success in a place tends to attract workers seeking employment but also leads to higher land values and congestion costs. As the cost of locating in successful places increases, businesses and industry will, on the margin, favor relocating to take advantage of lower costs elsewhere. Simultaneously, unemployed workers will leave places that are struggling economically and that do not have enough jobs. Not only will those workers satisfy labor demands elsewhere, their departure from struggling places will improve unemployment rates in the places they leave behind, because there are fewer workers, which will put upward pressure on wages. Thriving places attract workers from struggling ones while simultaneously pushing capital out into new areas as congestion costs increase. This elegant theory therefore predicts a trend toward regional economic convergence. For a long time, regional inequality in the United States appeared to be on the decline, conforming to this neoclassical model. Indeed, from at least the 1930s to the early 1980s, poorer places outperformed wealthier ones, creating convergence instead of divergence in regional economic performance. For example, in 1940, Mississippians earned 27% of what Massachusetts residents made. By 1979, as convergence in regions worked to reduce inequality, they made 70% of their East Coast counterparts' earnings. In the 1960s, during the period of convergence, the 25 richest metropolitan areas included many that would seem surprising today, such as Rockford, Illinois, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Des Moines, Iowa, and Cleveland, Ohio. Movement of both capital and labor between regions meant that the gap between the richest and poorest regions consistently declined over time. That has changed. Cities with high concentrations of high-tech and other skilled workers, in particular, have far outperformed the rest of the country. For example, in 1980, the per capita income in Washington, D.C. was 29% higher than for the country as a whole. In 2013, it was 68% higher. San Francisco shows a similar trend, with per capita income rising from 50% above the national average to 88% above over the same period. Real GDP per worker has also diverged by region. In 1980, GDP per worker in coastal states and in the eastern and the western heartland were clustered together, but since then, the coastal states have pulled away. Another measure of this rising inequality is real estate values. According to Professor Richard Florida, out of the 11,000 zip codes in America for which real estate data is readily available, only 160 have median home values over $1 million, and 80% of those were in and around New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. In a particularly striking visualization, Florida shows how many houses one could buy in different markets for the median price of a Soho apartment in New York City: 20 in Nashville, 30 in Cleveland, and 38 in Memphis. In the face of rising spatial inequality, economists have pointed to economic forces that the neoclassical model ignored: agglomeration and globalization. The neoclassical model anticipates that congestion and higher land prices will eventually encourage capital to relocate to less expensive places. Agglomeration, however, creates an important countervailing force. Co-locating businesses can lead to important synergies and other benefits. Silicon Valley's specialization in technology is the most obvious example, but others, like fashion or banking in New York and healthcare in Boston, readily come to mind. The concentration of skilled workers in these places means that companies have a ready labor supply. Moreover, workers have options, allowing them to maximize the value of their skills. Importantly, in the current economy, the benefits of agglomeration appear to be much stronger for skilled than for unskilled jobs. As a result, places with a skilled workforce, like New York or San Francisco, become stickier for capital investments. In other words, it is much more difficult for businesses and industries that rely on skilled labor to relocate elsewhere to take advantage of lower costs. Economies with a large percentage of highly skilled jobs therefore become more resistant to the traditional convergence theory because capital does not relocate as easily. A second explanation for why convergence has not continued apace is globalization. Due to the globalization of supply chains, convergence now occurs internationally more than intranationally. Where capital investments do not require a skilled workforce, they will tend to locate in the developing world instead of the American heartland, which is still relatively expensive compared to places like the Philippines or Mexico. That may produce some measure of global convergence, but it does little to address geographic inequality at the national level. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, some commentators have observed that accelerated adoption of video conferencing and work from home policies might counter the agglomeration trend and facilitate convergence. If people can work from home effectively, they need not live in superstar cities. They could move to suburbs, exurbs, or even rural areas anywhere in the country. Though it is too early to tell whether the pandemic will catalyze a sustained movement toward remote work that is sufficient to counteract the forces of agglomeration, the extent to which this potential can be realized may itself likely depend upon regulatory choices, as we describe below. Why is geographic inequality important? From an abstract perspective, it is not obvious why it matters whether economic activity is increasingly clustered in a few areas. But there are a number of drawbacks to geographic inequality, particularly in an economic, social, and political system whose, at least recent, baseline was relative convergence and equality. Widening geographic inequality comes with economic costs to individuals, communities, and the country. It brings a variety of social consequences, most notably in personal and public health, related to the breakdown of communities that are left behind. It poses serious challenges for maintaining a representative government under our constitutional system, and it places the country at greater risk in the event of wars, emergencies, or crises. Spatial inequality, and the increasing inaccessibility of thriving places to unskilled workers, has serious social and economic consequences across a variety of dimensions, from job availability to personal health. One recent comprehensive study calculates what it labels a vitality index for different counties. Based on a combination of median household income, poverty rate, life expectancy, prime age employment to population ratio, housing vacancy, and the unemployment rate, the measure is intended to provide a kind of longitudinal snapshot of the economic and social well-being in a county. Using data going back to 1980, the study finds that, on critical measures such as median household income, poverty, unemployment rates, and life expectancy, there exists a yawning gap between the best and worst performing communities. Moreover, in the aggregate across the United States, recent years have seen no convergence between poorer and richer counties. A Brookings Institute report finds that unemployment rates are twice as high in the worst-performing counties. In the recovery from the Great Recession of 2007, new business formation has also been concentrated in relatively few places. According to one study, the top quintile of zip codes has had more gains than the bottom 80% combined. The spatial mismatch between workers and jobs, according to one recent study, has reduced GDP by $1.3 trillion, or over $8,000 per worker. Other studies pin the economic cost of the misallocation of labor to 2% of GDP. Geographic inequality is also tied to racial inequality. Compared to the broader population, as Professors Bradley Hardy, Trayvon Logan, and John Palmer note, black households are far more likely to live in the South or in urban areas in the Midwest. The geographic distribution of the black population also remains linked to the pre-Civil War distribution of the black population. This geographic distribution has important consequences. First, because many racist policies, from slavery to Jim Crow and beyond, had a geographic nexus and significant economic consequences, geographic inequality and racial inequality have long been connected. Moreover, The fact that the black population is disproportionately concentrated in specific geographies means that economic shocks to these regions will have a disproportionate impact on the black population. Researchers have thus observed that the maps of the black population, poverty, and intergenerational economic mobility overlap to a troubling degree. In principle, a spatial mismatch between workers and jobs can be remedied in two ways, which are not mutually exclusive: move workers to where the jobs are or move jobs to where the workers are. The libertarian consensus champions regulatory changes, in particular, loosening of land use regulations, that would facilitate the former. As we discuss in more detail below, these policies run the risk of exacerbating problems in left-behind places. Classical theory predicts that wages in struggling areas will rise as workers migrate to booming areas. However, the composition of those workers matters for regional prosperity. Thriving places are not equally open to everyone. A disproportionate number of highly skilled workers move to thriving places, which results in a brain drain from struggling places. According to a recent report of the Joint Economic Committee, highly educated adults flowing to dynamic states with major metropolitan areas are, to a significant extent, leaving behind more rural and post-industrial states. This geographic sorting of the nation's most educated citizens may be among the factors driving economic stagnation and declining social capital in certain areas of the country. This effect reinforces spatial inequality, because thriving places add to their educated workforce at the expense of struggling ones. The segregation by education is striking. As of 2018, nearly half of all residents in thriving places had at least a bachelor's degree. In struggling places, that number is closer to 15%. An educated population also produces positive externalities, whether in economic benefits or in social capital. Additionally, economic stagnation and brain drain contribute to an erosion of the tax base in struggling places. Public spending to address problems associated with poverty also tends to be higher. This goes beyond the typical unemployment, disability, and other social programs, many of which are at least partly funded intergovernmentally. High-poverty cities spend much more per capita on public functions like schools, police, and health services. The combination of a smaller tax base and higher expenses can result in dramatically higher property taxes, making it very expensive to live in a poor place. Detroit, famously, has among the highest property tax rates in the country. These problems are self-reinforcing, and they have serious knock-on effects. As Professor Raj Chetty and his co-authors document, intergenerational mobility varies dramatically across areas within the United States. Upward mobility is very high in San Jose and San Francisco, but very low in Milwaukee. Measures of social capital and K-12 school quality, among other factors, are strongly associated with intergenerational mobility. Because brain drain and tax base erosion impair social capital and school funding, they very likely hinder upward mobility for children who grow up in left-behind areas. As we have already noted, deteriorating conditions can lead to personal and health problems for those who live in left-behind places, including cardiovascular disease and opioid addiction. Professors Case and Angus Deaton show that mortality and morbidity among white non-Hispanic Americans in midlife have been increasing in recent years. They refer to drug overdoses, suicides, and alcohol-related liver mortality as deaths of despair. The despair that leads to these deaths comes not only from economic challenges but from how people perceive meaning and satisfaction in their lives, including factors like distress and the failure of life to turn out as expected. Case and Deaton's mapping of the geography of mortality and morbidity suggests that superstar cities may be less affected by these dynamics than even their surrounding areas, and these cities show significant regional disparities when it comes to deaths of despair. Geographic inequality also raises significant political challenges. In a representative democracy, government should be representative of the people. But given the design of the U.S. Constitution, increasing geographic inequality undermines the representativeness of the federal government. One obvious example is the Senate. The two senators from California, for example, represent some 40 million people. Their counterparts from Wyoming, fewer than 600,000. According to projections based on census data, by 2040, 50% of the U.S. population will live in 8 states. In other words, half the country will be represented by 16 senators, and the other half by 84. The Electoral College's design has a similar consequence. Democrats have won the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 elections, yet have only held the presidency for 5 out of 8 terms. These institutional biases filter through the Constitution's system of checks and balances as well. The combined effect, for example, of presidential nomination and senatorial confirmation of Supreme Court justices means that 5 justices in the court's conservative majority were nominated by presidents who were first elected without a majority of public support, and 4 were confirmed by a Senate majority that represents a minority of the population. In each of the branches of government, geographic concentration in superstar cities will distort the representativeness of the federal government even further. Of course, from a purely theoretical perspective, the politics of geographic inequality create an anomaly. The structure of the Senate, tied to the states, overrepresents rural areas. In theory, these areas' disproportionate representation would give them an ability to promote policies that support rural communities. There are at least 2 explanations for why the theory has not borne out and why, instead, geographic inequality has widened despite the disproportionate power of representatives from these areas. The first is that representatives from rural areas got caught up in the fervor for deregulation in the 1970s and 1980s, accepted the claims of experts, and had their arms twisted by colleagues. There is some evidence for this explanation. In the 1970s, proponents of airline deregulation assured members of Congress from rural states that service to smaller communities would not deteriorate under deregulation. Many rural state members of Congress went on to vote for deregulation in 1978. When service to smaller communities did in fact suffer, at least some of the lawmakers had second thoughts. In 1985, Senator Jim Sasser of Tennessee, who had voted for deregulation, noted airline deregulation's adverse economic impact on his state and suggested that deregulation had fallen out of favor in the Congress as House members and senators see the air service into their states declining precipitously. The next year, Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia made the point emphatically. This is one senator who regrets that he voted for airline deregulation. It has penalized states like West Virginia, where many of the airlines pulled out quickly following deregulation and the prices zoomed into the stratosphere, doubled, tripled and, in some instances, quadrupled. So we have poorer air service and much more costly air service than we in West Virginia had prior to deregulation. I admit my error, I confess my unwisdom, and I am truly sorry for having voted for deregulation. I would welcome the opportunity to vote for re-regulation because we people in the rural states are paying the bill. I hope I shall have the opportunity to cast that vote one day. If that opportunity comes, I shall do it with a vengeance. I am afraid I shall continue to suffer until I have the opportunity to cast that vote and, at last, ease my conscience. In other words, some members of Congress appear not to have fully appreciated the consequences of the actions they were taking. The second explanation is that elected representatives in recent decades have done a poor job of representing the majority of their constituents. In one study after another, political scientists show that members of Congress are more responsive to corporate interest groups and the wealthy than they are to ordinary voters. The wealthy vote and volunteer more often, and their interest groups lobby members of Congress more often. The wealthy are also more likely to serve in elected office. It is no surprise, then, that political scientists have shown that ordinary people have effectively no say over public policy outcomes. On this explanation, Capture explains how policies exacerbated geographic inequality, even in spite of the skewed structure of the Senate. Of course, these 2 explanations are not mutually exclusive, and they both underscore the importance of seeing how policy choices shape geographic inequality. When military installations, industrial activity, or economic sectors are concentrated in a small number of locations, an attack by a foreign adversary or a natural disaster can have dire consequences. Geographic concentration has therefore long been understood to be a threat to national security and to domestic resilience. At the beginning of the Cold War, government officials described the need for industrial dispersal, given the dangers of nuclear war. Experts argued that cities and industry should be dispersed widely across geography to make it harder for an enemy to attack all of the major population centers and industrial areas, and because space was the only known defense against the atomic bomb. Notably, they also observed that distributing industrial activity across the country would help low-income places develop economically. This understanding was even codified into law. The Defense Production Act included a statement of policy, still on the books, that the United States government should encourage the geographic dispersal of industrial facilities in the United States to discourage the concentration of such productive facilities within limited geographic areas that are vulnerable to attack by an enemy of the United States. Today, military strategists continue to emphasize the importance of distributing bases and aircraft around the country and adopting territorial fiber cables, given the dangers from long-range ballistic missile attacks and attacks on communication satellites. Geographic dispersal also has great benefits for resilience even outside of a full-on war. As one Congressional Research Service report puts it, When infrastructure is physically concentrated in a limited geographic area, it may be particularly vulnerable to geographic hazards such as natural disasters, epidemics, and certain kinds of terrorist attacks. For example, an attack on the electrical grid or an extreme weather event hitting New York City could wreak havoc on the global financial system. Concentration in the tech sector in and around San Francisco means that supply chains for critical technologies are vulnerable to similar threats. To the extent that the future will be defined by climate shocks, pandemics, and cyber attacks, geographic dispersal may help prevent entire sectors from disruption if a single city or region is hit by crisis. The deregulation of U.S. transportation industries in the 1970s and 1980s is widely hailed as a major triumph of Chicago school economics. Federal regulations governing rates and entry in the railroad, airline, and motor carrier, trucking and intercity bus industries were largely swept away in the Carter and Reagan administrations. In the Chicago view, such regulations were needless and counterproductive, poor substitutes for the disciplining power of competition. Famed economist-cum-deregulator Alfred Kahn fought tirelessly to introduce competition into the U.S. transportation industries in pursuit of marginal cost pricing. Under standard economic theory, marginal cost pricing is consistent with efficient resource allocation. In long-distance transportation industries, marginal cost pricing means higher prices for more remote locations relative to more densely populated areas, almost by definition. Transportation providers can exploit greater economies of scale along high-volume routes, resulting in lower unit cost structures on these routes. By contrast, in low-density areas that generate lower overall demand for transportation services, cost structures, and hence prices, are higher, if, indeed, service can be sustained at all by unregulated private providers. Consequently, marginal cost pricing in long-distance transportation services reinforces the agglomeration of economic activity, because those services are a key input into many types of investment-supported activities. For example, under marginal cost pricing, businesses located in more populous areas benefit from lower transportation costs in shipping goods to distant markets relative to their peers in less dense areas. Key aspects of federal transportation regulation, prior to its evisceration, had the purpose and effect of reducing or eliminating such pricing and service differentials. The basic design mechanism was internal cross-subsidization, using profits from high-volume routes to subsidize service elsewhere. For such cross-subsidies to work, the law had to restrict entry into these industries in order to prevent cream-skimming entry along lower-cost, high-volume routes. With entry restriction in place, prices on these high-volume routes could be held above marginal cost, resulting in profits that could be redeployed, under regulatory supervision, to reduce prices on other routes. Such cross-subsidies were a key feature of U.S. federal railroad, motor carrier, and airline regulation for much of the 20th century. In 1906, Congress empowered the Interstate Commerce Commission, ICC, to regulate railroad rates. Congress augmented these powers in 1920 by giving the ICC control over entry into and exit from rail service. The ICC used these powers to cross-subsidize rail service in more remote areas, resulting in prices below cost in those areas. Motor carrier regulation followed a similar model. With the enactment of the Motor Carrier Act of 1935, the trucking and intercity bus industries came under the ICC's regulatory purview. The ICC regulated rates and entry in the motor carrier industry and required motor carriers to serve offline points. If a carrier failed to meet these service obligations, the ICC would suspend its authority to operate. To implement cross-subsidies, the ICC awarded profitable routes to offset losses on money-losing routes. As for air travel, the Civil Aeronautics Act of 1938 applied the same model to the nascent airline industry. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, regulated entry and rates, and it implemented an equal fares for equal miles rate structure. Regulators allocated routes with a view toward offsetting unprofitable routes with profitable ones. In a remarkable 1971 article analyzing this mode of regulation, then Professor Richard Posner noted that it would appear that the primary effect of such a program is to extend the service to classes of customers and geographical areas that might not be served in a free market. He went on to suggest that this regulatory model may be motivated in part by concern with geographic concentration of population and economic activity. A program of internal subsidies that denies the cost advantages of proximity and density, as is often the case, encourages greater geographic dispersion. To the extent that this regulatory model promotes geographic dispersion, its repeal should do the opposite, promote geographic concentration. Congress in 1958 relaxed exit restrictions in passenger, as opposed to freight, rail service, allowing railways greater discretion in discontinuing service along unprofitable routes. The legislation also gave the ICC the power to overturn decisions of state public utility commissions, PUCs, if those commissions blocked rail companies' attempts to discontinue service. In other words, Congress allowed the ICC to accelerate the elimination of passenger service over the objections of state PUCs. A flurry of additional legislation between 1973 and 1980 replicated for freight rail service what had already been done on the passenger side, namely, it made exit much easier. Deregulation prompted railways to discontinue service along many routes and to altogether abandon many rail lines. The results were devastating for many rural and smaller communities whose economic well-being depended on rail service. Deregulation of the motor carrier industry followed the same script and had the same effects. Congress enacted legislation in 1980 that sharply curtailed the ICC's authority to regulate entry, exit, and rates in the trucking industry. Although continued state regulation of trucking blunted the impact of federal deregulation, there is some evidence that some small communities lost service as a result and that pricing differentials between small and large communities widened. As for the intercity bus industry, the Bus Regulatory Reform Act of 1982 practically eliminated regulatory restrictions on service discontinuance. As it had done with railroads, Congress gave the ICC the authority to overrule state PUCs if they denied bus companies' applications to discontinue service in the run-up to bus deregulation. The president of Greyhound grimly noted that the rural areas are going to have to suffer. He was right. After deregulation, small towns lost intercity bus service by the thousands. A former senator concluded in 1984 that bus deregulation has had a devastating impact on rural America. Even Alfred Kahn would later have second thoughts when it came to intercity busing. I'm not sure I would ever have deregulated the buses because the bus is a lifeline of many small communities for people just to get to the doctor or to the Social Security office. Airline deregulation mirrored that of railways and motor carriers. Under the leadership of Kahn, whom President Jimmy Carter installed as its chairman in 1977, the CAB started deregulating airline entry and rates through administrative action. The coup de grace was administered the following year with the enactment of the Airline Deregulation Act of 1978, which put the CAB itself on a path to dissolution. The end of economic regulation of airlines, combined with lax antitrust enforcement following deregulation, led to sharp service reductions and price increases for flights to and from many small and mid-sized cities. Such cities also offered fewer direct flights as the industry shifted rapidly from a point-to-point to a hub-and-spoke organizational model. Flights in and out of inland cities like Memphis and Cincinnati are now far more expensive per mile than those out of San Francisco or New York. Such disparities were forbidden prior to deregulation. Because travel to and from such inland cities has become much more expensive and inconvenient, corporate headquarters have fled. These cities have also lost annual conventions and the tourism dollars that came with them, and countless new businesses have declined to invest, slowing economic growth and development. Today, noted one 2012 study, such major heartland cities as Cincinnati, St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and Memphis are increasingly cut off from each other and the global economy due to drastically curtailed airline service and monopolistic fares. In the freight rail and airline sectors, Congress sought to soften deregulation's blow to smaller communities by providing direct subsidies for service continuance. Nonetheless, as described above, small communities lost service. In the airline sector, some small cities, like Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Columbia, Missouri, are now paying airlines to offer occasional service. And federal funding for local rail freight assistance is no longer available. This shift toward, paltry, direct subsidies raises a subtle but crucial point about institutional design. Posner recognized that economic regulation can be interpreted as a method of public finance. He described internal cross-subsidies as a method for delegation of minor taxing functions to regulatory agencies. But Posner did not fully explore the ramifications of this delegation. One notable feature of internal cross-subsidies, not shared by direct subsidies, is that they sidestep the vagaries of annual legislative appropriations. Cross-subsidies are thus insulated to some degree from politics. Infrastructure resources that are subject to this mode of regulation become self-contained systems. Because cross-subsidies bypass appropriations, they are likely to be more durable than direct subsidies. Hence, taxation by regulation, to use Posner's phrase, is a type of commitment device. To the extent that cross-subsidies are more durable than direct subsidies, they will better encourage ex-ante investment in infrastructure-dependent business activities, thereby contributing to economic growth and development in remote locales. The demise of this regulatory model should therefore be considered an important contributor to widening regional inequality. Transportation systems and communication systems have much in common. Both are typically spatially expansive and characterized by high fixed costs and low marginal costs. Both are network-type resources that promote connectivity. Both are infrastructural, meaning they are crucial inputs into productive activity, and therefore key catalysts for business investment and economic growth and development. It should not be surprising that, historically, the regulatory structures governing these two sectors have shared important features. Transportation and communications resources, together with certain energy resources, are the traditional regulated industries that have been subject, in the United States anyway, to a distinctive regulatory apparatus governing rates, entry and exit, and service requirements. This special regulatory apparatus remains firmly entrenched at the local level in the United States, via public utility regulation. Regulators generally require electric and gas utilities to offer adequate service to everyone residing in their franchise area, even if this means that the utility must make money-losing investments in physical plants. Utilities typically are not permitted to charge higher prices to consumers residing in sections of the franchise area that are more costly to reach. This departure from marginal cost pricing is understood to be a term of the regulatory compact governing the utility. State regulators treat providers of local telephone service similarly. Telephone companies must generally abide by uniform rate structures within their franchise areas. Harder-to-reach customers may not be charged higher prices. As shown above, this basic regulatory structure once governed U.S. transportation industries at the federal level on a state-spanning basis. As described below, a similar model once applied to portions of the communications sector. These systems were all patterned after a common prototype, the venerable, centuries-old communications network of the U.S. postal system. The Post Office Act of 1792 was designed to ensure broad geographic coverage. Legislators understood from the outset that many postal routes would be money losers. By design, thinly settled areas in the South and West received substantial cross-subsidies from the population centers. The U.S. postal system still works this way, with internal cross-subsidies ensuring the provision of postal services to every community, no matter how remote. Uniform domestic postal pricing has been in place since 1863. Thus, mailing longer distances or to more far-flung locations cannot be upcharged. Postal rates, in other words, are not keyed to marginal cost. These principles have been reaffirmed over the years by Congress 150 and by the U.S. Postal Service. Further, federal statutes restrict entry into competing lines of business in order to limit cream skimming, which would undermine the system's cross-subsidies. Congress fashioned telecommunications regulation after the postal system. In 1910, Congress designated telegraph and telephone companies to be common carriers and gave the ICC jurisdiction over them. That same year, seeing the regulatory writing on the wall, AT&T voluntarily adopted the mantra of universal service. At the behest of state PUCs, statewide rate averaging followed soon thereafter, thereby delivering cross-subsidies to telephone customers in more remote regions within states. Universal service became explicit federal policy with the Communications Act of 1934, which created the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. The lead sentence of the Act states that its purpose is to regulate the communications industry so as to make available, so far as possible, to all the people of the United States a rapid, efficient, nationwide, and worldwide wire and radio communication service with adequate facilities at reasonable charges. The FCC soon extended regulatory policies that had been spearheaded by state PUCs to the federal level. Just as the cab had required equal fares for equal miles in the airline industry, the FCC in the 1940s imposed a policy of equal charges for equal services, resulting in nationwide average pricing. Across the nation, rural and small-town telephone users benefited. Regulation thus promoted the build-out of landline networks to create a practically universal system, an achievement that survived the forced breakup of AT&T in 1984 and subsequent deregulatory telecommunications regulation. Over the past 2 decades, the action has shifted away from landline telephony and toward new communication services, specifically cellular phone and broadband internet services. In these areas, the New Deal-era model of infrastructure regulation, which prioritized universal service through cross-subsidization, has not been brought to bear. The results are predictable: profound regional disparities in service quality and availability. Many rural areas in the United States lack reliable cellular phone service, or any service at all. The FCC expects to disperse universal service subsidies to promote mobile services in rural areas over the next decade, but the impact of this program remains to be seen. If comparable approaches in the railroad and airline industries are any guide, the effects will be modest at best. As for high-speed broadband, over 30% of rural Americans do not have access to it at home. When rural consumers do have access to broadband services, it is often expensive and low quality. The situation persists notwithstanding federal government initiatives to promote rural broadband. Lack of accessible, affordable broadband significantly decreases property values. Communication services, like transportation services, are crucial inputs into economic growth and development. There are good reasons to believe that better communications infrastructure would promote economic activity in rural communities and smaller cities. In this vein, the experience of Chattanooga, Tennessee, is illuminating. It began offering municipal broadband in 2010. By 2016, the city was offering its residents ultra-high-speed 1 gigabit internet service for $70 a month and blazing 10 gigabit service for $300 a month. Small businesses and startups have flourished as a result. According to the mayor who ushered in the program, municipal broadband has restored our luster and given us a new lever to pull that has tied us to the next century, rather than the steam and smoke of the old century. When it comes to mobile phone and broadband internet services, the federal regulatory model that prevailed in U.S. transportation and communications industries during the mid-20th century points to a path not taken. Cross-subsidies within regulated infrastructural systems can be powerful tools to promote geographic dispersion of business investment and economic activity. By contrast, current approaches serve to reinforce the economics of agglomeration and feed into growing geographic inequality. By the turn of the 21st century, economists had come to a four-part consensus about liberalizing trade regulations. First, they believed that liberalizing trade was not a major factor contributing to declining employment levels in the United States or to rising economic inequality. Second, workers displaced by increased global trade could easily relocate to other areas within the United States. Third, to the extent trade harmed American workers, it would harm all low-wage workers, not simply those whose jobs were disproportionately tied to trade. And finally, to the extent greater international trade had an effect on wages, the impacts would be national, not focused in particular locales. Over the past decade, economists have increasingly questioned these assumptions, and research now shows that the policy choice to liberalize trade regulations has had significant geographic impacts. Perhaps the most attention has gone to a series of important papers by Professors David Autor, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson. Autor and his co-authors demonstrate that in areas that were affected by import competition from China, unemployment increased, labor force participation decreased, wages declined, and people increased their reliance on disability and other welfare benefits. Notably, wages and employment were impacted throughout these communities, rather than just in the manufacturing sector. They also show that the communities that were hit by this China shock, which accelerated after that country's accession to the World Trade Organization in 2001, had a hard time bouncing back. Wages and unemployment rates remained depressed for at least a full decade after the China trade shock. And these workers had lower lifetime income and rotated through jobs more often. In other words, trade liberalization exacerbated geographic inequality. This is not surprising. Economic sectors are not distributed evenly across geography, particularly in a large country like the United States. As a result, trade-based changes in a particular sector will disproportionately impact certain geographic areas. Further, hard-hit areas will intuitively have a difficult time bouncing back from trade-related shocks. It is challenging for workers to retrain or relocate, and there are powerful family-related and emotional reasons people stay in their communities. There can also be no assurance that new capital will replace departing employment. If anything, agglomeration theory might suggest the opposite. Businesses might prefer to locate in areas that are largely successful and can draw talent. Trade's impact on particular geographies and sectors has disproportionately affected specific communities, which can also contribute to racial inequality. Some areas with disproportionately high black populations, including northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, central regions of Virginia, and cities such as Gary, Indiana, and Youngstown, Ohio, Daniela Zessels observes, have suffered from job displacement due to the China shock. Black workers are also disproportionately represented in motor vehicle and tire manufacturing, comprising 16.7% and 17.4% of manufacturing workers in those sectors, compared to 12.3% of manufacturing workers overall. Thus, when these geographically concentrated sectors get hit by offshoring, the the impacts widen both geographic inequality and racial inequality. And yet, though choices about trade policy undoubtedly affect geographic inequality, in recent years the trade policymaking process has been relatively inattentive to the geographic inequality problem. It was not always this way. The constitutional underpinnings of trade policymaking create a process that once took geographic consequences extremely seriously. Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations, lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, raise revenue, and make any laws necessary and proper for implementing the powers of the government. Individually and together, these powers give Congress, rather than the President, the leading authority over trade issues. This distribution of constitutional powers is significant because Congress reflects the geographic diversity of the country far better than does the presidency. Members of Congress represent specific constituencies, with their own distinct economic interests and needs, and because members of the House are elected with great frequency, they are tied more closely to the preferences of their constituents than is the President. Indeed, James Madison thought that the local expertise and attachments of Congress made it the appropriate locus for trade policymaking. How can foreign trade be properly regulated by uniform laws, he asked in Federalist 53, without some acquaintance with the commerce, the ports, the usages, and the regulations of the different states? As a result of this initial constitutional design, Congress was the dominant force setting tariff rates across sectors for the first century of American history. Local politics, protectionism, and horse trading were central to the story during this era. But while commentators today almost uniformly criticize this approach, the constitutional design meant that policymaking accounted for the geographic consequences of trade policy. This is partly why the ferocious tariff battles of the 19th century had cleavages along geographic fault lines, between the North, the South, and the West. People knew that tariff policies would affect each sector differently and that this would have significant impacts on local economies. These divides then played out in Congress, in the form of battles over tariff rates for different sectors. Over time, and particularly in the mid-20th century, Congress increasingly delegated trade policymaking authority to the President. The 1934 Reciprocal Trade Agreements Act gave the President considerable power to lower tariff rates in the midst of the Great Depression, and in the post-World War II era, Congress repeatedly refused to endorse the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade while crafting policies that would rein in the delegated tariff powers. With the Trade Act of 1974, however, this general approach changed. Congress granted the President power to negotiate non-tariff barriers, regulatory and other policies that have an impact on trade, and adopted a fast-track process that functionally meant that Congress abandoned the field of trade policymaking. Under this process, Congress takes an up or down, all-or-nothing vote on a trade agreement. Fast-track includes no opportunity for renegotiating the agreement, addressing specific geographic concerns, or making other reforms to address dislocations. It also undermines the negotiating posture of representatives whose constituents are on the losing side of trade agreements. Once the agreement is passed, members of Congress from districts that will be made worse off lose their leverage to gain concessions or win redistributive policies. At the same time, the shift to trade policymaking in the executive branch was not accompanied by a replacement for the process-based approach to taking account of geographic considerations. The U.S. International Trade Commission, ITC, for example, publishes studies on the sectoral impact of trade agreements. These studies can run into the hundreds of pages, and they offer granular predictions on the impacts of a proposed agreement on a specific sector. The ITC is also mandated by law to assess the impact on workers, employment, profits, and other economic factors from a national perspective. But it is not required to consider the geographic impact that provisions in a trade agreement might have. It is a policy choice not to consider this factor, and not to address the consequences of these agreements. The argument here is not that trade policy should go back to the 19th century approach of the House of Representatives log rolling and micromanaging tariff rates. There are still powerful arguments based on expertise and managerial efficiency for having the executive branch take the lead in negotiating trade agreements. Rather, our argument is that trade has consequences for geographic inequality and that these are a function of legal and policy choices. Trade policymaking once took account of geographic consequences because Congress played the leading role in setting tariff rates. With the shift to greater presidential control in the 1970s, Congress did not incorporate this factor into the trade policymaking process, rendering it less able to account for the geographic consequences of trade liberalization. In recent years, scholars and commentators across the political spectrum have come to accept that America has a concentration problem. In sector after sector of the economy, a small number of firms has a disproportionate share of market power. As a result, there has been increased interest in more aggressive antitrust regulations and enforcement. Commentators have argued that lax antitrust enforcement has been a problem for new business formation, wages, and inequality, but there has been far less attention to its impact on geographic inequality. As with the other areas of regulatory policy, the shift toward a more permissive antitrust environment, and more broadly, deregulatory policies that facilitated mergers and corporate concentration and consolidation, has been one of the sources of geographic inequality. When markets are not concentrated, firms will be smaller in size and spread across the country, distributing wealth, employment, and a variety of important local economic and civic benefits in the process. Historically, a number of legal regimes from anti-chain store laws, to banking regulations, to antitrust law itself, promoted geographic dispersal in the economy. In the 1920s, chain stores gained increased market share over American retail, with companies like A&P and J.C. Penney spreading in scope and dominance across communities. The motley anti-chain store coalition was concerned about the decline of local shopkeepers and the economic, social, and political impact it would have on local communities. Chain groceries, chain dry goods stores, chain clothing stores, then Senator and future Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black said in 1930, "Here today and merge tomorrow, grow in size and power." He continued, "We are rapidly becoming a nation of a few business masters and many clerks and servants. The local man and merchant is passing and his community loses his contribution to local affairs as an independent thinker and executive. A few of these useful citizens, thus supplanted, become clerks of the great chain machines, at inadequate salaries, while many enter the growing ranks of the unemployed. A wild craze for efficiency in production, sale, and distribution has swept over the land, increasing the number of unemployed, building up a caste system, dangerous to any government." By the time of Black's remarks, the movement had grown in power and soon found surprising success at both the state and federal levels. Indiana passed a tax on chain stores in 1929, and after the Supreme Court upheld it, other states followed. Between 1931 and 1937, 26 more states passed anti-chain store laws. Congress also took action to reform the antitrust laws in response to pressure from the anti-chain store movement. Congress directed the FTC to conduct investigations, with reports trickling out over a 6-year period. Hearings began in 1935, ultimately leading to the Robinson-Patman Act of 1936, which revised the Clayton Antitrust Act. The purpose, advocates argued, was to ensure that manufacturers and suppliers couldn't give unfair discounts to chain stores that were unavailable to independent retailers. This would, they argued, preserve local businesses from the spread of chains with distant headquarters and owners. That same year, Congress also passed the Miller Tidings Act, which was designed to overturn the Supreme Court's decision in Dr. Miles Medical Company v. John D. Park and Sons Company. In that case, the Supreme Court interpreted the Sherman Act to prohibit resale price maintenance, the practice of a manufacturer setting a price floor below which retailers could not sell. Manufacturers were concerned with brand value. Small independent retailers were concerned about being undercut on price. Large chains could offer loss leaders and predatory prices in ways that the small retailers could not. Over the course of the 1930s, 42 states passed laws allowing resale price maintenance. Miller Tidings was an attempt to ensure that the federal antitrust laws would not be a barrier to regulating what advocates said was unfair competition against small retailers. It would be 40 years before Congress repealed Miller Tidings in 1975, ostensibly to help consumers. As a second example, consider the geographic consequences of the structure of banking regulations in the middle of the 20th century. In 1864, the National Bank Act gave rise to a system in which banks were chartered at either the state or federal level, and federally chartered banks were not allowed to have branches. After states started allowing state-chartered banks to create intrastate branches in the early 20th century, Congress passed the 1927 McFadden Act and subsequent amendments, permitting federally chartered banks to engage in intrastate branch banking on equal terms as states offered their banks. In this era, banking was geographically constrained, in some cases, to an extreme degree because of state rules regarding branch banking. The Illinois Constitution of 1870, for example, banned branch banking intrastate, and this prohibition held for a century. The state began to water down the limitation in 1976, and it was not until 1993 that Illinois permitted unlimited branch banking. When banks began to circumvent branching rules in the mid-20th century by creating bank holding companies, Congress intervened and largely closed this loophole with the Bank Holding Company Act of 1956. It was not until the 1994 Regal-Neal Interstate Banking and Branching Efficiency Act, which deregulated this geographically restrictive system, that limitations on branch banking came to an end. In the regulated system, rather than a few too big to fail nationwide banks, there were many small and medium-sized banks throughout the country. The existence of smaller financial institutions meant a variety of benefits for local communities. Consider a hypothetical Bank of Middle Tennessee, BMT, headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. BMT would have a president and senior managers who get paid very well for their region. But after deregulation, if Chase Bank can buy up BMT and consolidate all executive functions at its New York City headquarters, those jobs go away. What is left are lower paid, less skilled branch managers and tellers. The consequences of this simple headquarters consolidation, usually justified as creating economic efficiencies, are significant for a local community and for national trends on inequality. The president of a local bank might have been rich by community standards, but the CEO of Chase takes home far more than a local banker would ever have seen. The profits of BMT shift from the greater Nashville area to Chase Bank's shareholders. Economic spillovers dry up. Higher income local executives no longer contribute to local consumption and the local tax base because those jobs are gone. The business's local contractors and consultants no longer have as much work. Small businesses in the area find it harder to get loans. The region also loses civic and community leaders and the philanthropy of those individuals and the local bank itself. And the worst thing is that each of these dynamics reinforces the others, creating a downward spiral in which other companies do not want to locate in the area because it no longer has a vibrant economy with a diversity of skill-based jobs. These local effects were, at one point, an important motivating factor for American antitrust laws and anti-consolidation laws. In the antitrust context, for example, the 1950 Selleck-Forver amendments to Section 7 of the Clayton Antitrust Act, also known as the Anti-Merger Act, were partly motivated by these local concerns. During the legislative debates on the bill, Representative Joseph Bryson of South Carolina noted that under local management the legitimate profits of industry tend to remain at home and promote the well-being of the hometown. In contrast, under the new outside ownership, the profits are siphoned off to distant areas. He also commented that under local ownership, there are strong social and civic ties that bind the community together. Selleck-Forver thus placed restrictions on corporate acquisitions. In this earlier era, Supreme Court justices from a range of ideological viewpoints also recognized the value of local ownership. In United States v. Falstaff Brewing Corporation, for example, Justice William O. Douglas argued that the acquisition of local business units by out-of-state companies could lead local employment to suffer, local payrolls to drop off, and responsible entrepreneurs in counties and states to be replaced by clerks. Justice Lewis Powell offered, in a 1982 concurrence, that when corporations merge and consolidate headquarters, management personnel, many of whom have provided community leadership, may move to the new corporate headquarters. Contributions to cultural, charitable, and educational life, both in terms of leadership and financial support, also tend to diminish when there is a move of corporate headquarters. Despite the widespread understanding of the link between antitrust, consolidation, and geographic inequality, starting in the 1970s, the Chicago School in Antitrust Law and Economics pushed aside local considerations, among other things, in favor of efficiency as the sole goal of the antitrust laws. Then Professor Robert Bork argued in the Antitrust Paradox that the very idea of local control as a factor in antitrust analysis was part of an ancient and disreputable social purpose theory of antitrust. As antitrust law became focused solely on consumer welfare, as measured by prices and output, the impact of mergers on geographic inequality fell by the wayside, even though a simple analysis that measured the total costs and total benefits of a merger would include geographic considerations. After all, as antitrust expert Richard Brunel notes, the costs of the negative externalities borne by a community losing a corporate headquarters through merger may well exceed the benefits of a merger, including any benefits that accrue to the headquarters city of the acquiring firm and any gains in operating efficiency. But the Chicago School's new approach to antitrust excluded even these purely economic factors. Indeed, antitrust law today considers geography only in the narrowest possible way. Prior to a court assessing whether a business practice has anti-competitive effects, it must determine the relevant market. Defining the market involves both determining what products are competitive with the product at issue and identifying the geographic market in which competition occurs. Over the last 40 years, the antitrust agencies and the courts have taken different economic approaches to defining the geographic market, often with criticism from distinguished practitioners and jurists that they are unworkable and unreliable. But beyond the technical challenges of determining the geographic market, it is worth underscoring that the market definition exercise does not consider the geographic effects of mergers or anti-competitive policies, only the geographic scope in which the policies will be considered. From a geographic inequality perspective, this misses the problem. Corporate consolidation and mergers can create geographic inequality, and antitrust law can help redress it. Geographic inequality has led to a nearly constant drumbeat for land use reform. It is quickly becoming conventional wisdom among elite policymakers that the inaccessibility of superstar cities because of out-of-control housing prices is a critical public policy challenge. The problem, on this framing, is not geographic inequality per se, but rather a lack of mobility resulting largely, though not completely, from high housing costs in thriving places. Implicitly, in other words, the solution is giving everyone the opportunity to participate in the economies that are doing well. In a competitive housing market, this problem should not exist. If workers are willing to pay some marginally higher price to relocate to successful high-wage places, then developers should increase housing supply to satisfy that demand and, in the process, keep housing costs low. Traditionally, local economic booms have been accompanied by significant housing development. In today's superstar cities, that has not happened, and housing starts have actually declined year over year. In an influential paper, economists Peter Ganong and Daniel Shog blame zoning, arguing that the widespread proliferation of restrictive zoning and land use regulations have prevented developers from meeting demand. The result is underproduction of housing relative to demand, increased housing costs, and reduced access to thriving places. When supply is constrained, developers will not compete away the value to housing consumers of living in a successful area. In economic terms, land use regulations restricting housing supply mean that the marginal economic benefits of living in a place are capitalized into housing costs. The prescription to this formulation of the problem is clear: increase housing supply in successful cities and decrease other regulatory barriers to entry. For this reason, land use regulations have become a leading target to create more mobility and more opportunities for workers to move to thriving places. This attack on restrictive zoning crosses political boundaries and has become a rallying cry on both the right and the left. Conservative opposition to zoning and land use regulation is neither surprising nor new. It follows decades of broad conservative opposition to land use regulations and is consistent with skepticism about regulatory interventions into private market transactions. What is considerably more surprising is the extent to which the progressive left is increasingly on board with loosening zoning. The left has taken aim at not in my backyard, NIMBY, opposition to new development in order to increase housing supply and to promote affordability, especially in the urban core. They label exclusionary zoning opportunity hoarding and challenge density restrictions and anti-growth measures of all sorts. In a recent comprehensive treatment, Professor Vicky Bin observes that NIMBYism is no longer the exclusive domain of exclusionary suburbs but has invaded the urban core, and she argues forcefully against it. It is quickly becoming liberal orthodoxy, at least among academics and elite policymakers, to promote density by removing zoning restrictions. The attack on the density limits in traditional zoning has spread beyond academics and has taken root in policy circles, as well as in the press. It has also translated recently into some real changes in municipal zoning on the ground. The most striking examples to date are the efforts by Minneapolis and by the entire state of Oregon to eliminate single-family residential zones. This is an extraordinary move. It builds upon the Yes in My Backyard, YMBY, movement in California, which has supported various reforms of density requirements throughout the state. A California bill, SB 50, all but eliminates single-family zoning near mass transit and job centers. San Francisco recently eliminated parking requirements for some new development, significantly increasing permissible density. Before that, the administration of New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio spearheaded a zoning change to remove mandatory parking spots for certain kinds of new development in order to increase density. Though these examples individually represent relatively modest changes to a land-use regulatory landscape that continues to impose significant development restrictions, the trend toward relaxing density limits appears to be gaining steam. Stepping back, the focus of these efforts to combat geographic inequality has been on lowering barriers to enter the relatively small number of thriving and dynamic urban centers. These include primarily limiting or eliminating traditional density restrictions, but also dismantling occupational licensing and other regulations that interfere with geographic mobility. The fix is focused on people, not places. Providing more people with access to economic success is an admirable goal, but it essentially gives up on the notion of a more evenly distributed geography of opportunity, writing off struggling places by making it easier to escape from them. A recent report from the Brookings Institution is a stark example. The authors divide their specific prescriptions into two sections: people-based and place-based. As with other libertarian efforts, people-based proposals focus primarily on lowering barriers to exit or, as they put it, restoring more geographical mobility to the labor market. The goal is to provide economic opportunity to those who find themselves in left-behind places. The authors call for identifying 10 or so medium-sized metropolitan areas that would compete for major federal investment and designation as a rising tech hub or federal tech pole. Those 10 places are then supposed to throw off benefits for their respective regions. But this still relegates most of the country, both mid-sized cities and rural areas, to the unfortunate category of perennially left behind. Indeed, mobility-focused, people-based strategies all suffer from a core set of problems. Fundamentally, they do not solve, but rather exacerbate, almost all of the pernicious consequences of geographic inequality. Economists have shown that the deregulation of land use controls in New York and California would shift people, jobs, and economic growth to superstar cities in those states and away from the Midwest, South, and Southwest. The data also show that national deregulation would have the same effect. Reviewing this work, Florida comments, deregulating land use would make the most productive metros and states even more productive. California and New York would be much better off, and have many more people and a greater share of economic output. But the gap between these few places and the rest of the country would be even wider than it already is. The proposed libertarian solutions may make it easier for people to leave low-performing areas, but there are limits to the number of people a city can accommodate, even in the absence of zoning. Regulations, after all, are not the only source of restrictions on housing supply. There are physical limits as well. Whereas buildings can almost always grow taller, infrastructure limits impose meaningful constraints on density. Cities typically develop with surplus capacity in infrastructure like roads, water, wastewater, parks, and so forth. But that surplus is not infinite, and density can outstrip what a city is able to handle. Roads can only grow so big and are difficult to widen after they have been built. Mass transit is difficult to retrofit in a developed city and can even be difficult to upgrade and repair. Most American cities still have considerable room to grow, at least in most neighborhoods, but there are limits to increasing supply. In the end, there will always be people living in left-behind places. This means that economic and social costs will still manifest in those areas, in addition to the significant, and with a libertarian solution, increasing, distortions to representative democracy. By framing the problem narrowly in terms of mobility and the attendant solution of land use reform, the libertarian approach does not address the full scope of problems with geographic inequality. In addition to exacerbating geographic inequality, the libertarian approach is likely to disproportionately benefit, as well as harm, specific groups. Unsurprisingly, not all people are likely to move at the same rate. Data from the Federal Reserve on internal migration show that white people are more likely to move than black people, those with greater educational attainment are more likely to move than those with less, and higher-income people are more likely to move than lower-income people. Disproportionate effects tied to socioeconomic status appear in other ways as well. In opposite-sex couples, Professor Naomi Chunbaum argues, mobility brings lower levels of employment and income growth for wives because husbands tend to be the drivers behind moving and women tend to be trailing spouses. Chunbaum also points out that families who rely on non-market caregivers for childcare, like grandparents, are less likely to move. As a result, mobility most jeopardizes this type of support for precisely those low-wage persons that proponents of mobility think should be moving more. The result is that the libertarian approach is likely to benefit white people of a higher socioeconomic status than other groups. Black people and people of a lower socioeconomic status are more likely to remain in left-behind places, along with all the attendant, negative consequences for their economic, social, and medical well-being. Zoning, of course, has pernicious distributive consequences of its own. The history of zoning is bound up with issues of race-based exclusion and the maintenance of de jure and de facto housing segregation. There is no doubt that zoning and land use regulations continue to promote segregated housing patterns. But the pernicious distributional effects of increased mobility suggest complicated trade-offs. Deregulating land use is not necessarily the cure-all it is sometimes painted to be. Even on its own terms, the libertarians' deregulatory solution raises challenges and produces costs that must also factor into any evaluation of the approach. Local governments use zoning and density limits to regulate the pace of community change. Deregulating, or significantly relaxing zoning restrictions, would blunt that tool. When people choose where to live, they are choosing not only a house or apartment but also a bundle of community characteristics that can include public services like schools, aesthetic qualities, social capital, and so forth. Sudden or dramatic changes in community character threaten to undermine those choices. The characteristics people thought they were selecting may rapidly disappear. In-place residents must then decide whether to live in a community that no longer satisfies their preferences or incur the costs of moving. In some cases, again, both responses are potentially burdensome. And pressures of community change on in-place residents are not limited to these relatively abstract welfarist concerns. Gentrification of low-income communities can displace long-term residents. Zoning reduces all of those costs by limiting the pace and extent of community change over time. It is worth noting that dramatically unlocking density and its attendant changes to the community also raises problems for one of the fundamental theories of local political accountability. In his pioneering work, economist Charles Tybalt hypothesized that local governments will provide efficient levels of public services even in the absence of price signals because housing consumers vote with their feet. According to his account, refined over decades in others' work, people choose where to live based on the combination of property taxes and local services, broadly defined, and will sort into places that best satisfy their individual preferences. But this assumes relatively stable communities or costless movement between them. Instability in community character coupled with high costs of moving makes sorting more difficult and undermines the central feedback mechanism of foot voting. Additionally, deregulating zoning density limits might not actually result in less land use regulation because property owners often have a kind of substitute for public zoning regulations: suburban homeowners associations, HOAs. If governments cannot satisfy housing consumers' land use preferences for relative stability, homeowners may find an alternative in the private governance of HOAs. Housing consumers want the ability to control neighboring property. As journalist Richard Babcock put it decades ago, no one is enthusiastic about zoning except the people. For most homeowners, a house or an apartment represents their single largest asset, and they demand protection for the value of that investment, as well as protection for the use value of their home. Significant changes to the character of a community or neighborhood, including dramatically increased density, can interfere with those expectations, so people look for ways to control neighboring uses of property. If zoning cannot provide that stability, then homeowners may seek out private land use controls, and they will often have to look to the suburbs to find them. The choice facing policymakers in the future, therefore, might not be between restrictive and relaxed zoning in the urban core. It might end up being between public zoning regulations and private suburban ones. Consider Houston, Texas, the most famous example of an American city without zoning. Houston's lack of zoning is something of a canard, however. While it has no central, government-based comprehensive zoning, most development occurs in subdivisions that are governed by private HOA rules that are often more restrictive than in any zoning ordinance. This should not come as a surprise. People willingly give up some measure of freedom over their own property in exchange for the ability to regulate their neighbor's property. This trade-off is at the core of every HOA. If local governments cannot satisfy regulatory preferences for control over property, Houston is strong evidence that people will turn instead to private agreements like HOAs to create the community stability they want. Some of the promise of deregulation is indeed on display in Texas's most populous city. Housing prices have not increased in Houston at anywhere near the same pace as in other megacities, while population has grown dramatically. But the effect of reliance on private land use controls is also on prominent display. Houston has markedly less density and more sprawl than other places. According to the last census, Houston's population density is 266.1 housing units per square mile. Compared with Miami at 437.9, Philadelphia at 531.2, Boston at 681.4, or New York at 3,223.8, Houston is much less dense. More impressionistically, as the nation's fourth most populous city, Houston is clearly an urban center, and yet, the lifestyle it provides is largely suburban. By one measure, Houston has become less affordable than New York City, when factoring in transportation costs. Of course, the form of development in Houston is not replicable in many places, and while we cannot be certain how other locales will adapt, development pressure could push out toward the suburbs or otherwise result in more private land use innovations as substitutes for the lack of zoning. It is an empirical question how much elasticity there is in demand for less regulated urban property as opposed to more regulated suburban property, and it is undoubtedly location-specific. Significant changes in the density of many Manhattan neighborhoods might not push people out to New Jersey or Connecticut. But changes in Nashville might well push people out to its suburbs, like Franklin, which are already much nearer substitutes. At the very least, for people who advocate loosening zoning restrictions to increase density, Houston is a cautionary tale. The resurgence of the suburbs and suburban HOAs would preserve all of the problems of regional inequality while creating additional ones as well. Conventional accounts suggest that HOAs intensify social segregation, racism, and exclusionary land use practices. The history of HOAs is inextricably bound up with whites-only communities seeking to exclude black residents. HOAs still tend to be more racially homogeneous than the municipalities in which they are located. Worse, there is some empirical evidence that the presence of HOAs exacerbates segregation in the rest of the municipality. They also produce all of the problems that zoning opponents decry: restricting density, constraining supply, separating single-family residential building from other uses, while simultaneously being even less flexible than zoning. If greatly reduced zoning in cities means that HOAs gain a new advantage in the competition for housing consumers, that could come with significant costs. Ultimately, land use deregulation may be an important part of the response to the affordability crisis in many cities, but it is not a complete response to geographic inequality more broadly. In fairness, most of its advocates do not intend it to be. But increasing access to superstar urban areas could result in a new equilibrium that exacerbates the underlying problems of regional divergence. Moreover, it could create its own costs, reducing cities' ability to compete as effectively with nearby suburbs. We are not opposed to zoning and land use reforms. Indeed, we think there are opportunities to increase density and agree that NIMBYism can be socially oppressive. But we do intend to sound a cautionary note. Unlike liberalitarians, who seek to relocate individuals, some policymakers and economists have proposed adopting place-based policies, which could help improve economic conditions in long-suffering areas. These policies come in two flavors: a narrow, centrist approach and a broader approach focused on reviving industrial policy. One of the more notable recent papers in the centrist vein comes from economists Benjamin Austin, Edward Glaser, and Lawrence Summers. Recognizing the link between geography and social problems, Austin, Glaser, and Summers assess three possible reasons for place-based policies. The first is agglomeration economics, that co-locating economic development might lead to further growth. They note, however, that this does not justify spatially heterogeneous policies because it is impossible to know whether a relocation of capital and labor from Los Angeles to Kentucky will lead to benefits in Kentucky that are large enough to offset the losses in Los Angeles. Second, they consider insuring against local shocks as a justification. But they dismiss this argument partly because it would distort migration and capitalization. They conclude that the best argument for place-based policies is that market failures are better addressed at the local level, given both the diversity of economies across the country and the bang for the buck achieved in having a more focused approach. Austin, Glaser, and Summers also offer a taxonomy of place-based policies that includes direct public investment, tax benefits for businesses and individuals, and deregulation. They are lukewarm at best on public investment, including infrastructure spending, because they worry that returns to contemporary infrastructure projects will be lower than the transformative infrastructure projects of the mid-20th century. They also identify regulatory relief, but not affirmative regulatory policy, as a possible place-based policy. This is surprising because, as we have shown, a wide variety of affirmative regulatory policies, such as antitrust, transportation, and communications, all have significant spatial consequences. Instead, the centrist position largely focuses on providing tax benefits to address employment. For example, Austin, Glaser, and Summers suggest, among other things, implicit taxes on housing vouchers and food stamps could be reduced for low-income workers from 30% to 20% in areas where employment is particularly responsive to the returns to working. Though we are not categorically opposed to using the tax code for achieving public policy goals, we are skeptical of the claim that targeted tax benefits, whether to corporations or individuals, should be the sole or even primary focus for place-based policies. First, it is not clear that giving corporations tax benefits is a good use of money, particularly when that money could instead be spent directly on improving the economy in those areas. Second, companies often value places that have social, physical, and economic infrastructure to support their operations, even if they don't offer the biggest tax benefits. That Amazon initially chose to locate its new headquarters in New York and metropolitan Washington, D.C., over Memphis or Omaha is self-explanatory. Third, at the individual level, making policy through the tax code is not ideal. Depending on how it is designed, individuals may have to figure out how to get the benefit, and remember to do so, at tax time. If the tax benefit is a shift in rates, then it is unlikely to be salient to individuals and may have less of a stimulative effect. Fourth, the tax policy approach does not have the same political benefits that more direct forms of policy action might have. One of the great benefits of the New Deal-era place-based policies, like the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, the Works Progress Administration's programs, and rural electrification, was to show the general public that government was on their side, working for them and delivering important benefits to their region. As Professor Suzanne Mettler argues in her book The Submerged State, hidden programs undermine democracy because they obscure the role of the government and exaggerate that of the market, leaving citizens unaware of how power operates. The Obama administration's tax cuts in the stimulus bill of 2009 are a good example of this phenomenon. They lowered taxes for some 95% of working Americans, but a year later, only 12% of Americans believed the Obama administration had lowered their taxes. Place-based policies should be salient in order to maintain support for those policies. More broadly, while they recognize the need for place-based policies, Austin, Glazer, and Summers do not argue that geographic equality and inequality are a function of law and public policy. Even though they recognize that there is no longer regional convergence in incomes, they do not provide an account of why regional inequality is growing beyond suggesting the possible influence of agglomeration economies. The problem is that the sites of economic growth are themselves partly dependent on public policy. To be fair, they do note the geographic effect of the creation of the TVA on the Tennessee economy and of land-grant colleges throughout the country. But despite this admission, Austin, Glazer, and Summers do not make the further generalization that deliberate public policies with targeted spatial effects were an important part of the era of economic convergence, even if not the sole factor driving convergence. The admission that policy choices like land-grant colleges and the TVA have an impact on the economy suggests a second type of place-based economics, industrial policy. The idea of a geographically focused industrial policy is not a new one. During the New Deal, for example, the federal government sponsored public works projects and investments all across the country. Economic studies show that these projects increased consumption activity, attracted internal migration, reduced crime rates, and lowered several types of mortality. In recent years, policymakers on the right and left have proposed reviving a more deliberate, conscious industrial policy in America. Industrial policy involves government investment in sectors of the economy to boost growth, jobs, and the success of those sectors. In a 2019 report, Republican Senator Marco Rubio observed that industrial policy is always inevitable for a country. The critical policy consideration, then, is not whether states should organize their economies, but how they should be organized. He then argues that American economic policy should seek to benefit working Americans and that families, recognizing that this view has geographic implications. Manufacturing generally provides more stable employment than services, he writes, and geographic proximity to large production facilities encourages small business dynamism. On the other side of the aisle, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren has proposed a plan for economic patriotism that includes heavy investment in research and development, R&D, throughout the country. R&D investments must be spread across every region of the country, not focused on only a few coastal cities, she says. There are talented Americans in every part of the country, but too often cities and towns experience brain drain and shrink because corporations move jobs and opportunities overseas or to a small handful of American cities. Economists Simon Johnson and Jonathan Gruber have identified 102 urban communities outside of the superstar cities that could be hubs for their Jumpstarting America plan. Under their plan, the federal government would invest heavily in science, R&D, and commercialization of inventions in these areas that cumulatively represent 80 million Americans across 36 states and every region. The revival of a geographically mindful industrial policy is a far more promising approach to place-based economics than the centrist focus on tax policy for the reasons stated above. The libertarian and the centrist approaches are both limited in their ability to address geographic inequality. They also largely ignore how deregulation contributed to the widening of geographic inequality in America. Given that regulatory choices invariably shape the distribution of wealth, what has been missing in the debate over geographic inequality is how regulatory policy could mitigate these growing divides. Transportation and communications resources are part of the infrastructural foundation of economic growth and development. As we have seen, under the currently prevailing regulatory model, smaller communities, and rural states must pay comparatively high prices to access these resources, if they have access at all. This is the logic of marginal cost pricing, and it rewards concentration rather than dispersion of economic activity and business investment. History shows that another regulatory model is theoretically available, the one that dominated federal regulation of long-distance transportation and communications industries for much of the 20th century. The broad contours of this regulatory approach are clear. Its basic design components are rate regulation, service mandates, and entry restriction. Rate regulation allows internal cross-subsidies to be generated and allocated to less dense regions. Service mandates, such as universal service requirements, direct regulated firms to provide adequate service throughout their designated service areas. And entry restriction rules prevent opportunistic cream skimming in denser areas or routes, where prices are held above marginal cost. In essence, as Posner observed, the effect is to impose a tax on users in denser areas to subsidize users in sparser regions. As noted above, Senator Byrd in 1986 said he would welcome the opportunity to vote for re-regulation of the airlines. Even so, resurrecting and modernizing this mode of regulation would not be perfect or without trade-offs. Specifically, rate regulation is cumbersome to administer and generates well-understood incentive problems for regulated firms, including incentives to engage in non-price competition and incentives to overinvest. Entry restriction might hamper innovation, and this regulatory model tends to suppress competition in favor of system integration and service mandates. These drawbacks are real, but the current era of geographic inequality sheds new light on the countervailing benefits of this regulatory model, benefits that could be enormous but have been insufficiently appreciated or understood. Traditional infrastructure regulation can serve as a crucial counterweight to the economics of agglomeration by promoting dispersion of business investment and economic activity. This would benefit rural states and smaller communities by supporting economic growth and opportunity. It would also alleviate the affordability crisis in superstar cities because fewer people would be seeking to cram in. In short, regulatory tools could lessen our current, severe maldistribution of economic growth and opportunity. True, similar results might theoretically be achievable through standard tax and transfer machinery. For example, the federal government could subsidize private infrastructure providers to offer reasonable cost service in more remote areas. But in reality, such subsidies have a variety of downsides. They implicate many of the same informational and incentive problems that arise in traditional infrastructure regulation, and all taxation methods affect incentives and have implementation costs. As noted above, financing through cross-subsidies rather than through general revenues also removes these decisions from the ordinary appropriations and political process, sealing off infrastructure resources into self-sustaining systems with dedicated revenue streams. To the extent that dedicated cross-subsidies are more reliable than annual appropriations and less subject to political capture, they can promote efficient ex-ante reliance on infrastructure resources. In particular, infrastructure-reliant businesses will invest more readily if they have more assurance that infrastructural systems will have staying power. Indeed, as one example of the challenge, compare subsidies to private providers of internet service with Chattanooga's public provision of broadband. Chattanooga wanted to offer its successful high-speed internet to surrounding areas, only to have the state preempt local expansion of the service. The state then chose to offer $45 million in subsidies to Comcast and AT&T to provide 10 megabits per second download speed internet, which is 1,000 times slower than what Chattanooga could have provided without subsidies. Instead of subsidizing private providers, the direct public provision of goods and services, particularly infrastructural goods and services, can provide considerable benefits to underserved areas. The postal system adopted free delivery for rural customers in the populist era and parcel post in the progressive era. The New Dealers pursued rural electrification and the TVA. Creating the interstate highway system was a major public sector initiative of the mid-20th century. Each of these policies involved public action to expand access geographically to a basic good of modern life. Today, the closest analogy is to high-speed internet. As the Chattanooga example shows, access to high-speed internet can be a boon to a mid-sized community and its surrounding region, and, unsurprisingly, is extremely popular across the political spectrum. A public option for high-speed internet, and public options for other goods and services, can serve as an alternative to sectoral economic regulation. Direct government provision that coexists with the marketplace expands access to important social goods, particularly infrastructural goods. But it does so without regulating private sector rates and entry. Instead, the public option offers an alternative to a private option, and, for some populations, may offer the only affordable option. In any case, public provision can help address geographic inequality between rural and urban areas and between superstar cities and mid-sized cities. And, at the very least, the federal government could preempt states from blocking local efforts to experiment with the provision of public options like municipal broadband. Finally, as Professor K. Sabil Rahman demonstrates, the provision of infrastructural goods plays an important role in guaranteeing equality and opportunity across racial lines because it minimizes bureaucratic barriers, privatization, and fragmentation of these goods. Bureaucratic barriers make it harder for people to access public goods. Privatization, Rahman argues, transfers the financing and control of these goods from public hands to private operators and financial investors, introducing problematic revenue-generating incentives and shrouding the goods from greater public accountability. Meanwhile, fragmentation limits putative equal access regimes through decentralization, which ultimately denies access to some communities. A revival of the regulated industries and public option models could therefore help advance racial equality in addition to geographic equality. In antitrust, trade, and regulatory policy more broadly, both ideological and technical reforms could be helpful. The Chicago School approach that has dominated antitrust since the late 1970s has the effect of exacerbating geographic inequality. The go-go liberalization approach to trade policy has been similar, though the obvious solution is to jettison or temper the ideologies undergirding the approach to these sectors. In the meantime, an additional, narrower option would be to incorporate geographic inequality into the analysis in these and other areas of policy. First, in trade policy, Congress could amend the law to require the ITC to assess the geographic impact of proposed trade agreements. The ITC already conducts studies of proposed agreements' economic impacts across sectors. Adding a geographic component would help Congress understand the full consequences of the agreement. The resulting data would also create political pressure to adopt more effective mitigation measures for the areas hardest hit by trade agreements. Second, and more broadly, the President could issue an executive order requiring all agencies to consider the geographic impact of their regulatory choices. Currently, executive branch agencies consider a variety of impacts when explaining their regulatory choices as part of the notice and comment rulemaking process. For example, they are required to consider the impact on federalism, and some are even required to consult a panel of small businesses to evaluate the impact on those entities. President Barack Obama issued an executive order asking agencies to consider actions they could take to promote competitive markets, though the order did not require doing so in rulemakings. Congress could pass a law, or a president could issue an executive order, requiring agencies to take into account the geographic impact of their regulatory actions, including during rulemaking. An executive order to this effect would have two consequences. First, agencies would have to consider the geographic consequences of their actions ex ante and make the determination that its actions are beneficial, even in spite of geographic costs. This process might lead to agencies making different policy choices. Second, the agency's analysis and decision would create various ex post consequences. Regulated entities could challenge the agency's analysis and conclusions as arbitrary and capricious. Members of Congress would have a foothold for agency oversight on the issue, and both members of Congress and other agencies could look for ways to mitigate the negative consequences of regulatory actions with significant geographic impacts. Lastly, and most aspirationally, shining light on the policy drivers of regional inequality should open a debate about potential policy responses more broadly. This requires, first and foremost, jettisoning the casual and false assumption that regional inequality is the result of exogenous economic forces that land use regulations must accommodate. Policy choices have helped drive the concentration of economic opportunity, and yet policymakers have been largely let off the hook. There is little political pressure on government to respond, and the pressure has been almost entirely directed, or misdirected, at local governments for their protectionist land use policies. The fact is, currently left behind places have the political power in Congress to champion policies that will spread economic opportunity more broadly. Elevating the effects of federal policies on geographic inequality should increase the political temperature for members of Congress who fail to account for these consequences. Geographic inequality is widely understood as one of the central economic, social, and political challenges of our time. But the debate around its causes and remedies has largely left out the role that regulatory policy has played. Geographic inequality, like economic inequality more broadly, is a function of public policy choices. As we have shown, many areas of federal regulatory policy, transportation, communications, trade, and antitrust among them, once accounted for the geographic distribution of economic opportunities through their design, procedures, or effects. The turn to deregulation in these areas has, unsurprisingly, been accompanied by geographic divergence. Recognizing the central role of law and policy in shaping geographic inequality is the first step to addressing it. Over the course of 2 short decades, as labor's share of income has dropped in the wake of declining unionization, globalization, corporate concentration, and technological change, the living wage movement in the United States has grown from a minor municipal phenomenon into a nationally prominent fight for a $15 hourly wage, culminating most recently in the vote of the U.S. House of Representatives for such a wage in July 2019. Reflecting the fight for $15 movement's scale shift from the local to the national stage, leading U.S. presidential candidates and national elected officials have adopted the Fight for $15 agenda, prominently featuring the movement's goals in their election campaigns. More broadly, living wage campaigns, from which the union-led Fight for $15 movement emerged, have also diffused internationally, most notably in other Anglophone liberal market economies such as Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom, which typically have weaker labor institutions than other high-income democracies. Though living wage movements are sometimes dismissed as a poor substitute for collective bargaining agreements, the Fight for $15 success in the United States has nonetheless been remarkable. Since 2012, Fight for $15 campaigns have achieved more than $68 billion in expected raises for more than 22 million low-wage workers, NELP 2018, as union community coalitions have successfully shepherded $15 hourly minimum wage ordinances in cities and states into law, while also pressuring private and public employers to voluntarily adopt living wage policies. Though critics of the living wage have argued that a $15 floor would result in significant job losses and undermine its effects, evidence of such negative consequences thus far remains limited, although it is also still too early to assess the ultimate effects and outcomes of the movement's efforts. Despite this string of successes, we argue that the fight for $15 now faces serious structural challenges, stemming from the fact that its advocates seek a nationally uniform wage floor in what is ultimately a regional economic world. Specifically, we argue that future success may depend on the movement's ability to simultaneously address 2 challenges. First, as the movement develops its efforts on the national scale, it must navigate the regionally divergent economic effects of the very same forces of economic, technological, and institutional change to which it is partly a response. A wealth of scholarship in regional economics, urban planning, sociology, and economic geography has documented and explained why economic and labor market conditions have increasingly become regionally polarized, with some areas experiencing outsized economic and wage gains from globalization and technological change, while other regions fall further behind. In many prosperous regions, costs of living have also increased, such that the basic wage needed for social reproduction also varies greatly across the country. In a large country like the United States, which contains great internal economic diversity across regions, the local effects and significance of a single national wage floor of $15 will accordingly vary. Second, the Fight for $15 movement must also continue to coordinate its efforts across multiple political scales, the very structure of which is changing under proponents' feet. Some states have moved to preempt city power to raise wages. Courts are affirming their ability to do so, further complicating the political terrain the movement's actors must negotiate. Though this latter challenge has recently received some scholarly attention, the former issue of inter-regional cost variation and the living wage has not been well examined. How these 2 challenges interact to affect the fight for $15 has been wholly ignored. These 2 factors, both separately and taken together, have significant implications for its success. After reviewing the literature on the costs and benefits of a living wage, regional economic variation, and the politics of scale shift, we consider the extent to which a regionally heterogeneous cost of living structure and multiscalar politics have strategic implications for a national living wage movement. Specifically, we show why it is important for advocates and scholars to understand the drivers of unaffordability in different regions, because different cost structures present different avenues for reform. Furthermore, depending on the nature of the political scales in question, some of those avenues may be less viable than others. Living wage gains in the new economy's winning regions may be partly eroded by high and inelastic housing costs. As we show, housing expenses consume a higher proportion of expected family budgets in those areas, although never an outright majority. Fight for $15 campaigns in these regions therefore may be more effective or successful if combined with strategies that demand affordable housing development policies, building on the rich legacy of the labor movement's involvement in the construction and support of workforce housing. In contrast, in regions that have been left behind by technological change and globalization, as well as financialization and other broader, policy-mediated institutional changes, we review preliminary evidence as to whether a $15 wage floor may be poorly matched to lower cost structures in these areas. Using location-based family budget estimates and economic output data, we find that there are only a handful of metropolitan statistical areas, MSAs, in the United States where a $15 hourly wage is sufficient for a single person to subsist. Further, there are even fewer MSAs, just 3, where $15 an hour is sufficient to meet the basic needs of 2 adults working full-time to support 2 children. And yet almost all of these regions have sufficient economic output, in theory, to provide their residents with income sufficient to meet their needs. In regions where costs are not typically driven by housing, which may also have state-level political obstacles to a living wage, union community coalitions may wish to consider other strategies such as social welfare or child care expansion or employee ownership as supplements to living wage campaigns. Finally, in states that contain a high degree of heterogeneity in their inter-regional cost structure, living wage advocates may need to deploy more geographically nuanced approaches to achieve higher living standards in order to avoid state preemption efforts and political opposition from lower-cost regions, where concerns over job losses may be higher. The fight for $15, which commenced in New York City in late 2012 as a highly localized job walk-off campaign by 200 fast food employees for a $15 an hour wage and was supported by unions such as the Service Employees International Union, SEIU, rapidly diffused across the United States and internationally, with strikes and protests in 230 cities by late 2014. This ultimately led to state and subsequently federal efforts to enact a $15 minimum wage, double the federal minimum wage of the time. In many ways, the movement has followed the trajectory of many successful predecessors, using now well-established repertoires of contention and framing techniques. Like the civil rights movement in the 1960s in the United States, the fight for $15 has diffused laterally across cities, while scaling up to the state, national, and even global levels. As with other social movements, its seemingly rapid success has not emerged from the ether. Working closely with established institutional partners such as unions and community group coalitions, the fight for $15 effectively extended and built on the efforts of the living wage movement that had come before it, creatively deploying that movement's legacy, organizational strategies, and tactics, while also leveraging the emergence of new political opportunities and policy windows in the wake of the Occupy movement and the global financial crisis. In turn, the predecessor living wage movement might seem a comparatively recent phenomenon, with some accounts of its origins focusing on the first successful U.S. municipal campaigns for public sector and public contract procurement workers in the 1990s. One could argue the fight for a living wage is much older, however, and can be traced back to the minimum wage fights of feudal guilds, tradesmen's corporations, and mutual aid societies in Europe, forward through utopian socialism and the birth of the modern labor movement and trade unionism in the wake of the First and Second Industrial Revolutions. Though some of these efforts did not explicitly use the term living wages, some did, and, by the early 20th century, the term had currency in several English-speaking countries. By 1933, after several states passed minimum wage laws resulting in a successful campaign for a national minimum wage, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt stated no business which depends on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. The minimum wage was originally intended to be more than a subsistence wage, but failure to update the federal wage with inflation has reduced it to less than a living wage, reflecting the well-known process of policy drift, in which a policy's effectiveness and relevance declines as it fails to be updated or modified for changes in underlying conditions. The broader labor movement has a long and extensive history of incorporating living and minimum wage discourses and objectives into its larger policy agendas and strategic goals. Living wage movements such as the fight for $15, however, are distinct in their logic and strategy from the labor movement's broader collective bargaining and institutionalized approaches to wage setting. The living wage movement does not target wages as one among many labor issues to be addressed as part of some larger comprehensive process. The living wage movement targets wages alone, with framing that reflects this focus. This is not to imply that the living wage movement is not complex. To the contrary, the living wage movement deploys a diversity of rate-setting approaches. Living wage efforts have targeted city governments and their contractors and certain private sector industries or specific employers, as well as all general employers in a geographic area, typically over a certain minimum employee size threshold. Some campaigns have included voluntary efforts by employers to apply living wage policies across their workforce as a job retention and workforce development strategy, while others have taken an adversarial approach led by social movements, or unions, in alliance with either community groups or unions. Though variants of these approaches can be found in different countries, living wage movements are most prominently found in the United States. This is perhaps unsurprising given the low and declining union density and high degree of labor commodification in the United States. But it raises the question of whether the living wage movement is nothing more than a poor, limited substitute for collective bargaining. In countries with higher levels of union density and/or widespread collective bargaining, a statutory minimum wage is seen as unnecessary because workers have the collective power to secure much higher wages through their bargaining alone. Wages are determined by and extended into industry or trade sectors in these countries through national agreements. Scholars have nonetheless attempted to analyze the diversity in living wage approaches as well as explain success and failure by these various approaches. Hirsch and Valadez Martinez argue that campaigns now typically fall into one of four categories based on what is targeted: voluntary employer standards, public contractor requirements, compulsory minimums on all employers, and supply chain agreements. Prowse, Lopez, and Fels further argue that these efforts can be distinguished based on whether they are led by unions or community organizations in alliance with other civil society organizations. Meanwhile, Martin, in examining how living wage campaigns in the 1990s spread from Baltimore to the rest of the United States, demonstrated that organizational density was a key factor in explaining the success of municipal living wage campaigns. Benefits to paying a living wage that exceeds the current statutory minimum U.S. wage include higher productivity resulting from lower turnover and higher employee job satisfaction and morale. Research has shown that higher minimum wages also result in lower suicide rates. Other research has suggested they could result in lower public outlays for social welfare subsidies because low-wage workers are lifted out of poverty and no longer require such payments to supplement their wages. Governments spend more than $153 billion per year on benefits for these workers. Finally, historical justifications for high minimum wages also included their importance in sustaining consumer demand, a key determinant of macroeconomic health. As one 1940s tract put it, the purpose of a strong minimum wage is to prevent the backward businessman from undermining the wage structure and from living off the purchasing power provided by the payrolls of businessmen who pay decent wages. This argument has been revived in recent years by scholars who note that low aggregate demand stemming from high levels of inequality is a major reason for the weak economic growth of recent decades, culminating in the Great Recession. Offsetting these benefits are concerns over the cost of a higher wage floor. The primary concern is that a higher wage floor will result in higher overall labor costs and that these higher costs will be passed on by business owners in two ways: a reduction in employment levels and an increase in consumer prices. Given the increased use of artificial intelligence technologies such as robots to replace workers, Acemoglu and Restrepo 2020, capital labor substitution effects could be significant. These increased costs associated with a higher wage would nonetheless be partially offset by the productivity gains as suggested above. Even accounting for this, however, the estimates modeled by the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, suggest a $15 national minimum wage would result in a net decline in household income of 0.1% and a slight decline in employment levels. Neither the CBO model nor any other study has provided estimates of where in the United States such gains would likely be concentrated. This is surprising given the popular and political attention paid to the concern that $15 wage minimums may be too high for a given industry or location, rendering them economically uncompetitive and suppressing employment and investment. Actual studies of existing minimum wage and living wage increases, as reviewed by Gotti and Reich, question the CBO projections. Economists have not been able to demonstrate significant or statistically robust employment losses as a result of state or local wage floor increases, regardless of the control variables deployed. As a result, a working consensus has emerged from wage floor research that there are no substantiated aggregate employment effects from state or local wage floor increases in the United States. Studies that deviate from this consensus are, as Gotti and Reich note, framed accordingly as aberrant. Critiques of the living wage have been made on other, ideological grounds. Left-wing critics charge that living wage agreements, like the broader union movement, merely strengthen the divide between workers and owners instead of moving workers into an ownership position. Spicer and Caspar Futterman, forthcoming. Others argue that the entire ethos of a living wage, which effectively argues for paying labor just enough to reproduce itself, is suspect, on the same grounds as any minimum wage predicated on subsistence. Labor should be paid the full value of its fruits instead of being compensated what is necessary to keep them working, in the manner of a horse or slave. Despite the tremendous string of successes and the emergence of calls for a $15 national wage floor by 2020 presidential candidates, the wage structure of the United States remains markedly uneven across different regions. Most living wage studies, including most of the above cited literature, ignore this point and focus on states as a primary geographic unit of analysis, eliding the fact that labor markets are regional and do not conform to state boundaries. For example, despite the two cities being located in the same state, the wage structure of the Buffalo, New York, labor market bears little resemblance to that of the New York City regional labor market, which includes territory in 4 states: Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. Indeed, scholars of geographic economics, economic geography, and urban and regional economic development planning and policy have long established that, economically, we live in a regional world. Metropolitan areas, typically defined with respect to labor commuting sheds, are a key unit of economic reality, more so than arbitrary city or state political jurisdictional lines. Residents of Boston might cross into neighboring Cambridge or Brookline countless times daily or weekly. Similarly, residents travel between San Francisco and the East and South Bays, Los Angeles and Orange counties, New York City and northern New Jersey, Washington, D.C., and northern Virginia or Maryland, and so forth. The cost structure in these and similar high-cost regions is markedly different from rural areas and from other metropolitan regions. Labor costs are significantly higher, in part from higher housing costs. Metropolitan areas tend to fall into distinct spatial convergence clubs with different cost structures and competitive advantages. The net result is that cost variation between regions, even in the same state, can be greater than the differences within large metropolitan regions. There has been a great deal of theoretical debate about whether inter-regional differences are likely to sustain themselves or diminish over time. In recent decades, neoclassical economists and regional scientists have argued that inter-regional income differences should disappear over time. As production in high-cost regions became increasingly expensive because of rising regional labor and supply costs, the argument goes, employment and production would shift to lower-cost locations. On the other hand, an earlier generation of theorists argued that regional disparities were likely to persist in the absence of explicit convergence policy, as initially small advantages build on themselves over time. The theoretical uncertainty arises in part because the overall amount of convergence or divergence at any given time depends on the balance between opposing forces. Technological innovations tend to initially concentrate in specific places because employers wish to be proximate to one another to reap shared labor pool benefits, supply chain access, and knowledge spillovers. As technologies become more widespread, the benefits of regional clustering or concentration fail to outweigh the rising costs, and the industries may disperse. The exact balance between these forces of innovation and dispersal will determine whether the overall trend is one of convergence or divergence across regions. This balance is in turn shaped by economic policy. Empirically, income levels in different regions of the United States converged for more than a century after the Civil War. In addition to factor mobility, this was in part due to federal policies enacted with the explicit goal of promoting development in poor regions of the country, particularly the South, the underdevelopment of which President Franklin Roosevelt called the nation's #1 economic problem. Since the 1980s, however, the long-term trend toward convergence has stalled. Instead, there has been a great divergence in which rich or highly educated regions have seen their incomes grow even faster, while ever more parts of the country fall further behind. The drivers of the Great Divergence are the subject of a great deal of debate. Some accounts attribute it primarily to changes in the spatial distribution of high-income workers, the result of either the rise of industries with strong economies of agglomeration or the growing importance of lifestyle amenities in the location choices of high-income workers. Others highlight differences in the ability of regional leaders to unite around common purposes. Increasing regional disparities are intricately linked to the concurrent growth in inequality within society more generally, which is generally attributed to changes in technology and economic policy that have resulted in the development of winner-take-all markets. These dynamics behind regional disparities may also be stronger in countries with majoritarian electoral systems, which make it more challenging for excluded regions to achieve a national policy voice. The net effect of this great divergence, with respect to the living wage, is that in the winning regions where the net positive returns to agglomeration persist, a $15 wage may not be enough for many household subsistence, as wages and housing demands increase at a greater rate than housing supply. Indeed, a 2018 report from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition estimated that a single-earner household would need to earn in excess of $60 an hour to afford a modest two-bedroom apartment in areas such as San Francisco, NLIC 2018. Meanwhile, in those regions left behind by the Great Divergence, the $15 wage may be sufficient, but that is also not immune to change. Living wage proponents have tried to deal with problems of cost variation by working with academics and policy think tanks to develop various living wage calculators, which produce local estimates of a living wage based on highly localized cost estimates by major household expenditure category. These estimates are also often tailored based on household size and makeup in terms of the number of wage earners and dependents. The fight for $15, as noted earlier, has diffused across cities and also scaled upward, from the city to the state, then more recently to the federal levels of government. Despite this success, efforts to enact a $15 minimum wage face three problems stemming from the spatial political structure of the U.S. federal system. First, although economies operate at the regional scale, as reviewed above, regions by and large lack any legal standing in the United States. Second, high-cost cities increasingly lack legal authority to enact living wage policies, as more states seek to preempt their ability to do so and legally occupy this policy domain. Third, and taking these first 2 points together, some states contain highly disparate economic regions, which may exacerbate political opposition at the state scale to a $15 wage. The efforts of living wage advocates, as reviewed earlier, spread through what are now widely recognized by scholars of organizations and social movements as processes of diffusion and scale shift. Research examining how and why certain organizational practices and social movements spread has identified how they diffuse laterally across places over time. They also sometimes scale up or down, from the local to the national scale of action, as occurred in the U.S. civil rights movement. Geographers refer to this latter process as scale jumping, the scale at which socio-economic or political phenomena are experienced and constructed as problems can jump from one territorial level to another, from the neighborhood to the transnational. Irrespective of the specific disciplinary terms used, the living wage movement and the fight for $15 in the United States have been marked by both horizontal lateral diffusion and vertical scale shift or scale jumping. The original living wage movements, starting with Baltimore's success in the mid-1990s, diffused to more than 100 cities across the United States by the early 2000s, followed by a scale shift to include both city and state-level campaigns under the fight for $15 since 2012 and culminating in the nationally scaled efforts in process today. At the same time, under the U.S. version of federalism, the doctrine of preemption has undermined the effectiveness of locally scaled living wage campaigns. In the United States, case law has long established that city governments are creatures of the state government, meaning that cities exist legally only because states endow them with the right to exist as such. Accordingly, states can circumscribe city power, stifling their ability to innovatively deal with local problems. Affirming this state power, courts have repeatedly ruled over the past century that states can preempt city actions that are not explicitly authorized under state law as a matter of local concern. States come to legally occupy the field of a particular matter. Indeed, the original living wage movement in the 1990s resulted in legal challenges that affirmed the right of some states to preempt local living wage ordinances. As the fight for $15 has quickened its pace, such preemptive responses at the state level have become more common in an increasingly polarized political climate. In 2019 alone, 11 states introduced such preemption laws. As noted by the National Employment Law Project, 2017, a total of 25 states have statutes preempting local minimum wage laws. To date, 12 cities and counties in 6 states, Alabama, Iowa, Florida, Kentucky, Missouri, and Wisconsin, have approved local minimum wage laws only to see them invalidated by state statute, harming hundreds of thousands of workers in the process, many of whom face high levels of poverty. Meanwhile, some states such as Colorado and New Hampshire have never authorized cities to regulate wages in the first place. National League of Cities 2017. Beyond the issues of wages, states may also preempt or fail to authorize cities, and so they cannot act on other policy fronts, including housing issues, creating additional challenges for living wage advocates. The preemption efforts of conservative state legislatures have been aided by the Koch-funded American Legislative Exchange Council, which drafts model legislation on a range of issues. It is also important to emphasize that, despite its economic importance, the region or metropolitan area in many states does not exist as a meaningful legal concept. A notable exception is Oregon, which has long had a robust metropolitan government in the Portland region, studied by scholars of regionalism owing to its exceptionalism within the U.S. context. Accordingly, when the state recently enacted higher minimum wages, it included 3 rates, one for metropolitan Portland, one for the state's remaining urban counties, and another for non-urban counties. In effect, the state created a 3-tiered minimum wage for Portland, all other metropolitan regions, and rural regions. The lack of government at the scale at which the economy is meaningfully structured, the regional or metropolitan, coupled with the shifting scale at which living wage laws can be authorized, the state, ultimately produces a problem for living wage advocates. Specifically, the political scale which they have increasingly been forced to target, the state, often encompasses multiple economic regions with very different economic structures, for which the $15 wage may have different effects. In addition, supplemental policy avenues such as housing may also be subject to preemption. To explore the regional geography of living wages, we use data from the Economic Policy Institute 2018 Family Budget Calculator. This tool combines a range of survey and administrative sources to estimate the full cost of securing a modest but still acceptable standard of living for families of different compositions in each county in the United States. Data are collected for 7 types of necessary expenditures: housing, food, transportation, healthcare, childcare, other expenditures, including clothing and household goods, and taxes. Expenditures are calculated for 10 household types, those with 1 or 2 parents and 0 to 4 children. The Family Budget Calculator, FBC, is one of several tools designed to estimate regional cost of living, such as the Living Wage Calculator at MIT. We use the FBC because of the higher geographic resolution at which many of its component expenses are estimated. The FBC's goal is to estimate the total amount of money families of different sizes need to get by in different parts of the country. Here we systematically analyze the full dataset to examine geographic variation in the level and drivers of living costs that might shape the strategies of the living wage movement and union community coalitions. In keeping with our focus on regional economic geography, we conduct our analysis at the level of MSAs, treating the commuting shed as the unit of analysis. Non-metropolitan counties are included as individual observations. In the results presented below, we primarily examine expenses for families with 2 parents and 2 children. Although families of this type are increasingly atypical in the United States, the nuclear family of 2 parents and 2 children retains substantial cultural power, which may be useful to living wage advocates in their rhetorical strategies. 2-parent, 2-child families also have substantial social reproduction costs, which helps identify sources of regional variation. Our analysis of the FBC data yields 4 important geographic patterns that living wage scholars and advocates should keep in mind. First, the income needed to secure a basic standard of living varies dramatically across regions of the United States. Second, the contribution of the types of expenditure also varies geographically. In some places, housing is by far the largest expense, while in others, even places with similar overall costs of living, healthcare and/or childcare are the major drivers. Third, the relationship between per capita gross metropolitan product and cost of living is strong but not one-to-one, and some places have substantially more economic flexibility to enact progressive wage policies than others do. Furthermore, there are virtually no areas of the country in which a $15 hourly wage would appear to be too high a target to meet budgeted family costs. Finally, household costs for MSAs and counties within the same state can sometimes vary dramatically, requiring living wage advocates to address geographic implications and concerns, particularly in light of preemption concerns. We expand each of these points below and consider their relevance for living wage fight for $15 scholars and advocates. Examining FBC data, the first pattern that stands out is the immense variation in cost of living across regions of the United States. As shown in Figure 1, the total budget necessary to modestly provide for a family with 2 adults and 2 children ranges from less than $60,000 in parts of Texas and Mississippi to more than $120,000 in the Bay Area. Even with 2 working parents, $15 an hour is nowhere near sufficient to provide for a family in San Francisco. In Texas, it might just be enough. This wide geographic variation, where cost of living varies by a factor of roughly 2 between the most and least expensive MSAs, holds across all family types, though the exact configuration varies. Coastal California and the Northeast Corridor are the most expensive places to live for all family types, but, while rural Texas and Mississippi are the cheapest places to live for families with children, parts of Ohio are equally cheap for families without them. This wide variation in cost of living, along with a similar variation in labor costs, is often cited as evidence that minimum wage policy should be determined at the local or state level. It is important for scholars and proponents of the fight for $15 to recognize that meaningful variation in living costs does exist. $15 an hour in Memphis or Cleveland really does provide a standard of living much higher than the same hourly wage would secure in New York City. At the same time, in most metros and for most family types in the data, $15 an hour is not sufficient. For instance, if both parents in a family of 4 worked full-time at $15 in New York, they would be able to meet only about half of their expected outlays. In Memphis, that same income would cover almost 85% of outlays, a big difference, but still not enough. Slightly more than 1% of Americans live in metro areas where a family of 4 could support itself on 2 adults earning $15 an hour. Even for single adults, less than 4% of the population lives in metros where $15 is enough to meet basic needs, a point we will revisit later. The largest cities meeting this threshold are Cleveland, Albuquerque, and McAllen, Texas. A second finding from the FBC data is that the contribution of the types of expenditures to the overall cost of living varies from place to place. In some metros, and for some family types, housing costs consume by far the largest portion of a family's budget. For example, for single adults living in the San Francisco MSA, housing costs comprise a full third of the expected budget, more than twice as much as any other category except taxes. In other places, though, the contribution of housing is much more modest. Housing is expected to consume less than 20% of the budgets of single adults living in Tulsa, Knoxville, or Tucson. For families with children, housing generally accounts for a smaller portion of the budget because childcare is often a major expense, although high housing costs may also contribute to high costs of childcare, food, and other local services. In some cases, childcare for 2 adult, 2-child households is the highest single budgeted cost item. It is not simply the case that housing costs are a large percentage of total expenditures in expensive metros and a small percentage in cheaper areas. As Figure 2 shows, while there is a positive relationship between total cost of living and the percentage of the budget going to housing, it is by no means one-to-one. The correlation between those two quantities, weighting by metro population, is only 0.59. The most expensive cities, San Francisco and San Jose, are also the ones with the largest portion of the budget going to housing. But elsewhere in the distribution, cities with similar total costs have substantially different components. For example, the Buffalo, Charlotte, and Miami MSAs all have total living expenses for families with 2 adults and 2 children of roughly $85,000. But in Buffalo, the single largest component of this budget is childcare, while housing costs are a relatively affordable $9,500 a year. In Charlotte, healthcare is by far the most expensive item in the budget, while in Miami housing costs, at $16,000 a year, are the main expense. It is important for advocates and scholars to understand the drivers of unaffordability in different cities because different cost structures present different avenues for reform. Much has been written about the role of inelastic housing supply in driving regional disparities and inequality more generally, although this is disputed by some. In places where the housing supply is inelastic and where housing prices are high because of demand from many moderate to high-income residents, as opposed to investors or speculators, increases in wages may bid up the cost of housing without much improvement in actual standards of living. Advocates in these areas would do well to pair efforts to raise wages with efforts to develop affordable or public housing directly. On the other hand, in places where costs of living are driven by expenditures in more elastic industries such as food or childcare, higher wages by themselves might go a long way to improving standards of living. And in places like Charlotte, where healthcare costs are the largest contribution to living costs, substantial improvements could be made through healthcare policies such as expanding Medicaid. A third consideration that scholars and advocates should consider is the relationship between cost of living and economic output. Regions of the United States are increasingly divergent in their economic circumstances. In some places, new economy industries throw off huge amounts of wealth, and the key challenge is making sure that this wealth is benefiting all residents. In other places, deindustrialization and disinvestment have left struggling economies, and unaffordability problems will require broader economic revitalization. To explore this axis of variation, we compare the family budget thresholds to the per capita personal income as calculated by the Bureau of Economic Analysis Regional Economic Accounts. That statistic measures the total income earned within an MSA in a given year, divided by the population. It varies from well over $100,000 per person in small resort and resource extraction communities such as Jackson, Wyoming, Bristol Bay, Alaska, and Nantucket, Massachusetts, to less than $20,000 per person in some rural counties. Among metropolitan areas with more than 500,000 inhabitants, the highest per capita personal incomes are found in Bridgeport, Connecticut, $110,103, San Jose, $96,623, San Francisco, $91,459, and Boston, $74,024. While the lowest GDPs are in McAllen, Texas, $25,617, Lakeland, Florida, $34,213, and El Paso, Texas, $34,575. Table 1, next pages, lists the MSAs with the highest and lowest ratios of per capita income to spending needs for a family of 4. Panel A shows the results among counties and MSAs of all sizes, while Panel B is limited to MSAs with more than 500,000 residents. To make the numbers directly comparable, we multiply per capita income by the number of family members, 4 in this case. The first takeaway from Table 1 is that only one county in the entire country, Issaquah County, Mississippi, has a ratio of per capita income to expenditure needs below 1. All other counties produce enough economic output to fully provide their residents with an adequate, if modest, standard of living. It can seem as though there simply are not enough economic resources to go around in certain places, but that is not, strictly speaking, true. This raises the question, if almost all metropolitan areas have sufficient economic output to support family expenses, do all such areas need to have a wage floor as high as $15 an hour to support such expenses? Taking the budget cost estimates for the 2-adult, 2-child household and assuming an annual full-time work year of 2,080 hours, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, we find just 3 MSAs where 2 working adults could subsist at wage rates of less than $15 an hour and cover their costs. In these metropolitan areas, Brownsville, Laredo, and McAllen, all in Texas, the required wage rate nonetheless exceeds $14 an hour. 5 Building on our earlier review of the data, might $15 an hour nonetheless be more than sufficient for a single person, lacking childcare expenses, to support him or herself? Performing a similar analysis for this household type, we find that budgeted household costs fall below what can be supported by a $15 an hour full-time wage in less than 5% of MSAs, primarily located in the South and Midwest. In all of these cases, the required wage still exceeds $14 an hour. A $15 an hour wage floor thus would not seem to be too high for household subsistence across most of the United States and, in fact, might be too low. Almost all metropolitan areas in the United States thus have the economic resources for a $15 hourly wage, and almost all would seem to require one, as well, based on the cost of living. If both the economic resources and the household need for $15 an hour exist in most places, this would suggest that the real barrier to such a wage floor is not economic, but a function of politics, policy, and power instead. Nevertheless, in practice there may be economic capacity constraints on wage policy, even when total output may seem to be sufficient to cover living expenses. For instance, in an open economy like that of the United States, where capital and workers can leave a city if they believe better conditions exist elsewhere, the continued vitality of a city depends on its ability to attract sufficient investment, which may require allowing an outsized share of economic output to go to IMSS or highly skilled workers. This is exacerbated by changes to the U.S. municipal finance system made in the 1980s that tie large portions of local governments' budgets to their ability to generate economic activity within their borders. Harvey 1989, Payswitch 2016. The need to maintain a competitive economic environment is often cited as a reason not to have living wage laws. That framing is overly simplistic. The net effect of an increased minimum wage depends on whether covered workers are employed more in local serving or export industries, how much of their new earnings are spent locally, and whether the local economic ecosystem is well designed to meet the needs of its residents and keep revenue local, as the studies of advocacy organizations such as the Institute for Local Self-Reliance make clear. Still, advocates and scholars should know the local economic conditions when they are considering wage policy. Conditions in San Jose or Bridgeport are very different from those in Phoenix or McAllen. Advocates in cities with a high ratio of total output to cost of living should feel confident that they can push for higher wage policies without disrupting the metropolitan economy. Mandated living wages in these regions, especially in local service industries, may result in somewhat higher prices for local consumers, but those consumers will likely be able to bear these costs. On the other hand, cities in the bottom half of Table 1 have less immediate economic room for mandated wage increases. Advocates in these cities will have to be thoughtful about setting wage policies to increase living standards while also strengthening the overall economic situation. In those cities, it is less likely that local consumers will be able to simply pay the higher prices that higher minimum wages may generate. Such wage increases may need to be paired with other policies to directly target sources of unaffordability, strengthen the local economy, and prevent capital flight. These policies might include targeted policies such as enhanced childcare tax credits or economic development technical assistance for cooperatives and other employee-owned or controlled companies, SPICER, forthcoming 2020, which both contribute more to the local economy for a given amount of revenue and may be less likely to leave because of cost increases. One interesting feature of Table 1 is that, because cities are selected based on the ratio of output to living costs, it groups places that do not often appear on the same lists. San Jose and Dallas occupy different convergence clubs with different cost structures. Yet both are in the fortunate position of having relatively large amounts of economic output compared with their cost of living. Similarly, Poughkeepsie and Honolulu stand out as having relatively high per capita incomes. But, because of the high cost of living in those cities, that high output results in less economic wiggle room than it would elsewhere. Finally, we consider the extent to which economic capacity lines up with state political boundaries. Although the living wage movement primarily began at the local level, in recent years the state level has become more prominent because of efforts to preempt local ordinances in state legislatures, as noted earlier, while some states have never authorized such ordinances to begin with. This development highlights the tensions arising from the imperfect match between economic and political units. Some states vary substantially in the economic conditions they contain. For instance, in California, Merced County has an expected budget for a family of 4 of $70,675, while the same standard of living in San Mateo County is more than double that amount, requiring $156,292. In Oklahoma, the most expensive county is a mere $12,300 a year more expensive than the least expensive one. Besides California, other states with wide geographic variation in cost of living include New York, $64,000 gap between the most and least expensive counties, Virginia, $49,000, Colorado, $42,000, and Florida, $38,000. States with minimal geographic variation in living costs include Delaware, $8,000 gap, Montana, $14,300, and Louisiana, $14,400. Note that here we use counties rather than MSAs because the latter sometimes straddle state lines. Is there a relationship between states' internal cost heterogeneity and state preemption authorization of local living wage? Figure 3 plots this relationship. Each state's inter-county standard deviation in the amount required to support a family of 4, again based on the FBC, is shown against the state legal treatment of wages. There is virtually no correlation between state authorization and the intrastate counter-level standard deviation in the costs for family of 4. A simple pairwise correlation between these two measures, with authorization preemption treated as a binary outcome, based on National League of Cities classifications for 2017, with supplemental data from the National Employment Law Project for 2017, is -0.08. 3 of the states with wide variation as noted above, Colorado, Florida, and Virginia, do not allow local living wage ordinances, National League of Cities 2017, but many other high-variation states do allow such laws. The relationship between relevant political and economic geographic scales is thus complex. In some states, the construction of political scales may play a significant role in addressing meaningful levels of internal regional cost heterogeneity. In others, it may not. While the initial successes of the fight for $15 have been significant for labor activists and low-wage workers alike, we have argued that the struggle has entered a fraught and potentially dangerous moment. As a consequence of its growing success, and as a reaction to preemption efforts by some states, the fight for $15 has scale jumped to the national level. But this brings with it the challenge of implementing a single $15 wage floor across regions with highly variable economic conditions. Meeting this challenge may require fight for $15 advocates to include additional policy strategies that are informed by a nuanced understanding of the economic and political geography of the United States. We want to emphasize that we are not arguing that the fight for $15 eschew its original goals or purpose. Rather, we are suggesting that it incorporate additional policy demands in order to maintain its success, and ultimately improve the lives of workers across the United States. We affirm that virtually nowhere in the United States does a $15 wage floor appear to be too high based on the costs of supporting either a single adult or a family, and, in fact, in many places may be too low. Nonetheless, the current economic capacity of regions to support such a floor varies by place. Advocates will need to be mindful of this when trying to determine where opponents' claims of expected job losses are credible and where they are not. Critically, beyond seeking an inflation-indexed wage floor of at least $15 an hour, supplemental policy and organizing strategies will likely need to reflect the drivers of unaffordability in different regions because their varying cost structures imply heterogeneous avenues of action for further policy reform. In the new economy's winning regions, which tend to be dense urban areas where land is in shorter supply, housing is a leading driver of total household costs. Further wage floor increases without an associated effort to add significant affordable housing supply may not ultimately yield an increased standard of living for workers. In other regions, where economic capacity may be more limited and other costs such as childcare and healthcare may figure more prominently, supplemental social welfare policy initiatives may be more effective in achieving further real gains in standard of living. Policies that seek to enhance the local economic capacity by developing more locally rooted employment may also yield gains. Finally, until the enactment of a national wage floor, state and local strategies for higher wages must be calibrated to how the scalar structure of political power can affect success. Proposed or existing preemption laws may undermine the ability of advocates to enact living wage increases or to enact supplemental policy proposals, as well. In some states, internal cost structure variation may be significant and could impede the passage of statewide measures. In other places, it may not be a concern. Future research might build on our empirical exploration of the regional dynamics of the national fight for $15 in the United States, to consider how budgeted costs match up to actual local household incomes by household type. Scholars might also use datasets such as those we have deployed to classify regions into ideal types with respect to the drivers of costs and unaffordability as a way to better inform more targeted policy, as well as union and community organizing campaigns. Comparative or international analyses, particularly those involving other large federal countries, might reveal whether those dynamics are unique to the United States. While many other high-income democracies have nationally negotiated wage rates, as noted earlier, interregional economic inequality has been rising across nations regardless, and more geographically nuanced strategies may be effective in these contexts, as well. For living wage advocates and fight for $15 activists in the United States, the good news is that the challenges we have discussed are not insurmountable. The labor movement has a rich history of partnering with and participating in local community coalitions and of working simultaneously on multiple policy fronts, from affordable housing to cooperative and employee ownership to social welfare policy campaigns. Future gains may depend on advocates' ability to build on these historical institutional ties while working at multiple spatial scales.